Great Wei Dynasty. Li Huazu, Xing'an Prefecture, Qingyang County. Xu Zhe slowly opened his eyes. He propped himself up with his hands and sat up with difficulty, leaning against the wall. He looked around with a trace of confusion in his eyes. The dilapidated house. The air was mixed with a hint of medicine. Where's this? As his eyes wandered, his eyes fell on a bronze mirror on the bedside table. The appearance on the bronze mirror was not very clear, but it could still be seen that it was an extremely handsome guy. There's a saying that handsomeness is a feeling. But this is not him. What's going on? He panicked. He bent down and reached out to take the bronze mirror to see more clearly. As he bent down, waves of burning pain came from his body. The intense pain, accompanied by a large number of memory fragments, flooded into his mind like a tide. After a while, he rubbed his brows. He had traveled through time, slowly sorting out the memories in his mind. Xu Zhe, who has the same name and surname as him, is 18 this year. He was an abandoned baby, found by a hunter grandfather in the mountains and forests, and kindly adopted. He couldn't help but sigh. Born an orphan, he is a standard protagonist template. As an orphan college student, he likes to read brainless time travel novels on Tomato. He is not unfamiliar with time travel, and even often fantasizes about traveling to the world of immortal cultivation. Come on a sword and ride the wind, and travel freely between heaven and earth. I didn't expect to really travel through time. I remember that when I just went out this morning, I met AI in a big truck at the corner and came to this world inexplicably. Before he died, he made sure that the mobile phone that he had dropped out of his hand was smashed to pieces, and then he died peacefully. He rubbed his eyebrows and continued to sort out his memories. In the past 18 years, the predecessor and the hunter grandfather lived a peaceful and happy life in a small mountain village. But a few days ago, a snake-shaped monster attacked Qingyo village where the predecessor was. The village was destroyed and people died. The predecessor and the grandfather went to Qingyang County to ask for help. Misfortunes never come alone. As soon as he entered the city gate, he heard a commotion and the sound of horse hooves from behind. The people around him scattered in fear. Oh no, it's Lu Ruxue, the third lady of the Lu family. Run, run. The predecessor just realized that something was wrong. He heard a roar in his ears. Where did you come from? Little beast, dare to block my way. Snap! A fiery red whip shadow came to the predecessor with a huge force. At the critical moment, Grandpa threw himself on the predecessor and took the whip for the predecessor. He died on the spot. Lu Ruxue glanced coldly and cursed, a group of blind, lowly people. He rode away without looking back. Recalling this, a strong feeling of unwillingness, anger, and pain came from deep in his body. At this moment, he seemed to personally feel the horror of the predecessor seeing the whip shadow coming, unable to dodge, and being so scared that his whole body was stiff and the breath of death was blowing in his face. Feeling the helplessness, pain, and grief of seeing the person closest to you die in front of you. A hatred of the heaven and the earth arises spontaneously. Kill her. A resentful voice lingers in my mind. Silence for a moment. I understand. If there is a chance, I will kill her for you. Xu Zhe said silently. The hatred slowly subsided. Of course, if there is no chance, he shook his head gently. He would never put himself in danger to avenge his predecessor. After his predecessor buried his grandfather and reported the Qingyo village to the government. He also inquired about Lu Ruxue, the daughter of the head of the Lu family. She has spiritual bones. A genius who was promoted to a martial artist at the age of 16 and an inner disciple of the Yunyan sect, a major sect in the prefecture city. The Lu family is a dominant existence in Qingyang County, the head of the 5 major families in the inner city, with 2 innate martial artists sitting in charge. He is immortal, and it is impossible for him to take revenge. This world is not an ordinary ancient world. It has extraordinary power, martial arts, and monsters. And it is not low-level martial arts, but immortal martial arts. Chapter 2. The inception of immortality. Regarding these 2 aspects, the original self had very little knowledge while in the village. Legend spoke of formidable warriors who could soar through the skies and traverse the earth, capable of performing the impossible. Even at the initial level of martial arts, a warrior could rend tigers and leopards apart upon breaking through, far surpassing ordinary individuals. The chasm between warriors and mortals was as vast as the ocean. The desire for revenge against Lu Ruxue seemed as futile as striking a stone with an egg. The original self was acutely aware of this disparity. The resentment lingered. Yet the hope for vengeance was bleak. After drifting aimlessly through several days in the impoverished streets, he found himself cornered by 3 thugs, who robbed him of his meager remaining funds and brutally beat him to death. It was at that moment he transitioned into this new existence. Thus, Chuzhe furrowed his brow, pondering his surroundings. Wait, that was not the most pressing concern. The paramount question was, system? Ding. A melodious sound, akin to celestial music, resonated within his mind. Esteemed host, the martial arts upgrade system is at your service. A semi-transparent panel, visible only to him, gradually unfolded. Host, Chuzhe, talent, exceptional intelligence, blue, root bone, superior quality, martial arts, none, realm, none, current experience points, 0, current experience radius, 0. 5 meters. A smile crept upon Chuzhe's lips, and his heart felt an instant calm. In a world of transmigration, lacking a system meant starting with a significant disadvantage. As an ordinary individual, he was acutely aware that surviving without an external aid was a daunting challenge. Oh, how delightful. The system even praised his exceptional intelligence. It was a considerate entity. Ding. The beginner's gift package has been credited, granting you 1 lottery chance. The first draw guarantees a golden reward. A cascade of vibrant light erupted before his eyes. A wheel adorned with 7 colors, white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, and red, materialized. The pointer spun rapidly, rendering it impossible to discern its target. Suddenly, a blinding golden light burst forth. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the golden talent, immortality. Even should your body turn to ash, you shall recover, with the strength of your restoration influenced by your realm. Instantly, warmth enveloped his body, accompanied by a tingling sensation. Minutes later, his waist no longer ached, his legs felt rejuvenated, his complexion flushed, and all injuries healed, rendering him ready for a fierce battle at any moment. System, you are my eternal deity. Chuzhe's heart brimmed with excitement. After a brief moment, he managed to steady his emotions. Remain composed, do not be reckless. Immortality does not equate to invincibility. In this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme and human rights are an illusion, if anyone were to discover his immortality, he could scarcely imagine his fate. However, the guarantee truly held firm. If the golden reward was already so formidable, one could only speculate how extraordinary the red rewards might be. System, how may I partake in the lottery? Ding. Each time your chi cultivation ascends a major realm, you will receive 1 guaranteed chance to draw a golden reward. Due to the current limitations of your strength, you may only utilize the non-entry wheel. Drawing once requires 10 experience points, with a 99 probability for the white zone and 0.01 for the green zone. White rewards correspond to non-entry items, while green rewards correspond to first and second tier items. As long as a living entity perishes within your experience radius, you will gain experience points. Additionally, you can acquire experience points by devouring energy items. A relaxed smile graced Chuzhe's face. The difficulty of acquiring experience points seemed manageable. Lu Rushue, your doom approaches. His gaze darkened. Yet, revenge was merely a secondary goal. He aspired to attain immortality and boundless joy. Chapter 3. Lu Xiaoyu Chuzhe rose from the bed. The immediate priority was to understand the current situation. Just then, the voices of a man and a woman drifted in from outside the house. Chen Xinxue scolded furiously. Lu Xiaoyu, have you lost your mind? What kind of foolish kindness is this? That small piece of spirit medicine was something our 2 families scrimped and saved for. Barely managing to scrape together 10 taels of silver to purchase, it was meant for your breakthrough to warrior rank. And what do? Without even consulting me. You used it to save someone else. Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly explained. Xinxue, that wasn't he just anyone, that was Brother Chu. We grew up together, and when we were children, he once saved my life. The situation was urgent. Brother Chu was on the brink of death. I had no choice. Even without the spirit medicine, I'll definitely break through to warrior rank within 10 days at most. Trust me, Xinxue. Chen Xinshue's expression softened slightly. Fine. He saved you once. And now you've saved him. You're even. Once he wakes up, send him on his way. Lu Xiaoyu hesitated. Xinxue, Brother Chu is gravely injured. I'm afraid he won't be able to leave any time soon. Chen Xinxue laughed in exasperation. Oh, so you plan to take care of him for the rest of your life? Lu Xiaoyu, with everything happening right now, how can you still spare the energy to worry about others? Wang Ting already knows you're my fiancé. He.S. ruthless, if you don't break through to warrior rank and become an official disciple of the Golden Sun Martial School, your life could be in danger at any moment. Lu Xiaoyu fell silent for a moment before his gaze hardened with resolve. Even so, Xinxue, I can't repay kindness with ingratitude. Chen Xinxue was livid. You fool. Go spend the rest of your life with your precious brother Chu then. Do whatever you want. I wash my hands of you. Xinxue. Without looking back, Chen Xinxue stormed off. After only a few steps, seeing that Lu Xiaoyu hadn't chased after her, she bit her lip and cursed. That idiot. Lu Xiaoyu stood where he was, letting out a long sigh. His eyes clouded with uncertainty. Chuzhe pressed his lips together. It seemed he had been saved by Lu Xiaoyu, owing him a tremendous debt of gratitude. But being treated as a burden didn't sit well with him. Lu Xiaoyu, the name sounded oddly familiar. In Chuzhe's mind, the image of a timid, delicate-faced child surfaced. Lu Xiaoyu was the son of scholar Lu from Qingniu village, a little over a year younger than him, and had been very close to his original self. The original Chu Zhe had once saved Lu Xiaoyu from a wolf attack. 4 years ago, Scholar Lu and Lu Xiaoyu had moved to Qingyang City, leaving the original Chu Zhe heartbroken. The door creaked open. A young man with slightly tanned skin, bright eyes, and a rather heroic bearing walked in, carrying a bowl of medicine. The image of the child gradually overlapped with the youth before him. Seeing that Chu Zhe was awake, Lu Xiaoyu froze for a moment before his face lit up with joy. Brother Chu, you're awake. Why are you up already? What about your injuries? Chu Zhe bounced lightly on the spot to show he was perfectly fine. It's just some superficial wounds. I'm already healed. Lu Xiaoyu found this strange. The physician he had called had said Chu Ze's bones were fractured and his internal organs damaged, even with the spirit medicine sustaining him. Whether he lived or died was up to fate. Had the physician exaggerated? Or was the spirit medicine's healing effect just that remarkable? In any case, it was a relief that Chu Ze was all right. Lu Xiaoyu smiled. Brother Chu, I'm glad you're okay. But how did you end up unconscious in the street? Where's grandfather Chu? Chu Ze's heart ached instinctively, his eyes reddening. He knew this was the original body's emotions influencing him again, rubbing his reddened eyes. He briefly recounted how the village had been destroyed by demonic beasts, his escape to Qingyang County, and how he had been beaten unconscious by 3 thugs. Chapter 4. Jinyang Martial Arts School. Lu Xiaoyu opened his mouth, at a loss for words to offer comfort. After a prolonged silence, he suggested, Brother Chu, since you have nowhere else to go, why not consider joining the Jinyang Martial Arts School to learn martial arts? Upon hearing Jinyang Martial Arts School, Chu Ze felt a flicker of hope, as he had been troubled about where to pursue his martial studies. Lu Xiaoyu proceeded to elucidate the Jinyang Martial Arts School, stating that it was one of the 3 premier martial arts schools in Qingyang County, boasting 3 formidable martial masters and over 20 skilled warriors. To become an apprentice at the school, there were 2 options available. The first required paying a fee of 1 or 2 silver coins monthly, excluding meals and accommodation. The second option, reserved for those with at least moderate talent, involved signing a servitude contract to perform menial tasks for the school, which included food and lodging, along with a monthly stipend of 50 copper coins. Upon achieving the rank of warrior, one could redeem the servitude contract. For impoverished youths, the second option presented an excellent opportunity, offering at least a chance to learn martial arts, while those with lesser talents were often overlooked. Additionally, the conditions were considerably better than many other trades, where apprentices were treated as slaves, often subjected to beatings, and receiving no wages whatsoever. The tuition of 1 or 2 silver coins per month posed a significant financial burden, sufficient to cover the needs of an entire household, rendering it unaffordable for ordinary families. Over the years, Chu Ze's grandfather had managed to save only 5 silver coins. Every aspect of life demanded money, making it nearly impossible to accumulate savings. With no funds to his name and unwilling to impose further on Lu Xiaoyu, Chu Ze resolved to pursue the second path. He did not mind signing the servitude contract. Once he mastered martial arts and established himself with the aid of a system, the contract would be easily resolved. Lu Xiaoyu sighed inwardly, recognizing the financial strain of martial arts training. His own resources were limited, leaving him unable to assist Chu Ze further in this regard. He continued, those with moderate talent are 1 in 100, while those with superior talent are 1 in 10,000. In fact, there are very few with exceptional talent in all of Qingyang County. It is said that those with extraordinary talent possess a unique spiritual bone, allowing them to train with remarkable speed. A glimmer of envy and aspiration shone in his eyes as he spoke of spiritual bones. If only he possessed such talent, he could directly join a great sect, rendering insignificant any threat posed by a mere Wang Tung, and afford a better life for his family. Chu Ze patted Lu Xiaoyu on the shoulder, silently promising, once I rise, I will elevate you alongside me. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts, recognizing their futility in his current state. Lu Xiaoyu shook his head, dispelling his fantasies. Brother Chu, I believe you possess at least moderate talent. You've always been stronger than your peers, so you likely have at least average potential. If not, we will find another way. At that moment, a gurgling sound echoed. Chu Ze, feeling a bit embarrassed, clutched his stomach. It had been over a day since he last ate. Lu Xiaoyu slapped his forehead. Brother Chu, wait here. I will fetch you some food. Chu Ze earnestly replied, Thank you, Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu smiled broadly, patting Chu Ze's shoulder. No need for formalities between us. He turned and left. Before long, he returned with 4 large steamed buns. Despite the generous portion, Chu Ze found himself only half satisfied. He eagerly gazed at the system panel, watching as his experience points slowly increment from 0 to 1. That's rather minimal, he mused. 3 meals a day would only yield a chance to draw once every 3 days. Perhaps the buns lack sufficient energy. I shall have to try other foods. Lu Xiaoyu scratched his head, recalling, today is the 3rd of April. Perfect. The first 3 days of every month are when the martial school recruits apprentices. Let me take you to try your luck. Excellent. Chu Ze's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Martial arts, here I come. Chapter 5. The Measurement of Bone Structure Before the Jinyang Martial Arts School. A gaunt middle-aged man rested his hand upon the shoulder of a youthful lad clad in coarse linen, his features strikingly handsome. A crowd gathered around, drawn by the spectacle. After a few breaths, the middle-aged man, with an air of indifference, declared, "Inferior bone structure." Instantly, the boy's countenance drained of color, his heart sinking. He dug his thumbnail into his palm, the sharp pain serving as a cruel reminder of his despair, before he turned away, melting into the throng. Upon hearing the proclamation, the onlookers shook their heads in dismay, yet some wore expressions of delight. Alas, this is the worst cohort I have ever witnessed. In 3 days, only 3 have shown average bone structure. Someone even mocked, "Ha! Another failure. A mere peasant aspiring to defy fate. Such foolishness." Indeed, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. A rat's offspring should dwell in the ground for eternity. Among the crowd, some who were equally of inferior bone structure reveled in deriding others, deriving a perverse pleasure from their misfortunes. The cacophony of ridicule pierced the sensitive hearts of the impoverished youths like daggers, leaving them feeling utterly wounded. They stared at their toes, devoid of the courage to respond. A few boys, yet to undergo the assessment, hesitated. For the cost of a single measurement was 100 coins, a sum that represented 2 months' worth of meals. 100 coins could procure 100 buns, sparing them from countless days of hunger. The thought of discovering they possessed inferior bone structure was akin to throwing their hard-earned money into the abyss, a notion that weighed heavily on their hearts. Among the impoverished, possessing average bone structure was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Their odds of being among the fortunate few were slim. Yet, for those unwilling to take the chance, discontent simmered within. The middle-aged man shook his head, lamenting that in families struggling to afford a meal, few children were born with commendable bone structure. Even those gifted with superior talent, if raised in deprivation, would likely succumb to failure as they grew. The 3 youths who had shown average bone structure over the past 3 days hailed from relatively well-off families. After a brief pause, observing no one else stepping forward for the assessment, he spoke softly, "Is there anyone else wishing to measure today? If not, I shall conclude for the day." Silence ensued. "Do you lack even the courage to take a chance?" The man's disappointment lingered. Those lacking such spirit would find little success in martial arts. Just then, a voice cut through the air. "Wait." Chu Zhe exerted all his strength to push through the crowd and entered the fray. Lu Xiao had rented lodgings near the Jinyong Martial Arts School, just a few hundred meters away. Within minutes, they arrived at the venue, only to overhear the middle-aged man's remarks. Chu Zhe urgently called out, forcing his way into the crowd. The onlookers scrutinized him, tall and lean, his dark eyes gleaming with vitality, his features as radiant as the moon in the mountains, almost luminescent. To describe him in 2 words, strikingly handsome. In his previous life, his grandfather possessed remarkable hunting skills and, supported by the bountiful resources of the Great Green Mountain, had never let him go hungry. He occasionally gathered herbs from the mountains to nourish him, and the boy often roamed and hunted in the hills. Thus, he had thrived in every aspect. However, he had been naive, unaware of the insidious and treacherous nature of city life. The trio of ruffians, armed with lime and burlap sacks, had ambushed him, leaving him defenseless against their brutal assault. In a fair fight, he could have easily triumphed against all 3. Yet, as the crowd scrutinized him further, they noted his coarse linen attire and calloused hands, suggesting a less fortunate background. And was he not a bit older than one would expect? Chapter 6. The consecutive slaps to engage in bone examination at such a tender age is undoubtedly a sign of ignorance typical of rural simplicity. Generally, even among the impoverished families of the city, by the age of 14, when the skeletal structure begins to solidify, one would seek out a martial arts school to explore bone examination. Prior to the age of 14, practicing martial arts without the aid of elixirs can be detrimental to one's health. By 18, the body's framework is established, and flexibility has taken shape. Thus, to achieve proficiency in martial arts requires enduring greater hardships. Many scoffed, their hearts swelling with a sense of superiority as city dwellers, thinking, what does good looks matter? He is still merely a lower-class scoundrel. In this world, regardless of one's beauty, one is often reduced to being a mere plaything. A few robust women with ample figures displayed delight, appreciating the rural youth. At this age, he possessed the vigor and vitality akin to that of a dragon or tiger. However, should this young man lack a solid foundation, a tall, unattractive man standing in the front was filled with envy and began to mock him. Another naive simpleton, utterly oblivious to his own limitations. A toad should not dream of becoming a swan. Beside him, a shorter, unattractive man chuckled. "Come on, brother. These unfortunate souls have suffered enough. Let them indulge in their daydreams." Indeed, laughter erupted. A cold smile crept across Chu Zhe's face as he charged forward. "What are you barking about? Such foul-mouthed individuals exist everywhere, and they invariably prey on the weak. If one shows weakness, it only invites further bullying. Only through resolute measures can one instill fear and make it clear that one is not to be trifled with, thus avoiding humiliation." In his past life, he had the protection of law against such foul mouths, but ultimately, it was a futile exercise. In this life, his hand moved like lightning. The sharp sound of slaps resonated. 2 resounding slaps left the tall and short, ugly men dazed, their minds buzzing. After a moment, they regained their senses, staring incredulously at Chu Zhe. "You little beast, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" Chu Zhe furrowed his brow and unleashed a flurry of slaps. The sound of slaps echoed like firecrackers, relentless and unyielding. Ultimately, he sent the two men sprawling, losing several teeth and their cheeks swelling grotesquely. Lying on the ground, they cried out in agony. The onlookers instinctively took a step back, those who had prepared to mock swallowing their words and shivering in fear. This lad is ruthless. Yet the impoverished youths felt a sense of vindication, cheering inwardly, well done. Chu Zhe shook his stinging hand. The force exerted was reciprocal. Striking them had left his hand aching. He resolved that next time, he would rely on blades rather than fists. With a beaming smile, he approached a middle-aged man, cupping his hands in respect. Sir, I wish to have my bones examined. A glimmer of approval flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes. He saw a semblance of his own youthful spirit in Chu Zhe. Nodding, he replied, very well, it will cost 101. More money? Chu Zhe was taken aback, feeling the embarrassment akin to forgetting one's wallet at a bill. The middle-aged man's gaze turned icy. One who came for a bone examination, yet knew not the customs, was either trying to swindle or cause trouble. Although Chu Zhe was handsome, he would not be allowed to take advantage. Fortunately, at that moment, Lu Xiaoyu finally squeezed his way through the crowd. Zhang Jiaodo, I will cover the expenses. Zhang Jiaodo's expression softened slightly as he placed his hand on Chu Zhe's shoulder. Chu Zhe felt a sudden stiffness in his shoulder, warmth flooding his body, coursing through him like a gentle stream. Chapter 7. Exceptional bone structure. A flicker of astonishment crossed Coach Zhang's eyes, and his previously aloof demeanor softened considerably. You, my young friend, possess exceptional bone structure. Upon these words, gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the crowd, as if the very air around them had chilled. Exceptional bone structure is indeed a rarity in Qingyang County, with a staggering 70% probability of breaking through to the martial artist level, a status that commands considerable influence in the region. Such talent might even attract the attention of the 5 prominent families within the inner city, who would seek to recruit him as a son-in-law, bestowing upon him the company of a youthful bride and the indulgences of wealth. The last individual to be tested and found with exceptional bone structure was 4 years prior, who was subsequently taken under the wing of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy's master. That individual has since ascended to the 6th stage of martial arts, rising as a notable leader among the Academy's youth, his reputation resounding throughout Qingyang County. After a moment of astonished silence, the crowd erupted in fervent discussions. My goodness, truly exceptional bone structure. A true dragon has emerged from the shallow waters. I suspected he was no ordinary person. His striking appearance speaks volumes. He is extraordinarily powerful. Some spectators were consumed by envy and jealousy, their eyes tinged with resentment. How could it be? A mere country bumpkin possesses exceptional bone structure. This defies all reason. And what of it? At his age, his cultivation speed may not even rival that of a youth with average bone structure. They murmured amongst themselves, their voices barely above a whisper, afraid to let Chu Zhe overhear. A few robust women, their figures reminiscent of water barrels, were expressions of regret. What a pity. A cooked duck has flown away. Even Coach Zhang could not help but express a tinge of regret. 18. At this age, he is indeed a bit late to start training. Having missed the golden years of cultivation at 14, it will not be an easy feat for this young man to catch up to his peers. Had he arrived at the Qingyang Martial Arts Academy at that age, there might have been a glimmer of hope for him to break through to innate martial artist status. Nevertheless, exceptional bone structure is still exceptional bone structure, and the likelihood of him becoming a martial artist is significantly high. Such talent cannot be overlooked. Xiaoyu, take this young brother to meet Master Lin. Yes. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, surprised by Chu's remarkable talent. If Chu were to succeed, it would be akin to his own success. He longed to rush out and inform Chen Xinshui of Chu Zhe's potential. His choice was undoubtedly vindicated. Lu Xiaoyu strode confidently ahead, and one might mistakenly believe that it was he who had been found to possess exceptional bone structure. The crowd parted, enviously watching as the two entered the Qingyang Martial Arts Academy. With Chu Zhe as an exemplar, a flicker of hope ignited in the eyes of many youths, prompting them to step forward for their own bone structure assessments. Remarkably, one was found to have average bone structure. Upon entering the academy, they observed over 20 apprentices enduring the scorching sun, practicing their stances. Their skin reddened from the exposure, sweat cascading down, forming small puddles on the ground. Chu Zhe couldn't help but reflect, training in martial arts is no easy endeavor. Fortunately, I have my advantages. Beneath a large tree stood a young woman clad in a gray training outfit, arms crossed, her gaze sharp as she scanned the apprentices with a piercing intensity. Her high ponytail and sun-kissed skin accentuated her graceful figure, exuding a vibrant energy. With a commanding voice, she called out, Zhao Yuan, lower your waist a bit more. Chen Liang, widen your stance by another inch. As Lin Ruoxue offered her guidance, she sighed inwardly. Months had passed, and not a single apprentice had emerged with even a modicum of proficiency in their stances. Each new batch seems to be less capable than the last. They are driving me to tears. Oh heavens, when will the Academy receive a few exceptionally talented apprentices to ease my burdens? Chapter 8. Conditions. A bright voice interrupted Lin Ruoxue's thoughts. Lu Xiaoyu appeared before her, accompanied by a remarkably handsome young man. Upon seeing such an attractive figure, her heart softened instantly. She gracefully approached Chu Zhe and softly introduced herself. Hello, I am Lin Ruoxue, the senior sister of the Jinyang Martial Arts School. This gentle voice immediately captivated the attention of all the disciples, their eyes widening in astonishment as their stances faltered. Several of them collapsed in awe. This delicate tone emanated from the mouth of a fierce tigress. Their gazes shifted to Chu Zhe, pupils constricting sharply as they felt the injustice of fate. Why was it that this young man could be so strikingly handsome? Many disciples regarded Chu Zhe with trepidation, bolstering themselves with the thought that their senior sister could not be so superficial as to judge solely by appearance. Although they felt somewhat inferior in looks, they believed they would not fall short in other regards. Chu Zhe clasped his hands in greeting. I am Chu Zhe from Qingyou Village. Lu Xiaoyu proudly declared, senior sister. My brother Chu possesses exceptional talent, and Master Zhang sent us to find the head of the Lin family. Exceptional talent, Lin Ruoxue echoed, her eyes sparkling. A handsome face combined with remarkable aptitude. Was this the answer to her silent prayers? My father is in the study. Allow me to guide you there. Lin Ruoxue led the two into an inner courtyard, ascending to the second floor, and approached a door. She pushed it open without hesitation. Father. Lin Guanju was startled, hastily covering one book with another. Clearing his throat, he admonished, Ruoxue, how many times must I tell you to knock before entering your father's room? Lin Ruoxue chuckled. I promise to remember next time. Father, we have discovered a genius with exceptional talent at our martial arts school, so I was eager to bring him to meet you. Oh, Lin Guanju said, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features as he gazed at the unfamiliar face behind Lin Ruoxue. In an instant, he appeared beside Chu Zhe, moving like a specter. Placing a hand on him, he channeled his vital energy into Chu Zhe's body. Indeed, he possesses exceptional talent. Chu Zhe felt a rush of energy surge through him, as if his very bones were about to shatter, rubbing his shoulder. He marveled at the speed that surpassed the limits of human capability from his past life, deepening his yearning for martial arts. Lin Guanju regarded Chu Zhe with a burning intensity. So, you are Chu Zhe. Where do you hail from? How many are there in your family? And what do they do? Ordinary disciples of martial arts schools would not inquire about one's background. Payment was all that mattered. However, to become a formal disciple, one's lineage needed to be unblemished. Chu Zhe did not hold back, recounting his situation in full. Lu Xiaoyu interjected, I can vouch for my brother Chu. Upon learning that Chu Zhe had no living relatives, Lin Ruoxue's gaze softened further. Lin Guanju nodded. Ruoxue, Xiaoyu, you may step out. I wish to speak privately with Chu Zhe. Understood. Once Lin Ruoxue and Lu Xiaoyu exited, Lin Guanju spoke in a measured tone. Let us speak plainly. Given your exceptional talent, you have two paths before you. If you are disinterested in martial arts, you may join one of the 5 great families in the inner city. Choose one to marry into and have several children. Through your progeny, you may enjoy wealth and honor. The second option is to join one of the 3 major martial arts schools. I do not mean to boast, but our Jinyang Martial Arts School's Yin Yang Fist is undoubtedly more sophisticated than the Thunder Palm of the Benlei Martial Arts School or the Blood Blade Slash of the Shiwadao Martial Arts School. Among the lesser martial arts, it ranks among the finest, and the treatment of disciples here is superior. By joining our Jinyang Martial Arts School, you will receive 2 taels of silver each month, a bowl of nourishing soup daily, and a blood essence pill every month, enjoying the privileges of a formal disciple. If you can break through to a warrior within a year, I will accept you as my disciple. Consider this carefully. Chapter 9. Joining the Jinyang Martial Arts Institute. Bowing with a humble demeanor, Chu Zhe implored, Please, Master Lin, accept me. The prospect of joining a prestigious family was never an option. They would only value the essence of Chu Zhe, prioritizing their kin over his development. He would merely become a tool for breeding, indulging in a life of revelry until his demise, a fate too grievous to contemplate. Among the 3 great martial arts institutes, he was unfamiliar with the other 2, thus opting for the Jinyang Martial Arts Institute, where acquaintances awaited him. As for the treatment he would receive, even if it fell short of the others, it mattered little. With a system at his disposal, he merely needed to cultivate steadily for a while, and sustenance would come naturally. In this world, mastery of martial prowess would inevitably attract power, wealth, and allure. Master Lin nodded in approval. Excellent. Please summon Ruoxue. You shall heed her instructions. Tomorrow at the hour of Qin, come to the front courtyard, and I shall teach you the Yanong posture. Thank you, Master. Chu Zhe replied respectfully, retreating while casting a glance at the book concealed by Master Lin. The cover was obscured, revealing only its yellow pages. The literature of this world seemed to hold a unique charm. Lin Ruoxue entered, curiosity lighting her features. Father, have you taken Chu Zhe as your disciple? Master Lin paused, then remarked, Ensure you observe Chu Zhe's character during this time. We must not welcome another ingrate who bites the hand that feeds him. While exceptional aptitude is rare, integrity is of paramount importance. Lin Ruoxue nodded in understanding. The betrayal of her elder brother had deeply wounded her father, making him exceedingly cautious regarding the selection of disciples. Over the years, he had not taken on another. Master Lin continued, First, arrange suitable accommodations for Chu Zhe. Then show him around the institute to familiarize him with the environment. Lin Ruoxue agreed. Outside, Lu Xiaoyu glanced at the sky. Chu, I must head for training now. If you need anything, do not hesitate to find me. Chu Zhe smiled indeed. Training is of utmost importance. We shall congregate later. Lin Ruoxue first led Chu Zhe to a private room in the inner courtyard, addressing his living arrangements. Along the way, she imparted knowledge regarding martial arts. There are two primary paths in martial cultivation: body refinement and chi cultivation. Body refinement demands abundant resources, immense willpower, and considerable time, progressing slowly and challenging to master. Once flourishing in the resource-rich ancient era. However, since the advent of chi cultivation and the decline of spiritual energy, resources have become scarce, leading to the decline of body refinement. Nowadays, chi cultivation reigns supreme. Regardless of the chosen path, the initial step is body tempering, which cultivates vitality, strengthens the body, and refines sinews and bones. The body tempering phase is divided into 3 stages. The first stage fills the limbs with vitality. The second stage extends this vitality to the torso. The third stage imbues the entire being with vitality, allowing one to open the heavenly gate and draw in the world's spiritual energy, cultivating true chi and becoming a warrior. As she spoke, Lin Ruoxue demonstrated the power of vitality, her fists glowing a vibrant red. The shadows of her strikes danced, resonating with rhythmic sounds. Chu Zhe felt as if he had endured a blow, as though he could transcend. The true chi of a warrior, sharp as a blade, enveloped her hands, enabling her to contend with weapons. Upon achieving mastery of true chi, one could compress it into liquid form, thus attaining the rank of martial master and unleashing true chi externally. Every falling petal and drifting leaf could become a weapon against foes. Following this, one would undergo a transformation, refining innate vital energy, ultimately achieving the status of innate martial master, impervious to ailments. As for the realms beyond innate martial masters, Lin Ruoxue could only recall a series of names: martial general, martial king, martial emperor, martial sage, martial venerable, martial saint, martial sovereign. Currently, the strongest in Qingyang County is but an innate martial master. From the warrior rank onward, each tier is further subdivided into 9 minor realms. Chu Zhe's gaze flickered with intent as he diligently noted every detail. Chapter 10. Spare the Chicken. Lin Ruoxue led Chu Zhe to collect 2 tails of silver, a vital energy pill, and 3 sets of martial arts attire. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings, he turned to leave. Chu Zhe returned to his room to change into a simple gray martial arts uniform, which accentuated his spirited demeanor. He quickly made his way to the kitchen in the backyard, feeling elated that he had arrived just in time. Before him stood 2 apprentice servants, one holding a chicken in their left hand and a knife in their right, the blade poised above the chicken's neck. Chu Zhe shouted, "Spare the chicken. Put those down and let me handle it." The force of his exclamation startled the apprentices, who turned to him in confusion. Upon noticing his official disciple attire, they dared not resist. Seizing the knife from one of the apprentices, Chu Zhe struck down decisively. The 2 chickens met their fate swiftly. Experience 2, experience 2. His experience value radius was now limited to a mere 0.5 meters, necessitating his personal involvement. During his earlier wanderings, he had already set his sights on the kitchen, with each chicken slain yielding 2 experience points. The system was exceptionally generous. Turning to the apprentices, he inquired, "Are there more chickens to be dispatched?" The 2 apprentices exchanged glances, unsure of their senior's peculiar enthusiasm, before pointing to a nearby cage. "There are 4 more that require attention, senior brother." Chu Zhe's eyes sparkled with delight. He could amass enough experience in one go. "Farewell, dear chickens. Your contribution shall not be forgotten." Experience 8. Having received his reward, he confirmed that no other livestock awaited their demise. Satisfied, he departed. Later, after Lu Xiaoyu finished his training, Chu Zhe urged him to accompany him in purchasing clothing and other necessities. As dusk approached, the sounds of gongs and drums echoed. "Brothers and sisters, dinner is served." Chu Zhe hurried to the kitchen, believing that a lack of enthusiasm for meals indicated a serious flaw in one's character. He began with a bowl of restorative soup. The broth was dark and emitted an unpleasant odor, the taste leaving much to be desired. Holding his nose, he gulped it down. Experience 10. Another round of experience gained. He felt the bitterness in his mouth transform into sweetness. With limited portions available, he endeavored to consume as much as possible. He buried himself in 3 large bowls until he could eat no more. Experience 3. His remarkable appetite drew astonished and envious glances from fellow apprentices, who struggled to finish even 2 bowls. In martial arts, the ability to eat was considered a blessing and a sign of innate talent. That night, after bathing and changing, Chu Zhe clasped his hands together in reverence, beseeching the deities, gods, and ancestors alike, reciting every divine name he could recall. "Please grant this child, who has never known success, a taste of victory." Current experience, 26. The system initiated a lottery. A flash of white light appeared. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn a common dagger. The item has been automatically placed in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Non-system items cannot be stored in the system space." With a thought, Chu Zhe found a sturdy dagger, 20 centimeters in length, in his hand. After testing its weight, he deemed it useful yet limited in application. He initiated another lottery, closing his eyes tightly and whispering, "Green, green." Despite the meager 0.01 chance, he held on to hope. Dreams are meant to be cherished. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn a non-tiered martial arts experience orb. which can enhance any martial art by 10 proficiency points upon use. It was yet another white reward. This experience orb seemed marginally rarer than the dagger. However, 10 proficiency points were a paltry sum. He scoffed at its insignificance. He could easily earn that through practice. Indeed, relying on divine intervention proved futile. He had to depend on his own efforts. Time for sleep. Chapter 11. The fiery sun stance. On the 4th day of the 4th month, breakfast consisted solely of thin gruel, which yielded no experience points upon consumption. Chu Ze made his way to the front courtyard, where numerous martial arts apprentices were already warming up, Lu Xiaoyu among them. The two exchanged friendly greetings. Noticing that Master Lin had yet to arrive, Chu Ze took the opportunity to engage in some preliminary exercises to loosen his body. At the hour of Chun, Master Lin, accompanied by Lin Ruoxue and Coach Zhang, arrived. The total number of new apprentices, including Chu Ze, amounted to 7. Among the 6 apprentices, 5 were clad in respectable attire, while only 1 wore coarse linen garments. Apart from Chu Ze, they were all around 14 years of age, creating a somewhat awkward situation for him when they stood together. Master Lin, with hands clasped behind his back, announced in a resonant voice, to embark upon the path of martial arts, one must first master the foundational stance. Our school's stance is known as the Fiery Sun stance, characterized by its aggressive nature and tremendous explosive power. Practicing under the sun will yield exceptional results. When you sense your blood boiling and refine your first thread of vital energy, you shall have entered the realm of mastery. Upon finishing his words, Master Lin positioned his feet shoulder-width apart, lowered his waist, and assumed an unusual posture, his breathing rhythm peculiar yet captivating. As he inhaled and exhaled, his muscles quivered in a harmonious cadence. To the new apprentices, it appeared deceptively simple, igniting their eagerness to learn. Moments later, Master Lin's entire being flushed with a radiant red hue, a searing aura emanating from him. With a smile, he beckoned, "Come, all of you, take a turn. The first to master the stance shall receive a reward of 1 tael of silver." Instantly, Chu Ze and the other apprentices' eyes sparkled with excitement. The newcomers eagerly attempted the stance, only to find something amiss. Though their minds insisted they had grasped the concept, their bodies betrayed them, yielding no tangible sensation and leaving them perplexed regarding the precise posture. Each wore a countenance of struggle, their spirits dampened by the challenge. How difficult this is. The seasoned apprentices nearby stifled their laughter, relishing the newcomer's plight. They had endured a month of rigorous training to barely reach the threshold of mastery. The hardships they had once faced were now to be shared by the newcomers, ensuring that the burden of reprimands from the senior apprentices would not fall upon them henceforth. What a relief. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ze recalled Master Lin's posture. With feet shoulder-width apart, waist lowered, and a rhythmic breathing pattern, he found himself adept. Perhaps owing to his innate talent, Master Lin nodded approvingly, recognizing the boy's keen perception. During his initial practice, Chu Ze discerned the significance of breath control. Master Lin offered gentle corrections to his posture and provided guidance on his breathing rhythm. Observing Chu Ze's impressive execution, the new apprentices grew anxious, unable to urge Master Lin, instead casting hopeful glances at Lin Ruoxue and Coach Zhang. Lin Ruoxue and Coach Zhang exchanged smiles and approached to offer their insights. Gradually, the newcomers began to glean some understanding, settling into their stances. The golden rays of sunlight flooded the courtyard, and the seasoned apprentices, no longer preoccupied with the newcomers, resumed their training. 15 minutes passed, and 2 privileged apprentices, accustomed to a life of comfort and hardship-free existence, found their legs weary and retreated to rest. After half an hour, all the new apprentices, save for Chu Ze, succumbed to fatigue, collapsing onto the ground. Lin Ruoxue was not surprised. These young lads, still in their developmental years, lacked sufficient vitality, and their endurance thus far was commendable. Her gaze lingered on Chu Ze, a flicker of competitive spirit igniting within her. She mused to herself, "I wonder how long Chu Shidi can endure standing in the stance on his first day. I managed 2 hours on my first day and spent 7 days refining my first thread of vital energy to enter the realm of mastery." Meanwhile, the new apprentices gazed enviously at the still-standing Chu Ze, their hearts heavy with dissatisfaction and a sense of unfairness. They felt that had they been 18, they would surely have surpassed him in strength. Chapter 12. The minor accomplishment of the Fiery Sun stance. At this moment, Chu Ze found tranquility in his breath, his heart completely at peace. In the stillness, he could hear the faint rhythm of his heartbeat, synchronized with his inhalations and exhalations. The sunlight enveloped him, warm and soothing, as strands of energy were subtly absorbed and refined by his skin. Gradually, he sensed his blood boiling, a delicate crimson mist rising within him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have entered the Fiery Sun stance. Martial Arts, Fiery Sun stance entry, 0-10. Realm, Body Tempering, 1-500. Is it merely 10 points? I shall utilize the Martial Arts Experience Orb. Ding! You have acquired 10 points of Martial Arts Experience. Consuming 10 points of Martial Arts Experience. The Fiery Sun stance is elevated to the Minor Accomplishment realm. Martial Arts, Fiery Sun stance Minor Accomplishment, 0-50, current experience points, 6, in an instant. The experiences from his 10-hour practice of the fiery sun stance flooded his mind. The immediate result was that Chu Zhe's posture became more stable, his breathing more rhythmic. 3 hours passed. Many apprentices, having entered the first and second stages of body tempering, succumbed to fatigue. Observing Chu Zhe still standing firm, astonishment painted their faces. Master Sister. Is the strength of those with superior roots truly this formidable? Lin Ruoxie also wore an expression of bewilderment. The traitor, possessing superior roots, had only managed to endure less than 3 hours upon his first attempt at the stance, taking 3 days to condense a trace of vitality. He was nowhere near as powerful as Chu Zhe. Could it be that the former was merely a waste among the superior roots? Or did Chu Zhe possess some hidden constitution? She refrained from interrupting, curious to see how far Chu Zhe could go. Another hour passed. Chu Zhe remained steadfast, his body showing no signs of tremor, maintaining a serene demeanor, not merely forcing himself to endure. Lu Xiao rubbed his eyes vigorously, questioning whether he was dreaming. Is Brother Chu truly this remarkable? The gazes of Lin Guanzhu and Zhang Jiaodou were filled with uncertainty. His endurance rivaled that of an aspiring warrior. All the older apprentices ceased their own attempts, their focus solely on Chu Zhe, disbelief etched on their faces. Had it been nearly 5 hours? Was this lad's legs not sore? Did his feet not ache? Was his stamina boundless? Goodness, even watching from the sidelines was painful. How could he appear so relaxed? Almost enjoying the experience? This was no novice. He was a veritable anomaly. It dawned on them. He must have practiced previously, possessing a certain foundation. All the apprentices exchanged knowing glances. Otherwise, to endure nearly 5 hours on a first attempt was simply unfathomable. Nevertheless, even so, Chu Zhe's remarkable endurance and extraordinary talent were undeniable. At that moment, Chu Zhe's body began to move. A collective sigh of relief swept through the onlookers. Had he finally reached his limit? Yet, as he stepped forward, twisting at the waist, his vital energy surged into his right hand. His right fist glowed a vibrant crimson as he unleashed a punch. With a resounding crack, the sound reverberated in their minds, nearly robbing them of their capacity for thought. Eyes wide in astonishment, their expressions reflected sheer incredulity. Chu Zhe had condensed his vital energy. Not just that, the energy enveloped his entire fist, condensing at least a dozen threads of vitality. This indicated that Chu Zhe had achieved minor accomplishment in the fiery sun stance. An entry-level stance usually took an hour to condense a single thread of vitality. In less than half a day, Chu Zhe had comprehended the fiery sun stance to the minor accomplishment level. His perceptiveness was truly extraordinary. The richness of his vitality far surpassed that of those with superior roots, implying that Chu Zhe possessed other innate gifts and strengths. Chapter 13, Mastering Under Lin. The Pavilion Master Lin's eyes sparkled with delight, and an unmistakable smile spread across his face, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. The rebellious disciple, initially struggling to condense even 3 strands of blood energy in a day, was now utterly exhausted, barely able to stand. In contrast, Chu Zhe could condense a fist-sized amount of blood energy in a single day. It was estimated that within 3 months, he would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of a warrior. Such a terrifying pace of cultivation could only be rivaled by the prodigies meticulously nurtured by esteemed sects and noble families. Zhang, the instructor, was equally astonished, finding Chu Zhe increasingly agreeable. This young man was the one he had tested for bone talent. Clearly, they were fated to be connected. He turned to Pavilion Master Lin and said, "Brother, I have never asked you for anything." With a cold snort, Lin saw through his intentions. There was no chance of him poaching his disciple. He wouldn't entertain such a request. Regret surged within Zhang's heart. Had he known, he would have directly accepted Chu Zhe as his disciple yesterday. After all, he had encountered Chu Zhe first. Regret, if given another chance, he would firmly grasp Chu Zhe's hand and declare loudly. Chu Zhe exhaled deeply, a joyful smile illuminating his face. So, this is the power of blood energy? He felt invigorated, as if he could strike down a bull with a single punch. His gaze fell upon the interface before him. Martial arts, minor completion of the flame sun posture, 150. Realm, body refinement, 31,500. At that moment, Chu Zhe noticed the astonished expressions of those around him, as if their jaws had dropped. A pang of anxiety struck him. Had he been too ostentatious in his display? Pavilion Master Lin suppressed his own astonishment, commanding, "Go eat. Chu Zhe, come with me. And you all, is it not embarrassing to be outdone by a newcomer? This afternoon, we shall double the training." A chorus of lamentations erupted from the senior disciples, who would likely crawl back today. The defiance in the eyes of the new disciples had vanished, replaced by admiration for Chu Zhe. He was their elder brother. Pavilion Master Lin turned to leave, and Chu Zhe followed closely. Zhang, the instructor, stood there dazed, watching his beloved disciple gradually become another's apprentice. His heart ached, making it hard to breathe. If only he were wealthier and more powerful. Lin Ruoxie stared blankly at Chu Zhe's departing figure. It had taken her a month to achieve minor completion in her posture, while he had done so in half a day. Chu Zhe's exceptional talent made her feel like a foolish pig. How could the gap between people be so vast? Overwhelmed, she made her way to the kitchen, needing to see those foolish apprentices to regain her confidence in cultivation. In the study, Pavilion Master Lin beamed with joy and got straight to the point. "Chu Zhe, do you wish to become my disciple?" Without hesitation, Chu Zhe knelt and respectfully proclaimed, "Master." Please accept your disciple's bow. A flush rose to Lin's face, akin to having consumed a barrel of strong liquor. He helped Chu Zhe up, gently patting his shoulder, saying, good disciple, good disciple. From his robe, he produced a small booklet. These are my insights on the Flame Sun posture. Take the time to study it. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask your master. Chu Zhe accepted it with reverence, expressing his gratitude. Lin then approached a cabinet and pulled out a drawer, retrieving a 100-tael silver note and a vial of medicinal pills, which he handed to Chu Zhe. This vial contains blood energy pills. After your training, take one to expedite your recovery. Each person has a limit to the blood energy they can condense daily. Should you feel unwell, stop immediately, or you risk depleting your body and damaging your blood energy. Chu Zhe nodded slowly, dismissing the warning in his mind. His immortal body possessed remarkable recovery capabilities. Currently, his recovery rate exceeded the depletion of blood energy. Thus, he had been able to persist for so long, condensing so much blood energy. As for this silver note, use it as you wish. From today onward, you will move to the Tianhe courtyard, which offers a better environment, with abundant sunlight, more suitable for practicing the Flame Sun Fist. If you were to train alongside those young disciples, many would likely suffer devastating blows to their confidence. I will arrange for meals to be specially delivered to you, comprised of beast meat and medicinal dishes, to help you quickly break through to the warrior rank. Chu Zhe was filled with joy, sincerely thanking him once more. Thank you, Master. He was completely captivated by Pavilion Master Lin's charm. The treatment afforded to a genius was indeed extraordinary, a stark contrast to his previous experiences. Lin chuckled. That will be all for today. Rest well and go eat. Yes. After finishing lunch, he received 3 experience points. Chu Zhe promptly moved to the Tianhe courtyard, which was far more comfortable than his small room. The spacious, brightly lit room, with trees swaying outside, created a pleasant atmosphere. After fetching a bucket of water to cleanse himself of sweat and changing into fresh clothes, he swallowed a blood energy pill, immediately feeling warmth radiate within him. Satisfied, he found himself unwilling to do anything else. Experience 10. What a remarkable item. 1 pill equated to a significant boost. With 10 pills in the vial, he could accumulate enough for 10 boosts. Unfortunately, while these pills were rich in energy, they lacked nutritional value. Overindulgence would lead to a loss of appetite and, in the long run, weaken the body. The human body cannot thrive on a single type of sustenance. 1 pill a day would be optimal. He then picked up Lin's notes on the practice of the posture, finding it to resonate with his earlier experiences, leading to significant insights. Before long, he became engrossed in his studies. Ding! Flame Sun Posture Proficiency 1. Suddenly, the sound of drums and gongs echoed through the air. Brothers and sisters, it's time to eat. Awoken from his reverie, Chu Zhe's stomach growled in response. He glanced at the interface. Martial arts. Minor completion of the Flame Sun posture for 50. Merely through reading, he had increased his proficiency by 3 points, quite impressive. Through the insights imparted by the system, he realized that with his current talent, practicing the posture for an hour would likely yield about 1 point of proficiency. It seemed martial arts experience orbs were far more beneficial than he had imagined, saving him an entire 10 hours of effort. Shortly thereafter, someone arrived to deliver his meal. The golden, crispy beast leg meat wafted a tantalizing aroma, stirring his appetite, while a bowl of greenish soup looked unsettlingly unappetizing. Starting with the meat, he found it crispy and flavorful. A warm current surged through his body. Soon, he finished his meal and downed the green soup in one go. Surprisingly, it was not unpleasant, even carrying a hint of sweetness. Beast meat, 8 points. Soup, 10 points. Total, 18 experience points. Current experience, 37, as night fell. Chu Zhe bathed and changed again, lighting incense and praying to various deities. He activated the system for a triple draw. White, white, white. 3 flashes of white light appeared. Indeed, the deities were reliable. Even a sow could climb a tree. The white rewards were generally insignificant, with little utility. This time he received a silver coin, a non-tier martial arts experience orb, and a message reading. Thank you for your patronage. His lips twitched in disappointment. Could his luck be any worse? He utilized the martial arts experience orb. Martial arts. Minor completion of the Flame Sun posture, 1450, Chapter 14. Triple kill on the morning of the 5th day of April. He began his day with a bowl of golden, rich porridge. Experience 5. He had stood in place, practicing diligently all morning. Chu Zhe's vitality had now surged to fill both of his fists. Martial arts. Minor accomplishment in Yang Sun posture, 1850. Realm. Body refinement, 71,500. This was the fruit of his labor throughout the morning. With the presence of the system's interface, effort yielded rewards. Hard work could lead to strength. The sensation of his body gradually becoming stronger. The feeling of incremental progress and power was intoxicating, captivating, an irresistible allure. Without practice for even a moment, Chu Zhe felt a profound discomfort. After finishing his lunch, he gained an additional 18 experience points. Dinner would grant him 18 experience points, and a vitality pill would add another 10 points. Totaling 51 experience points he could earn in a day. He believed that with 5 draws a day, it was impossible to not draw something worthwhile. Children do not cry without reason. In the afternoon, Chu Zhe initially intended to continue his training but was halted by Master Lin. who insisted he take a break and venture outside. Chu Zhe's relentless dedication had begun to instill fear in Master Lin, who repeatedly advised him to balance work with rest, warning that excessive training could lead to injury and forbidding any unauthorized practice. With a sense of helplessness, Chu Zhe agreed to stroll outside the martial arts hall, coincidentally having some matters to attend to. A glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes as a dagger appeared in his hand. With the blade in hand, a murderous intent surged forth. Upon exiting the Jinyong Martial Arts Hall, Chu Zhe noted that there were 8 districts outside the city of Qingyang. 6 of these districts were controlled by the Jinyong Martial Arts Hall, the Benlei Martial Arts Hall, the Blood Knife Hall, the Black Snake Gang, the Blue Wolf Gang, and the Fierce Tiger Gang. There was also a slum district, deemed too poor by the 6 major powers, leading to the emergence of numerous small factions within, creating a chaotic and disorderly environment. The final district, Dongxing District, was the most prosperous area of the outer city, controlled by the 5 great families from the inner city, yielding greater profits than all the other 7 districts combined. The slum district was a lawless zone, where the original owner had met his demise. Chen Hu, Chong Kong, and Rong Fu stumbled out of the Red Jade Pavilion, a place of revelry for men in the slum. Days prior, the trio had conspired to eliminate a rural man, reaping 3 taels of silver. They had since indulged in a life of hedonism, reveling in their fortune. Chong Kong licked his lips and leered. That woman from Red Jade was something else. She went on for a solid half-hour without pause. Rong Fu chimed in. Nian Nian isn't bad either. She smells delightful. Chen Hu remarked, if you ask me, she is still the best. Her proportions are quite impressive. As the 3 exchanged lewd banter, their excitement grew, each boasting of their bravado, their expressions animated. The more they conversed, the more fervent they became, nearly wishing to engage in a fierce brawl. Yet, the reality of their empty pockets deflated their spirits. Though the Red Jade Pavilion was pleasurable, it was also costly. 3 taels of silver had vanished in mere days. Chong Kong cursed. Rong Fu, you fool, you were too rough. If you hadn't killed that guy, with his looks, he could have fetched at least 7 or 8 taels at the Red Jade. Rong Fu sulked. Kong Go. I didn't expect him to be so fragile despite his sturdy appearance. Chen Hu leered. Forget it, Kong Go. There are always more rural fools to ensnare. I've spotted a pair of mother and daughter from a remote village. Their skin may be rough, but they're still decent looking. The 3 exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them as they shared a peculiar grin. Unbeknownst to them, they wandered into a deserted alley. Suddenly, Chen Hu felt a tap on his shoulder. Who's there? He instinctively turned around, only to have a dagger plunged into his soft abdomen. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs, 4 stabs, 5 stabs. You. Chen Hu managed to utter a single word before his consciousness blurred, his body growing limp and faltering like a noodle on the ground, blood pooling around him. Chong Kong and Rong Fu stared at the fallen Chen Hu, their expressions dazed, still not grasping the situation. Tiger, is he drunk? It was only when they noticed a masked figure, dagger dripping with blood, approaching them step by step that their drunken stupor began to fade. Fear etched across their faces as their legs trembled uncontrollably. Chong Kong stammered, Hero, spare us. Surely there's been a misunderstanding. I have an elderly parent and young children to support. I cannot die. Good brother, you seek wealth, don't you? I have no money on me. But I assure you, I can fetch a few taels from home. Just let me go, and I will bring it to you. Hands offered. Rong Fu added, Hero. We are from the Black Snake Gang. If you kill us, the gang will not spare you. As they spoke pleadingly, fear compelled them to crouch down, as if to beg for mercy. In the next moment, however, their expressions turned sinister, and they drew daggers from their boots, lunging toward Chu Zhe. Who dares to disturb the Lord? Die. Chu Zhe merely observed this scene with cold detachment. His body tensed, and vitality surged into his right leg. He struck first. 2 powerful kicks landed squarely on their chests. The sound of bones shattering echoed through the air. Their bodies involuntarily flew backward, crashing against the wall. A spray of blood erupting from their mouths. They lay motionless on the ground. Chu Zhe approached Chong Kong, holding the dagger with indifference. He plunged it in. The blade pierced through the eyes and into the brain, twisting it. Witnessing this, Rong Fu could no longer feign death. An indescribable chill gripped his heart. What manner of individual had they provoked? He opened his mouth to plead for mercy, to cry for help, but fear rendered him speechless. His face contorted in despair as he instinctively recoiled. Unable to comprehend how they had crossed paths with such a ruthless individual, Chu Zhe quietly approached him. He struck again, twisting the dagger. He then slowly walked to Chen Hu for the finishing blow. He struck, twisted. He wiped the dagger on Chen Hu's clothing, feeling an inexplicable sense of regret. Without any means to dissolve the bodies, they would not vanish entirely. He glanced at the interface. Experience 20, experience 20, experience 20. It seemed the trio had truly met their end. Only then did Chu Zhe feel a sense of relief as he quickly departed. Chapter 15. The Supreme Vitality Pill. Returning to his chamber, Chu Zhe took deep, heavy breaths, trembling in fear as he hid beneath the covers. His venture into the slums was intended merely for reconnaissance, to ascertain the whereabouts of the 3 ruffians, with plans to take action only after he became a warrior. Yet, fate conspired against him. He unexpectedly encountered the very thugs he sought, and they were inebriated and alone. The stars aligned, and he could not resist the impulse to strike. Now that the adrenaline had subsided, he was gripped by a wave of trepidation. He was merely an ordinary college student, and here he was, confronting 3 violent criminals alone. A moment's carelessness could have cost him his life. He suspected that the influence of his former self, a paragon of virtue and intellect, had rendered him so reckless. He vowed to exercise caution in the future, to endure a moment of tranquility in order to gain a broader perspective. Acting on impulse was not the path he should tread. However, the act of taking a life proved surprisingly effortless. It was scarcely more challenging than slaughtering a chicken. This was a consequence of his martial training. With enhanced strength came increased confidence. Although he had only just embarked on the first stage of body refinement, his physical capabilities had improved significantly. To him, the movements of ordinary individuals appeared agonizingly slow. Even in direct combat, he felt assured he could take on 5 adversaries simultaneously. The thought of facing a true warrior or martial master was both thrilling and terrifying. A pang of regret washed over him as he slapped his forehead. In his fright from the first kill, he had entirely forgotten to loot the bodies. He reassured himself that these ruffians likely possessed little of value. As for potential repercussions from their demise, it was highly improbable. In this world, the common folk remained silent, and the authorities seldom intervened. Moreover, in the slums, the daily toll of lives lost was a grim reality. The untimely fate of these petty gangsters was hardly extraordinary. Yet, the experience gained from the kill felt disappointingly meager. He could easily make up for it with just a few meals. Life seemed too cheap. Exhaling deeply, he glanced at his status panel. Current experience, 90. He resisted the urge to draw from the lottery at that moment, deciding to wait until nightfall to accumulate 10 draws. Dinner provided an additional 18 experience, and he gained 10 from the vitality pill. As night descended, Chuzé bathed, changed, and offered prayers to various deities. Current experience, 118. System, initiate a 10 draw. The wheel of fortune spun before him, a cascade of bright lights flashing in his vision. Broken shoes, straw hats, sandals, silver. Chuzé's expression turned blank. Out of 10 draws, only a single martial arts experience orb was of any use. The deities, it seemed, were of little assistance. He consumed the martial arts experience orb. Martial arts, minor accomplishment in Sunfire posture, 2850. The final draw. Unsurprisingly, it yielded yet another white light. The reward was a bottle of the supreme vitality pill. A luminous flash revealed a small jade vial before him. Extracting a single pill, he was struck by its exquisite appearance, a blood-red orb the size of a longan. Perfectly round and flawless. In comparison, the vitality pills distributed by the Martial Arts Academy appeared as inferior products. Uncertain of its effects, he swallowed it whole. Boom. It felt as though a bomb had detonated within him, an overwhelming heat suffusing his entire body. The potency of this medicine rivaled that of a first-tier elixir. Truly, the system's offerings were exceptional. The fierce energy coursed through him, igniting a sensation of his blood boiling. His body temperature surged alarmingly. He felt an urgent need to release this energy or risk exploding from within. He promptly began standing meditation to digest the medicine's power, refining his vital energy. With each breath, coolness entered his body while the heat dissipated. His bones and muscles trembled rhythmically, wisps of crimson mist rising within him. With beads of dark sweat seeping from his pores, he expelled the heat, a torrent of warmth radiating from him. His body cooled significantly as he stood there. And before he realized it, dawn was breaking. Suddenly, the sound of gongs and drums echoed. Brothers and sisters, breakfast is served. Chuzé gradually concluded his meditation, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. Martial arts, minor accomplishment in Sunfire posture, 4350. Realm, body refinement, 200-500. Current experience, 108. A single supreme vitality pill had bestowed nearly 100 experience points, tenfold that of the Academy's pills. Its effects were unparalleled, propelling him to the pinnacle of the first stage of body refinement, his vital energy now surging through his limbs. At this rate, he would ascend to warrior status in less than 5 days. The rewards from the system were indeed enticing. Before long, an apprentice arrived with kanji. Thanks to the vitality pill's potency, he felt no hunger and could not bring himself to eat. He would not waste the porridge, however. He ventured to the front courtyard and found Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu inquired curiously, "Brother Chu, how's your practice going?" The Sunfire posture becomes increasingly challenging. "Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. My Sunfire posture is nearly perfected," he boasted, a hint of pride evident. Mastery of the Sunfire posture was a feat achieved by only a handful of apprentices in the body refinement stage. Chuzé offered an embarrassed yet polite smile, concealing the fact that he was on the verge of mastery himself, not wishing to dampen Lu Xiaoyu's enthusiasm. "Impressive. Very impressive. Come, drink this kanji." Lu Xiaoyu accepted without hesitation, relishing the warm porridge. After he finished, Chuzé instructed, "Open your mouth." Lu Xiaoyu, puzzled but obedient, complied. In a swift motion, Chuzé placed a supreme vitality pill into Lu Xiaoyu's mouth. "Swallow it." Lu Xiaoyu instinctively gulped it down. The next moment, he leapt up as though his backside were aflame, his entire body flushed, racing about the courtyard to alleviate the explosive sensation within. "Practice the stance." Chuzé's voice rang out like thunder in Lu Xiaoyu's ears. Realizing what he needed to do, Lu Xiaoyu immediately assumed the sunfire posture. Harnessing the ferocious energy of the pill, his heated body evaporated the sweat into mist. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually he let out a resounding shout. A layer of energy shimmered between his palms. He had successfully ascended to warrior status. Chapter 16. Consuming dog food. Lu Xiaoyu gazed intently at the ethereal aura emanating from his palm, a sensation that felt almost surreal. Was he truly not dreaming? His exhilaration was entirely justified. In Qingyang County, becoming a warrior signified ascending to the middle class, allowing one to live a life free from want. With a status elevated above the common folk, the commoners would refer to warriors with an honorific, adding yi to denote respect. This had been his lifelong aspiration, for which he had diligently cultivated his skills for over 3 years without a single day of negligence, though he claimed confidence in breaking through within 10 days. Trepidation lingered in his heart. Were it not for the necessity of the elixir for Brother Chu, he would never squander such a precious remedy on a mere passerby. He bore the hopes of 2 families upon his shoulders. The thought of failure was too daunting to contemplate, now that he had truly succeeded. An unsettling feeling crept into his heart. Brother Chu, strike me across the face, with force. Observing Lu Xiaoyu's foolish demeanor, Chu Zhe shook his head with a soft chuckle. Since you have earnestly requested it, I can only show you mercy. He swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Smack. Lu Xiaoyu cupped his face, breaking into a foolish grin. The pain was genuine. As clarity returned, he realized that Chu Zhe had indeed bestowed upon him something extraordinary, far more precious than his own small piece of elixir. It must have been a gift from Master Lin to Brother Chu. Emotion swelled within him. Brother Chu. Chu Zhe waved his hand dismissively. Do not be so clingy. This is all your own merit. You are already a near warrior, and it will not be long before you break through. The exquisite blood essence pill merely expedited the process. By the way, what is the situation with Wang Tung? Brother Chu, you have heard about it. After a brief hesitation, he recounted the circumstances. Chen Xinxue and Lu Xiaoyu's parents had been close friends for many years, having arranged a betrothal since childhood. Chen Xinxue's father was a physician at the Four Seasons Apothecary, where she also assisted. Wang Ting, the son of the Black Snake Gang leader, was known for his ruthless nature, avarice, and lechery, having harmed numerous young women. However, possessing commendable talent, he had reached the 7th level of warrior status. A few days prior, Wang Tung had visited the apothecary for treatment, and upon seeing Chen Xinxue, he desired to take her as a concubine. Yet, as Chen Xinxue's father was a physician at the Four Seasons Apothecary, which had treated many, including members of the Black Snake Gang, he could not resort to coercion. Thus, while Wang Ting did not force the issue, he issued a warning that anyone who dared to marry Chen Xinxue would face dire consequences. Lu Xiaoyu asserted, Brother Chu, you need not worry. I have already broken through to warrior status and can officially become a disciple of the Jinyang Martial Arts School. Wang Ting will not dare to act against me. As a warrior, he was now part of the middle tier at the Jinyang Martial Arts School. If Wang Ting harmed Lu Xiaoyu, the school would undoubtedly intervene. Chu Zhe shook his head internally. Lu Xiaoyu's optimism was misplaced. Despite his words, Wang Ting's influence made it relatively straightforward to harm Lu Xiaoyu covertly. Without evidence, how could the Jinyang Martial Arts School defend Lu Xiaoyu? After all, the Black Snake Gang was not weaker than the Jinyang Martial Arts School, and the disparity in status between the 2 factions was significant. Chu Zhe spoke, Xiaoyu, now that you are a warrior, you can relocate to the Jinyang Martial Arts School. In a month or 2, I will resolve this matter for you. Lu Xiaoyu paused. Brother Chu, you need not involve yourself. Wang Ting is not one to be trifled with. Xiaoyu, do you trust me? Absolutely. Then heed my words. All right. Chu Zhe nodded in satisfaction. As the first person in this world to show him kindness and trust, he was willing to ensure Lu Xiaoyu's safety for a lifetime. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Brother Lu, a lady is seeking you. Xinxue, could something have happened? A wave of anxiety surged through Lu Xiaoyu as he hurried outside the martial arts school. Chu Zhe furrowed his brow and followed suit. A young woman clad in green stood at the entrance of the martial arts school, her delicate features exuding a gentle elegance. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyu arrive, drenched in sweat, Chen Xinxue's eyes sparkled with delight. She retrieved a handkerchief from her bosom and wiped his face, chiding him. You silly boy, why are you running so fast? Seeing that Chen Xinxue was unharmed, Lu Xiaoyu grinned foolishly. Take this and cultivate diligently. She placed a pouch of medicine into Lu Xiaoyu's hands. What is this? A small piece of blood spirit mushroom. Where did you acquire such a precious elixir? Do not concern yourself with that. Focus on your cultivation. Do not leave the vicinity of the Jinyang Martial Arts School until you break through to warrior status. Once you achieve that, we shall wed. She had already envisioned saving her most beautiful self for their wedding night, only to later use herbs to mar her appearance, transforming into a plain woman. Wang Ting would never desire a tarnished, unattractive bride. As for Lu Xiaoyu, should he dare to find fault with her, he would meet a grim fate. Lu Xiaoyu was about to proclaim his recent breakthrough when the mention of marriage left him momentarily stunned, his face ablaze. This was too beautiful to be reality. Was he truly not dreaming? Lu Xiaoyu felt dazed. Chu Zhe clicked his tongue, remarking that Xiaoyu's fiancé was indeed remarkable, though consuming this dog food was rather unpalatable. Noticing the commotion, Chen Xinxue finally spotted Chu Zhe, her face flushing as she took a step back. Who is this? Lu Xiaoyu regained his composure. This is Brother Chu. Brother Chu, this is my fiancé, Xinxue. Xinxue was taken aback. Is he the renowned Brother Chu? Her cheeks flushed with color as she observed his robust demeanor, which did not resemble that of a gravely injured man in need of elixirs. Could it be that this person was a charlatan deceiving Lu Xiaoyu? She shot Chu Zhe an irritable glare. Hey, if you're awake, hurry and leave. Do not drag Xiaoyu down. Here, take 30 coins and be gone. Do not blame Xiaoyu for lacking loyalty. He has offended the young master of the Black Snake Gang, and being associated with him will lead to trouble. Regardless of whether this man was good or bad, he could not disturb Lu Xiaoyu at such a crucial time, potentially hindering his breakthrough to warrior status. Moreover, her words held merit. Lu Xiaoyu quickly interjected, Xinxue, you misunderstand Brother Chu. He helped me cultivate, and thanks to him, I have achieved warrior status. Xinxue could hardly believe it. You have broken through to warrior status? Raising her hand, she delivered a sharp slap to Lu Xiaoyu's face. Smack. The sound resonated loudly. She then stepped closer, tiptoeing to gently cup Lu Xiaoyu's face. Does it hurt? Lu Xiaoyu, full of grievances, replied, It does. It seemed to be true. Xinxue covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with joyful tears. Lu Xiaoyu recounted how Chu Zhe had assessed his superior bone structure and provided the elixir that aided his breakthrough. In that moment, Xinxue's face turned crimson with embarrassment. She bowed deeply to Chu Zhe. I apologize, Brother Chu. I was blind and misunderstood you. Chu Zhe waved his hand. It is only natural. You two carry on. I shall not intrude. He did not wish to be a third wheel. If the two, in their excitement, wished to engage in something more intimate, his presence would only be a damper. Chapter 17, Training at Tianhe Academy. Chu Zhe continued his cultivation. After more than an hour, under the scorching sun, his blood surged, and wisps of blood mist ascended from within, enveloping his torso. He faintly sensed the breakthrough of a certain membrane, officially entering the second stage of body refinement. Master Lin watched nearby, his heart racing with excitement. Unbelievably, in just 3 days, Chu Zhe had advanced to the second stage of body refinement. Such a pace of cultivation was likely unmatched even by those gifted with spiritual bones. Their martial arts hall was poised to produce an innate martial artist, or rather, a martial general. Yet, Chu Zhe remained humble and composed, continuing to stand firm in his practice. It was imminent. The yin-yang stance was on the verge of perfection. After 2 more hours, the yin-yang stance was fully realized. Chu Zhe felt a palpable difference. His lower body was as solid as rock, unyielding as a mountain. The refining effect of his vital energy had tripled. Now, he could refine several strands of vital energy within an hour. In as little as 2 days, or at most 4, he would become a martial artist, officially crossing the threshold into the martial realm. His spirits slightly elevated. He prepared to continue his training when Master Lin urgently called for a halt. His disciple was commendable in every aspect, yet his relentless dedication to practice was concerning. Such fervor could lead to physical strain. Even if his body could withstand it, his mental state might falter. Unable to dissuade Chu Zhe from his industriousness, Master Lin sought a way to divert his focus. With a gentle demeanor, he said, My dear disciple, take a moment to rest. Today, I shall teach you some techniques. Chu Zhe nodded, acknowledging the importance of both practicing forms and learning to strike. Merely practicing without the ability to engage would render one a mere target. In combat, 3 principles are paramount: speed, accuracy, and force. To master offensive techniques, one must first learn to endure strikes. Master Lin summoned Lin Ruoxue to serve as Chu Zhe's sparring partner. Upon realizing that Chu Zhe had entered the second stage of body refinement, Lin Ruoxue's gaze turned blank. Disbelief washing over her. Jealousy twisted her features. She could no longer perceive Chu Zhe's charm. Clenching her fists, she accepted the sparring request without hesitation. With fists like hammers and legs like battle axes, Lin Ruoxue transformed into a formidable combatant, merciless in her strikes. In mere moments, she had knocked Chu Zhe to the ground. Pulling him up, she offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I didn't control my strength well. With a bruised but composed smile, Chu Zhe replied, It's all right, senior sister, I hold no grudges. Truly, he bore no ill will. Thereafter, Chu Zhe engaged in his training with utmost seriousness, diligently practicing various defensive maneuvers, how to evade and counterattack. These techniques needed to be ingrained into his muscle memory. In the heat of battle, instinct should dictate defense and evasion. Master Lin chuckled, recognizing that mastering these techniques would require months of arduous practice. To ingrain them into muscle reflexes could take years. Despite Chu Zhe's commendable comprehension, the lessons would suffice to occupy him for some time. That evening, Chu Zhe engaged in a lottery draw. He had relinquished any semblance of ritual, simply drawing without pretense. A series of white lights appeared, and among them were 2 unranked martial experience pearls, which he immediately utilized. Martial arts, yin-yang stance perfection, 22,200, realm, body refinement, 301,500, current experience points, 8, chapter 18, ascension to the warrior class on the 8th day of April. In the morning, Chu Zhe practiced his stances. In the afternoon, he engaged in sparring with Lin Ruoxue. In the evening, he dedicated time to studying and participated in a lottery. On the 9th of April, Chuzé officially entered the third stage of body tempering, with his vital energy surging through his limbs and torso, extending towards his brain. This stage requires utmost caution. A moment's negligence could cause the vital force to impact the brain, leading to unconsciousness, and in severe cases, paralysis or idiocy. Chuzé was wary, exercising meticulous control over his vital energy. Although he possessed an immortal body, its current potency was limited, and any damage to his brain could take an indeterminate time to heal. According to Master Lin, achieving perfection in the yin-yang stance had an 80% chance of breakthrough. To ensure a 100% success rate, mastery of the yin-yang stance must be absolute, with perfect command over the vital energy. Upon hearing this, Chuzé decided to postpone his breakthrough. An 80% chance felt akin to courting death. Steady now, no rashness. The rapid progression of Chuzé into the third stage of body tempering left both Master Lin and Lin Ruoxue nearly numb with astonishment. It seemed that the further Chuzé advanced, the simpler his cultivation became. Lin Ruoxue clenched her teeth, feeling that she had been too complacent all along. Now, even during rest, she felt restless. If such a genius as Chuzé was striving so hard, what right did she have to relax? She resolved to train even more fervently. Master Lin, too, came to a realization. He had been excessively lenient with the apprentices at the martial arts school. With such laziness, how could they ever achieve greatness? He decided to impose stricter training on the apprentices. As for himself, he would certainly step up next time. In truth, at his level, mere effort alone was insufficient. On April 11th, through consistent effort and perseverance, Chuzé's body was now brimming with vital energy, glowing crimson, reminiscent of a fully ripe crab. His entire being radiated an alarming heat, with the force of vital energy roaring through his meridians, causing his bones to emit a faint humming sound. This was the rhythm of completing the great circulation of vital energy, signifying the perfection of the yin-yang stance. Before long, a low hum resonated from within Chuzé's bones. The energy coursed through him, with his bones vibrating in unison, marking the culmination of the yin-yang stance. Slowly, Chuzé withdrew his fists, and the redness of his skin began to fade. Remarkably, the tan he had acquired over the past days lightened slightly. With the successful mastery of the yin-yang stance, he felt as though he could command his vital energy with the same ease as his limbs. It was time to break through. At noon, the scorching sun hung low in the sky. Most apprentices sought refuge beneath the trees, unable to endure the blistering heat. In the Tiana courtyard, Chuzé stood in the yin-yang stance, his body aglow with crimson, as if his blood were boiling. A wave of intense heat radiated from him, making the entire courtyard feel like a furnace. A torrent of vital energy surged through him, under his control, crashing against the crown of his head. A thunderous sound echoed in his ears as the vital energy seemed to rupture through a great barrier. A refreshing breeze descended from the crown, coursing through his body and merging all vital energy into his dantian. From his dantian, a searing true energy was born. He had successfully ascended to the warrior class. Simply magnificent. Host: Chuzé. Talent: brilliant mind, blue. Immortal body, gold. Root bone, superior quality. Martial arts: yin-yang stance 200-200. Realm: warrior level 1, 0-100. Current experience points: 100. Current experience radius: 1 meter. Congratulations to the host for ascending to the warrior class. A guaranteed golden draw opportunity has been awarded. A first level will can be used, costing 100 experience points for 1 draw, with an 80 chance in the white zone and 20 in the green zone. Chapter 19. The fiery sun fist. A radiant crimson aura emerged from Chuzé's palm as he struck the ironwood post, penetrating it by 3 inches. The ironwood post was remarkably resilient, impervious to blades and swords. Lu Xiaoyu, upon his own ascension to the warrior rank, had attempted the same strike, achieving only a mere inch of penetration. Clearly, Chuzé, endowed with superior innate qualities, possessed greater strength. A faint smile graced his lips. His spirits lifted as he finally broke through to the warrior level. The fiery sun post could only be practiced up to the warrior rank. To advance further, he would need to seek guidance from his master. In the study, Master Lin's eyes were fixed on Chuzé, a mix of astonishment and skepticism washing over him. You claim you have broken through to the warrior level? Normally, an individual with superior innate qualities would require a year to achieve such a feat. He was aware that Chuzé's training speed far surpassed that of typical practitioners with superior innate qualities, but this had only been a mere 7 days. Chuzé smiled slightly and extended his right palm, revealing a layer of energy radiance. Master Lin stared in awe at this display, his heart tumultuous with disbelief. How could this be possible? What kind of prodigy had he taken on as a disciple? Even those gifted with spiritual bones could not match such a terrifying rate of progress. Amidst his astonishment, he felt both joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the potential benefits Chuzé's growth could bring to the Jinyang Martial Arts School. The concern arose from the perilous consequences his extraordinary talent could invite if exposed, far exceeding what the school could withstand. A minor misstep could lead to the school's downfall, as they could not nurture a true dragon in their shallow waters. Whether he would soar alongside the true dragon to the heavens or plummet into the abyss remained uncertain. Master Lin sighed inwardly, never having imagined that he would one day feel fear due to the exceptional talent of his disciple. He retrieved a small crimson booklet from a hidden compartment in the bookshelf. This was the manual for the Fiery Sun Fist, comprising 24 forms. Designed to be practiced alongside breathing techniques, along with some insights from the master himself. Chuzhe accepted the manual with both hands, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, master." Such teachings should not be imparted lightly. The Fiery Sun Fist was the foundation of the martial arts school, ordinarily, even after breaking through to the warrior rank. Only the warrior chapter would be taught. Master Lin had bestowed the entire text upon him, undoubtedly treating him as a true disciple. Master Lin nodded slightly, proceeding to elaborate on the true energy circulation path of the Fiery Sun Fist and various critical points. After Chuzhe departed, Master Lin opened another compartment at the bottom of the bookshelf, retrieving a purple wooden box. Inside lay an exquisite crimson token, prominently inscribed with the characters Qi Yang. As he toyed with the token, his eyes shimmered with uncertainty. Emerging from the study, Chuzhe found himself deep in thought. The Fiery Sun Fist was merely a secondary martial art, capable of being practiced only up to the pinnacle of the warrior rank. To pursue higher realms of martial arts, he would need to join a sect or the imperial court, or perhaps, through sheer luck, obtain the legacy of an esteemed predecessor. In recent days, he had devoted himself to reading and had gleaned much about the Dawei dynasty. A millennium ago, with the support of sects, the Dawei founding emperor overthrew the Dechu dynasty. Thus, the Dawei dynasty was a shared dominion of sects and the court, divided into 9 provinces. 5 sacred grounds each governed a province, forming a nation within a nation, while the court controlled 4 provinces. Ostensibly, all 9 provinces belonged to the court. The Lihua province, where he resided, was under the jurisdiction of the Lihua sacred ground. The court imposed numerous restrictions and without influential connections. It was exceedingly difficult to rise above. In contrast, the sects offered greater opportunities. The sect that piqued his interest was the Qi Yang sect, the ruling sect of the capital city, from which the Fiery Sun Fist originated. However, the Qi Yang sect was notoriously selective, only admitting those under 14 years of age with superior innate qualities, requiring them to pass 3 trials. Only those possessing unique physiques or exceptional talent beyond superior innate qualities, or those who obtained the Qi Yang token, would be exempted from these stringent requirements. The Qi Yang token was awarded to disciples who made significant contributions to the sect, allowing them to bypass tests and join the Qi Yang sect as external disciples. He must find a way to obtain one. If all else failed, he would have to consider joining a lesser sect where the requirements were not as stringent. Chapter 20. The Eye of Appraisal returning to Tianhe Courtyard. Chuzhe indulged in a long-awaited bath, donned fresh garments, and offered incense to the deities. With hands clasped, he initiated a system lottery. The wheel spun, radiating golden light. Alas, it was merely a golden legend. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Eye of Appraisal talent, capable of identifying almost any item. The higher your realm, the more information you glean from your appraisals. What a splendid discovery, a divine artifact for treasure hunting. A glimmer of gold flickered in Chuzhe's eyes as he curiously surveyed his surroundings. Everything around him emanated a soft white glow, mere mundane objects. When he focused intently on a specific item, basic information would materialize before him. He concentrated on a chair, and a line of text appeared. Ordinary chair, a commonplace chair made of pine wood. Should Chuzhe delve deeper, he could uncover more details tailored to his inquiries, such as the craftsman of the chair or the origins of the pine wood. This ability was a treasure trove waiting to be unearthed. In Dongxing District, the bustling crowd created a cacophony of life. Chuzhe navigated through the throngs, his objective being to visit the Sihai Treasure Pavilion to purchase herbs and seek hidden gems. As a newly promoted warrior, he was eligible to consume first-tier elixirs. The Sihai Treasure Pavilion, wealthier than nations, boasted branches in every city of the dynasty, filled with various rare and exotic treasures, with a background that reached beyond the heavens, rumored to be linked to a formidable power from outside the Great Wei dynasty. Even the silver notes used by the Great Wei dynasty were issued by the Sihai Treasure Pavilion. Qingyang County was but a small town, devoid of alchemists, necessitating a journey to the Sihai Treasure Pavilion for entry-level elixirs. The Qi-enhancing powder served as a first-tier auxiliary elixir suitable for warriors, priced at 2 taels per portion. The second-tier Qi-enhancing pill was more effective yet exorbitantly priced at 50 taels each, making the former a more cost-effective choice. Should Chuzhe become an alchemist, even as a novice, joining the Qiyang sect would be a breeze. With the system at his disposal, he was confident in his potential as an alchemist, but alas, Qingyang County lacked any alchemical lineage. Where art thou, my dear medicine elder? How I long for you. Before long, Chuzhe arrived at the entrance of the Sihai Treasure Pavilion. The gilded sign bore the 4 characters, Sihai Treasure Pavilion. The establishment was vast, encompassing 5 splendidly adorned floors. The first floor offered an array of ordinary luxurious items, while the second floor showcased elixirs, martial arts manuals, and beast meats beneficial for martial cultivation. As for the third, 4th, and 5th floors, their offerings remained a mystery, known only through books and the words of his senior sister. Upon entering the Sihai Treasure Pavilion, he noticed that most patrons were clad in fine garments, though the crowd was sparse. On the first floor, Chuzhe approached a counter designated as the Treasure Zone. This area displayed an assortment of peculiar items of uncertain value, primarily of modest worth, with the occasional hidden gem. The attendant at the treasure zone greeted him with a beaming smile. Esteemed guest, would you care to purchase an item? Each is merely 2 taels of silver. I sense great fortune in your presence. You are bound to discover a splendid treasure. A flicker of gold ignited in Chuzé's eyes as he feigned nonchalance, perusing the various items on display. Thank you for your kind words. Suddenly, his heart raced. Amidst the dazzling white light, a flash of red caught his attention. Red. A mythical item. Fortune smiles upon me. I'll take this one, and this one. All 5. Splendid. The attendant's smile widened, elated. Spending 2 taels on a single item was somewhat extravagant for a warrior, and seldom did anyone visit his counter. To sell 5 items at once marked him as a distinguished customer. Moreover, these items were remnants, unlikely to attract buyers, so any sale was a profit. The attendant swiftly packaged the items and presented them to Chuzé. He weighed the bundle in his hands, forcing himself to suppress the urge to explore immediately, and proceeded to the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, a smiling maid in a yellow dress approached him warmly. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? While the attendants on the 1st floor were male, the 2nd floor was staffed by charming young ladies, who were more proactive in their service. Qi-enhancing powder. Please follow me. As they walked, the maid elaborated, the Qi-enhancing powder accelerates the flow of true energy, priced at 2 taels per portion, with 5 days between doses being optimal. How many would you require? 50 portions. 50? The maid blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback. Spending 100 taels at once was no small feat. Which noble family did this young master hail from? Yet, she refrained from prying further, adhering to the store's policy of respecting customer privacy. Before long, Chuzé emerged from the Sea-High Treasure Pavilion, burdened by a package overflowing with goods. Chapter 21. The Devouring Demon Technique. Upon returning to the Jinyang Martial Arts Academy, Chuzé ensured that all doors and windows were securely closed. He retrieved 5 items, a small Buddhist statue, a piece of pitch-black crystal, a shard of black iron, a small green vial, and an uncovered clay jar. He lifted the obsidian crystal, which was the size of a finger and appeared unremarkable. The crystal was of utmost importance. The other 4 items served merely as distractions to mislead prying eyes. Taking a deep breath, Chuzé's eyes transformed into a golden hue as he exerted all his energy to activate his discerning vision. A blinding red light pierced his eyes, causing them to ache, and blood tears streamed incessantly from his eyes, leaving him dizzy. At last, a line of information emerged amidst the crimson glow. Mythical-grade artifact, blood drop. Collapsing against the bed, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him, his vision obscured. The ritual of blood recognition felt glitch. Yet a hint of joy curled at the corners of his mouth. After resting for a few minutes, his sight gradually returned. He bit his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the black stone. The blood ignited the crystal like a spark, transforming it into a swirling mass of dark demonic flames. An ominous aura of chaos, destruction, and fury emanated from it, causing his heart to race. This was an ill omen. It was clear that this was no benign artifact. In the next moment, the demonic flames surged into his body. His consciousness was abruptly transported to an abyssal, shadowy realm. Within this space, endless black flames burned, and characters no larger than ants danced within the inferno. In an instant, they all fused into his mind. After a prolonged period, he absorbed the textual information contained within the flames. He sensed a strand of demonic fire within him gradually consuming his life essence, augmenting his power, and beheld the information displayed before him. Martial arts, perfected sunfire stance, 200-200, devouring demon technique, LV 0-01000. A smile crept across his face. This demonic technique resonated deeply with him. The crystal recorded a terrifying body-refining technique, the devouring demon technique, which consumed the essence of living beings to rapidly enhance one's physical prowess. There was no need for comprehension. One merely had to utilize the demonic flames to absorb the life force of others, naturally advancing the technique. Each breakthrough would elevate him to the pinnacle of power. An exceedingly tyrannical and self-serving method. Most crucially, with each level attained, this technique could alter one's bone structure and transform one's innate talents. The martial arts hierarchy was undeniably elevated to the realm of divine skills, truly befitting a red mythical-grade artifact. The 5 levels of martial arts include inferior, medium, superior, ultimate, and divine skills. However, this technique bore a significant flaw. The more it consumed, the more susceptible one became to its influence, risking mental enslavement, leading to a murderous intent to slay all in its path. Furthermore, the difficulty of breaking through its bottleneck was terrifying. Tenfold or even 100-fold compared to other body-refining techniques. This was due to the fact that it consumed the life essence of others, which conflicted with one's own essence and contained a lingering resentment of the deceased, inevitably impacting one's psyche. Nonetheless, Chuzé possessed an immortal body. He could refine his own life essence, perfectly aligning with the technique while disregarding its inherent flaws. This also implied that he could cultivate effortlessly, a true advantage. The technique also contained numerous secret arts. He selected 4 that were most suitable for him at present. The Celestial Demon Disintegration Art, a secret technique that temporarily enhances power by burning one's life force or blood. The Celestial Demon Blood Escape Art, a technique that allows one to burn life essence or blood for a rapid escape. The Celestial Demon Concealment Art, which hides one's cultivation, conceals one's aura, alters appearance, and obscures the heavens, and the Blood Demon Great Hand Seal, an offensive technique that grows stronger with the absorption of blood and flesh. The Celestial Demon Disintegration Art and the Celestial Demon Blood Escape Art would synergize perfectly with his immortal body, greatly enhancing his combat prowess. The Celestial Demon Concealment Art was essential for someone like him who preferred to remain unnoticed. The Blood Demon Great Hand Seal was a necessary skill for committing acts of violence and erasing traces. Chuzhe exhaled softly. He had struck gold this time. He had always desired to study body-refining martial arts. After all, every man yearns for a body that is indestructible, eternal, and fiercely powerful. This opportunity was perfect. The first three realms of body refinement are skin refinement, which, once mastered, renders the skin as tough as iron, impervious to blades; flesh refinement, which, once complete, results in a robust physique with immense strength; and bone refinement, which fortifies the skeleton, making the body impervious to harm from water or fire. With his current rate of devouring life essence through the devouring demon flames, he could expect to gain approximately 100 experience points daily, allowing him to break through the skin refinement realm in just 10 days. Chapter 22. The Fiery Sword Technique. Upon examining the remaining 4 items, all of which were pale white, Chuzhe gently crushed the Buddha statue, the black iron piece, the small jade bottle, and the earthen jar. As anticipated, no other opportunities presented themselves. He exited the room and stepped into the courtyard, consuming 2 doses of chi-enhancing powder in one breath. Experience points 200. He removed his shirt and began practicing his punches under the sunlight. His muscles tensed and bulged, from his pectorals to his abs and arms. Each muscle appeared as if forged from steel, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. The overall silhouette was remarkably pleasing, not explosive, but streamlined, brimming with a cheetah-like explosive strength. With each punch, synchronized with his breathing, he channeled his vital energy, causing his muscles and bones to resonate in harmony. He drew in the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. The medicinal effects of the chi-enhancing powder were quickly digested, and sweat poured from his pores. Time passed until he completed his 100th repetition. At this moment, his steps were steady, and with every punch, a muffled sound resonated through the air. Each sequence of the Fiery Sun Fist flowed seamlessly, devoid of any stiffness. Ding! Congratulations, the host has entered the realm of the Fiery Sun Fist. The Fiery Sun posture, as the foundational stance of the Fiery Sun Fist, has been integrated into the technique, enhancing the proficiency of the Fiery Sun Fist. Phew. Martial Arts. Fiery Sun Fist Beginner, 5100, Devouring Heaven Demon Technique, LV0-5-1000. To his surprise, he had unexpectedly gained an increase in proficiency with the Fiery Sun Fist. In the afternoon, the tirelessly training Lin Ruoxue, sporting dark circles under her eyes, became aware of Chuzhe's breakthrough to the warrior level. She fell into a state of self-reflection, tinged with a subtle sadness. The more she trained, the closer he seemed to get. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset. Immersing herself in the fervor of battling Chuzhe, she sensed that the day when his cultivation would catch up to hers was not far off. With a battered visage, Chuzhe silently recorded a significant amount in his small black notebook. That evening brought the familiar excitement of the lottery draw. Now, with his daily intake of 2 doses of chi-enhancing powder yielding 200 experience, his meal rations had once again improved, providing an additional 100 experience per day. He could now participate in 3 draws daily. Current experience points, 350. Rubbing his hands together, he initiated the system's triple draw. White, pale green. 5 tails of silver. A sharp sword, and a first-tier martial arts experience pearl, which could increase proficiency by 50. His luck appeared favorable this time. Even the white rewards in the first-tier roulette held greater value. He used the first-tier martial arts experience pearl. Martial Arts. Fiery Sun Fist Minor Achievement, 0200. In the following 5 days, Chuzhe practiced his punches in the morning, engaged in attack and defense routines in the afternoon, studied in the evening, participated in the lottery, and learned 4 secret techniques. Each day was filled with purpose. After mastering the attack and defense routines, he prepared to learn another martial skill. Mastering a martial technique was essential to truly showcase a warrior's lethality. It was akin to a marksman, whose accuracy with a gun exponentially amplifies their destructive potential. The Golden Sun Martial Arts Academy offered few techniques. Only 3 first-tier martial skills were available: Fiery Fist, Fiery Sword Technique, and Fiery Blade Technique. Without hesitation, he chose the Fiery Sword Technique. What a sight a swordsman could be. 10 steps to slay a foe, leaving no trace across 1,000 miles. A sword approaches from the west, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Sword energy traverses 3,000 miles, with a single blade's light chilling 19 continents. With a single sword, I could open the gates of heaven. Though the Fiery Sword Technique could not truly achieve these feats, reaching perfection would allow him to unleash a single wave of fiery sword energy. Yet, he was not picky. The chance to practice was already a blessing. Chapter 23. The success of skin refinement. There exists but one pressing concern: the insufficiency of medicinal resources and the scarcity of funds. Currently, he can consume 2 portions of chi-enhancing powder daily. With 50 portions at his disposal, he could only sustain his training for just over half a month. Absent the aid of elixirs, his cultivation pace slows considerably, and the acquisition of experience diminishes, which is utterly intolerable. He cannot perpetually rely on his master for financial support. He requires an avenue to earn income independently. There are two primary methods for generating profit within the martial arts school. The first involves joining the school's monster hunting squad to slay demonic beasts, a pursuit fraught with peril but offering substantial rewards. A successful hunt could yield at least several taels of silver, yet it demands a martial artist of at least the 4th rank. The second method entails accepting escort or bodyguard assignments, which are relatively safer and offer decent remuneration, albeit time-consuming, requiring a martial artist of higher rank. Neither of these options is suitable for him. Such meager earnings hardly pique his interest. They are less than what he could potentially acquire through a lottery. The most fitting approach for him would be to hunt demonic beasts independently. By slaying these creatures, he could gain both experience points and valuable materials. The flesh of the beast could aid in cultivating the blood demon grand handprint, while the remaining parts could be sold for profit. A trifecta of benefits. However, the physical prowess of these demonic beasts is formidable, rendering him incapable of facing them head-on at his current level. He must bide his time until he breaks through to the skin refinement stage, at which point he would be comparable to the pinnacle of martial artists. Only then would he be able to hunt first-tier demonic beasts alone. He has come to recognize a particular beast that has been terrorizing their village during his studies, a first-tier early-stage fire cloud python. Regrettably, he has learned that this creature has already been exterminated by the government's demon-slaying squad, thwarting his desire for personal vengeance. 5 days have swiftly passed. On April 21st, Chuzé ascended to the 2nd rank of martial artist. The devouring demon flame has fully absorbed his blood essence, and his martial skills have significantly progressed. Martial arts, Sunfire Fist Minor Achievement, 145-200, Devouring Demon Skill, LV 0-1000-1000, Introductory Technique of Demon Disintegration, 10-500. Introductory Technique of Blood Escape, 10-500. Blood Demon Grand Handprint, 10-500. Introductory Technique of Demon Breath Control, 10-500. Introductory Fire Sword Technique, 2050, in his chamber. Chuzé focused his mind and calmed his spirit. Given that this was his first experience, he felt a tinge of nervousness. After settling his slightly agitated emotions, he concentrated. Instantly, the devouring demon flame unfurled within him, transforming into countless strands of black silk. These threads swiftly traversed through Chuzé's skin membrane, as if possessing a consciousness of their own, refining everything in their path. For a fleeting moment, his vision blurred. The next instant, he blinked, sensing no immediate change. What was happening? He felt somewhat bewildered. At that moment, a crisp sound echoed from his body. He had successfully broken through to the first stage of body refinement, his skin now akin to iron, impervious to blades and spears. The breakthrough was achieved with remarkable swiftness. Gently rubbing his skin, he observed large patches of dead skin flaking away, revealing a porcelain-like sheen beneath. The color of the devouring demon flame within him appeared even more profound, silently absorbing his blood essence. As he clenched his fist, a surge of powerful energy coursed through his entire being. The robust vitality raged through his veins. His physical prowess had reached a level where a single punch could send a bull soaring into the air, and a mere finger could pierce through a wild boar. He now stood at the pinnacle of the 9th rank of martial artists. The impenetrable barrier of the devouring demon skill had been shattered. Chuzé felt a lingering sense of disbelief. After a moment's hesitation, a sharp sword materialized in his grasp. Cautiously pressing the blade against the back of his right hand, he noted no damage to his skin, even when applying significant pressure. The blade merely left a faint white mark. Infusing the sword with his true energy, he executed a powerful slash, yet there was not a trace of injury. A spark of exhilaration flickered in Chuzé's eyes. Even with true energy, he could not breach his defenses. He had heard that body refinement martial arts were easy to learn but challenging to master. Even for a genius, breaking through to skin refinement typically required over a decade, with resource consumption being tenfold that of chi refinement. Although he had become impervious to blades and spears, he still needed to utilize his vitality for protection against attacks infused with true energy. It seemed that the devouring demon skill surpassed his initial expectations. Moreover, he distinctly felt a newfound lightness within his body. The speed at which he condensed his true energy had accelerated, and his innate talent appeared to have improved considerably. Regrettably, he had yet to surpass the threshold of high-grade innate talent. Nevertheless, Chuzé did not feel disheartened. After all, this enhancement in talent was a windfall. The only regret he harbored was that the breakthrough in body refinement did not grant him the guaranteed lottery draw opportunity. The system seemingly only accounted for his current highest rank. He cast his gaze upon the status panel. Martial Arts, Devouring Demon Skill, LV 1-0-10,000. After a moment of contemplation, he gauged that, with the current rate at which the devouring demon flame absorbed blood essence, he could expect to gain over 300 experience points daily. In approximately a month, he would likely surpass the second layer of cultivation. Should he consume elixirs designed to restore his blood essence, the pace could accelerate even further. This rate was significantly swifter than his previous advancement to martial artist status. Now that he had achieved his breakthrough, it was time to return to the village. He needed a substantial supply of beast blood and flesh, and the Dakingshan region was teeming with wild animals, presenting a low risk, ideal for cultivating the blood demon grand handprint. Furthermore, there was an important item belonging to his original self that he had left in the village, which he had yet to retrieve. Chapter 24. The martial arts school competition. Stepping out of the courtyard, he resolved to visit Master Lin to borrow some weapons and a horse. Although he had never learned to ride, with his current physical prowess and capacity for learning, mastering the art of horsemanship would not pose a significant challenge. Master Lin was absent from his study, prompting Chuzhe to seek out his senior sister in the front courtyard to inquire about Master Lin's whereabouts. In the front courtyard, apprentices were gathered in small clusters, engaged in animated discussions. Chuzhe scanned the area but did not spot his senior sister, however. He did see Lu Xiaoyu approaching with palpable excitement. "Brother Chu, have you heard?" Lu whispered eagerly. "This year's martial arts school competition has been moved up. It will take place on May 20th, just a month from now." "What is the martial arts school competition?" Chuzhe pondered, aware that having just arrived at the school, he was unfamiliar with many things. Lu Xiaoyu promptly elaborated. Essentially, it was a contest where disciples under the age of 25 from various martial arts schools in Qingyang County would engage in combat, serving both to assess the school's teachings and the disciples' capabilities. It aimed to motivate the disciples while also enhancing the school's reputation, thereby attracting more students and assignments. The top 16 contenders would receive substantial rewards. The competition was divided into a mid-year and an end-of-year contest. Traditionally, the smaller competition occurred in June, but this year it had been inexplicably advanced. "Brother Chu, if you can secure a spot in the top 16, there is a reward of 10 taels of silver. They say the first prize this year is 500 taels. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Securing the first place would undoubtedly require one to be at least at the 7th level of martial prowess to have any chance of winning, based on past performances. Entering the top 16 was not overly difficult for someone of his martial strength. With the prize money, he could marry Shui and lift his parents from their impoverished circumstances. Chuzhe's eyes also lit up at the prospect. He had been troubled by financial constraints, and here was an opportunity to earn some coin. Yet, given his current abilities, claiming the championship seemed virtually impossible. However, a month could bring unforeseen changes. "Brother Chu, why not register and give it a try? Even if you end up taking a beating, participation is what counts, and it would certainly amuse me. If you face me, I'll let you use one hand, no, 2 feet and 1 hand." Lu Xiaoyu teased, his demeanor playful. "But don't lose heart. In a few years, you could very well become a formidable martial artist like me." With that, Lu Xiaoyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exhibiting a flashy confidence that was quite infuriating. Chuzhe managed a wry smile, thinking that this lad had a touch of mischief in him. Perhaps it was time to practice his skills a bit. After all, he had been on the receiving end of Lin Ruoshui's relentless training, and he needed an outlet for his frustrations. Lu Xiaoyu, eager and curious about Chuzhe's current strength, agreed to the sparring session. They made their way to Tianhe Courtyard. Lu, still with his hands behind his back, chuckled. "Brother Chu, you go first. I fear that if I strike, you might not even get a chance to retaliate." Chuzhe found himself speechless. "Brother, if you choose to flaunt your prowess, don't blame me for what follows." "Very well, I shall make the first move." No sooner had he spoken than Chuzhe's figure surged forward, appearing before Lu Xiaoyu in an instant. With a deft flick of his right index finger, he tapped Lu's chest. Lu's smile froze, his expression shifting to one of bewilderment as he felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself uncontrollably propelled backward, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Staring up at the sky, he lay there in a daze, struggling to grasp what had just transpired. How had he been so swiftly defeated? The speed and strength exhibited were nothing short of astonishing. Brother Chu must have surpassed the martial artist level, he thought, bewildered. But how is this possible? It has only been half a month. Is the training speed of someone with superior innate talent truly so extraordinary? Chuzhe approached Lu Xiaoyu with a genial smile, feigning concern. "Are you all right, Xiaoyu? Had I known you were this weak, I would have gone easier on you. My apologies, but who is Lu Xiaoyu? I cannot say I am familiar with that name." Lu's face flushed crimson, and after a brief silence, he executed a swift roll and hurriedly fled the scene, too embarrassed to face anyone. Chapter 25. Exiting the city in a private tea room, Master Lin, the senior sister, and Coach Zhang were engaged in a delightful tea tasting and conversation. After sipping his tea, Coach Zhang remarked, "That old rascal Chen Lei has proposed that the disciple who wins this year's martial arts competition should receive an additional Qiling pill. It seems that Jin Jianqing has already broken through to the 7th level of the martial artist realm. The Qingling pill significantly enhances the probability of breaking through to the martial master level by 30%. It is invaluable." The 3 major martial arts schools pooled thousands of taels of silver to enlist the alchemists from the capital to concoct these pills. A total of 4 pills were produced, 1 for each of the 3 major schools, and the extra one has led to disputes among them. Ultimately, the head of the Binlei Martial Arts School suggested advancing this year's competition. The disciple from the winning school would receive this additional pill. Both the Jinyang Martial Arts School and the Blood Knife Martial Arts School, confident in their disciples, readily agreed. Coach Zhang could not help but marvel at the prowess of an 18-year-old at the 7th level of a martial artist. Such exceptional talent is indeed rare, perhaps even among disciples of prestigious sects. His own aptitude was merely average, and coming from a humble background, he lacked the support necessary for advancement. At 22, he barely managed to break through to the martial artist level, and it took him until 40 to ascend to the martial master level. Calmly pouring tea, Lin Ruoxue stated. Uncle Zhang, there is no need for concern. My fiery sword technique is already well developed. Even if Jin Jianqing has broken through to the 7th level, I am confident in my abilities. Coach Zhang nodded slightly. Lin Ruoxue herself had attained the 7th level, achieving this breakthrough a few months earlier than Jin Jianqing. Coupled with her mastery of the fiery sword technique, she could contend with even those at the 8th level. Mastery of martial skills takes years of dedicated practice. It is difficult to achieve greatness without substantial time investment. Given Jin Jianqing's age, he simply does not have enough time to hone any martial skill to a high level. As for Ding Buohong from the Blood Knife Martial Arts School, although he too is a 7th level martial artist, his skills are mediocre. Last year's competition saw him defeated by Jin Jianqing, who was only at the 6th level, rendering him no threat. By the way, senior brother, forgive my candor, but you were too lenient and indulgent with Chu Zhe. The other disciples are growing discontent. This was not due to Coach Zhang's dissatisfaction with not having accepted Chu Zhe as his disciple, but rather the fact that Chu Zhe's treatment was indeed excessive. While it would be one thing if his status and treatment were merely akin to that of a martial artist, it was clear that exceptional talent warranted some preferential treatment. However, the fact that senior brother had even relinquished a private training ground from Tiana Courtyard for him and had prepared specialized medicinal meals, which were quite expensive, was astonishing. Providing Chu Zhe with such advantages daily was an indulgence that even a biological son would not receive. In the past, Master had never afforded senior brother such privileges. And even now, Lin Ruoxue herself did not enjoy similar treatment. Not to mention, even as a martial master, she had not received such luxuries. If the disciples were not envious, she herself would be. Could it be that Chu Zhe is indeed senior brother's illegitimate son? After all these years, feeling he had wronged him, he now sought to compensate him in excess. Coach Zhang pondered this and shook his head in denial. It was hardly plausible for senior brother to have fathered such a handsome son. Chu Zhe's good looks would even outshine Coach Zhang's own youthful appearance. Master Lin chuckled. My disciple possesses a fraction of my former charm, and I find him quite pleasing, hence my extra care. Coach Zhang retorted. I see little resemblance to your charm, but your audacity is undoubtedly inherited from Master, thick as it is. Lin Ruoxue, unfazed, had long grown accustomed to her father's brazen demeanor. Chu Zhe's talent is not only commendable, but his comprehension is also exceptional. Even I feel somewhat inferior. He deserves this treatment. In truth, it was not merely his talent that she admired, but his perseverance and character. Possessing such remarkable gifts, he devoted himself to diligent practice without seeking frivolous pleasures or flaunting his achievements. Just this quality left her feeling somewhat lacking. She recalled her own earlier days when she had proudly showcased her first breakthrough as a martial artist, eager for the entire world to know. Ah, it seems this father and daughter share the same disposition, Coach Zhang thought, rolling his eyes. Why is this so? My disciple has broken through to the martial artist level, Master Lin announced with a smile. Coach Zhang was momentarily stunned, then shuddered, nearly experiencing a heart-stopping moment. Breaking through to the martial artist level in just half a month. What extraordinary talent. Now it dawned on him. If Chu Zhe were his disciple, he could even call him Master Chu Zhe. His heart filled with regret and indignation, lamenting the missed opportunity when Chu Zhe first entered the school. If only I had acted sooner. Master Lin, oblivious to Coach Zhang's shifting expressions, cheerfully remarked, I suspect that Shidi will soon return from his expedition to hunt demons. Please handle the materials from this batch of demon beasts. By the way, keep the demon meat beneficial for cultivation. I wish to nourish my dear disciple. Coach Zhang nodded in reluctant agreement, then drained his cup of tea in one go, turning to leave without a hint of hesitation. Master Lin savored his tea, pondering. Is it truly so difficult to forego one disciple? Coach Zhang's temperament surely requires further refinement. Lin Ruoxue smirked. How convenient for you to enjoy benefits while feigning innocence. If Chu Zhe had been taken in by Coach Zhang early on, my father would be inconsolable in that corner. Later, in the study, upon Master Lin's return, Chu Zhe came to visit. Learning of Chu Zhe's intentions, Master Lin promptly issued a note. Do you require someone from our sect to accompany you? Chu Zhe shook his head, stating he merely needed to fetch a few items and would not impose on the other senior brothers for a brief stay. Very well. As long as you are aware, Master Lin nodded, not insisting further. With the note in hand, Chu Zhe made his way to the storeroom. The disciple guarding the storeroom, upon seeing the note, did not impede him and promptly opened the storeroom door. Rows of shelves contained various weapons, predominantly swords and sabers, all ordinary yet sharp. Above these were treasured weapons capable of amplifying true energy, cutting through iron like mud. Even a low-grade treasured weapon would be worth hundreds of taels of silver. While the storeroom lacked weapons of such caliber, it did house several fine swords. Chu Zhe selected one exceptional sword along with a longbow and a quiver filled with arrows. He then proceeded to the stables. There were only 4 horses in the stable. Chu Zhe chose a gentle brown steed. Under the guidance of the stable hand, he learned to ride. As he walked through the bustling streets, clad in a blue robe, standing tall and straight, with a long sword at his side and a longbow slung across his back, leading a steed by the reins, he cut a striking figure. His bright eyes and handsome features were almost excessively charming, evoking the essence of a chivalrous hero. Along the way, he attracted many envious gazes. Upon exiting the city gates, he mounted his steed and galloped away at breakneck speed. Chapter 26. Qingyou village with the sword in hand and dreams of youth. Xu Zhe felt a surge of excitement within him, invigorating his very essence. The journey of several dozen kilometers was completed in less than an hour. In the distance, the lush expanse of the Great Qing Mountain loomed. Qingyou village lay nestled at its foot. Dismounting, he entered the village, once a lively and harmonious place. It now stood in eerie silence. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed that the majority of the houses had collapsed, and the streets lay in ruins, marred by numerous dried bloodstains. The village, comprising just a few dozen households and over 100 souls, had likely seen many flee. Xu Zhe looked around, finding no sign of life. It appeared that the surviving villagers had not returned, and who could blame them? After all, no one could ascertain whether other beasts lurked within the Great Qing Mountain, poised to strike again. This place had become a somber reminder of their plight. The initial thrill in Xu Zhe's heart waned, replaced by a profound melancholy. For decades, the Great Qing Mountain had been free from beastly disturbances. The sudden onslaught had caught the villagers completely unprepared, leaving them without a means to respond. Some had been so terrified that their legs grew weak, their minds blank, forgetting even to flee, ultimately succumbing to the beast's wrath. The arrows shot by his original self and grandfather had proven utterly ineffective against the fire cloud python. Mortals stood no chance against such creatures, their only recourse to flee. With a deep sigh, Xu Zhe's determination to pursue the martial path solidified. Upon reaching his home, he was fortunate to find it still standing. However, the door lay wide open, and the interior was in disarray, showing clear signs of having been ransacked. It seemed that the remaining villagers had taken whatever valuables they could carry. Xu Zhe moved to the yard beneath a jujube tree and, wielding his sword, began to dig. After excavating 3 feet into the ground, he uncovered a small wooden box. Relief washed over him. It was still there. Opening the box revealed a warm yellow jade pendant. Seemingly unremarkable, Xu Zhe's expression grew complex. This pendant had been around the original S neck when he was discovered by his grandfather. It was likely a relic from the original S parents, something he had carried throughout his life. Upon growing older, his grandfather had revealed the truth of his orphanhood, prompting the original to bury the pendant in the box. Why would he wear something belonging to his parents, whom he had never known? He hadn't discarded it, but rather held onto it with a glimmer of hope. Perhaps his parents had been compelled by dire circumstances to abandon him. He longed for the day they might return. As an orphan, he understood this yearning all too well, yet no one ever came seeking him. The desire to unravel the mystery of his origins had become the second powerful obsession after the original's desire to eliminate Lu Ruxue. A flicker of golden light danced in Xu Zhe's eyes as the unassuming jade pendant radiated a captivating lavender glow. A 5th-tier epic item, it stirred something deep within him. Pure Yang Jade contains a strand of pure Yang energy, long-term where nourishes the body, warding off ailments. It also possesses a slight enhancement to bone growth talent, accelerating cultivation speed and increasing the probability of breaking through to levels below the 5th tier. No wonder the original had been remarkably healthy, his physique robust. The nourishment from the pure Yang Jade had played a crucial role. To possess a 5th-tier item suggested that the original S lineage was of considerable significance. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to delve into this further. Safeguarding the pure Yang Jade close to him, Xu Zhe felt a gentle warmth envelop his body, invigorating his spirit. The flow of his essence quickened by a full 10%. Chapter 27. Hunting in the mountains. Indeed, it is a remarkable endeavor. Xu Zhe tethered his horse to an empty shed and sought some fodder, preparing to embark on his mountain hunt. Since the tender age of 8, he had accompanied his grandfather on hunts, and by 15, he ventured into the mountains alone. He was well acquainted with the distribution of beasts around the periphery of the Great Qing Mountain. However, the deeper recesses, home to ferocious creatures like tigers, were realms his grandfather warned him against entering. He had always heeded his grandfather's admonitions and had never ventured there, remaining oblivious to the true nature of those depths. This was Xu Zhe's first experience in hunting, and he felt a surge of excitement. He first approached a thicket, eager to test his skills. With careful steps, he drew upon the hunting memories of his former self, scanning the ground for signs, rabbit droppings, footprints, and nibbled grass. Before long, following the tracks, he spotted a plump wild rabbit, its 3-part mouth rapidly munching on the wild grass, blissfully unaware of its surroundings. Its ears twitched occasionally, alert to any sounds. It appeared rather endearing, its rotund body suggesting a plentiful meal. With newfound confidence, Xu Zhe skillfully nocked an arrow, drew the bowstring, aimed, and released. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth like a meteor, striking with undeniable precision, yet it merely grazed the grass beside the rabbit, leaving not a single hair harmed. Startled, the rabbit sprang away with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, vanishing into the underbrush with astonishing agility. Xu Zhe found himself momentarily frozen in place. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he relaxed and retrieved his arrow. His predecessor had possessed commendable archery skills, capable of hitting targets within 50 paces. With the inheritance of those memories, coupled with his enhanced vision and strength from surpassing the warrior and skin-refining stages, he had anticipated a smooth experience. Yet, it seemed his body still required adaptation and practice. After several attempts, leveraging his predecessor's foundation, he quickly grasped the essentials of archery. Indeed, with his superior physical attributes, his skills flourished, allowing him to hit targets with ease within 100 meters. Whoosh! A well-aimed arrow pierced through another wild rabbit. Experience 5. Success. The triumph of his first hunt filled Chuzhe with elation, though he felt a tinge of regret for not having captured the initial rabbit. The first love is always hard to forget. Grasping the rabbit with his right hand, he activated the Blood Demon Great Hand Seal. Crimson patterns emerged on his palm, resembling a gaping maw that greedily consumed the essence and flesh. In no time, the rabbit's body shriveled away, disintegrating into countless ashes. A sudden chill ran through Chuzhe. This was his first time employing the Blood Demon Great Hand Seal. He hadn't anticipated its sinister nature, leaving not even a trace of bone behind. Perhaps it was for the best. Remnants of bone or skin would have been quite alarming. Chuzhe continued his search for a full hour, hunting several more rabbits. Yet none matched the initial one. Alas, he lamented the missed opportunity to silence it. As twilight descended, Chuzhe reluctantly exited the mountains. That evening, he participated in a lottery and was fortunate enough to win a first-tier martial arts experience pearl. System, allocate it to the Blazing Fire Sword Technique. Martial Arts, Blazing Fire Sword Technique Minor Accomplishment, 2200, Current Experience, 80. A wealth of experience in the Blazing Fire Sword Technique flooded his mind. He unsheathed his long sword and executed the 12 forms of the technique with fluidity. The sword gleamed as he unleashed the most powerful strike of the Blazing Fire Sword Technique, Extreme Flame Slash. The blade, infused with explosive, searing energy, cleaved into the trunk of a great tree. Boom. The tree was astonishingly severed in half, leaving behind a charred ring of scorched bark. Chuzhe was pleasantly surprised and delighted by the formidable power of the seemingly minor accomplishment of the Blazing Fire Sword Technique. With renewed confidence for his forthcoming endeavors, he nibbled on some provisions to satiate his hunger. Chapter 28. The Wild Boar Forest, April 22nd. Chuzhe ventured once more into the mountains. The experience points gained from hunting small game such as rabbits were disappointingly low, failing to satisfy his ambitions. This time, his target was the wild boar. The Wild Boar Forest was home to a formidable group of these creatures. The boars here were muscular and powerful, capable of delivering devastating charges that could easily fell an adult human. They were fearsome, reigning supreme on the outskirts of Dakingshan. While a solitary boar could be manageable for a hunter, facing a whole pack posed a significant risk. A moment's carelessness could turn the hunter into prey. Moreover, the boars were known for their vengeful nature. Slaying one would incite the wrath of the entire group. Thus, few dared to provoke them. Having located his quarry, Chuzhe soon spotted 5 robust boars frolicking in the mud, their playful grunts echoing in the forest. Unable to contain his amusement, he chuckled aloud. What plump creatures! His laughter immediately caught the attention of the boars, who, upon seeing him, began to salivate at the prospect of an easy meal. Having become accustomed to their dominance in the area, they failed to recognize the imminent danger. With a vigorous shake, they emerged from the mire, their bodies caked in mud, and let out furious roars as they charged toward Chuzhe. To the untrained eye, the boar's speed was astonishing, but to him, a seasoned warrior, it was merely average. Evading their rush would be effortless. However, he saw no need to retreat. With a gaze as sharp as lightning, he gripped his longsword tightly, infusing it with the fiery essence of his true energy. The blade sang as it sliced through the air. With ferocity, he lunged forward, his sword transforming into a dazzling arc of light that effortlessly pierced the tough hide of the boar. The intense force within erupted, shattering its internal organs. The creature staggered, its legs giving way, and it collapsed, blood pooling around it and staining the earth crimson. Experience 40. Without pausing, Chuzhe continued his assault, dispatching the remaining 4 boars with ease. The disparity in combat prowess was stark. Even a novice warrior at the threshold of martial arts could not be matched by mere beasts. While other newly ascended warriors might have slain a single boar with relative ease, facing 5 would necessitate caution. The 5 ferocious boars yielded a total of 200 experience points, proving to be quite valuable. Given their substantial size, Chuzhe employed the Blood Demon Great Hand Seal, taking a full 5 minutes to refine the first boar, far too slow. He recognized that achieving instantaneous refinement was still a distant goal. It took him over 20 additional minutes to consume the remaining 4 boars. As he refined their essence, the proficiency of the Blood Demon Great Hand Seal gradually increased. This secret technique inherently required growth through the consumption of flesh and blood. He anticipated that after devouring another 20 boars, his mastery of the technique would reach a minor realm. As he pondered this, a tremor resonated through the ground. A colossal boar, nearly 3 meters long, known as the Boar King, burst from the forest, accompanied by 3 adult boars and 5 piglets. It appeared that the ruckus created by the previous 5 boars had drawn them in. Now, the entire population of boars in the forest had likely assembled. Excellent. A family should be united. With the boars charging forward, Chuzhe prepared to unleash a torrent of refined blood and flesh. As he absorbed vast quantities, the crimson patterns on his palms began to outline a scarlet sigil. The entry-level Blood Demon Great Hand Seal could condense a blood demon mark. Though he was refining the flesh of ordinary beasts, the power unleashed rivaled that of a martial artist strike. This secret technique proved to be even more formidable than he had anticipated. Chapter 29. Dragon Fruit in the Vast Wilderness. The only formidable beast that could be deemed large was the wild boar family, now reduced to nothing but bones, turned to ash. For 2 consecutive days, Chu Zhe ventured deep into the Great Qing Mountain, embarking on the hunt for large beasts within. The traces of these ferocious creatures were not easily discernible during this time. He had only encountered a bear and a tiger, along with a few wolves and birds. With the successful condensation of the Blood Demon mark, the Blood Demon Great Hand Seal had also reached a minor completion, capable of condensing 3 marks. Martial Arts, Blood Demon Great Hand Seal Minor Completion, 0-2000. Achieving a major completion in a short time was impossible. So Chu Zhe decided to condense one more Blood Demon mark before returning to the city. On April 25th, while searching for wild beasts in the dense forest, Chu Zhe suddenly heard the sounds of a fierce battle in the distance. After breaking through the skin refinement stage, his senses had become exceedingly sharp. He could perceive even the slightest rustle of leaves or the whisper of the wind within 100 meters. He could even sense murderous intent and malice that would be imperceptible to a regular person. Slightly astonished, he realized there were indeed people in this secluded mountain forest. Treading lightly, Chu Zhe stealthily approached. He deftly climbed a large tree, from where he could observe a group of individuals besieging a monstrous beast. The creature was colossal. Measuring over 10 meters in length and as thick as a barrel, its body covered in fiery red scales. Its triangular head bore a pair of ferocious eyes that emitted a faint red glow. This beast was a fire cloud python, a pinnacle first-tier beast. Known for its fiery poison and scales as hard as iron, making it exceedingly difficult for even martial masters to slay. The attackers wore garments adorned with a willow leaf pattern on the right chest, indicating they were members of the Liu family. A surge of animosity welled up within Chu Zhe. Among the 5 assailants was 1 at the 2nd tier of martial mastery, 2 at the 9th tier, and 2 at the 8th tier. Standing nearby was a handsome young man clad in white, a sword hanging at his waist, accompanied by 4 guards. Not far from the fire cloud python grew a peculiar shrub, bearing 5 pink fruits with a texture reminiscent of dragon scales. This first-tier spiritual herb, the fire dragon fruit, was known to significantly accelerate the cultivation speed of true qi, being particularly effective for those practicing fire attribute techniques, with effects tenfold that of energy-boosting pills. Each fruit was worth several hundred taels of silver. Chu Zhe couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. Even more enticing was the massive fire cloud python, whose flesh could likely directly condense a blood demon mark. At that moment, the python was battered and bruised under the assault of the 5, nearing its end. Despite its ferocity, the others were no pushovers. The martial master amongst them struck with remarkable ferocity, occasionally unleashing blade energy that sliced through the python's tough scales as if they were tofu, leaving gaping wounds. One of the guards, a lean man with a sycophantic smile, congratulated the young master on the impending slaying of the fire cloud python and the acquisition of the fire dragon fruit. The young man in white smiled faintly. 5 fire dragon fruits would save him a year's worth of cultivation time. Rest assured, I shall not forget your contributions, he said, tossing the lean man a jade vial. The lean man was overjoyed upon opening the vial to find an energy-boosting pill. Is this a mere token of appreciation? He thought, realizing the intelligence regarding the fire dragon fruit tree was worth hundreds of taels of silver. While he felt elated at discovering the tree, he was soon met with disaster when an early-stage fire cloud python ambushed him, catching him unprepared with his 2nd-tier martial strength, nearly costing him his life. Subsequently, he devised a plan to lure the creature away using snake-repelling incense, diverting it to a village at the mountain's base to buy some time. Humans were a rare delicacy for beastkind. However, he had not anticipated a more cunning, pinnacle first-tier fire cloud python lurking in a nearby cave. The snake-repelling incense proved ineffective against it, and as the fire dragon fruits approached maturity, he had no choice but to report the matter. The young man in white cast a casual glance at the lean man. What is it? Is it insufficient? The lean man felt a chill run down his spine, clasping his hands in respect. No, my loyalty is as steadfast as the heavens can attest. The young man nodded in satisfaction. That is good. Upon returning to the family, I will permit you to choose a first-tier martial technique from the library. In the future, should you encounter such situations, simply report it. The Liu family will not treat any loyal servant poorly. He recognized the lean man's intent to monopolize the information regarding the imminent maturity of the fire dragon fruits. A gentle reprimand and a reward were the best ways to manage subordinates. Hearing that he could learn a martial technique, the lean man was filled with excitement, while the other guards displayed expressions of envy. They had not earned any merits and only learned some mediocre techniques. Why were they not fortunate enough to receive the news of the spiritual herb? Chapter 30. Exposure. Thank you, second young master. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. The lean man declared fervently. In this world, martial arts techniques are exceedingly rare and precious, predominantly held by noble families or shrouded in secrecy. To possess a martial arts manual is far more enticing to the lean man than gold or elixirs. For the Jin Yang Martial Arts School to acquire martial skills, one must complete specific tasks and endure various trials, with only the true core disciples receiving instruction. The Yin-Yang Fist, a particularly challenging technique to obtain, allows only formal disciples access to the basic practices. Attaining the full inheritance demands years of arduous labor. However, Chu Zhe's innate talent eclipsed all obstacles. Tossing a mere bone to a loyal dog was but a trivial matter for the young man clad in white, whose gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. The fire cloud python, battered and bruised, its eyes glinting with fury, emitted a wrathful hiss as its tail lashed out like a mighty whip. A martial artist wielding a great sword managed to fend off the assault, realizing the gravity of the situation. The python opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a cloud of crimson toxic gas. The 5 individuals could not evade in time, inhaling the noxious fumes. Feeling a surge of heat coursing through their bodies, their skin aflame, and their vital energy faltering, they hastily retreated from the miasma's reach, as the toxic cloud billowed forth. The fire cloud python's breath weakened considerably, seizing the opportunity to flee. Not so fast. The young man in white bellowed, with a resounding clang. The radiant sword was drawn from its sheath, soaring through the air like a swift arrow, piercing the nearly lifeless python's head, causing its body to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Second young master, you are formidable, the lean man exclaimed immediately. Truly impressive, second young master. The other 3 guards chimed in, their voices slightly delayed but filled with admiration. The young man in white nonchalantly brushed off his sleeves. Chu Zhe observed this scene. Recognizing the prowess of the Lu family scion, who possessed a treasured weapon for protection and had already reached the 8th level of martial mastery at such a young age, doubt began to creep into his mind. This group was overwhelmingly powerful, and as a novice with limited experience in life and death battles, he knew he could not contend with them. As fate would have it, he sought revenge against Lu Ruxue. Suddenly, a figure hidden in the trees spoke. What wisdom do you impart from your concealed perch? The martial artist's gaze, sharp as a blade, landed on the tree where Chu Zhe was concealed. Is there another? The group gasped, their weapons drawn and eyes wary as they regarded Chu Zhe's direction. Remaining motionless, Chu Zhe pondered the possibility that this individual might be attempting to deceive him. The martial artist sneered, drawing a leaf from the air. With a swift motion, he sent the leaf slicing through the air, aiming directly at Chu Zhe. With agility, Chu Zhe descended from the tree, evading the deadly leaf. Indeed, a martial artist possesses keen senses, he thought, mustering an amiable smile. It is all a misunderstanding. I harbor no ill intentions. I am but a humble villager from Qingniu village below, drawn by the sounds of battle. I shall take my leave now. The martial artist's expression darkened ominously. Upon seeing Chu Zhe's remarkably handsome visage, the young man in white coolly remarked, a mere commoner dares to spy on my Lu family? Eliminate him. A chill coursed through Chu Zhe's veins. The disdainful attitude, valuing life as inconsequential, mirrored that of Lu Ruxue. As soon as the words left the young man's lips, the lean man eagerly stepped forward, a sinister grin on his face. Curiosity killed the cat. And you should heed this lesson for your next life. By the way, I must inform you that the fire cloud python that terrorized your village was summoned by me. Chu Zhe's pupils constricted, an uncontrollable fury boiling within him, surging from the depths of his being like a tempest. It was you. Indeed, it was I. The lean man cackled. And what of it? Can you slay me? In an instant, a flash of brilliant sword light sliced through the air. The lean man's words faltered as his head soared into the sky, blood cascading to the ground. Experience 200, Chapter 31. The fierce battle of the martial artist. The arena lay in complete silence, as all present were left in awe. No one could have anticipated that a mere country bumpkin would suddenly rise up to slay a formidable martial artist. However, with his initial strike, Chu Zhe's aura revealed him to be merely a second-tier martial artist. The 3 guards, enraged, charged at Chu Zhe with their weapons drawn. One was a third-tier martial artist, while the other 2 were at the 4th tier. Dispatching a second-tier opponent would be a trivial task for them. It was the perfect opportunity to showcase their prowess before the young master. Moreover, avenging the lean man would entitle them to the coveted chi-boosting pill. Such audacity. A brilliant flash of steel gleamed through the air. The sound of 3 heads severing from their bodies echoed, staining the ground with blood. Experience gained. 600. Chu Zhe gripped his sword tightly. These adversaries seemed rather weak. Calmly, he declared, come forth. Today, either I shall vanquish you, or you shall bring about my demise. The young man in white suddenly erupted in rage, cursing the incompetence of his subordinates. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. If they fell, he could simply recruit more. Why should he waste his temper on a bunch of lowly peasants? With a flick of his hand, he pointed to an 8th-tier martial artist behind him. You take action. Disable all his limbs. Understood, young master. The 8th-tier martial artist summoned his true energy, unleashing a powerful palm strike. The ferocious gust of wind rushed forth. He deemed it unnecessary to draw his weapon against a mere second-tier fighter. Chu Zhe discarded his longsword. Was he attempting to surrender? Alas, it was too late. The 8th-tier man sneered inwardly. In the next instant, however, Chu Zhe's vitality surged like a volcano, erupting forth as he unleashed a thunderous punch. The air resonated with a dull thud. The overwhelming force of his strike descended with ferocity. Oh no! The 8th-tier martial artist's expression shifted dramatically. The moment their palms met, an incomprehensible power surged through him, engulfing his entire being. The sound of shattering bones filled the air as his arm twisted grotesquely, and he was sent flying several meters like a rag doll. Blood gushed from his orifices. He met a gruesome end. With a single punch, the 8th-tier warrior was dispatched as effortlessly as an ant crushed beneath a foot. This spectacle left everyone speechless, instilling a sense of dread in all but the martial artists present. It signified that Chu Zhe could easily eliminate them as well. The young man in white felt a twinge of panic. Even if he were to strike, he could not so easily kill an 8th-tier martial artist. A peak skin refining expert. The martial artist exclaimed in shock. Yet, there was no time for astonishment. Chu Zhe propelled himself forward, his aura charging like a ferocious tiger lunging at its prey. Simultaneously, he invoked the heavenly demon disintegration technique. An even more potent and formidable surge of energy erupted from him, his visage painted crimson as he exuded a blood-red mist. Resembling a bloodthirsty demon of legend, the martial artist smirked, dismissing the notion of skin refinement. What does it matter? Just a glimmer of light. Watch closely. I will slay him within 3 moves. Wielding a massive blade, he infused his true energy into the weapon and struck downwards. Head Instructor Hong. Yes, with Head Instructor Hong. He will surely be slaughtered effortlessly. Excitement bubbled within the hearts of the onlookers. A terrifying blade of light illuminated the arena. The clash of fist against blade resonated through the air. An explosive force erupted, creating ripples in the atmosphere. The martial artist's countenance shifted as he felt the tremendous power. Involuntarily retreating several steps, Chu Zhe too felt a sharp pain akin to needles piercing his flesh, blood flowing profusely. Indeed, the martial artist's strength was fearsome. Yet it was not as overwhelming as he had anticipated. He could still fight. Unyielding determination shone in his eyes as he bellowed, once more. The fierce exchange continued for dozens of moves, and with each passing moment, the martial artist's amazement grew. The youth before him possessed astonishing stamina, an impressive reserve of vitality, and an unyielding toughness, as if he were employing some secret technique. Chapter 32. Slaying the martial master. The strength and speed of the opponent far exceeded that of an ordinary peak skin refinement practitioner. Having already expended a significant portion of his true energy in battle against the fire cloud python, he was now afflicted by fire poison, causing a slight stagnation in his energy flow. In a less than optimal state, continuing the fight could lead to his downfall. After a brief hesitation and disregarding his pride, he gritted his teeth and said, "Second young master, toss me the treasure weapon. It can pierce through his physical form." The young man in white exchanged glances with a warrior of the 9th rank, who hurriedly approached the head of the fire cloud python, attempting to extract the precious sword. Unfortunately, the sword was lodged firmly within the beast's skull, proving difficult to retrieve. At that moment, a sharp crack echoed as the martial master's large blade shattered under the strain of the fierce battle. Left with no choice, he had to confront the enemy with his bare hands. A sly smile crept across Chu Zhe's lips as the blood demon mark shattered. A brilliant surge of blood light erupted from his palm, swiftly transforming into a blood-red hand the size of a brick. Emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine, the blood hand struck down heavily upon the martial master. With a resounding impact, the martial master let out a piercing scream. The blood hand, akin to sulfuric acid, corroded flesh and true energy alike. The remnants of the martial master's true energy were utterly insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the blood hand. He could only watch in horror as his flesh began to dissolve, revealing stark white bones beneath. Within mere breaths, he was reduced to a puddle of viscous matter. Experience 2000, a full 20 dross. An ecstatic smile adorned Chu Zhe's face, radiating a sinister delight. Everyone stood aghast at the scene, fear evident in their eyes. Head Instructor Hong was dead. A formidable martial master, renowned throughout Xingyang County, had perished so easily. One among them cried out, "Demonic arts. This is demonic sorcery. He is a disciple of the demon sect. Second young master, flee. We will hold him off." The remaining 3 guardians clenched their teeth and advanced. With the second young master dead, they had no hope of survival and feared for their families as well. The young man in white retreated, shouting, "Do not worry. As long as I return alive, I promise your families a life of wealth and safety. I will seek my grandfather's aid to avenge you, ensuring he suffers a fate worse than death." The 4 guardians felt their spirits lift. They would fight till the end. It was Chu Zhe's turn to sneer. Dream on in hell. With terrifying force, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, dispatching the 4 guardians swiftly. Experience 800. As the young man in white fled in desperation, Chu Zhe activated the blood escape technique, transforming into a streak of bloodlight to pursue him. The young man, upon sensing Chu Zhe's approach, was engulfed by sheer terror. "Wait, it's all a misunderstanding. I am Lu Hongye, the son of the Lu family head. My father has been friends with your sect's bloodchild for years. We are allies. If you spare me, I shall reward you greatly." Chu Zhe remained silent, fully aware that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. With a single punch, he ended the young man's life. As he dispelled 2 secret techniques, his aura waned significantly, causing him to lose considerable weight and collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath. A hint of fear flickered in his eyes. This encounter had been perilously close. He had acted too impulsively. As a novice in martial arts, taking on 10 opponents was beyond his means. Had they not underestimated him? One by one offering themselves up, and had he not been weakened from battling the fire cloud python, he would have surely been no match for them. Next time, he vowed, he would never act so recklessly again. 5 minutes later, he dusted off his clothes and stood up, his face flushed with vitality. One must admit, the immortal body was indeed remarkable. Even after having drained more than half of his blood, he was able to recover so swiftly. Chapter 33. Golden Kidneys. Chu Zhe surveyed the corpses around him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Though the danger had been great, the rewards were even greater. In experience points alone, he had gained a staggering 3,800. Without hesitation, he began looting the bodies, his hands trembling slightly with anticipation. From the first corpse, he retrieved 16 taels of silver, a 100-tael banknote, and 3 chi-enhancing pills. The bulk of the spoils came from Lu Hongye's body, the others had been paupers in comparison. The Blood Demon's Great Palm technique had devoured the 9 men, reducing them to ashes and extracting every last drop of value. The Martial Master's corpse had already dissolved into a pool of putrid liquid, rendering it useless. His gaze then turned covetously toward the massive fire cloud python. It took him a full 2 hours to completely consume the serpent. Once the process was complete, a new blood demon mark coalesced, one powerful enough to rival a peak Martial Master's strike. If used unexpectedly, it could easily grievously wound even a late-stage Martial Master. In death, these men had unwittingly done him a great service. Chu Zhe picked up the azure sword that had fallen to the ground. It was 3 feet long, its blade exuding a chilling aura. A faint golden light flickered in his eyes as he examined it. The sword emitted a soft emerald glow. Azure Rainbow Sword, low-grade treasure weapon, forged from 100 refinements of first-grade jade greenstone ore. Cuts through iron as if it were mud. Amplifies true chi by 30%. When he channeled his chi into the blade, it immediately radiated a misty azure light, its edge gleaming coldly. Had the Martial Master wielded this sword in battle, Chu Zhe would have been in grave danger. Thank the heavens he sighed. His strength was still far too lacking. After stowing the sword in the 5 fire dragon fruits he had gathered, he assessed his haul. The resources he had acquired were more than enough to push him to the peak of the warrior realm. As for the other weapons, they were mere sharp tools. Hardly worth much. He tossed them carelessly into a nearby pit. Now, it was time to focus on cultivation to break through to the Martial Master realm or refine his flesh. Then seek vengeance against Lu Ruxue. Of course, Lu Hongye's disappearance would inevitably draw the Lu family's scrutiny, but given his current meager strength, it was unlikely they would suspect him. Returning home, Chu Zhe decided against further hunting in the Great Green Mountains. His recent windfall had rendered the experience points and flesh of ordinary beasts insignificant. Now, it was time for the lottery. Originally, he had possessed 200 experience points. With the additional 3,800, his total had reached an unprecedented 4,000. System, all in. The wheel spun rapidly, streaks of white light flashing by, interspersed with occasional green glows. When the rewards were revealed, Chu Ze's expression turned peculiar. This time, he had actually drawn 2 green-tier talents, Indomitable Spear, Superhuman Endurance, instantly. His kidneys took on a golden hue, suffused with a strange, warm current that continuously nourished them. The kidneys store essence. When they are robust, vitality flourishes, and the spear remains unyielding. Simultaneously, he sensed an improvement in the recovery rate of his blood chi and stamina. If it had previously taken 5 minutes to recover, now it required only 3. Truthfully, he had no need for these talents. But since the system had bestowed them, he had no choice but to reluctantly accept them. If all else fails, I could always become a live-in son-in-law. Even 70 rounds in a single night wouldn't drain me. Aside from these 2 green-tier talents, the more valuable rewards included 2 first-grade spatial pouches, a vial of supreme-grade chi-enhancing pills, and 3 first-grade martial arts experience pearls. A first-grade spatial pouch could create a half-cubic meter storage space for external items. Chu Zhe faintly perceived a small, grayish void within, containing a jade vial, presumably holding the supreme-grade chi-enhancing pills. With a thought, the vial appeared in his hand, then vanished just as quickly. After toying with it for a while, he stored the Azure Rainbow Sword and Fire Dragon fruits inside. As for the 3 martial arts experience pearls, he allocated all of them to the Flaming Sun Fist. Martial Art, Flaming Sun Fist, Mastery, 6500, Chapter 34. The intercept. It was time to return to Qingyang County. Riding a lean and spirited steed, Chu Zhe embarked on his journey back to the city. The horse, filled with exuberance, galloped with great vigor. Just as Chu Zhe had ridden a short distance beyond Qingyo village, he heard the rapid sound of approaching hosts from afar, 3 dark figures swiftly drawing near. The narrow country road seemed inadequate, and a collision was imminent. Thus, Chu Zhe dismounted and led his horse to the side of the road, allowing the oncoming riders to pass first, a gesture of courtesy. Before long, 3 middle-aged men on swift mounts galloped by. However, as they passed Chu Zhe, they abruptly halted. Chu Zhe cast a discerning glance at the trio. His heightened senses, combined with the celestial demon's concealment technique, enabled him to perceive the auras emanating from them. One of the men donned black leather armor and wielded a hefty blade, exuding the aura of a 3rd-level martial master. The second, a cyclopean figure, brandished a mountain axe, embodying the essence of a 2nd-level martial master. The last man, unarmed and clad in luxurious attire, radiated an intimidating presence, revealing his status as a 7th-level martial master. Chu Zhe furrowed his brow slightly. Given the remote location of Qingyo village, it was perplexing that 3 martial masters would venture here. It was highly likely that these individuals hailed from the Lu family, searching for Lu Hongye. At present, confronting these 3 was beyond his capabilities. He needed to rely on cunning instead. Thus, he relaxed his brow and donned a friendly smile, addressing them. Gentlemen, May I inquire what brings you to seek me? The Cyclopean man produced a portrait, his gaze fierce as he fixed it upon Chuzé. Boy, have you seen this person? Chuzé scrutinized the image closely. The man depicted was indeed Lu Hongye. Rubbing his temples, as if recalling a memory, he replied, a few days ago, while hunting in the mountains, I unexpectedly encountered this young master. He was accompanied by a group, seemingly waiting for something atop the mountains ahead. The armored man's demeanor brightened at this revelation. Turning to the man in fine clothing. Second master, it appears the second young master is unharmed. He is likely waiting for the spiritual herbs to mature, which has delayed him. The elegantly dressed man nodded slightly, pointing a finger at Chuzé with an authoritative tone. You shall accompany us and lead the way. If your words prove true, I shall reward you handsomely. If false, his aura surged forth, striking with the ferocity of a tiger, bearing down upon Chuzé. Instantly, Chuzé appeared taken aback, his complexion paling as his legs trembled, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The three men, seasoned in their craft, recognized this as an involuntary reaction, an instinctive response, not feigned. Observing Chuzé's cowardice, their tension eased, and a flicker of disdain crossed their eyes. He was merely a weakling, a sight they had encountered many times before. Commoners often crumbled under their pressure, and this one seemed even feebler, wasting his handsome features. The Cyclopean man growled menacingly, Get up and lead the way, or I shall kill you. Chuzé quivered, struggling to rise. But it felt as though an invisible weight restrained him. With a hint of desperation, he pleaded, Elder brother, my legs are too weak. I cannot stand. Impatient. The Cyclopean man dismounted, reaching out with a large hand to grasp Chuzé. Yet, at that very moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Chuzé's eyes. A sword materialized in his grasp. With a swift motion, he thrust the blade, striking true at the Cyclopean man's heart, delivering a chilling blow. Concurrently, the fiery essence within exploded at the point of impact, tearing a bloody hole through his chest. The Cyclopean man glanced down at the wound, confusion and disbelief flickering in his eyes. With an impassive expression, Chuzé withdrew the sword. With a thud, the Cyclopean man's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Experience points 2000. The two onlookers, the man in fine attire and the armored warrior, found their expressions frozen in shock. Chapter 35, The Slaying of the Azure Rainbow Sword. Who are you? Where's Hongye? The elegantly dressed man ground his teeth, his gaze piercing with a chilling intent as he fixed his stare on Chuzé, mingled with a hint of avarice. If he had not misjudged, the Azure Rainbow Sword had suddenly manifested in this man's grasp. Could it be that he possessed the legendary spatial equipment? The armored man, wielding a large blade, dismounted with a sinister grin and said, Second master. Why waste words on him? He is merely a lowly warrior of the second rank. Let us shatter his limbs and extract the truth. The figure before them was nothing more than an insignificant insect, a mere warrior of the second rank. With a thunderous strike, the great blade descended upon Chuzé. Heavenly demon disintegration technique. Chuzé's eyes flared crimson. A torrent of blood vitality surged forth, coalescing into an ethereal 3-foot wolf smoke that enveloped his fist. With a mighty punch, a shadow of his fist swept through the air, compressing the surrounding atmosphere into a palpable tear. A sound akin to thunder resounded on the ground. The armored man's countenance shifted slightly. A body refinement warrior. However, he quickly sneered, dismissing it as mere skin refinement, daring to engage him in combat. Boom. The overwhelming force of blood vitality erupted with the punch. The fist met the blade, and both men staggered back a few paces in unison. The armored man surprised that this youth managed to withstand the blow. In the next moment, with a wicked laugh, he advanced, bringing the large blade down with ferocity. Chuzé's gaze was frosty. He did not flinch or evade, but instead launched a punch toward the armored man's chest, engaging in a deadly gamble. Even at the cost of his life, he aimed to take a piece of flesh from his opponent. The armored man's expression shifted drastically. What a ruthless lad. Nevertheless, protected by his armor, he believed this strike would merely wound him while Chuzé would pay with his life. Thus, he too did not retreat. The blade cleaved into Chuzé's left shoulder with a violent force. Blood sprang forth. It sank deeply into his shoulder, nearly severing his arm. Had it not been for the significant enhancement of his physical strength after body refinement, this strike would have surely split him in two. The armored man was sent flying, spitting blood, yet he wore a triumphant smile. However, the next instant, his face contorted in horror, his pupils dilating. The grievously injured Chuzé charged forward once more, landing a punch upon his neck. A distinct crack echoed, and soon the armored man's body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The swift moment of life and death transpired in an instant. The elegantly dressed man had not even comprehended the situation before the armored man was slain. Meanwhile, Chuzé, having fought to the death, lay on the ground, his spirit dimmed, an expression of unyielding regret etched upon his face as he drew his last breath. Experience 2000. The elegantly dressed man's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated that the armored man would perish alongside this youth. The deaths of two martial artists represented a significant loss for the Lu family. Yet, thoughts of the spatial equipment on Chuzé ignited a fervor within him. Approaching Chuzé's corpse, he unleashed a surge of true chi into Chuzé's heart. Perceiving no movement from Chuzé, he finally felt reassured. Crouching down, he prepared to search Chuzé's body. In that instant, a dazzling red light flared. The blood demon's great handprint struck the unsuspecting, elegantly dressed man with tremendous force. He staggered back, blood mixed with viscera erupting from his mouth, his eyes wide open in disbelief, unable to close in death. His body gradually dissolved into a pool of viscous fluid. Experience 2000, Chu Ze lay on the ground, gazing up at the sky. It was finally over. This time, he had feigned death, fortuitously slaying his adversary. Yet, he knew that luck might not favor him again. This world was perilously dangerous, with increasingly formidable foes. And his cultivation progress remained painfully slow. Chapter 36. The gathering. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Chu Ze stepped forward to explore the bodies of the man in leather armor and the one-eyed man, discovering only a few tales of silver. However, the man in fine garments possessed valuable items, a pair of black gauntlets and a small black booklet. Utilizing his true energy, he filtered and dried the liquid that coated the gauntlets and the booklet. Mayable gauntlets, a mid-grade treasure crafted from the hide of a second-tier mayable beast. Capable of amplifying true energy by 30% and dissipating 30% of the impact from true energy attacks. The black booklet contained a record of a second-tier martial technique known as wind-chasing steps. It promised the swiftness of the wind, leaving no trace upon the snow. It appeared to have been acquired recently, still pristine and in use. If the man in fine clothes had mastered it, he would not have been easily caught. The execution of second-tier martial techniques was exceptionally taxing on true energy, and although Chu Ze longed for this technique, he could only admire it for the time being. With a blood demon great hand seal, he devoured the horse along with the corpses. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Chu Ze's steed grew increasingly docile, readily kneeling to allow him to mount. In high spirits, Chu Ze affectionately patted the horse's head and resumed his journey back to the city. Upon returning his weapons and steed, Chu Ze leisurely made his way to the study to report to Master Lin. As soon as Lin saw Chu Ze, his eyes lit up. "My dear disciple, you have finally returned." Chu Ze smiled, apologizing for the delay caused by unforeseen matters that had worried his master. Lin's face broke into a gentle smile. "The demon hunting team from our martial hall has returned. Tonight, I am hosting a welcome banquet at the Tianxiang Tower. These individuals are the elite of our hall, and I would like to introduce them to you." Chu Ze nodded slightly. After conversing with Master Lin, he sought out Lu Xiaoyu, feeling a twinge of concern that Lu might encounter trouble with Wang Ting in his absence. Fortunately, Lu was safe and sound. Upon seeing Chu Ze's return, Lu was equally delighted, and the two shared a meal together. As evening fell, they arrived at Tianxiang Tower, the largest tavern in Xingyang County, which had been reserved by the Jinyang Martial Hall for the evening. Attendees comprised members of the hall who were martial artists or above. Many disciples had already gathered, chatting in small groups. "Senior brother, with your strength, securing 4th place in the upcoming martial competition is assured. Entering the top 3 is not out of reach either." Indeed, Senior brother emerged from a den of beasts. His combat prowess far exceeds that of others at the same level. He might even defeat a 7th-tier warrior, possibly clinching a top 3 position. Senior brother is truly formidable. A group of disciples surrounded a young man, showering him with praise. The young man, Shan Xingwu, stood tall at 8 feet, his robust physique clad tightly in training attire, exuding an aura of confidence. His tiger-like eyes revealed a hint of modesty, clearly enjoying the attention. He raised his hand, and the chatter subsided. "Work hard, and you may not fall short of my achievements in the future." Shan Xingwu, the senior brother of Jinyang Martial Hall, stood at the 6th tier of warriors. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward Lin Ruoxue. Chu Ze and Lu Xiaoyu also made their entrance to Tianxiang Tower. "Chu Shidi, Lu Shidi, you are here." Lin Ruoxue greeted them with a radiant smile. As a core figure in the martial hall, her presence immediately captured the attention of the disciples, many of whom discreetly assessed Chu Ze. Having recently condensed a significant amount of blood energy in his initial training, Chu Ze had gained considerable notoriety. Rumors circulated that he had been accepted as Master Lin's closed-door disciple and was personally instructed in Tianhe Courtyard, receiving various precious medicinal dishes. Such exceptional treatment incited jealousy and dissent among many in the hall. Whispers suggested that Chu Ze had long been secretly nurtured by Master Lin to position him as a successor, with some even claiming he was Master Lin's illegitimate child. However, this latter speculation quickly dissipated upon seeing Chu Ze in person, as Master Lin's appearance did not quite match that description. At this moment, Chu Ze, clad in a blue robe with fair skin and extraordinary features, resembled a pampered scion of a wealthy family. In contrast, Lu Xiaoyu stood largely overlooked. "Who is that?" Shan Xingwu's gaze sharpened. "Senior brother, this is the newly recruited disciple with exceptional potential, the one accepted by the hall master," a disciple whispered, his eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and envy. What has he been consuming? In just 20 days, he has undergone a remarkable transformation, appearing even more handsome. Chapter 37. The people of the Jinyang Martial Arts School. A tall and slender youth stood beside Shan Xingwu, his gaze slightly frosty. He was Lu Yicheng, a member of the Demon Hunter team, possessing a cultivation level of the 4th rank warrior. Upon returning, he learned of Chu Ze's favorable treatment and felt an immediate sense of injustice. Why should they, who fought valiantly and exerted great effort to attain their current standings, find Chu Ze enjoying a far superior status upon his arrival? What merit did this Chu Ze possess? His resentment only deepened upon observation. The training at the Yinyang post was best conducted under the sun, and the diligent practitioners of the martial arts school all bore sun-kissed, even darkly radiant skin. Yet, Chu Ze? His complexion was so pale that it seemed he had barely practiced martial arts even after half a month of being here. Such a lazy pretty boy. No matter how exceptional his innate talent, was utterly unworthy of becoming the successor of the school. He chuckled, "Master brother? How can such a pretty boy compete with you for the position of successor?" He added, "Let me test his capabilities." The others nodded in agreement, asserting, "Master brother, we recognize only you as the rightful successor." Shan Xingwu replied earnestly, "Yi Qing, do not act impulsively. Master Lin has his reasons for this. If you cause a scene here, I will not stand idly by." He too harbored curiosity about why Chu Zhe commanded such attention. Merely possessing superior innate talent could not justify Master Lin's esteem. Reluctantly, Lu Yicheng nodded, understanding that time would reveal all. Lin Ruoxue introduced Chu Zhe and Lu Xiao to several individuals, including Shan Xingwu and Lu Yicheng. Out of respect for Lin Ruoxue, everyone feigned cordiality towards Chu Zhe. However, Chu Zhe, perceptive as he was, sensed the underlying disdain and skepticism from the crowd, quelling any desire to engage with them. He had no intention of subjecting himself to their cold indifference and decided to focus on enjoying food and drink instead, having not savored a decent meal in days. At that moment, the schoolmaster Lin and 2 instructors arrived. Chu Zhe was already acquainted with Instructor Zhang, while the other, Instructor Shan, was robustly built, with a slightly tanned face and a serious demeanor that was quite intimidating. The schoolmaster was at the pinnacle of warrior mastery. Instructor Zhang at the 4th rank, and Instructor Shan at the 7th rank. Excluding Lin Ruoxue, who was a late-stage warrior, there were 4 at mid-stage, and 12 at early stage among the disciples. With only a few warriors on missions outside, nearly all the strength of the Jinyang Martial Arts School had gathered. Chu Zhe approached the schoolmaster Lin, who introduced him, "You know Instructor Zhang, so I shall refrain from further introduction. This is our Instructor Shan." Chu Zhe bowed respectfully. Instructor Zhang regarded him with a gaze both fervent and sorrowful. "Well, you are remarkable, and our school's future will rely on you." Instructor Shan merely nodded. Subsequently, the schoolmaster formally introduced Chu Zhe to everyone. This display of utmost regard caused a stir among the crowd, and their perception of Chu Zhe began to shift. Could it be that the rumors of Chu Zhe becoming the successor were not mere fabrications? Following this, the schoolmaster, Instructor Zhang, and 4 late-stage warriors ascended to the 2nd floor for discussions, leaving the young disciples on the 1st floor to form their own groups. Chu Zhe chose to retreat to a corner, indulging in food and drink with great pleasure. Lu Xiaoyu, initially intending to mingle and forge friendships, chose to accompany Chu Zhe to avoid any awkwardness. Observing Chu Zhe's solitary state, Lu Yicheng couldn't help but smirk. This fellow possesses a modicum of self-awareness. Realizing he is unwelcome and retreating to the sidelines, another disciple chimed in, "Indeed, one wonders what sort of charm he has cast over the schoolmaster to garner such attention. One must possess strength to forge their path. In a month or 2, should he achieve nothing, even the schoolmaster will not be able to protect him." Lu Yicheng squinted, thinking that this inept individual need not wait a month. He would ensure he withdrew from the competition sooner. Another disciple shook his head with a chuckle. "This Chu Zhe truly lacks understanding. As a junior, he does not even know to offer us a toast. Had he endeared himself to us, we might have guided him a little." "Precisely. What a pity." A chorus of agreement echoed among the disciples. Shan Xingwu remained silent, deep in thought. Chapter 38. Provocation time passed swiftly at the banquet. Chu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu, having feasted to their heart's content, left Tianxiang Tower with satisfaction. Halfway through their journey, a shadowy figure emerged abruptly from the roadside, blocking their path. Lu Xiaoyu, startled, instinctively shoved Chu Zhe behind him, exclaiming, "A ghost." Such a handsome ghost, Chu Zhe thought, his lips twitching slightly. With furrowed brows, he gazed at the shadow, inquiring, "What brings you here at such a late hour, senior brother Lu?" His keen perception had already sensed Lu Yicheng's presence. Lu Yicheng shot Lu Xiaoyu an irritated glance. Then, with a cold demeanor, he addressed Chu Zhe. "I merely wish to exchange a few moves with you, to offer some guidance." Lu Xiaoyu peered cautiously from behind Chu Zhe, feeling a sense of foreboding. The extraordinary treatment that Chu Zhe received undoubtedly sparked envy and resentment among others. Even he couldn't suppress his own jealousy, often musing. Could Chu be the illegitimate son of the master? Yet, he dismissed the thought as unlikely. Despite his envy, Lu Xiaoyu genuinely hoped for Chu Zhe's bright future. Most individuals, mindful of Master Lin, would refrain from acting against Chu Zhe. However, the members of the demon hunting team, who bravely faced perilous battles against beasts, were not as easily appeased. They were the true backbone of the Martial Arts Academy. Their opinions held considerable weight with Master Lin. Lu Yicheng, a prodigious disciple of the academy, was only slightly inferior in talent to the senior disciples. He was highly regarded and known for his ruthless approach. Most encounters with him resulted in serious injury, with few leaving unscathed. Should he inadvertently harm Chu Zhe, Master Lin would likely remain indifferent, for in the realm of martial arts, accidents were not uncommon. As long as the injuries were not severe or fatal, it was deemed acceptable. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yicheng stepped forward with a smile, "Senior brother, Chu has only trained for a few days and knows little. How about I spar with your junior brother instead?" Though both were warriors, Lu Xiao had endured more beatings and could withstand more than Chu Zhe. Chu Zhe placed a hand on Lu Xiaoyu's shoulder, smiling warmly, "Xiaoyu, This senior brother wishes to instruct me. Why are you making a fuss? Allow me to handle it myself. Rest assured, I am far stronger than you think. Such matters would undoubtedly arise again, and he needed to prove himself. As he spoke, his inner energy began to circulate, a subtle yet palpable aura emanating from him. My heavens, he has reached the second level of a warrior. Lu Xiaoyu stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Chu Zhe. Lu Yicheng's face also reflected profound surprise. How is this possible in such a short time? It hasn't been more than 20 days. Even those with exceptional talents, surpassing mere spiritual bones, could not transition from an ordinary person to the third level of a warrior so swiftly, dismissing all other possibilities. One conclusion emerged. The rumors were indeed true. Master Lin had likely been nurturing Chu Zhe in secret all along. Lu Yicheng clenched his teeth in frustration. An 18-year-old at the second level of a warrior would soon surpass him, perhaps within a year or so. He felt unqualified to criticize. Yet, being a person of pride, he asserted, what of being at the second level? I could easily handle 10 like junior brother Chu. Then I await your guidance, Chu Zhe replied, bowing respectfully, exuding courtesy. With a smile, he added, senior brother, please strike first. I fear that if I initiate, you may not get a chance. Lu Yicheng chuckled coldly, irritation brewing within him. Initially, he had intended to hold back, but now he felt compelled to teach this junior brother a lesson. With such bravado, he hoped this young man could endure the weight of his words. Lu Xiaoyu swallowed hard. Has Chu brother perhaps spoken too boldly? Lu Yicheng's realm was indeed higher, and his combat experience far surpassed that of Chu Zhe. He couldn't fathom how Chu could emerge victorious. Words alone held no merit. True skill lay in action. Lu Yicheng prepared to strike decisively, unleashing a torrent of energy that radiated a scorching heat. His body shot forward like an arrow, delivering a fierce punch aimed at Chu Zhe. To Lu Xiaoyu's astonishment, Lu Yicheng's speed was blindingly fast. The motion was nearly imperceptible, punctuated only by the sharp whistle of air as his fist cut through. The sheer weight of the blow was palpable. However, Chu Zhe remained unfazed. He stepped forward, his right hand gripping Lu Yicheng's wrist with the precision of a vice. With a powerful twist, he executed a flawless shoulder throw. Lu Yicheng felt an overwhelming force take hold, lifting him off the ground before he crashed heavily back to the earth with a pained cry, his eyes wide with disbelief. The fluidity and decisiveness of Chu Zhe's actions prompted Lu Xiaoyu to exclaim in awe, beautiful, impressive. Chu Zhe smiled slightly. All right, let's go. Sure. Lu Xiaoyu responded cheerfully. But before leaving, he couldn't help but glance back at the writhing Lu Yicheng. It seemed that during their previous sparring, Chu Zhe had shown him considerable mercy. Chapter 39, Low Profile. Not far away, Lin Ruoxue witnessed the scene where Chu Zhe effortlessly defeated Lu Yicheng. A shiver coursed through her, and her heart skipped a beat, her eyes widening in disbelief. What was happening? She had followed Lu Yicheng, who had been sneaking behind Chu Zhe, intending to intervene heroically. However, she was taken aback when Lu Yicheng was instantly taken down. She knew that Chu Zhe had become a warrior and possessed considerable combat prowess. Yet it seemed implausible that he could annihilate Lu Yicheng, who stood 3 realms above him. What manner of monster was this young man? She cast a deep glance at Chu Zhe, her mind swirling with questions. After much hesitation, she turned and departed. Concealed in the shadows, Dan Xingwu also observed this spectacle. Fully aware of Lu Yicheng's character, he anticipated that trouble would arise for Chu Zhe. Thus, he followed, eager to uncover what Chu Zhe was concealing, while also hoping to prevent Lu Yicheng from inflicting severe harm, which could lead to irreparable consequences. After all, Chu Zhe was a favored disciple of Master Lin. And while a lesson might be permissible, seriously injuring Chu Zhe would tarnish Master Lin's reputation. Yet, if Chu Zhe proved to be utterly inept, Dan Xingwu would not allow Master Lin to squander the resources of the martial arts school on a worthless individual. It was evident that Chu Zhe had concealed his strength, but the extent of his hidden abilities remained unknown. What could warrant Master Lin's esteem? Returning to Tiana Courtyard, Chu Zhe strolled leisurely under the moonlight. A figure appeared in the courtyard, hands clasped behind their back. Master, Chu Zhe greeted, unperturbed, as he bowed respectfully. Tonight was exceptionally lively. He knew that both Master Lin and Lin Ruoxue, along with Dan Xingwu, had witnessed the earlier event. Although he could not perceive Master Lin's presence, his discerning eye could. The second-tier deep green glow emanating from Master Lin was remarkably radiant. Master Lin scrutinized Chu Zhe from head to toe, his gaze filled with intrigue. Warrior level 2. A breakthrough in just a few days? What kind of cultivation speed is this? It was incomprehensible to him. When he ascended from warrior level 1 to level 2, it had taken him over a month. Such talent could not merely be attributed to superior roots. Chu Zhe must possess other exceptional endowments. Regrettably, Master Lin's insight was insufficient, his knowledge too limited to discern the truth. Chu Zhe was indeed underutilized at their martial arts school, a prodigy beyond the legendary spirit bones, achieving breakthroughs as effortlessly as one consumes food and drink, even enhancing his cultivation with every breath. His comprehension was extraordinary, mastering newly acquired martial techniques in the blink of an eye. Such talent was undeniably enviable. While he did not dare to hope for Chu Zhe's abilities to be that formidable, he was certain that Chu Zhe's future would surpass that of a mere martial artist, shining even brighter. Resolutely, he decided to entrust the Qiong order to Chu Zhe, facilitating his entry into the Qiong sect. However, before that, He must ensure Chuzai's safety in becoming a martial artist. Noticing Master Lin's prolonged silence, Chuzai timidly spoke. Master. Master Lin returned to reality and assured him. I shall publicly claim that I have taken you as my disciple long ago. Do not disclose your true cultivation progress to others. Such rapid advancement is bound to incite envy and jealousy. If exposed without the protection of a powerful faction, it could lead to dire consequences. Listening to Master Lin's warning, Chuzai nodded fervently. He was inherently a low-profile individual, preferring to amass wealth quietly. In a world devoid of law, the more ostentatious one has prowess, the quicker and more tragically one meets their end. Upon returning to his room, Chuzai eagerly commenced his beloved lottery segment, wagering all 6,000 experience points. This time, fortune was not in his favor. He did not draw any talents, but rather acquired 5 martial arts experience orbs. He allocated them all to the Yin-Yang Fist. Martial Arts, Yin-Yang Fist Mastery, 310-500, Chapter 40. The Warrior's 6th Level, April 26th. Early morning. The practice of boxing commenced once more. After ingesting a premium vitality pill, a flush appeared on Chuzai's face. He trained relentlessly, his true energy gradually absorbing the potency of the medicine. A wisp of white smoke rose from his body. Time slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated within Chuzai. Realm. Warrior Level 30300. A smile crept upon his lips. With his current rate of cultivation, he harbored hopes of breaking through to Warrior Level 5 before May 20th. Should he master the Flame Sun Fist to perfection? Even Level 6 would not be beyond his reach. In the afternoon, Lin Ruoshui arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, she launched a single-handed strike. The fierce wind from her palm tore through the air, producing a whistling sound. In the past, Chuzai would have been unable to evade such an onslaught. However, 30 days had transformed him. He was no longer the weakling he had been. Come at me, Chuzai chuckled softly, infusing his palms with Flame Sun True energy. His left hand, like a whip, parried Lin Ruoshui's assault, while his right hand, akin to a blade, aimed directly at her throat. Warrior Level 3. Lin Ruoshui's brow twitched, her expression a mix of surprise and uncertainty, yet her movements remained swift. She suppressed her true energy to Warrior Level 3, unleashing a blaze of crimson energy. With a swift motion, she blocked the strike. Upon contact with Chuzai's palm, she felt an overwhelming force, as if struck by a massive hammer. Her arm trembled. How could junior brother Chu's strength have increased so dramatically? Could it be that he possesses a natural endowment akin to Jin Jinqing's immense power? After breaking through to the warrior realm, his strength had surged beyond that of ordinary practitioners, rivaling that of Warrior Level 5. It was no wonder Lui Qing had been swiftly defeated. Gritting her teeth, Lin Ruoshui elevated her cultivation to Warrior Level 5 to withstand his blow. She then unleashed a flurry of strikes toward Chuzai. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged dozens of blows, the sound of impact echoing throughout the space. Suddenly, Chuzai retreated a few steps, bringing his index and middle fingers together as if wielding a sword, and thrusting forward with great force. Whoosh! The scorching energy pierced through the sword technique. The Lesser Fire Sword technique? Lin Ruoshui's heart raced. How could he have found time to cultivate martial skills? It had taken her a year to reach the small completion stage of the Lesser Fire Sword technique. Comparisons could be infuriating. With her own fingers mimicking a sword, their strikes collided with a resounding bang. Tiny sparks flickered in the air as they both stumbled back 3 steps. Chuzai felt exhilaration surge within him. Once more. After enduring so long, he finally felt invigorated. Even while suppressing most of his strength, his physique, having undergone skin refining, surpassed that of the average warrior. Lin Ruoshui raised her hand to halt the engagement, her expression profoundly complex. I have matters to attend to today. I shall not continue. If they fought further, she feared her jealousy would overwhelm her, leading her to strike Chuzai harshly. She could foresee him surpassing her at a speed she could scarcely imagine. It was better to leave a trace of goodwill now. With a hint of loss, she remarked, your strength now rivals that of Warrior Level 5. And your combat skills are quite refined. Practicing with me holds little value for you. Congratulations, junior brother Chu, you have graduated. Chuzai bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude for his senior sister's assistance over these days. Lin Ruoshui nodded slightly, instructing him to continue practicing while she quietly departed, resolute in her decision not to glance back at him. In the days that followed, Chuzai remained sequestered, diligently honing his skills. On May 19th, within his chamber, a muffled sound emanated from within him. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Realm, Warrior Level 60600, not only that, but during these days, his rewards were not in vain. The martial experience beads he had drawn were all invested into the Flame Sun Fist and the Lesser Fire Sword technique. Martial Arts, Flame Sun Fist, Perfection, 1000. Devouring Sky Demon Art, LV 1-95 2010,000. Beginner Sky Demon Disintegration Technique, 100-500. Beginner Blood Demon Escape Technique, 100-500. Minor completion of Blood Demon Great Hand Seal, 500-2000. Beginner Sky Demon Concealment Technique, 100-500. Lesser Fire Sword Technique, Perfection, 500-500. Moreover, he acquired a hardened green talent, capable of hardening specific muscle areas, enhancing his resilience and durability. In addition, he obtained a low-grade treasure dagger, the Shadow Blade. All was in readiness. Chapter 41. The commencement of the martial arts competition on the 20th of May, the east wind arrived. The sky was clear, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. In the front courtyard, the disciples gathered. Upon noticing that Chu Zhe was also participating, a peculiar expression crossed their faces. A novice who had only trained for a little over a month dared to join the competition? Was he courting disaster? Who bestowed upon him such audacity? One disciple furrowed his brow and remarked, "Chu Shidi, perhaps you should reconsider your participation, given your current abilities. It would be futile and might even bring embarrassment to our martial arts school." Before Chu Zhe could respond, Lu Yicheng spoke up coldly, "Mind your own business." The disciple was taken aback, perplexed by Lu Shixiang's unexpected defense of Chu Zhe. Hadn't he heard that Lu Shixiang and the elder brothers were intent on suppressing Chu Zhe to gain favor? Why was he now stepping in to speak for him? Confused and intimidated by Lu Yicheng's notorious ruthlessness, he could only retreat sullenly to his place in line. Chu Zhe was equally astonished by Lu Yicheng's intervention. As for the doubts of the other disciples, he paid them no heed. Soon, after the competition, all their skepticism would be laid to rest. Before long, the head of the school, Master Lin, arrived. Leading a grand procession, they made their way to the Heidong district, which was under the jurisdiction of the Blood Knife Martial Arts School. This year, the martial arts competition was hosted by the Blood Knife School. The Jinyang School had over a dozen participants, each possessing sufficient strength to cover their limbs and torso with vital energy. Having progressed to the second stage of body tempering, among the warriors under 25, there were only 5: Chu Zhe, Lu Yicheng, Lin Ruoxue, Shan Xingwu, and Lu Xiaoyu. At this moment, a spacious square in Heidong Street had been adorned with 5 wooden platforms. The area around the platforms was already teeming with spectators, creating a lively atmosphere. As the Jinyang School approached the platforms, Master Lin led the way, followed closely by Lin Ruoxue and Shan Xingwu, with Chu Zhe and the other warriors in the third row, and the remaining disciples trailing behind. Disciples from the Blood Knife School greeted them with beaming smiles, calling out, "The Jinyang School has arrived." The crowd turned their gaze towards them with a mix of reverence. The 3 major martial arts schools were regarded as the pinnacle of power in the outer districts, carrying significant weight. Many had come with the intention of forging connections with the exceptional disciples of these schools. Whispers filled the air, but those who trained in martial arts possessed keen senses, and the discourse reached the ears of the Jinyang disciples. The foremost figure was Master Lin, striding with the grace of a dragon and the authority of a tiger. A commanding presence that was unmistakable. It was said that Master Lin was a renowned mentor, having trained numerous skilled disciples. The last competition had seen the Jinyang School emerge victorious. With a composed smile, he stroked his beard, revealing no emotion. "Is that the senior sister from the Jinyang School in the second row? She is a paragon of feminine valor, already attaining the 7th level of martial arts at such a young age." Lin Ruoxue maintained her calm demeanor, though a fleeting blush graced her cheeks, indicating her internal cultivation was not as refined as Master Lin's. The handsome young man in the third row must be the senior brother of the Jinyang School, exuding charisma and elegance. But who was that burly man with the dark complexion, resembling a gorilla, standing in the second row? What audacity he had to occupy such a position. Alas, it seemed the burly figure was indeed the senior brother of the Jinyang School. How deceptive appearances could be. The so-called ugly senior brother silently memorized the features of the man beside him with an impassive expression. The disciples of the Blood Knife School ushered Master Lin to the esteemed seating area on the high platform. As the Jinyang School had triumphed in the previous competition, Chu Zhe and his companions were assigned prime seating in the front row. To their right sat the disciples of the Blood Knife School. Chapter 42. Drawing lots. Lin Ruoxue's gaze swept over the disciples of the Blood Blade Martial Arts School, and her brow furrowed slightly. To her surprise, occupying the central position of the first row on the right was not Ding Buohong, the school's senior disciple, but rather an unfamiliar, handsome young man. As if sensing Lin Ruoxue's scrutiny, the young man turned his head slightly and offered her a faint smile. "Who is he? I've never seen him before." "He has an overly polished appearance that suggests he might not be trustworthy," Su Xingwu remarked quietly, noticing the scene. Lin Ruoxue shook her head, indicating she was unfamiliar with him, but noted his apparent strength, advising caution. Su Xingwu nodded in response. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhe glanced over, his eyes shimmering with a hint of golden light, momentarily narrowing in contemplation. A warrior at the 9th level. Could this individual be a hidden genius disciple of the Bloodblade Martial Arts School? Given his current chi-refining prowess, it would be exceedingly arduous for him to contend against someone of such caliber. I hope his strength is not too formidable. I hope he does not force my hand. Before long, a group clad in purple attire entered the square. They were the disciples of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School. The school's leader, Chen, ascended the high platform, while the other members were arranged to the left of the Golden Sun Martial Arts School. Leading them was a robust, square-faced young man with thick arms, larger than average. Exuding an intimidating aura, he was Jin Jianqing, the senior disciple of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, a warrior of the 7th level, a prodigy with exceptional innate talent, rumored to possess divine strength, surpassing his peers in combat capability. Other smaller martial arts schools arrived in succession. As the sound of drums echoed, a sudden silence enveloped the area. Li, the leader of the Blood Blade Martial Arts School, stood up and, with a smile, greeted everyone with a bow, stating, "Today marks the day of exchange and sparring among the various martial arts schools of Qingyang County. Thank you all for attending." After delivering a lengthy and unremarkable speech, Li continued, "The rules are well known to everyone, but I shall reiterate, we will draw lots to determine opponents. Once an opponent concedes, they must not retaliate. Martial arts can be perilous and fatalities or serious injuries may occur. Those who fear for their lives should not participate. Any grievances settled on the platform must not be avenged off the stage, otherwise, our 3 major martial arts schools shall not turn a blind eye. Now, I declare the martial arts competition officially commenced." As his voice fell, 5 disciples from the Blood Blade Martial Arts School stepped forward with a lottery container. Chu Zhe and the others also stood up, moving forward to draw lots. Chu Zhe glanced around and noted a considerable number of participants, estimating over 100. He casually drew a bamboo stick, glancing at it to find it marked A4. The 4th match on the A stage, the referee announced. "Please have the disciples who drew A, B, C, D, and E step forward." Lu Xiaoyu, having drawn C1, excitedly made his way to the platform. The other 9 participants also climbed onto the stage. And soon they clashed against one another, igniting a lively atmosphere. Lu Xiaoyu was fortunate in his first match. He faced a disciple from a smaller school whose chi could only cover his limbs. With merely 3 punches and 2 kicks, he secured an effortless victory. Jubilantly descending from the stage. Soon, it was Chu Zhe's turn. The referee boomed, "Please have the disciple who drew A4 step forward." Chu Zhe ascended the A stage, followed by a young man in purple attire. The 2 first exchanged respectful gestures and introduced themselves. Li Yuan from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School. Chu Zhe from the Golden Sun Martial Arts School. Lu Xiao noticed that Chu Zhe's opponent paused in surprise. It was indeed him. Among the 4 warrior disciples representing the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, Li Yuan was one. Boasting a 4th-level warrior cultivation, his strength was not to be underestimated, rivaling Lu Yiqing's. A flicker of concern rose in Lu Xiaoyu's heart. Previously, Chu Zhe had easily triumphed over Lu Yiqing, and in Lu's view, it was likely due to Lu Yiqing's underestimation of his opponent, failing to take the match seriously. Chapter 43. The duel as the battle commenced. Chu Zhe, possessing only the cultivation of a 2nd-level warrior, was not necessarily a match for Lu Yiqing. Lu Yiqing, having previously underestimated his opponent, had failed to exert even half of his strength before being bested by Chu Zhe, leaving him with a lingering sense of frustration and a suppressed grievance. Determined to reclaim his honor, he resolved to challenge Chu Zhe once more on the arena, vowing silently that Chu Zhe should hope not to encounter him there. Lin Ruoxue and Shan Xingwu observed the duel with a casual demeanor, but their attention sharpened when they realized that Chu Zhe's opponent was none other than Li Yuan. Their expressions reflected mild surprise, igniting their curiosity about the current strength of Chu Zhe. Lin Ruoxue's gaze intensified. She pondered how formidable this peculiar talent would become after another month of training. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy regarded Li Yuan's opponent with a sense of ease, chuckling, "We don't recognize him. Li Shixiang is fortunate. His first opponent is merely an unknown novice. He should dispatch him swiftly. There's nothing to see here." Their attention soon drifted to other arenas. At that moment, the referee raised his hand and declared, "The match begins." As the words fell, Li Yuan's eyes narrowed with sharp intensity, and he lunged forward like a leopard, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Chu Zhe. Bang! The air resonated with a dull thud, reminiscent of a spring thunderclap. Chu Zhe maintained his composure. Fingers splayed as a crimson aura flickered around his palm, and he seized Li Yuan's fist effortlessly. With a gentle flick, Li Yuan's expression shifted to one of horror as he felt a surge of scorching energy invade his body, causing him to freeze momentarily. In an instant, an overwhelming force propelled him from the arena, crashing to the ground. The referee blinked in astonishment, confirming that it was indeed Li Yuan who had been ejected from the stage. After a brief pause, he announced loudly, "Chu Zhe of the Jinyang Martial Arts Academy wins." All who witnessed the spectacle were left agape, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the young man on the stage. Some rubbed their eyes, questioning their own perception. After all, this was Li Yuan, a 4th-level warrior renowned among the youth of Qingyang County, anticipated to place in the top 10. The fact that he had been eliminated in the very first round by an unknown novice was utterly shocking. 4th-level warrior. Chu Zhe had unveiled the aura of a 4th-level warrior. Lu Yiqing fell silent, his eyes clouded with a hint of melancholy. After some reflection, he concluded that, as a senior, there was no need to quibble with his junior. Lin Ruoxue and Shan Xingwu were momentarily shaken, unable to fathom how effortlessly Chu Zhe had triumphed. Lin Ruoxue sighed, acknowledging once more that he had indeed surpassed his previous limits. The pace at which Chu Zhe cultivated was utterly incomprehensible to her. A strong premonition gripped her. She sensed that Chu Zhe's true strength extended beyond that of a mere 4th-level warrior. Shan Xingwu's brow furrowed, realizing that Chu Zhe's prowess was undoubtedly greater than that of a 2nd-level warrior. The once laid-back disciples of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy found their laughter stifled, their expressions somber as they questioned the identity of this remarkable individual. Cheers and applause erupted from the audience, their excitement palpable. On the VIP platform, Chun, the head of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy, squinted slightly, remarking, 4th-level warrior, born with divine strength, and the mastery of the Sunfire Fist. Such a remarkable disciple. Lin, you have kept your cards close to your chest. Lin's gaze remained fixated on Chu Ze, his heart racing with a tumult of emotions. What manner of prodigy was this? The strength revealed previously had merely scratched the surface. In such a short span, he had achieved mastery of the Sunfire Fist. Was this not an act of defiance against the heavens? Lin had been preoccupied with intensive training for his disciples, inadvertently neglecting his attention towards Chu Ze, who had now delivered a staggering surprise. With a smile, he explained, it is not that I intended to conceal his talents. My disciple simply prefers to remain in the shadows, dedicated to his training. I had to strongly urge him to participate this time. Honestly, I was unaware of his true strength. Jin chuckled. I find that hard to believe. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. For his own talented disciple far surpassed Chu Ze. Li, on the other hand, appeared unperturbed. A fourth-level warrior was but a minor detail in the grand scheme of things. They were certain victory was assured. As Chu Ze descended from the arena and returned to his seat, Lu Xiaoyu gave him a thumbs up, his face beaming with admiration. Chu Ge, you were incredible. The other disciples of the Jinyong Martial Arts Academy gazed at Chu Ze in astonishment, utterly unprepared for his display of strength. Those who had previously mocked him wore expressions of mixed embarrassment and disbelief. Some, still stubborn, muttered, he is merely a fourth-level warrior. If I were nurtured like the headmaster's favorite, I too could achieve similar feats. Many instinctively nodded in agreement. After all, they reasoned, with the same level of training. Jin Jian had reached the 6th level by 18. Compared to him, Chu Ze was still far behind. Lin Ruoshui's fingers curled slightly as she delivered a sharp reprimand to the naysayer. Be quiet. Just watch and see. The would-be critic fell silent, unable to continue his protest. Chapter 44. A dark horse Li Yuanyun cultivated his vital energy, dispelling the invasive fiery essence, and returned to his seat with a bitter expression. A disciple from the Bloodblade Martial Academy expressed indignation, stating that Chu Ze from the Golden Sun Martial Academy was truly despicable, deliberately playing the role of a fool to catch Li Shixiang off guard, allowing him to underestimate the situation and not exert his full strength. Li Yuan shook his head, admitting that even if he unleashed his utmost power, he would still be no match for Chu Ze. He remarked that Chu Ze could inject his vital energy into his body, and with his mastery of the fiery Sun Fist, he could take a blow without retreating. Likely possessing innate strength akin to that of the senior brother, far surpassing others of the same rank, comparable to a 6th-level warrior. His defeat was not unjust. He advised Yu Shixiang to be cautious should he encounter Chu Ze, warning him not to underestimate him. Yila nodded slightly. He was ranked second among the younger generation of the Thunderbolt Martial Academy at the 6th level of warrior realm. Li Yuan continued, suggesting that the other disciples should avoid him whenever possible. There existed an unspoken rule in the Martial Academy's minor competitions before the top 10 were determined. Participants could discreetly exchange their draw lots to avoid early confrontations between warrior disciples, preventing mutual injuries. The other disciples of the Thunderbolt Martial Academy silently agreed. Meanwhile, the senior brother of the Bloodblade Martial Academy, Ding Buohong, similarly advised his disciples to steer clear of potential danger. The competition continued, and after several rounds, Chu Ze effortlessly secured victory. The top 16 were announced, 5 from the Golden Sun Martial Academy, 5 from the Bloodblade Martial Academy, 4 from the Thunderbolt Martial Academy, and 2 from smaller academies, all at the warrior level. Lu Xiaoyu was elated, having set his sights on the top 16 to earn 10 taels of silver. However, his joy was short-lived as he discovered that his next opponent was none other than Chu Ze. Unsurprisingly, he was sent flying off the stage by a single punch, acquiring a prominent black eye. After the match concluded, Chu Ze and the disheartened Lu Xiaoyu returned to their seats. Noticing about between Shan Xingwu and a strikingly handsome yet unfamiliar young man from the Bloodblade Martial Academy. The two exchanged greetings, Shan Xingwu from the Golden Sun Martial Academy and Tang Yongyu from the Bloodblade Martial Academy. Shan Xingwu's expression turned serious. He sensed that the individual before him would not be easy to contend with. He needed to gauge this person's abilities to determine if they posed a threat to Lin Ruoshui. Tang Yongyu, on the other hand, appeared relaxed, feeling that his prowess in such a competition was akin to bullying a child. Were it not for the Qingling pill, he would not have participated in such a minor contest. Shan Xingwu assumed the stance of the fiery Sun Fist and initiated the attack, his fist glowing faintly red as it surged toward Tang Yongyu, resembling a fierce tiger on the prowl. Tang Yongyu smiled, revealing a hint of bloodlust in his palms. Utilizing the first-tier martial technique, Blood Cloud Palm, his hands darted forward like wisps of cloud, effortlessly absorbing Shan Xingwu's punch while ensnaring his arm. Shan Xingwu felt as though his fists were sinking into quicksand, enveloped by an invisible force. Realizing the peril, he withdrew hastily. Tang Yongyu, agile as the wind, pursued in a single step, his palm striking Shan Xingwu's chest with the swiftness of flowing clouds. Shan Xingwu was sent hurtling backward off the stage, a flush of color rising to his face. Victory to Tang Yongyu of the Bloodblade Martial Academy, the referee announced, a smile gracing his face. The audience erupted in gasps and applause, astonished to see a dark horse from the Bloodblade Martial Academy triumph over the senior brother of the Golden Sun Martial Academy. Shan Xingwu cast a deep glance at Tang Yongyu before turning to return to his seat. Senior brother, the disciples of the Golden Sun Martial Academy expressed their concerns. Chapter 45. A stunning performance. Single Xingwu waved his hand reassuringly. Rest assured, I am fine. Although Tang Yongyu exhibited fluctuations of true energy at the 6th level of warrior, his strength undoubtedly surpassed that, possibly reaching the 7th or even 8th level. His blood cloud palm had also been cultivated to a consummate realm, making him an exceptionally formidable opponent. Ruoshu, you must be cautious. Lin Ruoshu nodded slightly, a flicker of battle intent igniting in her eyes. Do not worry. Leave it to me. Even if Tang Yongyu were a warrior of the 8th level, she was confident she would not be defeated. In the VIP seats, both Master Lin and Master Qin wore grim expressions. They had anticipated that the first match would occur between Lin Ruoshu and Jin Jianqing. They never expected Tang Yongyu to emerge as a contender. Master Li stroked his beard and chuckled. My disciple, like Chu Zhe, prefers to remain inconspicuous. I apologize for the spectacle today. Master Lin's lips twitched. Given Tang Yongyu's prowess, it was implausible that no rumors had circulated among the Blood Knife Martial Academy beforehand, indicating he was likely an external hire. However, the cultivation method Tang Yongyu practiced was also from the blood knife technique, and the academy could not deny it. Thus, they refrained from further comments, lamenting only the loss of the Qiling pill. The 8 matches on the arena concluded swiftly, and the names of the top 8 competitors were revealed. In the next match, Chu Zhe's opponent was Ding Buohong, the dark horse from the Jinyang Martial Academy, facing the senior brother of the Blood Knife Martial Academy. This match drew the attention of countless spectators, curious whether Chu Zhe, this dark horse, could rival Tang Yongyu's prowess. For this battle, Chu Zhe chose to wield a sharp sword, which left many spectators puzzled. Could it be that Chu Zhe was also proficient in swordsmanship? For a warrior, possessing true energy for protection diminishes the effectiveness of sharp weapons. If one is not adept at using arms, wielding them may hinder combat effectiveness. Ding Buohong similarly brandished a long knife, astonishing the disciples of the Blood Knife Martial Academy. The senior brother seemed to regard Chu Zhe with utmost seriousness, even resorting to a weapon. As the two competitors exchanged greetings, the referee's command signaled the commencement of the match. Ding Buohong, expressionless, summoned his true energy, channeling it into his long knife, which shimmered with a faint crimson luster. First-level martial skill, Blood Radiance Slash. Steady now, the senior brother remains composed, even employing martial skills. He clearly intends to deny this young man any opportunity, chuckled a disciple from the Blood Knife Martial Academy. Ding Buohong advanced boldly, slashing his long knife with a dominating force that bore down like a mountain, an invisible pressure weighing heavily upon the hearts of the spectators. They swallowed hard, wondering if this was the oppressive aura of a warrior at the 7th level. They dared not speak loudly, contemplating the immense pressure Chu Zhe must be enduring. Yet, with a sharp gaze, Chu Zhe held his sword, seemingly untouched by the mounting tension. The blazing true energy surged within him, infusing the sword, which sparked to life, transforming into a flame-wreathed blade. Those with discerning eyes gasped at this sight, exclaiming, could it be the consummate fire sword technique, a skill that typically required years of dedication to master? They had not anticipated this young man to command such an advanced martial art. Warrior at the 6th level. Lu Yicheng's expression shifted. With Chu Zhe at the 4th level of warrior, he had held some hope of keeping pace. Yet the disparity at the 6th level was insurmountable, and a wave of despondency washed over him, eroding his confidence in contending with Chu Zhe. The members of the Jinyang Martial Academy were even more shaken. Chu Zhe was far beyond their expectations. The consummate fire sword technique likely surpassed even that of the senior brother in terms of strength. Chapter 46. The final 4 emerge. Could it be that Chu Zhe has only been practicing martial arts for just over a month? They were not fools. They quickly connected the dots with the rumors circulating. It became clear that Chu Zhe was undoubtedly a hidden ace of Master Lin. At just 18 years old, a 6th-rank warrior with astonishing comprehension, he was poised to advance to an innate martial master. No wonder Master Lin held Chu Zhe in such high regard. Ding Buohong's expression turned grave. A 6th-rank warrior coupled with mastery of the fiery sword technique was enough to challenge him. Caution was warranted. Chu Zhe stepped forward, wielding a blazing sword, and met his opponent head-on. The clash of the sword against the long knife unleashed a terrifying force that reverberated through the air, producing a deafening roar. Under this overwhelming pressure, the wooden arena beneath them began to crack, fissures spreading across its surface. Ding Buohong's expression shifted dramatically as he felt an unstoppable force surge toward him, forcing his body back. Damn it. What has this kid been eating to grow such strength? Before he could regain his footing, a kick from Chu Zhe sent him flying out of the arena. With a nimble leap, Chu Zhe landed gracefully on the ground. The arena fell into silence. No one anticipated that Ding Buohong, a 7th-rank warrior and a favorite to win, would be defeated so decisively. The disciples of the Golden Sun Martial Arts Academy erupted with excitement. The morale that had plummeted due to their senior brother's defeat soared instantly, transforming their earlier doubts about Chu Zhe into awe and admiration. Brother Chu, incredible! Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, nearly losing his voice. Applause erupted throughout the venue, echoing with fervor. Lin Ruoshu gazed at Chu Zhe, momentarily speechless. He was indeed extraordinary, nearly matching her in cultivation, and perhaps even surpassing her in combat prowess. Jin Jianqing wore a serious expression, even with his own advancement to 7th rank warrior. He could not claim he would easily overcome Ding Buohong. Chu Zhe was a formidable adversary. Tang Yongyu narrowed his eyes in surprise. He had not expected such talent to emerge from this small place. Such a gift was not to be underestimated, even within the Blood Martial sect. In the VIP section, the expressions of the three masters were equally riveting, filled with astonishment. Masters Qin and Li exchanged glances, both astonished by Master Lin's reaction, silently cursing him for his theatrics. Master Li, though displeased, found solace in seeing Tang Yongyu, stabilizing his nerves. Soon, the final four of the martial arts competition were announced: Chu Zhe, Lin Ruoxue, Jin Jianqing, and Tang Yongyu. The destructive power of 7th rank warriors was already formidable. The wooden arena could no longer withstand their full-force clashes. Their battle shifted to a higher platform, constructed from ironwood, which was considerably more resilient. The draw was made once more: Lin Ruoxue versus Tang Yongyu, Chu Zhe versus Jin Jianqing. The first match was Lin Ruoxue against Tang Yongyu. Her eyes sparkled as she stepped forward, her true energy surging, and in an instant, her fiery sword emerged, slashing toward Tang Yongyu without hesitation. The eldest sister had perfected her fiery sword technique, capable of engaging with an 8th rank warrior. The disciples of the Golden Sun Martial Arts Academy cheered. Tang Yongyu smiled slightly as a wave of 7th rank warrior true energy radiated from him, his figure expanding to meet her attack. His palms emanated a striking crimson light, boldly confronting Lin Ruoxue's strike. The audience was baffled. A weapon against bare hands typically favored the weapon. The Blood Cloud Palm, characterized by its gentle and flowing energy, was not suited for direct confrontation. Tang Yongyu seemed to be utilizing his own weaknesses to attack his opponent's strengths. How audacious. As the blade met flesh, a resonant clang echoed throughout the arena. Lin Ruoxue's expression shifted. She realized that this strike had not favored her. The Blood Palm's assault swiftly gained the upper hand. This must end. A powerful palm strike landed, causing her arm to ache, making it impossible for her to maintain her grip on the sword. With a clattering sound, she fell to the ground. I lost, Lin Ruoxue said bitterly, fully aware that Tang Yongyu's strength far exceeded her own. Tang Yongyu gracefully bowed, acknowledging her defeat, coupled with his handsome visage. He garnered a wave of applause and delighted shrieks from the female spectators. With the eldest sister's loss, the morale of the Golden Sun Martial Arts Academy plummeted to an all-time low, while the disciples of the Blood Knife Martial Arts Academy reveled in their triumph, certain of their victory. The next match was Chu Zhe against Jin Jianqing. Jin Jianqing sprang from his seat, launching himself into the air, performing a somersault before landing on the high platform. The entire structure trembled beneath his weight. He tore off his upper garment, revealing his well-defined muscles. His eyes glinting with excitement, a fervent smile spreading across his face as he beckoned to Chu Zhe. Chu Zhe, come forth. I'm bursting with excitement. The prospect of battling a formidable foe invigorated him. Chu Zhe lightly leapt onto the high platform, casting a bemused glance at Jin Jianqing. This fellow seemed somewhat unhinged. Chapter 47 Victory. Again the referee waved his hand, and the match commenced. Jin Jianqing roared fiercely, receive my strike, Thunder Palm. His vital energy surged forth, manifesting delicate arcs of lightning that danced across his body. These arcs enveloped his palms, crackling ominously, creating a fearsome spectacle. With a forceful push off the high platform, he propelled himself toward Chu Zhe, delivering a powerful palm strike. Lin, the master of the hall, changed expression, recognizing the might of the perfected Thunder Palm. Qin, the other master, smirked coldly, confident that they too had hidden cards to play. The power of the Thunder Palm surpassed that of the Fiery Sword technique and the Blood Cloud Palm. Its tremendous force, coupled with a paralyzing effect, would be a challenge even for a warrior at the 9th level to withstand. Chu Zhe's eyes flickered. This palm strike was indeed formidable. Yet it would not be his downfall. He inhaled deeply, and the fiery sword reappeared, slicing through the air. Boom. The clash of the Thunder Palm against the fiery sword produced a deafening explosion, the shockwave forcing both combatants back 5 steps. The confrontation ended in a stalemate, leaving the spectators in awe. Logically, Jin Jianqing, a warrior of the 7th level, should have had the upper hand with superior purity and quantity of vital energy, along with the innate strength that came naturally to him. Thus, it seemed Chu Zhe should have been at a disadvantage. True men confront challenges head-on. I am ignited. Jin Jianqing laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he prepared to launch another attack. Chu Zhe's eyes twitched. This battle fanatic was truly bothersome. He suppressed the urge to unleash his true power and contemplated the possibility of defeating Jin Jianqing with a mere finger. However, without tapping into his full physical prowess, overcoming Jin Jianqing would prove quite challenging. Yet, with his remarkable recovery abilities, victory was merely a matter of time. He raised his sword to meet the onslaught. In an instant, the two clashed fiercely once more, sparks and arcs of lightning flying as the intensity of their battle escalated. Chu Zhe gradually became immersed in the thrill of combat, a fervor igniting within him. Now, he found himself hoping that Jin Jianqing could endure a little longer. Lu Xiaoyi watched the arena intently, fists clenched in anxiety. Master sister, do you think you can win? Lin Ruoxue's eyes flashed with complexity as she shook her head. I am uncertain. The combat prowess of both fighters had surpassed her own, leaving her unable to predict the outcome. After dozens of exchanges, Jin Jianqing began to feel his arms grow numb, waves of pain coursing through his body. His vital energy waned, and his gaze started to lose focus. Following another fierce collision, he could no longer withstand the strain, collapsing to the ground in a heap. In that final moment, a sense of unwillingness washed over him. How could this opponent be so strong? Was he truly a warrior of the 7th level, or was this young man merely at the 6th? As Jin Jianqing fell, Chu Zhe momentarily stood in disbelief. No, he can't be done yet. How can he fall so soon? He rushed over. Hey, get up. Ignite your spirit. A true man cannot be so lacking in endurance. I beg you. Jin Jianqing's eyes widened, his face flushed, trembling as he stared intently at Chu Zhe. Before succumbing to unconsciousness, sigh. Chu Zhe felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. He had hoped Jin Jianqing would unleash his full potential. The audience fell into a silence, casting strange looks at Chu Zhe, who had spoken so boldly. The referee cleared his throat and announced, "Victory goes to Chu Zhe of the Jinyang Martial Arts School." The applause erupted belatedly. Master Lin gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, striving to contain the overwhelming joy bubbling within, yet his face flushed with excitement. The surprise Chu Zhe had given him was monumental, fundamentally altering his worldview. He realized that such a genius existed in the world. He was convinced that if Chu Zhe continued to grow, he would not merely remain a foundational warrior, but would ascend to the status of a martial sovereign. Master Chen huffed in irritation, casting an unfriendly glance at Chu Zhe before hastily moving to Jin Jianqing's side, checking to ensure his safety. Once satisfied, he breathed a sigh of relief and handed Jin Jianqing over to the disciples of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School before returning to the VIP section. Master Li's eyes glinted with malice. Chu Zhe and Jin Jianqing possessed extraordinary talent. If they continued to grow, their school would struggle to maintain its standing in the future. The final battle awaited. Chu Zhe versus Tang Yongyu. Chapter 48. Heart-eroding palm. Tang Yongyu lightly touched the ground and gracefully landed on the high platform. Master Li squinted slightly, his lips forming silent words as he directed his voice to Tang Yongyu's ear. A playful smile blossomed at the corners of Tang Yongyu's mouth. Those seated atop the platform sighed in regret. In this battle, no one held high hopes for Chu Zhe. The strength Tang Yongyu had previously demonstrated surpassed that of Jin Jianqing. Having already engaged in a fierce struggle with Jin Jianqing, Chu Zhe likely had little vital energy remaining, leaving him no stamina to contend with Tang Yongyu. Master Lin also sighed inwardly, lamenting that his promising disciple had not trained long enough. This battle seemed nearly unwinnable. Tang Yongyu appeared remarkably relaxed. You performed commendably, surprising even me. Surrender, or your defeat will be quite humiliating. Chu Zhe shook his head, earnestness in his tone and fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. I may not necessarily lose. I cannot accept defeat without trying. Tang Yongyu chuckled softly. You actually believe you have a chance against me? He inwardly scoffed, thinking how naive those from small places could be. Very well. For Master Li's sake, I might as well spare you some effort. If Chu Zhe were sensible, it would save me the trouble. I had no intention of heeding Master Li's words and crippling him. After all, I am not a member of the Blood Knife Martial Arts School and need not involve myself in such matters. Yet, he had now changed his mind. The competition begins, the referee declared. Whoosh. Tang Yongyu moved, his figure darting forward in the blink of an eye toward Chu Zhe, his palm radiating a crimson glow as it struck horizontally. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Zhe retaliated with his sword. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, yet it was evident that Chu Zhe was entirely at a disadvantage. With no opportunity to attack, forced solely into defense, Tang Yongyu was astonished. This young man still possessed vital energy. Meanwhile, Chu Zhe felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him. Under this overwhelming force, his consciousness sharpened, and his grasp of the battle became acutely perceptive. The spectators held their breath, witnessing the scene unfold, shaking their heads in dismay. He was simply being battered. The disparity was too great. Surrendering would preserve some dignity. Tang Yongyu appeared to be in complete control, seemingly not taking the fight seriously, merely toying with Chu Zhe. The disciples of the Jinyang Martial Arts School remained silent, unable to defend themselves. A prolonged defense must eventually falter. The outcome is already determined. Master Lin frowned slightly. Even knowing that Chu Zhe had performed admirably, he still clung to a sliver of hope that his disciple might create a miracle. It seemed he had overestimated the situation. Indeed, Tang Yongyu's true cultivation level was likely at the 9th level of warrior. If Chu Zhe could hold his ground here, it would truly be miraculous. As Tang Yongyu continued to fight, his astonishment grew. He was indeed toying with Chu Zhe, providing him a glimmer of hope, only to shatter his illusions with overwhelming strength. Not only did he intend to cripple Chu Zhe, but he also sought to instill an indelible psychological scar within him. However, to his surprise, under his relentless pressure, Chu Zhe's combat prowess was gradually improving, his defenses becoming increasingly effortless. What remarkable comprehension! A true genius who could progress mid-battle. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. How dare he wield a sword against him? Prepare to die. First level heart-eroding palm. He had also mastered the heart-eroding palm to a consummate level, its potency surpassing even that of the thunder palm, being more insidious and difficult to detect. When the palm force penetrated the human body, it would linger like a malignant tumor, secretly eroding the heart. In just a few days, it could lead to a fatal decline in one's vitality. No longer holding back, he unleashed the full power of his 9th-level warrior cultivation. Concealed by the crimson glow, a dark gray force coalesced silently, and the venomous palm strike brutally aimed for Chu Zhe's chest. Chapter 49. The victory with a chilling gaze. Chu Zhe sensed the murderous intent brewing within Tang Yongyu in an instant. It was time to bring this to an end. The sharp blade hummed ominously as the blazing true energy surged forth, merging with the sword. He fiercely unleashed the most powerful strike of the fiery sword technique, Extreme Flame Slash. In a heartbeat, a crimson sword aura shot forth from the blade. Whoosh! It sliced through the air with terrifying force, colliding violently with Tang Yongyu's blood-red palm. Boom! Following a piercing explosion, the sword aura shattered the crimson light effortlessly, obliterating the dark gray haze alongside it. The residual force surged forward, descending upon Tang Yongyu. His countenance paled drastically as true energy erupted from him, the blood light intensifying as he crossed his arms defensively before his chest. Bang! The blood light dimmed and shattered under the impact of the sword aura. In an instant, Tang Yongyu's face turned ashen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this critical moment, a surge of blood-colored true energy rushed forth, shattering the fiery sword aura into sparks that dissipated into the ether. Master Li appeared beside Tang Yongyu. His expression darkened as he regarded Chu Zhe with a glimmer of terrifying killing intent. The perfection of the fiery sword technique, this young man possessed an astonishing level of comprehension. Master Lin stood silently beside Chu Zhe, hands clasped behind his back. Tang Yongyu felt disoriented, staring blankly at Chu Zhe, a tumult of emotions, unwillingness, anger, fear, disbelief raging within him. Sword aura, how could this be possible? To master a first-tier martial technique to perfection at the warrior level and unleash a martial master-esque strike was a mark of a true martial genius. Even those with above-average talents in the blood martial sect could not achieve such a feat. How could a genius from this small place accomplish it? What troubled him further was his underestimation of Chu Zhe. Had he not looked down upon him, he might have evaded that sword aura and secured victory. Respectfully acknowledged. Chu Zhe's expression remained calm as he courteously bowed before descending from the high platform, quietly suppressing his murderous instincts. It was ill-advised to take a life under the bright sky. The onlookers remained in stunned silence, grappling with the shock of the event. Lu Xiao's jaw dropped. Lin Ruoxue covered her mouth in disbelief, Lu Yicheng's pupils dilated, and the disciples of the Jinyong Martial Hall stood dumbfounded, as if caught in a vivid dream. After a long pause, someone finally exclaimed, "My heavens, Chu Zhe has truly won. Brother Chu has triumphed." A thunderous cheer erupted, echoing through the heavens and the earth. Chu Shidi, you have demonstrated sword aura at the warrior stage. From this day forth, your reputation will resonate throughout Xingyang City. Lin Ruoxue expressed her astonishment. It had not been long since Chu Zhe had far surpassed her. She sensed that soon, even her father would be eclipsed by him. Master Lin felt a complex mix of surprise and trepidation. Now, Chu Zhe would undoubtedly capture the attention of the 5 prominent families in the inner city. An individual with superior talent alone might not warrant significant attention from the 5 families. However, a prodigy capable of comprehending sword aura at the warrior stage, with the potential to become a martial general, was already a coveted prize that would incite competition among the 5 families. If they could not claim him, the most likely outcome would be to extinguish him while still in the cradle, preventing any threat to their status. Their martial hall could not offer adequate protection for Chu Zhe. The optimal course of action would be to send Chu Zhe away for his own safety. With a smile, Chu Zhe returned to his seat. Surrounding him were continuous congratulations, to which he nodded in acknowledgement. The members of the Jinyong Martial Hall were filled with exhilaration and pride, reveling in Chu Zhe's accomplishments. Chapter 50. The Red Sun Order Master Li announced in a resonant voice the conclusion of the martial arts competition at the dojo. As Chu Zhe and his companions returned, a considerable distance from the dojo, numerous disciples, beaming with joy, dashed towards the entrance, exclaiming loudly, "Brother Chu is first. We are the champions." In the martial world, strength garners respect. Aside from lineage, the mightiest warrior dictates who is brother. They had instinctively begun to address him differently. Had it not been for their lingering regard for Shan Xingwu, they would have already been calling him elder brother. The remaining disciples were utterly bewildered. Who was this Brother Chu? Wasn't it the eldest sister who claimed victory? Chu Zhe, Brother Chu, you don't even know him. Let me tell you. One disciple began to vividly recount Brother Chu's valor and invincibility, leaving the others in stunned silence. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Coaches Zhang and Shan stepped out. After grasping the situation, they were left speechless. Coach Zhang was engulfed by a bittersweet regret. "My dear apprentice." Coach Shan wore an equally perplexed expression, his serious demeanor now filled with astonishment. To think that Chu Zhe possessed the prowess of a 6th-level warrior, comprehending sword energy and defeating a 9th-level warrior with a single strike, it was simply surreal. Could he have misheard? Pinching his thigh fiercely, the sharp pain jolted his mind into clarity. He summoned a disciple. Is it true that Chu Zhe is indeed a 6th-level warrior, having grasped sword energy and vanquished a 9th-level warrior? The disciple nodded vigorously. "Yes, Coach Shan, it's true. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Finally assured that he wasn't hallucinating, Coach Shan began to comprehend why Senior Lin had treated Chu Zhe with such esteem. Yet, the emergence of such prodigious talent within their dojo might not necessarily be a blessing. A sliver of concern began to take root in his heart. As the news of the competition's conclusion spread, various factions in Xingyang City began to take notice of Chu Zhe, seeking to uncover detailed intelligence about him. At Tiana Courtyard, Louis Cheng approached Chu Zhe with a broad smile, his heart racing with apprehension. He feared that Chu Zhe might harbor resentment towards him for his earlier taunts and provocations. If Chu Zhe chose to retaliate, Louis Chen would find it impossible to remain within the dojo. Brother Chu, Louis Cheng murmured, bowing his head as he discreetly handed over a banknote worth 100 taels, slipping it into Chu Zhe's hand. Chu Zhe accepted it effortlessly, responding with a nonchalant him. This matter was thus set aside. Louis Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him, while 100 taels constituted a significant portion of his wealth. The opportunity to earn the understanding of such a martial genius as Chu Zhe was undoubtedly worth the cost. With a beaming countenance, Louis Cheng exited the courtyard, singing praises of Chu Zhe to anyone he encountered, ensuring that all were aware of his allegiance to him. If Chu Zhe were to become the eldest brother, he would wholeheartedly endorse it. You have no idea how formidable Brother Chu truly is. That evening, within the Golden Sun Dojo, a grand banquet was held to celebrate their victory, with Chu Zhe being the centerpiece of the festivities. After the feast concluded, Chu Zhe accompanied Master Lin to the study. Master Lin paced to the bookshelf, revealing a hidden compartment from which he retrieved a small box. This maneuver left Chu Zhe momentarily astonished. Master Lin then produced 5 banknotes of 100 taels each along with a small jade vial, handing them to Chu Zhe with a smile. This 500 taels is your rightful reward for claiming first place. As for this jade vial, it contains the Qingling pill, which will aid you in breaking through to the warrior level, allowing your true energy to become purer and your ascent easier, thereby laying a stronger foundation. Regarding the small box, a flicker of complexity crossed his eyes. Inside is a Red Sun Order, which can assist you in becoming an outer disciple of the Red Sun sect. Chu Zhe's heart surged with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Master Lin possessed a Red Sun Order. However, a question arose. If Master Lin had this order, why hadn't he facilitated the dojo's disciples joining the Red Sun sect sooner? Such an alliance would undoubtedly benefit the Golden Sun Dojo greatly, a true win-win situation. Seemingly sensing Chu Zhe's confusion, Master Lin elucidated, to utilize this Red Sun Order for entry into the Red Sun sect, 2 prerequisites must be met. One must first attain the rank of warrior, and secondly, one must grasp the secret code associated with this order. Achieving the warrior rank is the most fundamental requirement for becoming an outer disciple of the Red Sun sect. The secret code is in place to prevent incidents of murder and theft. Without it, one presenting the Red Sun Order at the sect could very well meet with a fatal fate. Each Red Sun Order is linked to a unique secret code, known only to the bearer. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhe began to understand more clearly. The dojo lacked eligible candidates, as the older warriors had exhausted their potential and would be of little use to the Red Sun sect. In this generation, only Lin Ruoxue and Shan Xingwu had the qualifications, yet neither had yet broken through to the warrior realm. The value of the Red Sun Order was extraordinary, far exceeding that of 10,000 taels of silver. It was undoubtedly the dojo's most treasured asset and the spark of hope for its resurgence. By entrusting the Red Sun Order to him, it was as if Master Lin had wagered the dojo's very future upon his shoulders. Chapter 51. The completion of flesh refinement. Chu Zhe hesitated. The cost was exorbitant. Master Lin chuckled. You are unaware of how extraordinary your talent is and the immense value it possesses. I bestow upon you the Qiang token, for I am confident you will generate 10-fold, even 100-fold, the worth of this token for the Martial Arts Academy. My gamble cannot be resisted, nor can I refrain from placing a substantial wager. Moreover, I harbor a personal desire. I hope for your return to enable me to transcend to the innate martial master level. For the children, Ruoxue and Xingwu, I fear I shall never have that hope again. Should Lin Ruoxue and Shan Xingwu possess superior potential, they might have the chance to become innate martial masters under the tutelage of Qiang sect, and I could endure that. However, he was acutely aware of Lin Ruoxue and Shan Xingwu's qualifications. Even with a decade or two, they would not reach the innate martial master level. Conversely, he firmly believed that Chu Zhe could achieve that in 3, 5 years, or even sooner. Without further hesitation, Chu Zhe nodded. I will not disappoint your expectations. Excellent. I have a secluded estate outside the city. Tomorrow morning, you shall go there. Given your current circumstances, remaining at the academy is perilous. Before you break through to martial master, you should concentrate on your cultivation there. Understood, master. I have one more request. Please provide me with intelligence regarding the Bloodblade Martial Academy and the Blacksnake Gang. Master Lin, though slightly puzzled, acquiesced and shared the information about the 2 powerful factions. Upon returning to his room, Chu Zhe opened a small box, revealing a brilliantly red, exquisite token resting quietly within. The Qiang token. A smile flickered across Chu Zhe's face. He hadn't anticipated acquiring it so effortlessly. He grasped the token, feeling its warm, smooth texture, suggesting it was crafted from extraordinary materials. He stored the banknotes, elixirs, and the token in his spatial pouch before approaching the window. He opened the window, observing the moonless night, shrouded in darkness, with a gentle rain falling. The weather tonight felt quite pleasant. Chu Zhe summoned the swallowing sky demonic flame, which surged to life, voraciously consuming the blood energy around him. In no time, the previously incomplete swallowing sky demonic art reached perfection. Martial art, swallowing sky demonic art, LV 1-10,000. The swallowing sky demonic art differs fundamentally from conventional body refinement techniques. while ordinary techniques progress step by step. Refining each part of the body in sequence, the Swallowing Sky demonic art emphasizes a single, vigorous effort, achieving comprehensive refinement in one fell swoop. A moment's carelessness could lead to severe injury. Additionally, the impure blood energy consumed complicates the breakthrough process, making it tenfold more challenging than standard techniques. However, with his immortal physique, Chuzhe was unafraid of injury, and due to the purity of his own blood energy, the difficulty of his breakthrough remained within normal parameters. He fervently manipulated the Swallowing Sky demonic flame to sear and temper every inch of his flesh. With each refinement, his vitality surged. Once his body was fully tempered, his vitality would coalesce into a towering plume of smoke above his head, a sign of his flesh refinement. This process required unwavering focus, otherwise any interruption could cause a backlash, resulting in a severe diminishment of vitality or, worse, the risk of demonic deviation. Moreover, the breakthrough process was excruciating, akin to being engulfed in flames, repeatedly burning oneself. This agony was one reason few chose the path of body refinement. After several seconds, Chuzhe gasped sharply, cold sweat trickling down his brow. It felt as though countless red-hot needles were piercing his flesh, akin to fingers stirring salt into open wounds before tearing them apart. This path of body refinement was far from human. It was infinitely more torturous than mere skin refining. Time became an abstract concept. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of vigorous blood energy erupted from him, coalescing into a 3-foot plume of crimson smoke above his head. Flesh refinement was complete. His physique had become robust, his power immeasurable. He felt an unprecedented lightness and strength within himself. Now, a single punch from him could obliterate the martial masters he once feared. Being extraordinary was exhilarating, and he reveled in the thrill of his newfound prowess. He now stood at the pinnacle of martial mastery, and even Master Lin might not be his match. At last, he felt a modicum of security in this world. More importantly, his innate roots now shimmered with a faint spiritual light. His innate talent had ascended. Chapter 52. A moonless and windy night. Chu's gaze, profound and contemplative, lingered upon the pitch-black sky. A moonless night, accompanied by a brisk wind, is indeed the perfect time for nefarious deeds. It is time to depart. The art of the heavenly demon-esque concealment is activated. He donned a dark cloak, obscuring his face, and silently exited the martial arts hall. On Hastings Street, within the Bloodblade Martial Hall, the main hall gleamed with bright lights, resembling a solitary lighthouse amidst the vast darkness, drawing Chu's immediate attention. With the grace of a feline, he leaped onto the rooftop, his ears perked up, aware that such circumstances could trigger situational awareness to catch crucial information. Voices drifted to his ears. In the main hall, Master Li sat at the head. His eyes narrowed as he savored his tea. Seated across from him was the somber-faced Tang Yongyu, accompanied by an elderly man clad in black robes. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Ultimately, it was Tang Yongyu who could no longer suppress his impatience. Master Li, have you given it any thought? Together, we can annihilate the Golden Sun Martial Hall. His gaze was fierce, for his confrontation with Chuz had not only failed to subdue him, but had instead left Tang haunted by a psychological scar, a thorn that could not be removed. Without dispelling this inner demon, his future cultivation would be fraught with difficulty. I vow to eradicate Chuz's entire clan, to subject him to 1,000 agonies, ensuring he lives in perpetual regret for daring to provoke me. A flicker of disdain flashed in Master Li's eyes. With such a temperament, had it not been for his fortunate lineage, he would struggle even to break through to the body refinement stage. He felt a pang of sorrow for the fate of these disciples. In their presence, they were akin to ants, easily extinguished with the slightest provocation. His initial intention was merely to eliminate Chuz, to quell the rising influence of the Golden Sun Martial Hall and stabilize the current order. Should the Golden Sun Martial Hall fall, their alliance would struggle against the 3 other dominating factions. The elderly man in black spoke in a cold, creaky voice. Master Li need not worry excessively. We require only 1,000 taels of silver and a single Qiling pill. As for the assets of the Golden Sun Martial Hall, they hold no interest for us, and we shall not interfere with any matters concerning the Bloodblade Martial Hall. Furthermore, the martial arts practiced within your hall serve as the foundational techniques of our Blood Martial sect, establishing a significant connection. I can offer your hall a chance to join the Blood Martial sect. Master Li's heart stirred with excitement. The Blood Martial sect, while a secondary force in the capital, loomed large before them. He schemed tirelessly, even offering a Qiling pill, all to forge a connection with the Blood Martial sect. With the backing of the Blood Martial sect, the 3 major factions would dare not make a move against him. By swallowing the Golden Sun Martial Hall, the power of the Bloodblade Martial Hall would be significantly enhanced. A smile crept across his face as he declared, "The matters concerning young Master Tang are indeed my concerns. Our Bloodblade Martial Hall shall follow young Master Tang's lead." Haha. Master Li's readiness pleased Tang Yongyu, who laughed heartily. "This matter should be expedited. We shall strike tonight, catching them off guard. You and Elder Hai will easily eliminate that Lin fellow." The black-robed elder cackled. "You underestimate me, young master. A mere peak martial artist from a small locale is no match for me. I alone can handle him. Master Li need only deal with the other martial artists of the Golden Sun Martial Hall. Leave no one alive, especially Chuz. He must die. If the roots are not severed, the spring breeze shall bring forth new life. Tonight, let the Golden Sun Martial Hall be utterly extinguished." Master Li's gaze turned cold. Aligning perfectly with his intentions, he strode forth to summon the disciples of the Bloodblade Martial Hall. Chuz, perched atop the roof, felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, a stark reminder of the world's brutality. Weakness is a sin. The Golden Sun Martial Hall had just celebrated, and with spirits high and defenses low, a surprise attack from the Bloodblade Martial Hall would inevitably lead to their downfall. Chuz's heart grew cold, his eyes steely. He leaped to the entrance, closing the door behind him. Who are you? The black-robed elder barked. Tang Yangyu's eyes narrowed. Suspicion etched across his face. Chuz, how dare you come here? Although Chuz was masked and clad in different attire, his presence had been indelibly etched in Tang's memory. A mere glance at his eyes sufficed for recognition. Chuz, momentarily taken aback, had not anticipated that his efforts to disguise himself would be so easily pierced. Instinctively, he denied. I am not. Do not slander me. The black-robed elder sneered. Capture him, and you shall find out. His right hand transformed into a claw, lunging violently toward Chuz's head. The crimson aura of his claws slicing through the air with a hissing sound. Second-tier martial technique, Blood Eagle Claw. Chapter 53. The night of murder. The sharp claws could effortlessly shatter ironwood, sending a chill coursing through Chuz's skin. With a single swipe, it seemed capable of tearing through his flesh, the wound healing only after a breath. Chuz's gaze was piercing. An overwhelming force of terrifying vitality erupted like a volcano, manifesting a 3-foot-long crimson mist above his head. Peak of flesh refinement. The elder in the black robe was taken aback, his expression contorting into a snarl, eyes radiating malice. What if he was at the peak of flesh refinement? A mere body cultivator, nothing but discarded refuse of an era, could withstand my strike. The surge of vital energy intensified, the crimson claws growing even more potent. Upon hearing that this masked figure was at the peak of flesh refinement, Tang Yangyu's face paled. His steps retreating towards the window, ever ready to flee, abandoning the thought that this masked man was Chuz. It became evident that the psychological impact Chuz had inflicted on him was far more profound than he had anticipated. Chuz must be eliminated. Once Elder Hai dealt with this black-clad man, it would be Chuz's time to perish. Chuz's expression remained serene, his eyes sparkling with determination. The demonic disintegration technique, activate. An even more formidable burst of vitality erupted forth, a searing, tempestuous aura causing the surrounding air to grow scalding hot. The 3-foot-long mist transformed into a towering ancient cauldron. The spectral cauldron flickered, and the immense force of vitality surged into his fist. He propelled himself forward, launching a powerful punch. An overwhelming force erupted, generating visible sound waves that rippled through the air. Bang! As their fists and claws clashed, the claws shattered instantly. The elder's eyes widened in shock, a mixture of rage and disbelief filling his gaze. How could he be so strong? The thought barely crossed his mind before the violent force crashed upon him. He was sent flying as if struck by a heavy truck, flesh and blood scattering. His body collided with the wall, creating a massive hole, breathless and lifeless. Experience 2000, no, Elder Hai. You. Tang Yangyu's expression shifted dramatically, unable to fathom how Elder Hai, who could withstand a few blows from an innate martial artist, could be so easily vanquished before this black-clad figure. With a leap, he prepared to escape through the window. Whoosh! Chuz appeared before him, gripping his throat tightly. Spare. With a gentle squeeze, the throat shattered. Experience 200, all that remained was Tang Yangyu, eyes wide open, filled with unwillingness and regret. Swiftly, he searched their bodies, stripping them of their belongings and stowing them away. Employing the Blood Demon Great Seal, he refined the 2 corpses, reducing them to a cloud of ashes that dissipated into the air. All dust returns to dust, all grievances resolved. The immortal body rapidly replenished its energy. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Bloodblade Martial Hall, alerted by the sounds of combat, hastily converged, surrounding the courtyard. Do not force my hand, Chuz murmured softly. One disciple of the Bloodblade Martial Hall shouted, Those inside, you are surrounded. Come out and surrender peacefully. With a thought, Chuz summoned the Chi Hong sword to his hand and stepped outside. Compared to fists, wielding a sword required far less effort and was far more effortless. Kill him. How dare he invade our Bloodblade Martial Hall with such audacity? Today, even the King of Heaven cannot save you. Fire. Arrows shot forth in a flurry. Chuz charged out, sword in hand. The force of vitality enveloped his skin like a thin membrane. Several arrows struck Chuz, producing a series of crisp clanks. Not good. He is a master of body cultivation. Quick, summon the Hall Master and the instructor. We'll entangle him, and when the Hall Master arrives, he will find no place to escape. Chapter 54. A river of blood. Everyone, charge with me. Forward. The incessant sound of swords piercing flesh echoed throughout the battlefield. Empowered by true energy, the sword sliced through the human body with the ease of cutting through tofu, blood splattering in every direction, dismembered limbs flying about. In mere moments, Chuz had dispatched over 20 foes, his garments stained crimson, the ground awash with blood, corpses strewn everywhere. Witnessing the gruesome demise of their comrades, the surrounding disciples hesitated, their resolve faltering, particularly since their weapons failed to penetrate Chuz's defenses. This realization instilled a sense of dread among them. Yet, as they observed Chuz's body swaying, the membrane of vitality surrounding him flickering like a candle in the wind, a thought crossed their minds. He had slain so many, his strength waning. They must kill him to avenge their fallen brothers and sisters. The headmaster would arrive soon. They needed to hold on. The headmaster would surely reward them handsomely. Encouraged, they steeled themselves, their eyes ablaze with fury, charging forth once more. The cries of agony rang out again as another 20 perished. Half of the disciples from the Blood Blade Martial Arts Academy had fallen, and the remaining warriors, gripped by terror, began to retreat, casting fearful glances at the blood-soaked monstrosity. Suddenly, hope surged as they saw Headmaster Li approaching, flanked by 2 martial instructors and a cadre of elite disciples. Fury and disbelief flickered in Headmaster Li's eyes. He had merely summoned the martial disciples and delayed momentarily, never anticipating such a horrific scene. Where did this flesh-forging master come from? Such practitioners are rarer than generals these days. Where is Old Hai? Has he fled? Outsiders cannot be trusted, he mused, his gaze locking onto Chu Zhe. You shall pay for this. As the headmaster surveyed the carnage, one martial instructor, consumed by rage, brandished a large blade and lunged at Chu Zhe. The glint of the blade shimmered ominously. Instructor Jiang had made his move. The disciples of the Blood Blade Academy watched in eager anticipation. In the next instant, a wisp of smoke entwined around Chu Zhe's fist as he unleashed a devastating strike. Instructor Jiang, swift in his approach, retreated even faster. His body flying backward to crash onto the ground littered with corpses. His chest caved in, blood pouring from his mouth, and before he could utter another word, he succumbed to death, merging with the lifeless bodies around him. A profound silence enveloped the scene as all present gazed in shock at this spectacle. A single punch had felled him. The martial instructor, a figure of authority, had been unable to withstand the force of this savage. Headmaster Li felt a chill run through him, his footfalls halting. The realization struck him, brute strength could not prevail, cunning was the only path forward. Whoever lands a blow on him will receive a reward of 1 tael of silver. Whoever brings me his head will be granted a Qingling pill and 1,000 taels of silver, along with the title of deputy headmaster. At these words, excitement surged through the crowd, their eyes gleaming with ambition, their breaths heavy with anticipation. In this world, money outweighed life itself. For those yet to become martial warriors, a single tael of silver could take a year to earn. With one strike, they could gain a tael, an opportunity too tempting to resist, well worth the risk. The eyes of the martial disciples sparkled with determination. A Qingling pill coupled with 1,000 taels of silver would elevate them to the esteemed rank of martial instructors. Such a life-altering chance could not be squandered. After enduring their assault for so long, even if he were a master of flesh-forging, Chu Zhe's vital energy must be nearly depleted. That last strike may have been his ultimate display of strength, intended to intimidate them and deter any rash actions. With resolve igniting within them, they rallied, their ferocity igniting. Charge. Chapter 55, The Blood Blade Martial Arts School's annihilation. Disciples of the Blood Blade Martial Arts School surged forward with frenzied cries. The martial arts technique, Bloodblade Slash, was inherently radical and perilous, demanding bloodshed and imbued with a ferocity. The generous rewards from Master Li and the scene of rivers of blood before them had thoroughly awakened their murderous instincts, plunging them into madness. It was a day of life or death. Either they would perish, or they would see the end of their adversary. Chu's, too, was consumed by bloodlust. His sole focus was on slaughter, wielding his sword with reckless abandon. The disciples of the Blood Blade Martial Arts School suffered heavy losses. As the fervor of battle subsided, only Master Li, the martial arts instructor, Ding Buohong, and 4 other disciples remained unscathed. Chus, with his sword plunged into the ground, grasped the hilt tightly, panting heavily. His form was drenched in blood, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, as if he might collapse at any moment. Witnessing this scene, Master Li and the others were shaken, their eyes filled with an indelible fear. 100 warriors attacking could wear down even a seasoned martial master. Yet this relentless figure before them showed no signs of dying. Though a martial master is still flesh and blood, facing weaponry requires the protection of vital energy. Once that energy is exhausted, the fate of being hacked to death looms. Even the most resilient of bodies cannot disregard the assault of true energy. How could this bloodied figure withstand more than a martial master? Yet, it seemed that everything had come to an end. Master Li steeled himself, his gaze cold, and pointed to a disciple, commanding, "You, go, kill him." The disciple trembled, swallowing hard as he approached, his eyes a mixture of terror and exhilaration. After such a prolonged battle, surely this fierce adversary, with his ironclad physique, must be weakening. Could this be his chance? He raised his blade high. Chus regarded him with indifference. With a sharp clang, he unsheathed his sword and struck. A dazzling spray of blood erupted once more. The disciple clutched his throat, collapsing in a pool of blood. Despair etched upon his face. Chus staggered but managed to regain his footing, his voice icy and hoarse. "Who else dares?" With the blood-soaked sword still dripping and the corpses piling around, an overwhelming aura of dread enveloped the scene. The martial arts instructor, witnessing this, broke free from his terror. Convinced that Chus was at his limit, a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. Such a formidable foe might possess valuable treasures. However, he dared not confront Chus alone. Everyone, attack together. Master Li tightened his grip on his jade blade, his eyes flickering before he nodded slowly. The prior promise still held. Whoever struck the killing blow would claim the Qingling pill and 1,000 taels of silver. The remaining disciples of the Blood Blade Martial Arts School felt their courage swell, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. The fierce adversary appeared to be in a dire state. Perhaps he was just one blow away from death. Finally, one disciple, consumed by greed, ceased to hesitate and advanced to strike. As the blade descended, Chuz parried with his sword. Clang! The impact reverberated, sending the sword flying into the throng of onlookers. The disciple's eyes gleamed with elation as he swung his weapon again. Ding Guohong and the two remaining disciples were jolted by this turn of events and rushed forward. Master Lin stood at a distance, observing coolly and remaining motionless. The martial arts instructor, seeing Master Lin's inaction, hesitated and halted as well. Chuz sighed in disappointment. Even as martial masters, these two were astonishingly timid and cautious. He cast off any pretense. Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. Activate. The ethereal silhouette of his vital energy surged forth, unleashing a tempestuous force of life essence. Boom. A single punch obliterated the disciple and his blade in a cataclysmic explosion. Ding Guohong and the remaining two disciples were left aghast, screaming as they turned to flee. Run! Run! Master, save me! Masterly, help! Boom! 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 3 fiery blossoms of flesh erupted. Master Lin and the martial arts instructor exchanged no words, turning to escape. Do not think you can flee. Chuz's eyes brimmed with determination as he propelled himself forward. To leave any with murderous intent is to invite future treachery. The phrase echoed in his mind, reinforcing his resolve. He could not allow those who harbored ill will to survive, especially not the self-serving and ruthless Masterly. A surge of life essence erupted, propelling his speed beyond that of even a peak martial master. As Chuz closed in, Master Li's gaze hardened, and he slashed backward with his blade, sending a wave of energy towards the martial arts instructor. The instructor hastily channeled his true energy to defend against the strike. Momentarily halting, "Brother," he shouted in a voice filled with anguish and fury. What awaited him was Chuz's ferocious punch. The martial arts instructor gritted his teeth to defend. Boom. The punch extinguished the true energy shield, caving in his chest, blood spewing forth as his breath faded. However, Chuz had lost precious moments in the exchange. A swift glance around revealed that Master Li's figure had vanished from sight, leaving him feeling an overwhelming sense of loss. Chapter 56. Slaying Master Li. It was akin to stepping in dog excrement upon exiting. A small wooden splinter embedded in flesh, though not fatal, it was undeniably discomforting and vexing. Could these individuals not simply accept their demise? This lingering threat left him feeling as though he would need to sleep with one eye open. The situation was dire. As his frustrations dissipated, he unleashed the demonic disintegration technique, causing his aura to plummet dramatically. Despite having taken the lives of so many, he had paid a grave price himself. Even with an immortal body, it would take a while to recuperate. He was now acutely aware of the aftereffects of the demonic disintegration technique: dizziness, a nosebleed, weakness in his limbs, and an overall sense of exhaustion, leaving him to slump feebly among the corpses. At this moment, even a mere warrior could easily vanquish him. He felt so feeble, so distressed, so despondent. It was then that he noticed the system panel. Current experience points: 14,000, 140 draws. His spirits lifted instantaneously, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. After resting for a while, he felt nearly restored. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed. A figure slowly approached from the side, exuding an aura of menace. Indeed, you have employed a top-tier explosive secret technique, capable of unleashing power comparable to that of an innate martial artist. However, the greater the burst of power, the heavier the toll. You must find it difficult to even move now. Surrender your cultivated techniques in that explosive secret, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Upon hearing this, Chuzhe turned to see Masterly returning. Masterly, with his left hand resting behind him and his right hand poised on the jade blade at his waist, bore a self-satisfied smile. He had returned. While Chuzhe felt a surge of joy, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This man was undoubtedly insane. His disciples lay dead, yet he still wore a grin. This individual must not be allowed to live. Demonic disintegration technique, activate. A torrent of blood chi surged forth like boiling water in a cauldron, then erupted violently. The searing blood chi met the gentle rain, instantly evaporating it and enveloping the area in a veil of white mist. Chuzhe stepped forward, charging like a white rainbow piercing the sun. Master Li's expression shifted drastically. How can you still unleash such power? In his astonishment, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. It must be false. It cannot be true that you can still explode with power. Master Li channeled his true chi into the jade blade, which began to radiate brilliantly. He swung the blade in a decisive arc sizzle. The 3-foot-long blade aura sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek as it shot forth. The blood blade slash was the most formidable technique of the blood blade martial arts school, its potency amplified by the blood chi and coupled with the jade blade's enhancement. He was confident that even an innate martial artist would take the strike seriously. Chuzhe calmly unleashed a punch. It was merely a standard strike. Yet under the immense pressure of his blood chi, it appeared overwhelmingly dominant, exuding the aura of an unrivaled sovereign. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. Bang! The punch struck, the ferocious force shattering the blood-red blade aura almost instantaneously. This cannot be possible. Master Li cried out in terror, his eyes wide with panic and despair, unable to react in time. Chuzhe's punch descended with relentless force upon Master Li, his true chi barely managing to deflect the impact for a fleeting moment before it burst like a bubble. The ensuing force poured down upon Master Li's body. Boom. A burst of light erupted like fireworks. The splinters of flesh were extracted, and relief washed over him. Chu Zhe exhaled deeply, retrieving the jade blade and storing it away, feeling a sense of fortunate escape. Had he not first eliminated that cloaked elder? Master Li might have been too cautious and protective of his life to join in the fray against him. Chapter 57, Transformation. He was granted ample time to recuperate. In this battle, his chances of survival were rather bleak. He was still too weak. Glancing around at the heaps of corpses, his eyes ignited with fervor. The accumulation of bodies, if left unaddressed, could easily incite a plague, endangering the innocent. Should that occur, it would be his transgression, even if a plague did not arise. The sight of the corpses could leave an indelible psychological scar, further polluting the environment, which was decidedly unacceptable. Let them redeem their misdeeds, transforming into his strength. The great seal of blood magic surged forth, engulfing everything in crimson light. A blood magic insignia began to materialize at a visible pace. Just as the first insignia solidified, a cacophony arose in the distance as numerous individuals approached, torches in hand. Chu Zhe furrowed his brow. The refinement speed of the blood magic seal was still too sluggish. He stepped into a room and ignited a fire. In no time, a towering inferno blazed, consuming the multitude of corpses. He then ventured into Master Li's bedroom and discovered a small chest containing 1,000 taels of silver notes and a Qingling pill, presumably intended for Tang Yangyu, which he now appropriated. No other precious items, such as martial arts manuals, were in sight. They must be concealed elsewhere. He had no time to search further. He ignited another blaze and leapt away from the Bloodblade Martial Arts School. The night was long, and this was merely the beginning. Yunnan District. Under the dominion of the Black Snake Gang, Chu Zhe gazed from afar at the brightly lit courtyard, where shadows flitted about, and guards were stationed everywhere. His brow knitted in concern. The Black Snake Gang was the most formidable of the 6 major forces in the outer city, notorious for its ruthlessness and sheer number of personnel. With no fewer than 5 martial masters stationed there, its members comprised primarily of bandits, thieves, and other nefarious characters. Indulging in gambling, usury, brothels, forced prostitution, and assassination, they had committed every conceivable crime. Killing 10 members of the Black Snake Gang would surely yield no innocence among them. Any semblance of kindness would not survive the night within their ranks. The Black Snake Gang's vast influence had garnered many enemies, and vendettas were common. Consequently, the courtyard was fortified with impenetrable defenses, leaving almost no blind spots. Infiltration was nearly impossible. A frontal assault worried Chu Zhe, for he feared that Wang Ting and the others would receive word and flee. These ruffians would not exhibit the same valor, loyalty, or courage as those from the Bloodblade Martial Arts School, and once the tides turned against them, they would escape with remarkable speed. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Zhe devised a plan. He silently activated the Celestial Demon Concealment Technique. This technique allowed for the alteration of appearance and the simulation of one's aura, a mere trifle. Although he was merely a novice, martial masters would find it difficult to see through his disguise. With a series of cracking sounds, his bones shifted, and Chu Zhe's height diminished significantly to around 175 centimeters. He manipulated the muscles in his face, transforming into an unremarkable man. Changing his attire, he set forth towards the courtyard. As he approached, 2 guards from the Black Snake Gang shouted, "Who goes there?" "This is the territory of the Black Snake Gang. No loiterers allowed." Chu Zhe smiled, a blood-red aura emanating from him. "I am a disciple of the Bloodblade Martial Arts School. My master has matters to discuss with gang leader Wang. Please inform him of my arrival." Having battled alongside the disciples of the Bloodblade for so long, emulating their true energy was effortless for him. The guards exchanged wary glances, their expressions shifting. One guard stepped toward the inner courtyard, while the other remained vigilant, saying, "Wait here for a moment." Chu Zhe nodded and stood quietly aside. Chapter 58, The Black Serpent Gang. In the conference hall of the Black Serpent Gang, the leader, Wang Long, presided at the head of the table, flanked by his subordinates on either side. With a grave expression, he addressed the assembly, stating, "Esteemed colleagues, we have received a missive from the Liu family, demanding that we remit 80% of our revenues." The audacity with which the Black Serpent Gang had operated in Qingyang County was evidently sustained by influential patrons. They served as the Liu family's vicious hounds, managing affairs that the Liu family found inconvenient to handle themselves. At this pronouncement, the heads of the gang furrowed their brows in discontent. Previously, they had only been required to submit 50%. Now, the prospect of yielding 80% threatened to deplete their own resources for cultivation, inevitably diminishing their standard of living. The second-in-command murmured, "Brother, this is an excessive demand from the Liu family. Surely, there must be room for negotiation." Many leaders echoed his sentiments, expressing their indignation. "Indeed, this is outrageous. If they take 80% today, who can say they won't demand a full 100% tomorrow? We toil endlessly, yet receive no share of the spoils." Though the Liu family wielded considerable power, they ought not to disregard their humanity entirely. At worst, we could abandon Qingyang City and establish our own stronghold elsewhere, living more freely and joyfully, one suggested. Wang Long raised his hand to quell the rising unrest, and the atmosphere grew tense. "There is no room for negotiation. The Liu family has invested all their resources in supporting Miss Liu, and they urgently require a return on their investment. The second-in-command, contemplating this, remarked, "Brother, could it be that Miss Liu is on the verge of breaking through to become a foundational martial artist?" Wang Long regarded him with approval, acknowledging his insight. The assembly gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with envy. Miss Liu had just turned 20, a true prodigy blessed with spiritual bones. Wang Long smiled serenely. Once Miss Liu achieves this breakthrough, she will undoubtedly become an esteemed disciple of the Yunyan sect, at which point the Liu family will hold absolute sway over Qingyang City. They have promised that all territories outside the city will be under our jurisdiction. Therefore, I urge you to endure for just a month or two. After a brief silence, the leaders erupted in cheers, rising to bow and exclaim, "Our leader is wise." The entirety of the outer city's 20% profit would far exceed the 80% from the Yunnan district, signifying a greater share for them in the future. At that moment, a young man dressed in scholarly attire, with a square scarf atop his head, stepped forward. "Father, Jin Jianqing and Chu Zhe possess considerable talent and represent a potential threat. It would be prudent to address them post-haste." Wang Long waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for concern. They are but fledgling talents. It will take at least a decade before they pose any real threat to us. In a month or two, with the Liu family as assistants, we can eliminate the two major martial arts schools and deal with them effortlessly," he continued. To preemptively eliminate Chu Zhe and Jin Jianqing would only provoke their elders, who would not take such actions lightly. The two martial arts schools are not insignificant forces. Engaging them could lead to considerable losses. Moreover, ensuring Tinger's safety would become exceedingly difficult. If those two elders were to sense something amiss and flee, the complications would far outweigh the threat posed by two mere prodigies. Wang Ting, however, harbored strong dissent regarding this viewpoint, believing that threats should be extinguished in their infancy. If these two grow in strength, they could become exceedingly dangerous, especially Chu Zhe. It seems the onus falls on me to take action. With narrowed eyes, he considered that Liu Xiaoyu's association with Chu Zhe presented an opportunity. Previously preoccupied with procuring 10 pairs of young men and women for the Liu family, he had neglected to deal with Liu Xiaoyu. Now, he saw a chance to manipulate the situation to his advantage. A scheme began to formulate in his mind, to leverage Liu Xiaoyu's parents, compelling him to poison Chu Zhe, while simultaneously entangling him with his fiancée Yi, leading to their family's ultimate demise as a united entity. Suddenly, a guard entered the conference hall, whispering into Wang Long's ear. Upon hearing the news, a flicker of surprise crossed Wang Long's face. "The warrior from the Bloodblade Martial School? Allow him entry." Moments later, the guard escorted Chu Zhe into the hall before exiting and securing the door. A burly man approached Chu Zhe, placing a hand on his shoulder. Qi surged and circulated within Chu Zhe's body, confirming his status as a 6th-level warrior, a true practitioner of Bloodblade Qi. After ensuring Chu Zhe was unharmed, the man returned to his seat. Chu Zhe surveyed his surroundings, elated. At this hour, the elite members of the Black Serpent Gang were gathered. Evidently in the midst of a meeting. Was the underworld of this alternate realm as competitive as this? No wonder they had established such a formidable enterprise. Chapter 59. Assassination. Chu Zhe surveyed his surroundings, displaying not an ounce of tension, which incited the displeasure of the Black Snake Gang leaders. A mere warrior dared to act so arrogantly on their territory. One leader, his expression dark, rose and bellowed, "You have seen the gang leader. Why do you not bow?" The chorus of leaders echoed his demand, their voices crashing like thunder, creating an intimidating atmosphere. Chu Zhe, harboring guilt, was startled by the sudden outburst, his complexion shifting in response. If they discovered his true intentions, he might not withstand a combined assault from so many. Observing his frightened demeanor, the leaders of the Black Snake Gang felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the reaction of a normal person. Wang Long, maintaining a calm facade, gestured for silence. Inquiring what the innkeeper sought from the gang leader, Chu Zhe retrieved 500 taels of silver notes from his collar, bowing as he spoke. The innkeeper wishes for the gang leader to eliminate 2 individuals and offers a Qingling pill as a token of gratitude. This 500 taels serves as a deposit. 500 taels and a Qingling pill, a substantial fortune for martial artists, possessing an irresistible allure for warriors. The leaders of the Black Snake Gang momentarily quickened their breaths. Wang Ting's eyes gleamed with excitement. He surmised that the Qingling pill must be his. Wang Long erupted in laughter, urging the innkeeper to specify whom to kill. Chu Zhe hesitated, remaining silent. Wang Long's mind raced, and he soon grasped the implication. The targets were individuals who could not be publicly acknowledged. "Step forward," he commanded. Following his instruction, Chu Zhe approached, first presenting the silver notes to Wang Long astute. "You understand the importance of payment before discussing business," Wang Long remarked, casting a commendatory glance at Chu Zhe. As Chu Zhe drew near for Wang Long to take the notes, the shadow blade materialized in his hand. With a surge of inner energy, he struck swiftly. This sequence had played out in his mind countless times, executed with remarkable fluidity and unparalleled speed. The razor-sharp dagger effortlessly pierced Wang Long's heart, unleashing a burst of fiery inner energy that shattered the organ into fragments. Wang Long perished with a smile upon his face, blissfully unaware of the imminent danger, thus departing this world with a semblance of peace. Chu Zhe retracted the shadow blade, flicking it with his finger, clang. The sound resonated as he shook off the droplets of blood, stowing the dagger away. Wang Long's body collapsed from his seat, hitting the ground with a dull thud. The abrupt turn of events stunned all present. A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Utterly unprepared for the audacity of a mere warrior to assassinate their leader, and to succeed at that. Before they could process the shock, Chu Zhe unleashed the heavenly demon disintegration technique, activate. The phantom of a furnace flickered and vanished. A terrifying surge of blood power erupted from Chu Zhe, akin to a cataclysmic avalanche. He stepped forward, charging at one of the Black Snake Gang's martial artists, specifically, the gang's second-in-command, the strongest among them, a level 8 warrior. The second-in-command's expression shifted dramatically. His forte lay in swordsmanship, yet weapons were prohibited in the conference hall. In haste, he infused his inner energy into his fist, preparing to counter. A resounding crash echoed. Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, the second-in-command's arm twisted grotesquely as his body was hurled away. Akin to being struck by a train, blood scattering through the air. All were jolted awake, cries of alarm and fear erupting. The leader is dead. The second-in-command still breathes. Who are you? Why do you attack the Black Snake Gang? Call for help. Everyone, join forces to kill him. Avenge the leader. An enemy assault. Quickly, summon aid. Chapter 60. Fierce combat. The first to strike was the imposing figure who was testing Chu Zhe. A burly man known as the fifth master of the Black Snake Gang, and a trusted brother of Wang Long. Consumed by rage and madness due to his brother's tragic demise, he charged at Chu Zhe like a frenzied bull, his eyes ablaze with fury. You scoundrel, die. Chu Zhe's gaze was icy. He sidestepped the giant's fist while delivering a powerful blow to the man's head. The overwhelming force shattered the fifth master's skull like a watermelon, blood and brains splattering everywhere. Fifth master. A gang member shouted in disbelief, his voice filled with despair. The third and fourth masters, who had intended to encircle Chu Zhe, hesitated as they locked eyes, each recognizing the terror reflected in the other's gaze. We cannot win. Retreat. They were not die-hard loyalists to Wang Long. They had joined the Black Snake Gang merely for the riches. With their martial prowess, they could easily find new allegiances elsewhere. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned to flee, shouting, Everyone, escape first, arm yourselves, and then we will deal with him together. Witnessing the deaths of their leader, the second and fifth masters, the remaining members of the Black Snake Gang, were thrown into chaos, scrambling towards the exit. Chu Zhe felt an overwhelming disappointment. The members of this gang seemed utterly devoid of courage. With just a handful of casualties, they were already fleeing. Grasping the Qinghong sword, he unleashed his true energy and charged forward. The gang members, consumed by their desperation to escape, offered no resistance, allowing Chu Zhe to cut down his foes with ease. One strike at a time. Yet, his strength was insufficient against the sheer number of adversaries, despite his relentless efforts. He only managed to slay around 20 before the rest scattered. However, his keen eyes soon spotted Wang Tong among the throng, and he swiftly eliminated him. Wang Tong, being of high status and situated far from the exit, was not particularly adept at evasion, making him an easy target among the last to escape. His scholarly attire making him distinctly recognizable. The third master was the first to burst through the door, instantly igniting a distress signal flare. The brilliant fireworks illuminated the night sky, drawing the attention of Black Snake Gang members who began to converge. Boom, boom. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed incessantly. By the time Chu Zhe stepped out of the meeting hall, he found himself encircled. Surrounding him were gang members wielding torches, and a rough estimate revealed there to be over 300 individuals. With so many opponents, fear gripped him, his body trembling. This battle could very well spell his demise. He had no choice but to brace himself for a desperate fight. The sheer number of foes bolstered the courage of the surviving gang leaders, who, now armed, glared at Chu Zhe with fury from their positions behind the crowd. This rogue believes he can take us unarmed. Now that we are armed, he shall pay. One of the third master's cohorts declared from the safety of the throng. Surrender now, for you are surrounded. The third master, emboldened by the numbers, proclaimed. Kill this scoundrel and avenge our leader. Whoever succeeds shall be the rightful successor to the Black Snake Gang, for its resources are too valuable to abandon. Should we flee, we would have to start anew. Chu Zhe remained silent, channeling his vital energy to critical points, preparing to charge once more. The third master, resolute, commanded, fire. Shoot him down. Even if he is a master of bone refinement, with so many of us, we can wear him down. As arrows rained down like a tempest, the battle commenced. Chapter 61. The Black Serpent Gang's Annihilation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained upon Chu Zhe, clanging against him with a metallic sound. It was somewhat ticklish. Chu Zhe plunged into the throng, akin to a fierce tiger among sheep, delivering crushing blows. Blood erupted forth. The members of the Black Serpent Gang were oblivious to the terror that was Chu Zhe, howling as they advanced to encircle him, only to be dispatched one by one. Ordinary blades slashed against Chu Zhe as though merely scratching an itch, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Only the weapons imbued with true energy could affect him, yet these elite warriors, each more cautious than the last, were acutely aware of his fearsome prowess and dared only to observe from a distance. Thus, the confrontation devolved into a mere personal slaughter. Blood pooled into streams, littering the ground with corpses. Eventually, the members of the Black Serpent Gang grasped the gravity of the situation, halting in their tracks, trembling in fear as they regarded Chuzhe, a monster. This was a creature clad in human skin. Despite the leaders on the periphery urging them to encircle Chuzhe, none dared to advance. Growing ever more emboldened, Chuzhe, reveling in his bloody work, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at the lack of challengers. If the mountain would not come to him, he would seek it out. He took a step forward, and the members of the Black Serpent Gang recoiled in fear. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Flee!" The realization struck the Black Serpent Gang, and they scattered in all directions. This left Chuzhe in a predicament. He possessed only 2 hands and 2 legs. No matter how swiftly he struck, he could not slay them all. Despite his relentless efforts, sometimes endeavor yields no results, and his singular strength was insufficient. Ultimately, he was left with nearly 200 corpses. Sigh. Chuzhe exhaled deeply, finding solace within himself. Human strength has its limits. He had done his utmost, and that was enough. The time for the demonic disintegration technique had come, and his energy began to plummet. Powerless, he slumped onto the heap of corpses, his eyes filled with desolation and melancholy. Ultimately, he could not deceive himself. To cut the grass without uprooting it is to invite its regrowth. These individuals would inevitably remember today's vengeance and seek retribution in the future. Even if they did not know who he was, the celestial net is vast and does not miss a thread. The truth will eventually come to light. While these individuals may be inept, their sons, grandsons, and descendants may not share the same fate. Once they learn the truth, it is conceivable they will come seeking revenge. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps disrupted his contemplation. The 3rd and 4th elders, accompanied by more than 20 members of the Black Serpent Gang, closed in. The 3rd elder wore a sinister grin, remarking, "Your endurance is truly formidable, but it has finally come to an end. Do you have any last words?" The 4th elder's expression was grim as he added, "Brother, do not allow this fellow to die too easily. First, disable his limbs, then we shall torment him slowly." To this, Chuzhe was overjoyed, springing back to life. After a brief respite, he felt rejuvenated. Upon seeing the members of the Black Serpent Gang, his previously somber mood transformed into unbounded exhilaration. This was a joy akin to finding something lost, though not all had returned. The prospect of slaying another batch was still a triumph. If he continued, there would come a day when none would remain. However, the 3rd elder's gaze turned uncertain. But before he could finish, the demonic disintegration technique was unleashed. Activate. Boom. A torrent of energy surged forth. Chuzhe's foot struck the ground, shattering the stone tiles beneath him as he lunged forward, instantly closing the distance to the 3rd elder and delivering a devastating punch. The 3rd elder was stricken with horror, hastily raising his blade to defend himself. Bang! An unparalleled force erupted, shattering the long blade. The terrifying punch collided with the 3rd elder's body, sending him hurtling backward, his body cracking and splattering like a fountain as blood gushed forth. Ultimately, he collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. Witnessing this scene, the 4th elder and the remaining members of the Black Serpent Gang felt their brows twitch violently, their eyes brimming with uncontrollable terror. "Flee, quickly," they cried, turning to escape. Chapter 62. The hide map. The azure rainbow sword materialized in Chuzhe's grasp as he pursued relentlessly, blood splattering from his strikes, vanquishing all in his path. The blood demon's massive handprint purified everything, granting him yet another blood demon mark. This battle bestowed upon Chuzhe an additional 20,000 experience points. After hastily collecting his spoils, he turned and set fire to the scene. Knowing that the earlier fireworks would surely attract many curious onlookers, it was prudent to depart swiftly. Upon returning home, Chuzhe began to tally his gains. A substantial stack of silver notes estimated to exceed 3,000 taels, several medicinal pills, a mid-grade treasure, a jade knife from Masterly, a mid-grade parting hook from the Old Man in Black, a mid-grade inner armor from Wang Tung, and a mid-grade mountain-splitting knife from Wang Long. Additionally, he possessed 2 inferior-grade treasures. A moment of contemplation washed over him. Paternal love is as steadfast as a mountain. Had Wang Long donned the mid-grade inner armor, he would have surely faced peril today. Fortunately, he had reunited Wang Long and his son. A small consolation for their father-son bond. Although Tang Yongyu possessed no treasures, he carried a crimson hide map, adorned with chaotic lines. It felt warm to the touch. Crafted from the hide of a formidable beast, a glimmer of gold flashed in Chuzhe's eyes as a faint purple aura emanated from the treasure map. Hide treasure map, crafted from the fur of a 5th-tier crimson flame tiger. It reveals its secrets when burned under the moonlight. His eyes sparkled with intrigue. A map made from the hide of a 5th-tier beast undoubtedly concealed remarkable treasures. However, with no moon that night, he would have to wait for another occasion. As for the rest of his findings, nothing else appeared notably valuable. Overall, this haul was satisfactory. His financial standing likely surpassed that of the Jinong Martial Arts Hall. Exhausted, he reclined on his bed, surrendering to a peaceful slumber. After a night of bloody combat, his spirit had reached its limits. As Chuzhe drifted into a deep sleep, news of the annihilation of the Black Snake Gang and the Bloodblade Martial Arts Hall spread like wildfire. reaching the ears of the four major forces in the outer city and the upper echelons of the five great families in the inner city. The entire Qingyang city trembled with shock and fear, prompting immediate dispatch of personnel to gather detailed intelligence. Lu family. The patriarch, Lu Yongqiu, stared in astonishment at the information in his hands. Both the Black Snake Gang and the Bloodblade Martial Arts Hall had been eradicated. His eyes were filled with contemplation. To obliterate two major forces in a single night required at least 3 innate martial masters working in unison. Who could possibly be responsible? Even if the Lu family had acted, they could only manage it with great difficulty. Who were these individuals? They were certainly not from Qingyang County. Could they be targeting the Lu family? The intelligence was scant, leaving him unable to ascertain the truth. He could only send people to gather more information, anxiously awaiting the results. As dawn broke, detailed reports finally arrived at his desk. There were no witnesses to the downfall of the Bloodblade Martial Arts Hall. Those who had heard the sounds of fierce combat dared not approach, and only after the din subsided and flames soared did they cautiously venture to investigate. In contrast, there were witnesses to the demise of the Black Snake Gang. A suspected bone refining expert had first disguised himself as a member of the Bloodblade Martial Arts Hall to assassinate Wang Long before single-handedly annihilating the entire Black Snake Gang. Lu Yongqiu's expression turned grave as he analyzed the situation. Such experts were rare in the entire Xing'an prefecture. How could one possibly arrive in their remote little city? Had these two forces unwittingly provoked the family of this formidable individual, leading to their catastrophic fate? The Black Snake Gang had long been accustomed to their tyrannical ways, while the Bloodblade Martial Arts Hall's extreme practices had rendered its members similarly volatile and prone to reckless actions. It was entirely plausible that they had offended someone they should not have. Old Zheng. Immediately instruct the younger generation in our family to refrain from seeking trouble in the near future. I cannot afford any complications, Lu Yongqiu commanded. Yes, Patriarch, replied Steward Zhang, bowing respectfully. A bitter expression crossed Lu Yongqiu's face. The obliteration of the Black Snake Gang was akin to severing an arm from the Lu family. Without the tributes from the Black Snake Gang, the Lu family's income would diminish by a third. Moreover, many unsavory dealings required the gang's assistance. Zhang Zhan. Gather the remnants of the Black Snake Gang. Within 3 months, establish a new faction. Anyone who dares to obstruct this endeavor shall be dealt with ruthlessly, he ordered. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the eyes of a burly man clad in black. Leading a faction was far more lucrative than merely serving as a follower. He bowed and replied, Yes, Patriarch. Chapter 63. Movements from all sides at the Golden Sun Martial Arts Hall. Master Lin was taken aback upon receiving the news of the annihilation of the Blood Knife Martial Arts Hall and the Black Snake Gang. He inexplicably recalled that Chu Zhe had inquired about the intelligence of the Black Snake Gang and the Blood Knife Martial Arts Hall the day prior. Could this incident be somehow related to Chu Zhe? This thought flickered briefly in his mind, but he dismissed it as mere coincidence. Nonetheless, this event proved to be a fortuitous development for Chu Zhe. In recent times, fear gripped everyone, and the forces in Qingyang County had little time to attend to Chu Zhe. His initial plan to have Chu Zhe lay low had to be temporarily shelved. The outside world was perilous. He could unwittingly encounter that dangerous individual. The city remained relatively safe. Inside the Qingyang County office, shock permeated the atmosphere. The destruction of 2 major factions and the slaughter of at least 300 individuals was undoubtedly a significant case. County Magistrate Wei sighed heavily, his eyes clouded with sorrow. With such a grave incident occurring in the county, this year's ratings were at stake. He spoke softly, Master Meng. A dragon crossing the river is not something we can provoke. Such formidable beings will not linger in our humble locale. Their actions are likely driven by personal vendettas. Please report this to the sect and request assistance, then circulate notices throughout the city, warning the citizens to be wary of the murderer. Master Meng nodded slightly. These elusive masters were the most challenging to track down. They could only do so much. Other factions in Qingyang County were retreating and observing, covertly gathering intelligence. The downfall of the 2 major powers was something no one had anticipated to be connected to Chu Zhe. Chu Zhe enjoyed a peaceful slumber until dawn broke. In the morning, he glanced at his interface. Current experience points, 35,000. A faint smile graced his lips. With abundant resources at his disposal, the items produced by the first-tier roulette had become somewhat inconsequential. He intended to conserve these experience points until he ascended to the rank of Martial Master, at which point he would draw from the second-tier roulette. Upon stepping outside, he encountered the frantically rushing Lu Xiaoyu. Brother Chu, great news. The Black Snake Gang was eradicated by a mysterious master, and it is said that Wang Ting and his son were also killed. Chu Zhe's face reflected excitement and astonishment. Congratulations. Now you can rest easy. However, amidst the excitement, a hint of concern flickered in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes. Brother Chu, please head to the study. Master Lin is looking for you. I will fetch Shui and her parents and have them stay near the martial arts hall. It will be much safer that way. Given the current dangers outside, you must not venture out. Chu Zhe nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. He then took out a silver note worth 100 taels from his chest pocket. This should cover their expenses. Consider it a loan from me. Lu Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before accepting it. Thank you, Brother Chu. I don't need this much. Just 5 taels will suffice, and I promise to return it promptly. Although he had reached the top 16 and earned 10 taels, he had already used that money to purchase a house and relocate his parents from the slums. Chu Zhe's funds were timely relief for him. Chu Zhe patted Lu Xiaoyu on the shoulder. Take care of your family first. Money is not a pressing concern. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with gratitude as they parted ways. On his way to the study, disciples discussed the news of the two factions' demise. Upon seeing Chu Zhe, they abandoned their previous indifference and greeted him with respect. Chu Zhe responded with a slight nod. Entering the study after knocking, he found Master Lin standing by the window. His eyes filled with profound worry. The overnight obliteration of the two factions that were once on equal footing with him had clearly shaken him deeply. You have arrived. Until you achieve the rank of martial master, focus on your cultivation within the hall. There is no need to overly fret about the murderer. The county has already reported to the Qiang sect, and they will soon send personnel to investigate. If the murderer is prudent, he has likely already distanced himself from Qingyang County. Chapter 64. Optimization. Chu Zhe nodded slightly, and the disciple understood. He shared the same sentiment. At present, his strength was still too weak. He could not even contend with an innate martial artist. It was imperative to stabilize his development. With his cultivation speed, he was certain to break through to martial artist status within a month. During this time, he also intended to train Lu Xiaoyu diligently, to prevent him from being bullied after his departure. With his mastery of the fiery sun fist, teaching others should pose no challenge. The master of the hall, Lin, smiled. I have prepared several specially crafted spiritual medicinal dishes for you, aimed at accelerating your cultivation speed, with the goal of enabling you to break through to martial artist status within 3 months. In truth, 3 months was Lin's utmost expectation. He mentioned such a brief time frame merely to apply a bit of pressure on Chu Zhe. After all, pressure breeds motivation, even if it was somewhat ambitious. As the saying goes, those who aim high will achieve something, while those who settle for mediocrity will fall short. If he could break through in a year, it would astonish everyone. Yet, considering it was Chu Zhe, he dared to set his sights high. To Lin's knowledge, Lu Rushiwei took a full 2.5 years to ascend from martial artist to martial master. After reaching the late stage of martial artist, the difficulty of each subsequent level increased significantly. Even for Chu Zhe, it would not be as effortless as it once was, in his own experience. It took him 8 years to attain martial master status. Chu Zhe hesitated, finding the prospect of breaking through in 3 months to be quite daunting. Noticing the troubled expression on Chu Zhe's face, Lin believed he had imposed too much pressure. He offered a gentle smile, reassuring him not to feel burdened. For effort was all that mattered. How can you know what you are capable of unless you try? I will do my utmost to assist you. Your fiery sun fist is already greatly accomplished, yet there remains a considerable distance to perfection. Do not grow complacent. If you have any uncertainties, feel free to voice them. I have dedicated decades to the study of the fiery sun fist and can resolve any issue. Chu Zhe fell into a moment of silence. If I were to claim that my fiery sun fist is already perfected, would that be disrespectful to the master? However, he indeed had a question to pose to Lin. As he was merely a novice in martial arts and had much to learn, I sensed that the fiery sun fist could still be optimized. Optimized? Lin was momentarily taken aback, casting a peculiar glance at Chu Zhe. Naturally, the fiery sun fist could be refined. After all, perfection in martial arts is a myth. However, optimization is a task suited for martial arts masters who have immersed themselves in the discipline for decades. How long had Chu Zhe been practicing? He had yet to fully master the fiery sun fist and was already dreaming of lofty aspirations. The optimization of techniques is no trivial matter. Failure could result in meridian damage, a decline in one's cultivation level, or even lead to madness. The youth was overly ambitious. Had it been any other disciple from the martial hall, Lin would have promptly broken their legs for such audacity. Why seek to fly when you cannot even walk properly? Nevertheless, this was Chu Zhe, so he could only respond delicately. What are your thoughts? Once Chu Zhe expressed his ideas, Lin would ensure he grasped the impracticality of them, and then he would proceed to educate him. It was only natural for someone as talented as Chu Zhe to become a bit arrogant. He understood that. However, excessive pride could be detrimental. Scratching his head, Chu Zhe admitted, I'm not quite sure how to articulate it. It's just a feeling. After achieving mastery in the fiery sun fist, I increasingly sensed that modifying certain details of the technique's movements and energy pathways might yield better results. However, as a novice in martial arts, I am hesitant to make such changes on my own, fearing it could lead to disaster. Master, allow me to demonstrate. With the master present and the assurance of his indestructible body, he felt emboldened. He extended his fists, his figure flickering as he began to execute the technique according to his instincts, unleashing the fiery sun fist with each movement. Initially, his execution was somewhat awkward, but gradually, his punches flowed with grace and fluidity. Lin let out a soft gasp, his eyes widening in astonishment, his expression shifting to one of utmost seriousness. He recognized that Chu Zhe had indeed perfected the fiery sun fist. No wonder he had the audacity to make such claims. It took Lin decades of arduous training to achieve mastery of the technique. Chu Zhe's movements became increasingly seamless, akin to a bird released from its cage, soaring freely through the sky. Every muscle in his body vibrated with joy, and strands of true energy danced through his meridians like playful fish. drawing in the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth. Each punch was alive, elegant, and harmonious, resembling a breathtaking painting. Simply watching it uplifted the spirit. Strands of true energy rapidly coalesced, and in the eyes of the master, who had devoted decades to the fiery sun fist, it appeared exceptionally refined. With tears of emotion glistening in his eyes. This was the pinnacle of mastery. Is this what they call genius? Defying logic and breaking conventions. He realized he had been too stubborn in his thinking. Chapter 65, Guidance Crack. A crisp sound resonated within Chu Zhe's body. He had ascended to the 7th level of martial arts. His disciple appeared to have entered a minor state of enlightenment. Lin, the head of the academy, felt his knees weaken, inexplicably tempted to kneel. After 3 months of training as a martial artist, he pondered whether his radical approach had been overly conservative. With a surge of exhilaration, Chu Zhe retracted his fist, having just entered this minor state of enlightenment. Not only had he achieved a breakthrough, but he also sensed a notable enhancement in the quality of his vital energy. Enlightenment manifests in 3 levels: minor, major, and celestial resonance. Each experience of enlightenment plunges one into a wondrous state where martial techniques operate effortlessly, drawing in and absorbing the essence of heaven and earth far more effectively than months or even years of ordinary training. Even a minor enlightenment is a rare opportunity that most ordinary talents might never experience in their lifetime. However, seeing Lin's eyes glisten with tears sent a shudder through his heart. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation, and that this was merely an illusion? What if he had practiced incorrectly, leading to irreparable consequences? His heart raced, fearing Lin might utter the words, "From now on, eat whatever you wish." Anxiously, he glanced at Lin, his voice tremulous. "What do you think?" Lin, returning to his senses, felt a flush of embarrassment. In front of his junior, he had lost composure. A lapse unbecoming of a master. Taking a deep breath, he said, "You have done remarkably well, truly exceptional. Do you realize that after mastering martial arts to perfection, there exists yet another realm known as great perfection? In theory, only the founder of that martial art could attain such a state. Every individual possesses a unique physique, and the martial arts created by a practitioner are inherently most suited to themselves. No matter how others train, they will always fall short by a degree or two. The realm of great perfection is the optimization of martial arts into the form most conducive to oneself, allowing for the flawless expression of its power. I have only glimpsed this in books. I never expected to witness it in reality. To master this realm, one must either be an exceptionally gifted genius or have a martial arts master meticulously refine it for you. Clearly, Chu Zhe is the former. Yet, this realm is fundamentally still a state of perfection, where the martial arts effectiveness may only increase by a fraction, while the mental exertion and time required are substantial. Rarely does anyone undertake such a laborious endeavor without reward. From now on, train in this manner. If you bring the Flame Sun Fist to the Great Perfection realm, your vital energy quality should significantly improve. Suddenly, Lin's thoughts shifted, and he began to practice the fist technique. Chu Zhe instantly comprehended Lin's intent, his gaze sharpening with focus. Lin's steps were steady yet light, his movements fluid and natural, clearly having mastered the Flame Sun Fist to the Great Perfection realm. With his current perspective, he could discern no flaws. At that moment, an idea struck him, and a glimmer of gold flashed in his eyes. He aimed to assess Lin's Flame Sun Fist technique. Lin's Flame Sun Fist, Great Perfection realm, exhibiting 19 deficiencies. First, it truly worked. Chu Zhe felt a wave of excitement. After completing a full set of movements, Lin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. How does it feel? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Zhe replied, "I sense something, but not much. Let us try again." "Excellent," Lin exclaimed joyfully. "Practicing a few more times is no issue. I only fear that you may not feel anything. Do you feel it now?" "A bit. I believe, Master, you should elevate your fist slightly more, and let your vital energy flow a fraction slower." At that moment, Lin Ruoshui entered the study, her eyes widening in disbelief at the scene before her. Rubbing her eyes to confirm, she found it hard to believe. What was happening? Chu Zhe was actually instructing her father in martial arts, hand in hand. Meanwhile, Lin's eyes brimmed with ecstatic joy. The technique refined by Chu Zhe resonated with him perfectly, enabling him to reach a realm of unfettered expression in his movements. Slowly retracting his fists, he wore a contented smile. Mastering the Great Perfection realm would increase his combat prowess by 20%, easily allowing him to surpass the old Chun. Were it not for the limitations imposed by his techniques, he would have confidence in immediately breaking through to the innate martial artist level. This gamble had paid off. The mere guidance from Chu Zhe had already yielded returns. He had a premonition that investing in Chu Zhe was the wisest decision of his life. "Father, junior brother Chu, what is happening here?" Lin Ruoshui inquired, her face a picture of confusion. Lin gazed at Chu Zhe, his eyes filled with admiration. "The younger generation is truly formidable. My disciple, your comprehension of the Flame Sun Fist surpasses mine." "What? How is that possible?" Lin Ruoshui's disbelief was palpable. Hadn't Chu Zhe just achieved mastery yesterday? Lin cast an annoyed glance at Lin Ruoshui and continued speaking to Chu Zhe. "When you have time, please provide proper guidance to Ruoshui. This foolish child frustrates me greatly." Without comparison, one cannot appreciate the difference. Previously, he thought his child was commendable, but now, in contrast to Chu Zhe, he felt as if his child were akin to livestock. No, even worse than livestock, for pigs at least consume heartily. Lin Ruoxue stared incredulously at her father, unable to fathom how, in such a short span, he had shifted his affections due to a man. She had once been her father's most cherished child, never having received a harsh word from him. Very well, if you are ungrateful, do not blame me for being unjust, she silently vowed. Father, the 500 tales of private savings you concealed from mother are gone. Chapter 66, The Gathering of Qi and the Purple Gold Soup. Not only that, she also planned to steal her father's cherished little yellow book and that century-old blood ginseng. Come on, let us hurt each other. Lin Ruoxue shot a glare at her father and said, Chu Shidi, let us go. Chu Zhe nodded slightly. After the two departed, Lin Guanju burst into laughter. Ha! Surely our martial hall won't produce a saint. In the Tianhe courtyard, Lin Ruoxue gazed thoughtfully at Chu Zhe, this extraordinary individual. Upon first hearing that Chu Zhe had mastered the yin-yang fist to perfection, she instinctively did not believe it. However, after calming down, she considered that if anyone could achieve such a miracle, it might indeed be him. Who would have imagined that the warrior of the 6th level, Chu Zhe, was once an ordinary person who had never practiced martial arts? Moreover, it would be pointless to deceive her. Chu Zhe gently said, Senior sister, please demonstrate the fist technique for me. He naturally reciprocated sincerity to those who were sincere to him. Besides, it was merely a small request. Lin Ruoxue nodded slightly. Though she held little hope, Chu Zhe might know the technique, but he might not necessarily teach it. After all, the minds of ordinary folks and geniuses are entirely different. A talent like Chu Zhe could grasp martial arts at a glance, while his methods and experiences might not apply to her. Nonetheless, it cost nothing to try. Senior sister, please begin. Lin Ruoxue took a deep breath and started her practice. She had long since memorized the moves of the yin-yang fist. After years of diligent training, she had achieved a minor success in mastering the technique. Each move felt incredibly smooth as she executed them. After finishing her first round, she received feedback. Lin Ruoxue's fist technique, minor success, with 265 deficiencies. Seeing so many shortcomings made Chu Zhe's head throb. He frowned and said, Senior sister, pause for a moment. Lin Ruoxue halted, noticing the serious expression on his face. Her heart sank, and a hint of panic flashed across her face, as if she were a student unexpectedly called upon in class. What's wrong? Chu Zhe spoke frankly. Senior sister, your technique is rather poor. He instructed her step by step. Do as I say. Lin Ruoxue's body stiffened, and a flicker of defiance surged within her. Admittedly, she lacked Chu Zhe's innate talent, but she had never slackened in her practice of the yin-yang fist. His words felt like a denial of all her efforts. Yet, despite her discontent, she followed his guidance obediently. The desire to improve overwhelmed all else. With each movement, Chu Zhe meticulously guided her on how to channel her vital energy. Lin Ruoxue began to practice repeatedly, correcting her form. Her gaze was resolute, her beautiful face radiating earnestness. Her determination was undoubtedly on par with anyone else's. Chu Zhe smiled, filled with satisfaction. Even with his guidance, achieving true mastery would still require considerable effort. Ultimately, self-achievement depended on oneself. Without disturbing Lin Ruoxue, Chu Zhe retreated to a corner to practice. Reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning. Practicing a fist technique 100 times reveals its skill. Of course, this applies only when one is practicing in the correct direction. Striving in the wrong direction is futile. Time slipped by unnoticed. Sweat streamed from Lin Ruoxue's pores, only to be evaporated by the yin-yang vital energy, creating wisps of white mist around her. Suddenly, her body jolted, her bones cracking, and she felt an unprecedented fluidity in her movements. A surge of exhilaration filled her entire being, prompting her to want to howl at the heavens. The yin-yang fist had reached great success. Lin Ruoxue's face flushed with excitement, her eyes wide with disbelief and joy. Had only a few hours passed? She had mastered the yin-yang fist to a high level so quickly, believing it would take her at least 2 or 3 more years of hard work. In fact, she felt that within a month, she could achieve perfection in the yin-yang fist, simply astonishing. Beside her, Chu Zhe slowly withdrew his fists, unperturbed. He had already laid out the steps for her. Lin Ruoxue merely needed to follow them. However, he knew that despite his guidance, her average aptitude and understanding would make it challenging for her to execute flawlessly. What a pity. He recognized that while senior sister worked diligently, without his guidance, she would not have achieved such rapid progress in the yin-yang fist. Yet, hard work pales in comparison to innate talent. Though the path of a martial general may be within her reach, the hope of becoming a martial king seemed distant. If only he wished for those who treated him well to travel further along the path of martial arts. After a long while, Lin Ruoxue finally regained her composure and bowed solemnly to Chu Zhe. Thank you, Chu Shidi. His pointers had surpassed decades of her own practice. Chu Zhe chuckled and waved his hand. No need for such formality. If it weren't for the martial hall, I wouldn't even know where I'd be now. You should return and rest. You've trained all day. Only then did Lin Ruoxue realize her body was sore from overexertion. Ah, she gasped, taking a breath of cool air. All right, I will come back tomorrow to thank you, Chu Shidi. She departed the Tianhe courtyard, limping slightly. Outside the courtyard, Lin Guanju had been waiting. So, how was it? I didn't lie, did I? If you had even half of Chu Zhe's intelligence, I could die content. Lin Ruoxue rolled her eyes at her father. Father, if I were you, I would be embarrassed to say that. After practicing for decades, I am still outdone by Chu Shidi, who has only trained for 20 days. Your ability to teach is utterly lacking. If you had even a tenth of Chu Shidi's talent, I would have already advanced to a martial master. Lin Guanju's face turned crimson instantly, and he was rendered speechless. If it were a son, regardless of how eloquently he spoke or how correct his reasoning, he would simply be reprimanded. With a daughter, one simply cannot bear to be harsh. He could only huff and leave. Lin Ruoxue also huffed in response. You just know how to argue. The next day, at noon, after finishing his practice, Chu Zhe found Lin Ruoxue arriving at the Tianhe courtyard with a pot of chicken soup. She smiled brightly. Chu Shidi, I made a pot of chicken soup for you. Come and try it. The chicken was a first-tier demon beast, the black origin chicken, enhanced with century-old ginseng, goji berries, red dates, and various nourishing ingredients. Simmered into the dragon tiger gathering chi purple gold soup over the morning. Chu Zhe was slightly taken aback. The black origin chicken alone was worth 100 taels. Renowned for its exquisite flavor and its benefits in nourishing the liver and kidneys, replenishing energy and blood. The century-old blood ginseng was comparable to a first-tier spirit medicine. With all the ingredients combined, a pot must be worth at least 500 taels of silver. Lin Ruoxue lifted the lid, revealing a rich purple gold soup. With a delectable aroma wafting through the air, her eyes sparkled with pride. Her culinary skills rivaled those of the chefs at Tianqiang Tower. Chu Zhe couldn't help but sniff. Swallowing hard, thank you, senior sister. It smells delightful. The soup was warm and rich with flavor, as if a warm sun had entered his belly, causing his vital energy to flow naturally. This single sip was akin to taking a vitality-enhancing pill, but far gentler and easier to absorb. Chapter 67. Zhang Yang Herb. At this moment, in a corner of the courtyard, Master Lin was discreetly observing Chu Zhe and Lin Ruoxue, tears of frustration streaming down his cheeks. Heartbroken, he lamented, a daughter cannot remain at home forever. He had anticipated that his daughter would prepare soup early in the morning as an apology for yesterday's incident, filling him with joyous expectation, only to be met with profound disappointment. And then there was his century-old ginseng, a life-saving elixir, capable of extending one's life in critical moments. Treasured for a decade without a single bite taken, now reduced to mere broth. What a waste. The anguish was nearly suffocating. As his anger mounted, he turned away in dejection and retreated to his study. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise upon spotting a pot resting on his desk. Instantly, his earlier gloom dissipated, and a smile crept upon his lips. Sipping the soup with satisfaction, he found it delightful. In his joy, he couldn't help but hum a little tune. Only a daughter is precious. A father with a daughter is a treasure. Not long after Master Lin departed, a robust figure took his place, crouching in the corner. Meanwhile, Chu Zhe had consumed a few mouthfuls, feeling a warmth radiate within him. He rose to his full height and executed a complete set of the yin-yang fist technique with remarkable fluidity, gradually assimilating the medicinal potency. The movements were a harmonious blend of strength and grace, executed with effortless elegance. Lin Ruoxue gazed at Chu Zhe, captivated and awestruck, as he appeared like a living painting. Having mastered the yin-yang fist, Lin Ruoxue gained a deeper understanding of its simplicity and the harmonious beauty of Chu Zhe's technique. A look of determination crossed her face. Even if it meant relentless pursuit, she would. Chu Shidi, I have something to say to you. Before Chu Zhe could respond, Lin Ruoxue quickly declared, please continue to guide my training, and I shall take care of your meals from now on. After a night had passed, some details had slipped her mind. Chu Zhe swallowed hard, initially expecting a different confession from the senior sister. No problem, it's a trivial matter. In the corner, the eavesdropping Dan Xingwu had come to ascertain whether there was anything amiss between Lin Ruoxue and Chu Zhe, but he found himself utterly captivated by Chu Zhe, his heart brimming with astonishment. The yin-yang fist had reached perfection. No, it was beyond perfection. Master Lin's punches paled in comparison to the breathtaking prowess displayed by Chu Zhe. Dan Xingwu, an avid reader, had encountered theories regarding this level of mastery. His eyes flickered with realization as he turned to leave. Although Chu Zhe sensed that Master Lin and Dan Xingwu were observing him, he chose to ignore them. What if their presence was revealed? Should he share a bowl of this precious Longhu gathering chi purple gold soup with them? He was unwilling to part with it. The medicinal effects contained within this pot were sufficient for him to ascend another level. As he savored the soup, he continued to mentor Lin Ruoxue in her training. Before long, a knock echoed through the air. Chu Shixiang. It was Dan Xingwu's voice. Come in. Chu Zhe was taken aback, surprised that Dan Xingwu would address him as Shixiang. Although strength commanded respect among warriors, it was unexpected for Dan Xingwu, who had been the eldest senior brother for so many years, to humble himself in such a manner. Dan Xingwu entered, holding a small wooden box, and knelt before Chu Zhe, bowing his head. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Chu Zhe was astonished and shook his head repeatedly. He wasn't that idle. He would teach anyone who approached him for guidance, but this fellow was too cunning. Lin Ruoxue glared at him in frustration. She hadn't even dared to entertain such a thought. Not surprised by her reaction, Dan Xingwu opened the small box, cradling it with both hands. Inside lay a golden herb, a treasure his father had cherished for 20 years. This Zhengyang herb is a token of filial piety for you. Chapter 68, Promotion to Martial Master. This Zhengyang grass is a token of respect for you. Chu Zhe blinked, contemplating the Zhengyang grass, a second-tier spiritual herb, its effects. A boon for men. Although he had no need for it, he could not be overly dismissive of Shan Xingwu's earnestness. Young Wu, rise. I shall not take you as my disciple, but I can certainly offer you some guidance. Shan Xingwu obediently stood up. Perform a set of punches for me. Let me observe. Excellent. Just as I instruct, you shall follow. After the corrections, Shan Xingwu's face flushed with excitement, his eyes brimming with astonishment, elation, and disbelief. He sensed that with a few more days of practice, he would master the Blazing Sun Fist to its fullest potential. The speed of his cultivation was utterly astonishing. His gaze towards Chu Zhe was filled with profound reverence. Master, allow me to pay my respects. Lin Ruoshui's lips twitched. She had not previously noticed how shameless he was. With your lackluster comprehension and innate talent, how dare you hope for Master Chu to accept you as a disciple even if you fail to master the Blazing Sun Fist after his guidance? Shan Xingwu calmly retorted. We are both equally mediocre. Your talent is merely a hair's breadth above mine. For the sake of Master Chu's guidance, he resolved to sever emotional ties. Lin Ruoshui glared. In martial arts, a slight difference can create an insurmountable chasm. Apologies, I did not perceive that. Chu Zhe interjected. Enough, let us focus on our training. The two fell silent, diligently practicing while secretly comparing their progress. The next day, Lu Xiaoyu, having successfully settled Chen Xinchua's family, was taken aback upon seeing Shan Xingwu and Lin Ruoshui training in Chu Zhe's courtyard. After receiving guidance from Chu Zhe, Lu Xiaoyu's face glowed with excitement. His eyes filled with astonishment, elation, and disbelief. He immediately bowed. Elder brother, please accept my humble reverence. He joyfully embraced this small family. As time swiftly passed, nearly a month had gone by. On June 19th, Chu Zhe sat cross-legged on his bed, channeling his inner energy. Streams of blazing sun true energy coalesced and gathered toward his dantian. With the dantian as the center, it began to rotate, forming a cyclone. He took out a Qingling pill and swallowed it. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a stream of azure gas that infused the cyclone. The true energy within the cyclone brightened and purified significantly. The cyclone continued to compress the true energy, and gradually, drops of red liquid began to form at the cyclone's base. As expected, he had become a martial master. Host, Chu Zhe, talent, intelligent, blue, immortal body, gold. Divine eye, gold, hardening, green. Indomitable spear, green. Super endurance, green. Root bone, inferior spiritual bone. Martial arts, Blazing Sun Fist, maximized, 1000. Devouring Heaven Demon Technique, LV2-30,000. Introductory Demon Dissolution Technique, 300-500. Introductory Demon Blood Escape Technique, 300-500. Minor Achievement in Blood Demon Great Seal, 1000-2000. Introductory Demon Concealment Technique, 300-500. Perfected Fire Sword Technique, 500-500. Realm, First Level Martial Master, 0-1000. Current Experience Points, 50,000. Current Experience Radius, 10 meters. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to Martial Master. You have been awarded a guaranteed gold lottery opportunity. You may use the second-tier roulette, costing 1,000 experience points per draw, with a 10 chance for white zones, 80 for green zones, and 10 for blue zones. Chapter 69, The Bloodslaughter Sword King. With a deep exhale, Chu Zhe felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. He had finally ascended to the rank of a martial master, signifying his official entry into the ranks of the formidable in Xingyang County. With a flick of his right palm, a crimson sword aura shot forth, piercing 3 meters into the air before gradually dissipating. Indeed, this was the extent of a newly promoted martial master's true energy, only capable of extending 3 meters from the body. As he stepped outside, he found Lin Ruoshui, Shan Xingwu, and Lu Xiaoyu each occupying a corner, diligently engaged in their training. Upon seeing Chu Zhe emerge, their faces lit up with smiles of joy. Before any words could be exchanged, the sky transformed into a deep crimson hue. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire city, casting a hush over it. What was happening? Was a demonic sect leader attacking the city? Chu Zhe's expression hardened, instinctively preparing for the worst. In the distance, a figure soared through the sky on a sword. The sight of someone flying on a sword filled Chu Zhe and his companions with awe and envy. The figure glided across the city, and as it passed overhead, Chu Zhe felt a peculiar sensation, as if something was scanning him. His heart raced, and he quickly activated the Heavenly Demon Concealment Technique. Fortunately, it seemed the individual did not detect anything amiss and continued onward without pausing. Suddenly, the figure halted in a certain location. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, and a blood-red flash of sword light tore through the sky, crashing down upon a spot in the eastern city, producing a deafening explosion. Chu Zhe felt a fleeting blur before the figure, along with the crimson radiance, vanished from sight. What had transpired? Who was that person? A sense of confusion gripped the hearts of Chu Zhe and his companions. Just then, Master Lin leaped gracefully over the gate and landed lightly on the ground. Seeing that Chu Zhe and the others were unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Do not worry. That individual was Bloodslaughter Sword King, the leader of the Wanjin Peak of the Qiang sect. He must have come for that notorious figure. I did not expect such a minor incident to attract such a significant presence. He speculated that the Bloodslaughter Sword King, notorious for his bloodlust, might have fortuitously been in the vicinity, taking the opportunity to eliminate a few adversaries for sport. This was indeed fortuitous, with the Bloodslaughter Sword King's formidable reputation. The villain would undoubtedly refrain from committing further atrocities in Qingyang City, lest he provoke the wrath of the Sword King. A flicker of desire crossed Chu Zhe's expression. Could a martial king truly fly on a sword, vanquishing foes from a distance? He conveyed his thoughts to Master Lin through a sound transmission. Master, I have broken through to Martial Master. The transmission confirmed his breakthrough. Master Lin had anticipated this day and was prepared for it. Calm on the surface, he felt a tumult of emotions within. Oh, how unfair. On June 19th, having joined the Martial Academy for less than 3 months, Chu Zhe had already achieved the rank of Martial Master. He recalled the hardships he had endured to attain the same rank. His heart ached with jealousy. But as soon as he remembered that Chu Zhe was his disciple, the envy transformed into overwhelming joy, a smile spreading across his face. He hoped for nothing less than monstrous talent from his promising student. Come with me, good disciple, he beckoned. Of course. The two entered the room, while Lin Ruoxue, Shan Xingwu, and Lu Xiaoyu exchanged knowing glances and stealthily leaned against the door, straining to listen. Master Lin cast a dismissive glance outside and directly transmitted. The Bloodslaughter Sword King has passed through. The city is safe now. Since you have achieved Martial Master in 3 days, the Longwan Escort Agency will set off for the prefecture city. I will send Brother Zhang with you for support. Additionally, do not get too close to the Bloodslaughter Sword King in the Qiang sect. He is a bloodthirsty individual with countless enemies, posing a significant danger. I will compile information regarding the Qiang sect and the prefecture city and provide it to you shortly. Master Lin continued to impart various instructions, finally concluding. Safety is paramount. Chu Zhe bowed earnestly, affirming his understanding. Master Lin smiled with satisfaction, opening the door to usher Lin Ruoxue and the others away, ensuring that Chu Zhe could focus on consolidating his newfound strength. In a certain courtyard, the ground lay torn asunder, marked by dozens of meters of sword scars. Buildings had collapsed, and several corpses lay strewn across the ground, while a group of terrified children huddled together. A man clad in a white robe, exuding an air of elegance and grace, frowned slightly. Is this all? Just a few martial masters? He noted the absence of a certain innate martial master known as Blood Boy and felt no inclination to intervene himself. He would allow the disciples of his sect to handle the situation. Initially, he had been intrigued by a bone-refining martial artist, a rare breed in these times. But finding that individual had proven elusive, leaving him with little interest in the motley crew of demonic sect minions he had encountered instead. With no leads to pursue the bone-refining martial artist, it felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. A pity indeed. A swirl of blood light engulfed the children, lifting them into the air. As he passed the county office, he cast the children into the hall, and the bloodlight vanished into the distance. Chapter 70, Sword Immortal. Nightfall enveloped the Tianhe courtyard. Within his chamber, Chu Zhe once again engaged in bathing, changing attire, and offering incense and prayer to various deities. He stifled the fervor within his heart, bringing his palms together and closing his eyes tightly. The third time's the charm system. I desire to witness rivers of blood. The wheel of fate began to spin. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, blinded momentarily by a dazzling golden light. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the golden talent of Sword Immortal. Your swordsmanship talent is unparalleled. Chu Zhe's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his previously despondent mood instantly uplifted. Flying on a sword, vanquishing foes from 1,000 miles away was no longer a mere fantasy. Stepping out of his room, he retrieved the Qinghong sword, merely grasping it in his hand. He could distinctly sense its weight, length, imperfections, and even its very essence. As he drew the sword, an inexplicable surge of overwhelming confidence surged within him. With a sword in hand, the world was his dominion. Holding the blade, he felt invincible. Even if the martial emperor stood before him, he would dare to strike. With a flick of his wrist, the perfected fire sword technique unfolded. Crimson flames surged and coiled around the blade. The sword emerged like fire, and with each swing, waves of heat washed over him, exuding an astonishing might. Yet, at that moment, his eyes perceived only flaws, too much dispersion of power, lack of agility, and room for improvement. With the sword in hand, Chu Zhe's mind was as clear as a polished mirror, his thoughts illuminating like stars in the night sky. Another flick of his wrist, and the blade trembled. The swelling flames suddenly retracted into the sword, its tip slicing through the air with the grace of a dragon's tail. He was wholly immersed in refining his sword techniques, a sensation of beauty and comfort enveloping him. Time slipped away unnoticed. His eyes shone with brilliance as he slashed the sword toward the heavens. A twisted, raging crimson fire dragon roared forth, radiant and fierce. The fire dragon ascended, exploding 30 feet into the air, painting the night sky a vivid red. a spectacle of brilliance. What was that? Many who had yet to retire for the night stood in awe, gazing at the soaring crimson dragon, murmuring in astonishment. Was that the Chinha courtyard? Was the master demonstrating a new martial technique? So impressive. I wish to learn. Even Lin, the master, was stirred from his reading. The power emanating from that strike exceeded even his full strength. Who could it be? He leaped from the window, bounding onto the roof, and upon noticing the fire dragon, his expression shifted dramatically. That direction, this was bad. Chu Zhe was in danger. He moved like an arrow, hastening toward Tianhe courtyard. There were no others present, only Chu Zhe. Standing with the sword in the courtyard, as if perched atop a solitary peak in the clouds, gazing down upon the world with an imposing, awe-inspiring demeanor. Without needing to inquire further, Lin felt an inexplicable confidence swell within him. What he witnessed was akin to a sword strike from a peak martial artist, executed by his newly ascended disciple. Though it was utterly unbelievable, theoretically impossible, he could not shake the conviction that it was his beloved student who had performed this feat. His spirit was overwhelmed, and he could not help but exclaim, "How did you accomplish this?" Chu Zhe sheathed his sword, the residual flames retracting into his body. At that moment, his internal energy was completely depleted, leaving him feeling somewhat hollow. After a moment of contemplation, he organized his thoughts and replied, "It's quite simple. I merely refined the fire sword technique and then tested it. Unfortunately, my foundation is too shallow, allowing me to barely elevate the fire sword technique to a second-tier martial skill. I haven't yet named this new technique. Master, would you like to suggest one?" Lin gazed at Chu Zhe in astonishment. Was his disciple destined to defy the heavens? What words were these? Transforming a first-tier martial skill into a second-tier technique. He doubted even the martial king could achieve such a feat. The martial king might enhance techniques based on experience or tailor them for others, but to transcend conventions, to create new martial skills, was the domain of only the most extraordinary prodigies, an occurrence rare as a comet in the night sky. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, drawn by the spectacle of the fire dragon. Even Zhang and Dan, the instructors, had arrived. Lin took a deep breath. "Disciple, as you join the Qiyang sect, until you find a rock-solid backing, temper your performance. There are many in this world who cannot abide the success of others. Your talent is astonishing, yet perilous. Moreover, would you be willing to share this martial skill with the dojo?" Chu Zhe nodded. "Very well, I shall refine it further tonight and present it to Master tomorrow." Lin nodded in satisfaction, his expression calm as he stepped out of the courtyard. Disperse. The earlier disturbance was merely the result of the master testing a newly acquired martial skill, the flame dragon sword technique. Indeed, it was the master. Many apprentices thought to themselves. Zhang and Dan exchanged glances, envious, and whispered, "Brother, when did you acquire this new martial skill? We wish to learn." Judging by its power, this skill, even at the second tier, was undoubtedly formidable, far surpassing the dojo's sole second-tier technique, the fiery fist. Lin rolled his eyes. "We will discuss this in a few days. I have yet to begin my training." He dismissed the others, allowing Chu Zhe to rest properly. Returning to his chamber, Chu Zhe continued his lottery draws. Current experience points, 50,000. The system announced a grand gamble, 50 consecutive draws. Green, white, and blue lights flickered, with green being the most abundant, 5 whites, and only 1 blue. The blue, the most common, was a third-tier martial arts experience orb, capable of increasing martial proficiency by 200 points. The green yielded the most value, producing a mid-grade treasure, the Qi Xiao sword. The blade was slender, reminiscent of the Qi Hong. Its edge as thin as paper, glimmering with a faint cold light, and emitting a sound akin to a dragon's song upon drawing, leaving Chu Zhe utterly captivated. As for the white orbs, they were merely trivial additions, unworthy of mention. Chapter 71. Departure and Night Raid 3 days later, on June 21st, outside the city gates. Lin Ruoxue, Dan Xingwu, and Lu Xiaoyu bid farewell to Chu Zhe. Lin Ruoxue handed Chu Zhe some prepared jerky and dry food, saying, "Chu Shidi, eat on the road. And may your journey be smooth." Dan Xingwu packed some books for Chu Zhe, stating, "Chu Shidi, reading on the road can alleviate boredom. May you achieve great success." Lu Xiaoyu, with reddened eyes, presented a few custom-made garments to Chu Zhe, saying, "Brother Chu, these clothes were sewn by Xue for you. I will miss you." Before departing, Chu Zhe gifted each of them a wooden box. Lu Xiaoyu's box contained a Qing Lingdan, some medicinal silver notes, and his insights on swordplay and boxing. Lin Ruoxue's box held a fire dragon fruit along with his insights, while Dan Xingwu's box contained only his martial insights. Among the three, Lu Xiaoyu remained his favorite. At the side, Zhang Jiaodou gazed enviously, his eyes reddening. Did these fellows forget about him? Did they not prepare anything for him? At that moment, someone from the escort agency shouted, "Let's go." Zhang Jiaodou called, "Get on the carriage, Chu Zhe." Chu Zhe nodded slightly, boarding the escort's carriage, his heart stirring with a touch of melancholy at the parting. He glanced back at Qingyang City, promising himself, "I will return." The carriage slowly moved away. Lin Guanju, filled with emotion, watched the departing carriage, reflecting that his disciple's journey might lead him to transform into a dragon, soaring through the skies. Inside the carriage, Chu Zhe idly began to peruse the intelligence Lin Guanju had prepared on the Qiyang sect and Xing'an prefecture. Undoubtedly, The Qiyang sect was the dominant force in Xing'an Prefecture, with a martial emperor stationed there, boasting profound depth and numerous masters. Beneath it lay three first-rate forces, Yunyin sect, Tianhe sect, and the Fang clan, each led by a martial king. There were also 13 second-rate forces, such as Blood Martial Gate, each with a martial general in command. The number of forces without a martial general was too numerous to record. The Qiyang sect has a history of over 500 years, with its foundational supreme skill being the Great Sun True Scripture. Its internal structure consists of 6 peaks in the sect leader's lineage, where only a martial king may serve as a peak master. Below the peak masters, the hierarchy is divided into inner door elders, direct disciples, outer door elders, inner door disciples, stewards, outer door disciples, and miscellaneous disciples. The journey from Qingyang County to Xing'an Prefecture entails passing through 6 counties, expected to take over half a month. The narrow carriage jostled significantly, and after half a day, Chu Zhe could no longer endure it. He dismounted and mounted a horse instead. Without a phone, the scenery along the road was nothing but weeds, rendering the journey exceedingly dull. He found himself wishing for bandits or horse thieves to alleviate the monotony. Unfortunately, these bandits sought wealth, not lives, and none appeared. The escort agency paid a toll, allowing for an easy passage, and he felt it inappropriate to instigate trouble. Suddenly, he sensed a menacing gaze directed at him from behind. Turning to look, he noticed the convoy comprised dozens of people, yet he could not pinpoint the source of the gaze. A chill ran down his spine. Who was it? Was it a force from Qingyang County? Meanwhile, not far away, a simple-looking man lowered his head, his eyes filled with jealousy and rage. This boy possesses an astute perception. He must have advanced to a martial master. That old man spoke of great opportunities. Surely they lie within this boy. For 3 consecutive days, the journey remained uneventful. Chu Zhe began to think he had misperceived the danger. On this day, the group stopped at an inn by the roadside. Zhang Jiaodo and Chu Zhe shared a room on the 2nd floor, which contained 2 beds for each to sleep in separately. Unbeknownst to them, deep into the night, a figure clad in black stealthily approached their room. The room was engulfed in darkness, and as snores echoed from within, the black-clad figure's eyes flickered with mockery. To sleep so soundly while traveling outside, they deserve whatever comes their way. From his waist, he produced a small tube. Inserting it through the window as a cloud of intoxicating smoke billowed forth. Once the smoke dispersed, he gently pushed the door open. However, as he entered, a cold, sharp object pressed against his neck. Zhang Jiaodo's voice was cold. Brother, you best not move. Blades have no eyes. When one is outside, caution is paramount. Chu Zhe and Zhang Jiaodo took turns keeping watch, and today it was Chu Zhe's turn for the latter half of the night. He had already detected the intruder before he approached their room, waking Zhang Jiaodo while feigning deep slumber and snoring, all while holding his breath with true energy. The black-clad man and Amp, Appos, body stiffened, his heart racing. He had been discovered. How could this be? Chu Zhe lit a candle, the warm yellow glow illuminating the room. The black-clad figure gritted his teeth and suddenly tore off his mask, his voice trembling. Zhang Shishu, it's me, Xiao Yuan. It's all a misunderstanding. I acknowledge my past mistakes. I only came to see you and used the smoke to avoid detection. I've missed you all, Xiao Yuan. Zhang Jiaodo's expression changed upon recognizing the black-clad figure. His heart shaken. Seizing the moment Zhang Jiaodo was distracted, the black-clad figure rolled on the ground and lunged towards Chu Zhe, his eyes filled with madness. There was still a chance. If he could capture this boy and obtain that great opportunity, he would surely soar to great heights. For this opportunity, he had lingered in Qingyang County for 5 years, and failure was not an option. Zhang Jiaodo was alarmed. Chu Zhe sighed softly, realizing he would have to intervene. The wind surged beneath his feet, and he appeared before the black-clad figure like a shadow. His right hand gently rested on the man's shoulder, unleashing a powerful surge of true energy and blood vitality. The black-clad man's eyes widened in confusion. The next moment, he felt an excruciating pain coursing through his body as a searingly violent force invaded him, disrupting his gathered true energy, leaving him a quivering mass on the ground. Eyes vacant, blood streaming from his orifices, barely clinging to life. I seem to have struck a bit too hard, Chu Zhe mused, scratching his head. Knowing Zhang Jiaodo recognized this black-clad figure, he deliberately moderated his strength, using only a fraction of his power. Zhang Jiaodo cried out in anguish, Xiao Yuan, no. He watched in shock as Chu Zhe swiftly incapacitated Lin Yuan. His voice trailed off, and his mind momentarily short-circuited as he gazed at Chu Zhe in disbelief. Lin Yuan was a 4th-tier martial master, not weaker than him. Indeed, he was worthy of his admiration. After a moment, he regained his senses. Clutching his heart and gasping for breath, Chu Zhe, curious, asked, Zhang Jiaodo, who is this person? Zhang Jiaodo looked at Lin Yuan with a complex expression and slowly recounted his story. Lin Yuan was an orphan adopted by Lin Guanzhu, who had treated him as his own son. With excellent talent and superior roots, Lin Guanzhu had rejoiced and devoted himself to nurturing and teaching him. Lin Yuan had not disappointed, rapidly advancing to martial master by the age of 20. However, 5 years ago, Lin Yuan repaid kindness with malice, poisoning Lin Guanzhu and attempting to seize control of the Jinyong Martial Arts School, while harboring illicit designs on Lin Ruoxue. Fortunately, Lin Guanzhu saw through the plot, and Lin Yuan fled, disappearing without a trace. Zhang Jiaodao's mood was heavy. Lin Yuan had grown up under his watch. He was honest, dutiful, and loyal to the martial school, beloved for his exceptional talent. When the incident occurred, Zhang Jiaodao was away on business. Upon returning and hearing of the events, he initially believed Lin Yuan was wrongfully accused and searched for him for a long time. Now, witnessing Lin Yuan's actions, he realized that everything Lin Yuan had shown before was merely a facade. Lin Yuan lay on the ground, his breath returning, filled with terror, resentment, and rage. He had devoted himself to the martial school, shedding blood and tears for it, yet that old man had never regarded him as a true son. Once, in a drunken stupor, that old man confessed that the Jinyang Martial Arts School would not allow him to inherit its legacy, and that a great opportunity lay hidden within its walls. From that moment forth, he underwent a transformation. The Jinyang Martial Arts School was no longer his to possess. And what was there left to protect? Any opportunity was concealed from him, not a shred granted. His actions were driven by that old man's coercion. Why take him in if not to bequeath any of the estate? Had that old man bestowed the school and the opportunity upon him, he would have undoubtedly surpassed the innate martial artist level and elevated the school to great heights. All the blame lay with that old man. Lin Yuan's heart brimmed with resentment, yet the instinct for survival propelled his mind into a frantic whirl. Struggling, he knelt, tears streaming down his face. Master Zhang, I was wrong, truly wrong. I beseech you, spare my life. My greed was fleeting. I never intended to harm my master or Ruoshui. Coach Zhang and Appo's expression wavered. After years of camaraderie with Lin Yuan, he found it difficult to deliver a fatal blow. Chu Zhe, either cripple his martial arts or let him go free. Chu Zhe smiled and replied, very well. Coach Zhang breathed a sigh of relief and struck Lin Yuan's dantian with a palm, saying, from this moment, take care of yourself. Lin Yuan groaned, spitting out another mouthful of blood, yet relief coursed through him. Being stripped of his powers was far better than facing death. Once he escaped, he would spread the word of the great opportunity within the Jinyang Martial Arts School. With Chu Zhe's example of becoming a martial artist at the tender age of 18, many would surely believe him and take action. At that moment, it would signify the demise of Chu Zhe and all associated with the Jinyang Martial Arts School. If I cannot have it, neither shall you. With a swift motion, Chu Zhe seized Lin Yuan and hurled him out the window, where Lin Yuan landed amidst the grass below, wincing in pain. Just wait, he snarled. Suddenly, terror gripped his features as he coughed up blood, his body dissolving into a pool of viscous liquid. Ding. Experience points 2,000, a fortunate stroke indeed. Chu Zhe chuckled, extinguishing the candle. Master Zhang, it is late. Let us continue this discussion tomorrow. However, Coach Zhang found it impossible to sleep, his mind replaying the scene of Chu Zhe effortlessly bringing Lin Yuan to his knees. Just days ago, Chu Zhe was at the 6th tier of martial arts, capable of contending with peak martial artists. Now, in mere days, he had broken through, and even the 4th tier of martial artists were no match for him. This defied all logic. It was utterly fantastical. Everything felt like a dream. Perhaps he was still ensnared in slumber. He pinched himself hard. It hurt. Indeed, it was real. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. What if he took Chu Zhe as his master? Their essay saying, the accomplished become the teachers. The more he contemplated it, the more it seemed a fitting resolution. Chapter 72. Xing'an Prefecture. The following day, Zhang Jiaodao managed to suppress the turbulence within his heart. The thought of becoming a disciple of Chu Zhe was one he could not entertain, for he could not lower his pride. Moreover, this would complicate their relationship. With a profound sense of regret, he gazed at Chu Zhe, wishing that in his next life, he would encounter him sooner in his youth. At that moment, Chu Zhe felt an inexplicable chill, as if he were being scrutinized by something unclean. After scanning his surroundings and finding nothing amiss, he dismissed the feeling. Following the recent night raid, their journey proceeded smoothly. Due to the constraints of travel, Chu Zhe only managed to attain a minor advancement in his cultivation, reaching the 2nd level of martial master. On July 10th, Chu Zhe and his companions finally arrived at Xing'an Prefecture. Before them loomed a magnificent city, its walls towering 30 to 40 meters high, the width obscured from view. The main road was exceptionally broad, capable of accommodating several horse-drawn carriages side by side without issue. The thoroughfare bustled with activity, and many in the caravan expressed their excitement vocally. Chu Zhe was equally astonished. He had never encountered such a grand city in his past life and wondered how much manpower and resources had been expended to construct it. However, considering the presence of extraordinary powers in this world, the construction of a city might not pose a significant challenge for high-ranking martial artists. At the city gate, their caravan began to disperse. Zhang Jiaodao suggested they find an inn to settle down, instructing Chu Zhe to inform him of any needs thereafter. Chu Zhe nodded in agreement. They settled into an establishment named Qixing Inn. The price of 1 tael of silver afforded them only 10 days of lodging, which left Chu Zhe slightly astonished at the high cost of living in the prefectural city, as 1 tael could have sustained him for half a year in Qingyang County. After settling in, Zhang Jiaodao soon bid farewell, intending to return to Qingyang County with the escort agency. Chu Zhe did not insist on his stay. Over the past few days, he had observed Zhang Jiaodao's training and, during their leisure, had offered some optimization suggestions. He compiled these insights and presented them to Zhang Jiaodo as a token of gratitude for his protection during the journey. On the carriage ride back, Zhang Jiaodo's eyes sparkled with realization as he read through the notes, each word illuminating the doubts he had previously harbored. A sense of regret washed over him. If only he had encountered such brilliance 2 decades earlier. Chu Zhe did not rush to join the Qiang sect. For the information provided by Lin Guanzhu was but a fragment. He sought further knowledge. Thus, he immersed himself in the largest bookstore in Xing'an Prefecture, the Sihai Bookstore. For 3 days, this establishment, under the auspices of Sihai Baoge, not only sold books but also disseminated information. He amassed a considerable amount of knowledge, depleting a significant portion of his silver. First, he learned about the more detailed classifications of innate talent. Above the upper-grade root bones were the spiritual bones, celestial bones, sacred bones, and supreme bones. Spiritual bones were considered to possess true inheritance within the Qiang sect, while celestial bones were regarded as the progeny of sanctity in holy lands. As for the sacred bones, only one person in the entire Great Wei dynasty possessed such talent, the renowned godly king of the Great Wei, the foremost martial artist. A legendary figure in the martial world. The supreme bone was merely a myth. Chu Zhe pondered deeply, with his inferior spiritual bone talent. Becoming a disciple of an outer sect elder was undoubtedly feasible. There was considerable hope for acceptance under an inner sect elder as well. Ideally, he wished to become a disciple under an inner sect elder of the Wanzhen Peak. On July 13th, Chu Zhe arrived at the Qiang sect's outpost in Xing'an Prefecture, known as the Zhuke Pavilion. This palace-like structure, adorned in hues of red and gold, exuded a grandiose aura. Even the guards stationed outside were at the martial master level. What a sight! Martial masters were indeed plentiful in Xing'an Prefecture. Chu Zhe presented his Qiang command to the gatekeeper, expressing his desire to join the sect. The guard scrutinized the command before nodding slightly, indicating for him to follow. Inside was a realm of elegance, with exquisite pavilions, charming bridges, and flowing waters, radiating beauty befitting a grand sect. The guard led Chu Zhe to a 2-story pavilion. Xiao Zhi, there is someone holding the Qiang command wishing to join our sect, the guard announced. Come in, replied an elder clad in a crimson robe, reclining in a chair with his eyes slightly closed, seemingly napping, an unmistakable bureaucrat. After the guard presented the Qiang command to Xiao Zhi, he slowly withdrew. The elder examined the command, his eyes widening slightly in recognition of its authenticity. He casually extracted a booklet from a pile of books on the table. Child, fill out this information first, he instructed. The booklet required basic details such as name and age, which Chu Zhe diligently completed. Upon reviewing the information, Xiao Zhi's expression shifted to one of surprise. At 18 years old, possessing inferior spiritual bones and at the 2nd level of martial master, he had 4 years of martial training from a small martial hall in the county, while an 18-year-old martial master was considered low tier in the Qiang sect. Chu Zhe's ordinary origins combined with his rapid cultivation speed indicated remarkable potential. Come here, Xiao Zhi beckoned. Chu Zhe approached, slightly perplexed. Xiao Zhi raised a hand, prompting Chu Zhe to ponder before handing him a teacup from the table. The elder regarded the tall young man before him, noting his naivete yet finding a strange resemblance to his younger self, which brightened his mood unexpectedly. Squat down, he instructed, placing a hand on Chu Zhe's shoulder. With a surge of true energy, he nodded slightly, confirming that the information was accurate. Return in 3 days, he added with a hint of significance, and remember, the Qiang sect is the sky of Xing'an Prefecture. Fearing the young man might not comprehend the gravity of his words, he continued, as long as you are unwilling, no one can compel you. He tossed the Qiang command back to Chu Zhe, who caught it and nodded, departing with a mixture of confusion and frustration, pondering the cryptic nature of the elder's words. Nonetheless, he recognized the formidable strength of Xiao Zhi, who possessed the prowess of a 7th-level innate martial master. Chapter 73. Fang Pengbai in the Red Flower Pavilion, a lively establishment in Xing'an Prefecture. The air was thick with the fragrance of cosmetics and sumptuous delicacies. A young man clad in luxurious garments, Fang Pengbai, sauntered towards the bed, surrounded by 2 young women. The creaking of the door echoed through the room. Moments later, after indulging in his pleasures, he dismissed the girls. Fang Pengbai, the sole heir of the Fang family, possessed a low-grade spiritual bone and was at the 1st level of innate martial mastery. He had a penchant for beautiful women and fine wine. A servant, with a fawning smile, approached him, saying, Young master, we have news regarding the Qiang order. Oh, what are the specifics? Fang Pengbai's expression brightened. Although the Qiang order held little significance for him personally, he had promised to procure one for his favored concubine, who delighted him immensely. The thought of her enchanting beauty and various charms made his heart flutter. However, the Qiang order was quite rare, and he found the price of 10,000 taels of silver on the market to be exorbitant. Thus, he sought to acquire one at a lower cost from another source. The servant whispered, the Qiang order is currently in the possession of a young lad who has just arrived in Xing'an Prefecture. He hails from a small county, is at the 2nd level of martial mastery, and has no notable background. However, he visited the Zhuke Pavilion today. Fang Pengbai furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing again. Since the boy had only just arrived, there was still time. He had not yet undergone the identity verification process. There might be complications, but they were manageable. As long as the boy had not officially registered with the Qiang sect, there was a way to seize the opportunity. Of course, such an act would not be condoned by the Qiang sect. Yet, if handled delicately and the individual willingly relinquished their claim, the sect would likely turn a blind eye. For ultimately, it was the individual's own choice to forfeit the chance. Where's that boy? Never mind, Zhao Yuan, send someone to bring him here. A sinister smile crept across Fang Pengbai's lips. Treasures belong to the virtuous. A mere destitute lad does not deserve to possess one. Back at the inn, Chu Zhe was immersed in contemplating the wind chase technique. The complexity of second-tier martial skills was significantly greater than that of the first tier. Mastering a second-tier martial skill to perfection required several years, even for those with superior spiritual bones. However, with the guidance of the appraisal eye, he was on the verge of mastering this technique without the aid of a martial experience orb. As for the martial experience orb, he had invested all of it into the Blood Demon Great Palm, which was now nearly perfected. He was confident he could refine a corpse within 10 seconds. Martial skills, Wind Chase Technique Mastery, 800-1000, Blood Demon Great Palm Mastery, 100-5000. At that moment, a waiter knocked on the door, announcing, "Sir, someone is looking for you." Puzzled, Chu Zhe wondered who would seek him out in the city where he knew no one. Upon opening the door, he encountered a haughty young man accompanied by 4 attendants carrying a palanquin. Zhao Yuan approached, sizing up Chu Zhe with a casual air. "You are Chu Zhe. My young master requests your presence." Narrowing his eyes, Chu Zhe realized his information had been leaked. He pondered whether it was the inn or the Zhuke pavilion that had betrayed him. "And who might your young master be?" Zhao Yuan smirked arrogantly. "You may not know him since you just arrived in town. My young master is the sole heir of the Fang family, a prodigy who achieved innate martial mastery at the age of 22. His invitation is a blessing for you. The Fang family, one of the 3 major first-class powers." Recalling the words of Steward Qiu, Chu Zhe harbored a suspicion that they sought him out for the Qiang order, hinting at a potential trap. Yet, did a scion of the Fang family truly need to covet a mere Qiang order? "Apologies, but I am unwell today and cannot go out," Chu Zhe replied politely, shaking his head to decline. "Do not presume to refuse." Zhao Yuan sneered, his demeanor turning aggressive as he lunged at Chu Zhe with clawed hands. With a swift motion, Chu Zhe pointed his sword at Zhao Yuan's attack. The sharp sword aura effortlessly shattered Zhao Yuan's protective energy, causing him to scream in agony as he clutched his hand, which felt as though it had been pierced by a blade, the pain bone deep. It was likely broken. What just happened? This boy possesses only 2nd-level martial mastery. How could he be so formidable? I am at the 4th level. Zhao Yuan's eyes filled with disbelief and malice as he grasped his bleeding hand. The 4 attendants, each possessing martial prowess, began to close in on Chu Zhe. "Attack him," Zhao Yuan commanded, realizing that things had taken a dire turn. Sighing inwardly, Chu Zhe merely wished for a peaceful training session. With a speed that left only an afterimage, he moved like the wind. In the blink of an eye, 4 figures were sent hurtling backward, blood spilling from their mouths. Seeing the dire situation, Zhao Yuan fled in panic. Chu Zhe did not pursue. He could not kill under the open sky. However, having offended a member of the Fang family, trouble was inevitable. Yet, he would not bow to them. With a calm demeanor, he set off towards the Zhuke pavilion. In the Red Flower Pavilion, Fang Penbai wore a displeased expression. Why has it taken so long? Zhao Yuan is becoming increasingly inefficient. Just then, he heard footsteps and his brow relaxed. Finally, they had arrived. However, Zhao Yuan entered the room, cradling his bandaged arm, which hung limply. He fell to his knees. "I have failed, young master. I could not bring back Chu Zhe. His strength was formidable, effortlessly defeating my subordinates and myself. His combat prowess is exceptional. Young master, it would be wiser to seek the Qiang order through alternative means." Though he despised Chu Zhe, Zhao Yuan understood the gravity of the situation. Chu Zhe's display of power was extraordinary. Any embellishment on Zhao Yuan's part could lead to dire consequences if discovered. Fang Penbai remained silent, his expression darkening. Zhao Yuan had been loyal for many years, and there was a bond between them. Moreover, one must consider the master when dealing with a dog. Where's that boy? I wish to witness his talents firsthand and see how ruthless he can be. Zhao Yuan, you have also grown complacent. How could you allow a destitute lad to best you thus? Once you recover, train harder. Now, leave me to him. Given Fang Penbai's status, he need not concern himself unless the individual was a true disciple or inner sect elder of the Qiang sect. After all, he was merely a country bumpkin who had yet to enter the Qiang sect. Even if he possessed some talent, so what? The Qiang sect treated its outer disciples with a hands-off approach. Minor casualties would not warrant investigation, nor could they. Only the inner disciples would be taken seriously, with every death investigated. Even so, each year, several disciples went missing or died for various reasons. True disciples formed the foundation of the sect. The loss of one would send shockwaves through the organization, prompting a thorough investigation. Understood, Zhao Yuan replied, bowing his head. Chapter 74. The Talent of Enlightenment. Chu Zhe felt a sense of helplessness. Trouble struck unexpectedly while he was at home. He had done nothing wrong. Yet he had offended the Fang family. However, he bore no regrets. The Qiang order was pivotal to his path, and he could not abandon it. Originally, he had planned to enter the sect, showcase some talents, establish his reputation, and upon becoming an inner disciple, seek the mentorship of an inner elder. Now, arriving a bit earlier was of no consequence. Concealing one's abilities is not the same as displaying foolishness. There are times when one must reveal their prowess. A gentle breeze caressed his face, stirring something within him. With a gust of wind beneath his feet, he leaped gracefully, covering over 30 meters in an instant. The system enhanced his wind-chasing step. Ding! You have consumed 200 martial arts experience points. Wind-chasing step has reached the consummate realm. Martial arts. Wind-chasing step consummate. 1,000. A smile crept onto Chu Zhe and Appo's lips as he took another step, traversing more than 50 meters. With yet another step, his figure vanished in the blink of an eye. This was the consummate level of the wind-chasing step, with the discerning eye of appraisal guiding him on the perfect path. Once he reached perfection, the system would automatically optimize it to the grand consummate realm, while the consummate level of the wind-chasing step still required a slight pause to execute. The grand consummate version functioned like an instantaneous teleportation skill. At the Zhuke Pavilion, Steward Chiu lounged lazily in his chair, half closing his eyes and savoring his tea. Young man, what brings you to me? Chu Zhe replied respectfully. The only son of the third master of the Fong family insisted I visit, but I declined. Consequently, the Fong family subordinates acted forcefully, and I had to retaliate against them. Fearing retaliation, I seek refuge at the Zhuke Pavilion for 3 days. Steward Chiu, slightly surprised yet amused, acknowledged the honesty of this young man. The third master of the Fong family had a son, Fong Pabai, known for his reckless and extravagant behavior. This lad had just arrived from the county and could not possibly have crossed paths with Fong Pengbai, likely due to the Qiang order. Yet, why would Fong Pengbai covet the Qiang order? It could only grant one person entry into the Qiang sect as an outer disciple. Of no use to a direct descendant like Fong Pengbai. Those who coveted the Qiang order were typically from smaller factions lacking even martial generals. Such factions, wary of the Qiang sect, dared not engage in petty schemes under its watchful eyes, opting instead to entice with offers. Should the involved party agree to a transaction, the Qiang sect would turn a blind eye. He glanced at Chu Zhe. Be cautious. Fong Pabai is notoriously petty and holds grudges. The Fong family wields considerable power within the sect and has an inner elder. Although this elder is not on good terms with the Fong family, there remains some familial bond. Offending him could lead to dire consequences you may not foresee. Chu Zhe offered a wry smile. Is there truly no other way for me? Steward Chiu pondered briefly before responding candidly. Indeed, the weak possess no choice. Joining the sect now would be futile, unless Fong Pabai strikes directly. The sect will not mobilize for an ordinary disciple, even if you possess some talent. This world is harsh, unless you can gain the favor of an inner elder. Fong Pabai will likely seek reconciliation. If you could become a disciple of a peak master, he would prostrate himself and beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, if you bow and apologize now, perhaps he might spare you, but there are no guarantees. Given your decent aptitude, it is entirely plausible he might eliminate you to prevent future resentment. Chu Zhe's expression remained calm. I possess a rather unyielding spirit. Steward Chiu sighed inwardly. The young man was still too naive. This world would not extend kindness merely because of stubbornness. The more unyielding one is, the harsher the blows they endure. And this is an undeniable truth. Nevertheless, there was a glimmer of appreciation in Steward Chiu's gaze as he observed Chu Zhe. He admired the spirit of one who refuses to bow in submission, even if he could not embody it himself, and resolved to extend whatever assistance he could. Very well. You may stay at the Zhuke Pavilion for 2 days. Once you enter the sect, as long as you remain indoors, your life will be safe. Chu Zhe's eyes gleamed. Thank you, Steward. May I inquire about the requirements to become a disciple of the Peak Master? Steward Chiu's expression turned peculiar and somewhat displeased. He had not anticipated that Chu Zhe was genuinely considering becoming the Peak Master's disciple. This was a sign of a lack of self-awareness. The Peak Master's standards were exceedingly high. Even inferior spiritual bones would only barely attract his attention. Without a word, Chu Zhe stepped forward, his form flowing like the wind, arriving instantaneously beside Elder Chiu. The Elder's heart raced, his eyes widening in astonishment. There was no hesitation. This was the grand consummate level of the wind-chasing step. This young man had advanced to the martial master level in just a few months. Mastering a second-tier martial technique to perfection in so little time, truly a rare talent, a promising prospect. Chu Zhe took another step, arriving at the spacious center of the pavilion, and began to practice the fiery sun fist. His breath harmonized with the rhythms of nature, his movements flowing with the forces of the world. The grand consummate fiery sun fist. Steward Chiu was deeply moved. Martial arts require not only physical talent but also the gift of enlightenment. However, this gift is difficult to quantify and cannot serve as a standard for accepting disciples. Yet, the significance of enlightenment surpasses that of mere physical attributes. This is an undeniable truth. While physical attributes can be enhanced through the consumption of rare herbs and treasures, enlightenment cannot be so easily cultivated. Any temporary gains will soon revert. As one progresses in martial arts, the importance of enlightenment only magnifies. To comprehend two martial techniques to the grand consummate level independently is a feat no direct disciple of the current Qiyang sect has achieved. This young lad is undoubtedly a rare gem of enlightenment, embodying the potential of a martial sovereign. With such enlightenment, even slightly inferior physical attributes become inconsequential. Welcoming this extraordinary talent into the sect would be beneficial for him as well. A smile spread across Steward Chiu and Appo's face, one he could not contain, as he rose from his seat and retrieved an exquisite tea set from the counter. With a hint of reluctance, he procured some spiritual tea and personally brewed it for Chuzhe. Come, Chuzhe, sit and enjoy the tea. Chuzhe took a sip, the fragrance of the tea blossoming in his mouth. Steward Chiu, does my talent warrant the attention of the Peak Master? After a moment's reflection, Steward Chiu replied gently and subtly, with your talent and enlightenment, it would be a simple matter to gain the favor of an inner elder. As for the Peak Master, I cannot make any promises. Yet, he felt a high degree of confidence that even the Peak Master would not overlook such a prodigious talent. Chuzhe discerned the implications within Steward Chiu and Appo's words, abandoning the notion of revealing his self-created second-tier martial technique. Given his age and cultivation, creating a second-tier martial technique would be far too conspicuous. For now, his current performance was sufficiently impressive. Steward Chiu smiled again. You shall stay at the Zhuke Pavilion for these 3 days. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Once the identity verification concludes, I shall personally escort you into the sect. Chuzhe bowed deeply once more. Thank you, Steward. Chapter 75. Invitation. Fong Pumbai gazed at the distant Zhuke Pavilion with a stormy expression. He had not anticipated that the young lad possessed a modicum of cleverness, taking refuge within the confines of the pavilion. Though he was a rake, he was no fool. He would not cause a ruckus at Zhuke Pavilion merely for a trifling Qiyang order. A flicker of malice flashed in his eyes. Do not presume that seclusion within Zhuke Pavilion guarantees your safety. 3 days later, on the 16th of July, Steward Chiu received a response from the Qingyang County government. His identity posed no significant issues. However, there were some doubts regarding Chuzhe's performance in May, where he had exhibited a cultivation level of a 6th-rank warrior. It was likely that Chuzhe had chosen to remain low-key, concealing his true prowess. Such trivial matters were hardly worth concern. Such a genius must not be allowed to fall into the hands of outsiders. Steward Chiu drew a pristine sheet of letter paper from his desk. With a flourish of his pen, he penned several hundred characters. Upon completion, he flicked the letter with satisfaction. Whistling, a pure white pigeon flew in through the window, its small eyes spinning wildly. The first-tier demon beast, the feathered pigeon, was gentle in nature and remarkably swift, traveling at 100 meters per second, commonly used for communication. After feeding it a medicinal pill and playfully coaxing the pigeon, he released it. Chuzhe, let us depart. I shall share more about the sect on our way. On the carriage, Steward Chiu smiled and said, our sect comprises 6 peaks, with each lineage passing down to only 1 disciple per generation. This generation has already produced a successor, which means you can only join one of the 6 peaks. Do you know which 6 peaks they are? Chuzhe, fully aware that 3,000 taels were not spent in vain, modestly replied, I would be grateful for your guidance, Steward Chiu. The 6 peaks are Baichao Peak, Shinggong Peak, Qingzhou Peak, Tianqing Peak, Zixia Peak, and Wanjin Peak. To elaborate, the individuals from Shinggong Peak are merely brawny fools, while those from Qingzhou Peak are hypocrites of the highest order. Tianqing Peak is home to a group of taciturn and dull individuals. Zixia Peak is filled with delicate maidens, and Wanjin Peak consists of violent brutes obsessed with fighting. Only the people of Baichao Peak are affluent, cultured, and amiable, each one exceedingly handsome. Chuzhe chuckled, his face radiating agreement. Steward Chiu nodded approvingly. Chuzhe, I have great faith in you. I recommend you join Baichao Peak, as it possesses the strongest financial backing and the best treatment for its disciples. Should you wish to join, I can introduce you to an elder in the inner sect. Are you familiar with Elder Chiu Yusen? He is renowned as the foremost alchemist of Qiyang sect, a 5th-rank master alchemist with peak martial general cultivation, whom even martial kings seek to curry favor with. By apprenticing under him, you would not only have access to an abundance of medicinal pills, but also experience a steady rise in your cultivation. Chuzhe felt a surge of excitement. His greatest need lay in martial techniques, followed closely by resources. Moreover, becoming an alchemist would be an excellent choice. In the Great Wei dynasty, the status of an alchemist is immensely esteemed. Whether in a dominant sect or a time-honored family, alchemists are highly sought after, treated with great respect, and adored by martial artists. Even if a sect were to be annihilated, alchemists are seldom harmed. Chuzhe harbored no love for bloodshed. He cherished peace. This profession suited him perfectly. Furthermore, he could practice swordsmanship at Baichao Peak. With a serious expression, he declared, Steward Chiu, I wish to join Baichao Peak. Excellent. I am confident you shall never regret joining Baichao Peak. Steward Chiu beamed, his demeanor growing even more affable. The white pigeon soared through the air, landing upon the shoulder of a young man clad in black. It was the Master's pigeon. The black-clad youth unwrapped the letter, his excitement palpable. Master is recruiting a junior disciple. How splendid. Finally, someone to take over his errands. He has long treated me as his errand spirit beast. He too had dreams. He He yearned for an errant spirit beast of his own. At Qiyang Sect, Baichao Peak, within the Bamboo Fragrance Pavilion. The lush bamboo grove rustled softly in the gentle breeze. Two individuals sat across from each other at a bamboo table. On the table, an exquisite set of celadon tea wares was neatly arranged, with wisps of fragrant tea curling into the air. One wore a flowing white robe, exuding a gentle and cultured aura. It was the Bloodkill Sword King, Yi Qingxiu. The other, clad in a green robe with white hair and a spirited demeanor, was Elder Qiu Yusen. The ring worn by Elder Qiu flashed with spiritual light, and a vial of medicinal pills materialized upon the bamboo table. This is the 100 Beast pill you requested. Yi Qingxiu grasped the vial with his right hand. Upon opening it, he beheld blood-red pills, each the size of a longan. Plump and round. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed his features. Truly remarkable, as expected of a master alchemist. Each pill of 5th rank is of superior quality. Elder Qiu smiled faintly. Such compliments were familiar to him, hardly stirring any feelings. Yet, hearing it from the illustrious Bloodkill Sword King bestowed a unique flavor. Sipping his tea, Elder Qiu remarked, "Regarding your journey to the 100 Beasts mountain range, has there been any significant movement from the dragon?" Yi Qingxiu shook his head. Nothing noteworthy has been detected. This year will likely see another small-scale beast tide, as usual, summoning forces from various counties to guard the demon suppression city. These beasts will conveniently gather enough for another batch of 100 Beasts pills. Deep within the 100 Beasts mountain range lies a 7th-rank dragon that has remained sealed for over 300 years, having once stirred chaos during the dynasty. It was suppressed by a powerful human, who, unable to slay it, merely sealed it for 500 years, allowing its spiritual resonance to bless the surrounding beings. Every few years, the Earth and Apos, S-pole shifts, creating spatial tremors that momentarily weaken the seal. The dragon can exploit this fleeting gap to exert a fraction of its power. Its deep-seated resentment towards humanity leads it to orchestrate beast tides during these periods, attacking the Xing'an prefecture. A flicker of concern crossed Elder Qiu's eyes. This dragon remains a hidden threat. With 500 years fast approaching, should the seal break, our Qiyang sect would be the first to bear the brunt, possibly facing extermination. Yi Qingxiu dismissed his worries. When the sky falls, there will be tall individuals to bear it. This matter is far from our concern. Even if we were to fret, it would be futile. A 7th-rank beast could wipe them out in an instant, and it is uncertain whether they would survive until then. Elder Qiu could only smile bitterly and nod. A martial general has a lifespan of 200 years if he fails to break through to martial king. He would never witness that day. Yi Qingxiu chuckled. Elder Qiu, do not dwell on such thoughts. Who knows, perhaps during these decades, a peerless genius will emerge from our Qiyang sect, slaying that vile creature with a single sword strike. Elder Qiu cast a deep glance at Yi Qingxiu. Youth is indeed a blessing, allowing one to indulge in fantasies. A 7th-rank beast is comparable to a martial sect. Nurturing a martial sect-level expert in a few decades is a dream he would not dare to entertain. At that moment, the black-clad youth, Li Mo, rushed into the courtyard, his face brimming with excitement. Master! Master! A letter from my uncle has arrived. Upon seeing the Bloodkill Sword King present, he hesitated, uncertain if he should continue. Elder Qiu snorted lightly. What does he want? Qingxiu is not an outsider. Speak freely. Li Mo grinned. My uncle has found an excellent candidate he wishes to recommend to you. Elder Qiu chuckled. He spends all day idling at Zhuke Pavilion, living off handouts. What kind of excellent candidate could he possibly find? After some thought, he inquired, what is the individual and Apos, S-bone structure? Lower-grade spiritual bone, Li Mo replied. Upon hearing this, Elder Qiu lost interest and waved his hand dismissively. Your uncle S discerning I could mistake a crooked gourd for a fine jade. Do you think I am in the business of collecting refuse? Inform him that I am busy concocting pills and have no time to take on disciples. Li Mo grew anxious. No, truly, he is a genius. His comprehension is extraordinary. At 18, he is already a 2nd-rank warrior and has mastered 2 martial arts to perfection. Perfection? A prodigy. Elder Qiu's gaze intensified, his spirit alight with delight. In the realm of alchemy, innate perception is deemed far more crucial than one and Apos, as foundational skills. Those devoid of such innate talent, no matter how diligently they study, shall never achieve prominence. Conversely, individuals blessed with heightened perception are more likely to possess exceptional alchemical aptitude. Yet, even in the absence of such talent, it is of no consequence. Nurturing a genius of perception is always a worthwhile endeavor. Yi Qingxiu, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired, what is that person's name, and where might he be now? Li Mo replied, his name is Chu Zhe. He should currently be in the Hall of Elders. Before Li Mo could finish his sentence, Yi Qingxiu transformed into a streak of crimson light, soaring into the sky and vanishing from sight. Qiu Yusen and Apos, S expression shifted dramatically, his anger causing his beard to tremble. This rascal, forsaking his filial duties, seeks to snatch away my disciple. He was well aware that Yi Qingxiu had long been on the lookout for a prodigious talent. With a fierce glare directed at Li Mo, he admonished, why do you divulge matters to outsiders? I shall settle this with you later. In the next instant, he darted away, disappearing from the Bamboo Fragrance Pavilion. Liamos stood there, bewildered, thinking, it was clearly you, master, who urged me to speak. Chapter 76. Bullying the Qiyang sect in the steward hall. Steward Chiu brought Chu Zhe to the entrance, where they were intercepted by 2 guards. What business do you have? One of the guards asked. Steward Chiu awkwardly smiled and quietly explained to Chu Zhe, it's been years since I last visited the sect, so it's only natural they don't recognize me. Throughout their journey, he had boasted to Chu Zhe about how well known he was within the sect. Holding a purple identity token, he declared, Steward Xiu Yujian of the Zhuke Pavilion requests an audience with Steward Huang. Please inform him. After scrutinizing the identity token, one of the guards, now displaying a more respectful demeanor, hurried off to relay the message. In the reception hall, Steward Huang was entertaining guests, including a pale-faced young man in splendid attire accompanied by another young man whose hands were bandaged, Fang Pengbai and Zhao Yuan. Fang Pengbai remarked, I appreciate your assistance in this matter, Steward Huang. Huang chuckled, it's a trifling matter. I hope young Master Fang can speak well of me in front of Elder Fang. Elder Fang, being from a branch of the Fang family, had faced neglect and mistreatment within his family. However, he maintained a good relationship with the 3rd master of the Fang family, who held a deep affection for Fang Pengbai. The task Fang Pengbai required was indeed minor, merely to delay the certification of a young man and Appos, Qiyang token for a few days. Engaging in this favor was worthwhile, as it could potentially yield significant benefits through Elder Fang's connections. Of course, Fang Pengbai smiled. Just then, a guard returned with an announcement. Steward Chiu from the Zhuke Pavilion and a young man seek an audience. Huang waved his hand dismissively, instructing them to wait outside. Yes, the guard replied, his expression growing cold. The elder was currently entertaining distinguished guests, so they were to wait outside. Huang and Appos, as authority compelled them to show their allegiance. Steward Chiu felt embarrassed. He noticed the guard's suddenly aloof demeanor, which was a clear indication that Steward Huang was unwilling to see them, leaving them in an awkward position. If there were genuine matters to attend to, they would at least be allowed to sit and enjoy some tea. It was unreasonable to make guests wait outside. Qiu Yujin sighed deeply. After years of maintaining a low profile, he had become a target for disrespect from anyone. Striding forward, he unleashed a torrent of crimson energy that erupted from him like boiling lava, distorting the air around them. The guards instinctively recoiled, feeling the intense heat wash over them. Forget it. Life is more important than advancement. Where is that Huang steward? In the reception hall, the guards promptly revealed Huang and Appos' location. Qiu marched towards the hall, surprising Chu Zhe with his audacity. He had previously warned Chu Zhe against youthful recklessness and the importance of humility, yet his current temperament seemed far more volatile. Forcing an entry was not a wise move. Being justified could easily lead to being deemed unreasonable. However, Chu Zhe decided to follow suit, taking a step forward. The doors to the reception hall were forcefully kicked open as Qiu burst in. Huang, Fang Pengbai, and Zhao Yuan were taken aback. Astonished that anyone would dare to cause a scene in the steward hall, they turned to the entrance. And Huang's face darkened as he fixed his gaze on Qiu and Chu Zhe. He hadn't anticipated that an old man, seemingly on the verge of death, would still possess such fervor. Did he intend to confront him? Foolish man, Huang scoffed. Why are there always some idiots in this world who fail to see the reality before them? Do you truly believe that sheer bravado can alter anything? With a sneer, Huang continued, Steward Qiu, do you understand your crime? You have forcibly entered the steward hall. I could execute you on the spot. Steward Qiu, fueled by anger, remained silent for a moment before suddenly launching himself forward, his feet shattering the blue bricks beneath him. The boiling red energy coalesced into a massive hammer, which he swung down with ferocity. Upon impact, the air before him exploded violently. Huang, with a cold laugh, unleashed his own purplish-red energy, the surrounding air boiling as if heated by fire. As a peak innate martial artist, defeating an aged opponent who had lost vitality would be effortless. You dare to strike? You seek death. Even the sect leader cannot save you today. The disparity between stewards was evident, but before he could finish his thought, a thunderous crash echoed as Huang was sent flying, crashing through the wall, dust and debris filling the air. Goodness! Chu Zhe was momentarily dazed by Qiu's overwhelming strength. Fang Pengbai and Zhao Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as they shrank back, too afraid to utter a word lest they attract the attention of such a formidable figure. Fang Pengbai felt fortunate that he had previously stormed into the Zhuke Pavilion. At that moment, a burly man with red eyebrows appeared, his expression as cold as ice. Fang Pengbai felt a surge of hope. It was Zhao Lei, the elder in charge of the outer gates, a second-tier martial general. Zhao Lei bellowed. You have some guts to force your way into the steward hall and strike with such intensity. I cannot spare you. A formidable aura erupted from him, akin to a mountain pressing down. Chu Zhe felt a constriction in his breath, sensing a primal fear coursing through him. This was dangerous. A martial general could manipulate the very essence of the world to their advantage, their mere presence capable of instilling dread. Zhao Lei threw a punch, the weight of his strike tearing through the air with a resounding crack. Yet, Qiu stood unfazed, showing no sign of fear or avoidance. He simply stated, My brother is Elder Qiu Yuzhen. Zhao Lei's fist halted mid-air, his anger dissipating as he smiled. Ah, I see. It seems there was a slight misunderstanding. The Qiyang sect's most feared figure was the Bloodslaughter Sword King, known for his merciless nature. Following closely was Elder Qiu, who wielded considerable influence over the sect's finances. With many peak leaders indebted to him, if this man was indeed Elder Qiu's brother, it was best to avoid conflict. After all, this matter was not his concern. However, if he were to find out it was false, Zhao Lei would ensure the man understood the wrath of a thunderous storm. Huang'an, if you're still alive, stand up and explain how you provoked Steward Qiu. Huang, pale and emerging from the rubble, felt a deep sense of bitterness. At that moment, a blood-red rainbow descended from the heavens, and a smiling man landed gracefully. The guards' expressions changed drastically as they knelt, greeting the Bloodslaughter Sword King. I Ching Qiu's consciousness swept the area, quickly locating Chu Zhe. In a flash, he appeared in the reception hall. The presence of the Bloodslaughter Sword King left everyone stunned, not comprehending how such a significant figure had arrived. Zhao Lei quickly bowed in respect, and Fang Pabai followed suit, feeling a tremor in his heart. Acknowledging the authority of the Bloodslaughter Sword King, who even his ancestors would bow to, Zhao Yuan knelt silently, not daring to utter a word. I Ching Qiu's gaze settled on Chu Zhe, his tone gentle and refined. You must be Chu Zhe? Chu Zhe's heart raced. What was happening? Why was this prominent figure seeking him out? He steeled himself and replied, Disciple Chu Zhe, greetings to the Bloodslaughter Sword King. Steward Qiu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Chu Zhe, eyes filled with caution. Young man, what are your intentions? Zhao Lei was taken aback, his pupils narrowing. This steward was indeed Elder Qiu's brother, as evidenced by his boldness in addressing the Bloodslaughter Sword King. I Ching Qiu smiled at Steward Qiu. It has been a long time. Steward Qiu. Years ago, I Ching Qiu had been recruited by Steward Qiu, who had provided him with guidance in his early days. Elder Qiu is quite busy with alchemy and has no time to take on disciples, so he entrusted Chu Zhe to me for some guidance. I Ching Qiu spoke with a straightforwardness that felt brazen. Is that so? Autumn Steward's face was filled with suspicion. Of course, otherwise how would I know you were here? Enough. Elder Qiu, we can catch up later. I have urgent matters to discuss with Chu Zhe. Before the words had even settled, I Ching Qiu's figure had already materialized beside Chu Zhe, gripping his shoulder before transforming into a rainbow streak and vanishing into the distance. Fang Pabai, despite the sweltering heat, felt not a trace of warmth, only an icy chill that seeped from the crown of his head down to his soles, freezing his very blood. What does this mean? Could the Bloodslaughter Sword King truly intend to take Chu Zhe as his disciple? If his father learned he had offended the Sword King's disciple, his skin would surely be flayed from his bones. What wretched luck! How could a random youth from a backwater town turn out to be the Sword King's disciple? And how could a mere steward from the Vermilion Bird Pavilion be Elder Qiu's brother? He pinched himself, half convinced this was a nightmare. But no, Chu Zhe couldn't be the Sword King's disciple. He had investigated him thoroughly, confirming his inferior spiritual bone. Only a modicum of talent had emboldened Fang to act. How could such mediocrity catch the Sword King's eye? There must be another reason. There had to be. Clutching at this desperate hope, he exhaled shakily. Steward Huang's face was ashen, his gaze toward Fang Pabai laced with venom. If not for this fool, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Zhao Yuan, meanwhile, had collapsed to the ground, his mind echoing a single phrase, we're finished. As the crimson streak vanished into the sky, the guards bowed deeply. We bid farewell to the Bloodslaughter Sword King. A heartbeat later, another figure stormed into view. Qiu Yusen glared at the fading light, seething. Damn it, too late. That wretched brat, mocking my inability to fly, daring to steal my disciple. If I ever refine another pill for him, I'll be a dog. The guards, who had just risen, promptly dropped back to their knees. Greetings, Elder Qiu. Noticing the chaotic aura around his brother, Elder Qiu's brow furrowed. He strode forward. The moment he appeared, Steward Qiu's eyes brightened. His frame hunched slightly, his graying hair tousled by the wind as he stared at his elder brother with glassy, tear-filled eyes. Brother, you've finally come. They bullied me. Humph. Years of laying low, and they've forgotten who I am. This was the perfect moment to remind them he was no pushover. His backing was unshakable. Elder Qiu's already foul mood darkened further. My brother is mine to scold, mine to mock, but no one else may lay a finger on him. Who was it? You. Zhao Lei? Zhao Lei broke into a cold sweat, shaking his head frantically. Everyone knows how fiercely Elder Qiu protects his own. Steward Qiu's gaze slid to Steward Huang, whose face was drained of color, eyes brimming with dread and resentment. Damn you, why didn't you mention such powerful connections earlier? Forcing a smile, he stammered, Elder Qiu. This is all a misunderstanding. Elder Qiu cut him off, voice dripping with dominance. I care not for misunderstandings. I simply dislike you. You're demoted. Accept it or not. I accept. Huang gritted his teeth, bowing his head, but beneath the surface, hatred festered. To hinder a man's rise is to murder his parents. This position had cost him half his wealth and bribes. A minor slight, a trivial misstep, and now this? Never. But for now, he had no choice. The tides will turn. Just wait. Elder Qiu knew Huang's resentment simmered, and couldn't he care less. In his rise to power, countless had envied, schemed, and hungered for his demise. Huang wasn't he even worth numbering among them. Let him seethe. Let him smile through it. If hatred alone could kill, the the world would be empty. Steward Chiu, too, was unbothered. Even with his damaged foundation and fallen cultivation, he could end Huang in 3 moves. H&T rendered me useless. If Huang dared act, crushing him would be no trouble. As the brothers turned to leave, Steward Chiu sighed inwardly. A pity about Chuzhe. I truly saw promise in him. Aloud, he muttered, brother, if even Chuzhe isn't worthy in your eyes, you'll regret it one day. A vein throbbed in Elder Chiu's temple. Pride forbade him from admitting the truth, that he had wanted Chuzhe, only to be robbed. As his brother's muttering continued, his fists clenched. It's been too long since I last disciplined him. Yu Jian, let us see if you've improved over the years. Brother, I was wrong, too late. Chapter 77. The unparalleled talent in swordsmanship. Chiu found himself enveloped by a torrent of crimson light, and moments later, he materialized within a grand hall. Yiqing Qiu placed his hand upon Chiu's shoulder, a surge of true energy coursing through him. The essence of his bones shimmered with a faint spiritual glow, unmistakably indicating inferior roots. The strength of your physique warrants a closer inspection, he remarked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as a thread of consciousness emanated from him. Chiu felt a sudden chill enveloping him, as though he were being scrutinized with penetrating clarity. The disparity in their cultivation levels rendered his heavenly demon concealment technique utterly ineffective against such divine insight. Resistance was futile, and he chose to surrender to Yiqing Qiu's examination. Peak of body refinement. A look of astonishment crept across Yiqing Qiu's visage, for he had not anticipated that Chiu possessed such exceptional talent in body cultivation. To achieve this level of mastery at such a tender age hinted at a comprehension that surpassed even his own. This was indeed fortuitous. Having attained this level of physical refinement suggested that Chiu's willpower was commendable, enabling him to withstand the initial onslaught and step into the realm of swordsmanship. Noticing the flicker of anxiety upon Chiu's face, Yiqing Qiu smiled reassuringly, rest easy, I harbor no ill intentions. In fact, I shall bestow upon you a rare opportunity. How well you seize it depends solely on you. With a flourish of his hand, a 1-foot-long broken sword levitated before him. The sword, drenched in a deep crimson hue, was ensnared by swirling blood-colored auras, exuding an air of ferocity and annihilation, imbued with unfathomable might. A mere glance at the sword inflicted a piercing pain upon Chiu's eyes, as if he were gazing upon a slender column of pale orange light that reached the heavens. 7th tier. He bowed his head slightly, his heart pounding like a drum, fiery determination flickering in his gaze. The world-burning sword, a fragment of a 7th-tier superior spiritual treasure, containing the profound essence of the first half of the world-burning sword classic. A tremendous opportunity, an extraordinary chance. The ultimate techniques were scarcely found in the entire Wei dynasty, with only 7 volumes existing among the royal court, the 5 sacred lands, and the demonic sect. These techniques possessed earth-shattering power. The true energy cultivated from these techniques far surpassed that of inferior martial arts, effortlessly conquering adversaries of the same tier, and even enabling one to challenge those of higher tiers with the ease of daily life. However, the path to mastering these techniques was fraught with difficulty. Most individuals began their journey with inferior martial arts, gradually advancing through intermediate levels before attempting the ultimate techniques, solidifying their foundation step by step. To thrust a martial artist directly into the realm of ultimate techniques was akin to expecting a child with only elementary education to grasp the complexities of doctoral studies, an insurmountable challenge. Yet, exceptions existed, particularly for prodigies. Unfortunately, while other ultimate techniques might elude him, this was the path of swordsmanship. If he could not learn it, who in the world could? Yiqing Qiu harbored a glimmer of anticipation as he willed the broken sword to drift toward Chiu's, urging him to grasp it and endure for as long as possible. Chiu nodded and seized the broken sword. Instantly, a tremendous impact jolted his soul, tossing it upon the tempestuous seas of storm and fury. It swayed violently, threatening to be engulfed by the tumult at any moment. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Yiqing Qiu observed Chiu intently, murmuring to himself, the first trial of inheriting the ultimate technique is the soul's trial, testing both its strength and filtering out those with weak willpower. No matter how gifted one may be, if their will is frail, they shall never scale the heights of martial arts. The second trial would assess comprehension and endurance. The more one grasped, the longer they could endure. If Chiu could withstand 5 minutes, he would earn the right to study the world-burning sword classic, a feat he should accomplish with relative ease. Having only endured 6 minutes during his first attempt at the second trial, as Chiu labored to endure, his soul gradually ascended into an infinite realm of flames. A searing, violent aura intermingled with a sense of annihilation assaulted him. Blood-red flames roared and surged, reducing all in their path to ashes. This was the epitome of pure, unbridled destruction. Before he could react, a single flame surged into his being, and in an instant, the agony of searing heat engulfed him, as if his very flesh were melting away. During his body refinement, he had similarly endured the torment of being scorched by flames, managing to retain a semblance of consciousness. Waves of fire flooded into his body, overwhelming him with profound insights. The mysteries of the world-burning sword classic were conveyed to him through simple, comprehensible symbols. Immersed in these wondrous realizations, Chiu forgot the pain. Yiqing Qiu let out a long breath. 5 minutes had elapsed. He had confidence in this child's abilities. As 10 minutes passed, a mixture of astonishment and delight emerged on his face, a smile gracing his lips. Truly, his disciple was as remarkable as his reputation suggested. An hour later, however, doubt, incredulity, and a myriad of other emotions flickered in Qingqiu's eyes. This was an unusually prolonged trial. He could only endure for half an hour at most. Was there something amiss with this broken spiritual treasure? Just then, Chu's eyes flew open, revealing blood-red sword patterns swirling within. His sleeves billowed without wind, and torrents of blood flames erupted from him. The flames intertwined, forming a dense array of blood-red sword light that surged through the hall like waves, resonating with a cacophony of sword cries that echoed into the heavens. Qingqiu's reflexes kicked in as he swiftly pressed down, shrouding this astonishing phenomenon in thick blood clouds. Good heavens, is that sword intent? He gasped, his mind reeling with shock, plunging him into a state of reverie. Chapter 78. The sword intent of world incineration. It is no wonder that Qingqiu was so astonished. The true essence of martial arts is something only the martial kings begin to grasp, and even some of them are unable to comprehend it. The last individual to comprehend sword intent before the martial kings was the Thunderstorm Swordmaster, who lived 1500 years ago, possessing an innate sword body. He bore a unique constitution comparable to that of a sacred bone. During his time as a martial general, he mastered the Thunderstorm sword intent, remaining undefeated in countless battles, sweeping through the prodigies of his era, and even engaging in several exchanges with martial kings without facing defeat. He then soared to greatness, becoming an unparalleled martial sovereign. Qingqiu never anticipated that Chu Zhe would grasp sword intent at the martial master level, surpassing even the Thunderstorm sword master in abnormality. He fixed his gaze on Chu Zhe, his eyes gleaming with excitement, his smile gradually turning wild, even bordering on madness. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Meanwhile, the extraordinary phenomenon of Chu Zhe's sword intent slowly faded. A peculiar, dangerous aura enveloped him, sharp, tempestuous, and destructive. His consciousness gradually regained clarity, and he was filled with both astonishment and joy. His hand formed a loose grip, and crimson sword light flickered between his fingers. This was the sword intent of world incineration. Yet, before he could ponder further, an overwhelming fatigue surged within him, and he closed his eyes, fainting instantly. Qingqiu was taken aback, preparing to catch Chu Zhe. At that moment, a youth with white hair and eyes filled with the weight of experience appeared in the grand hall, steadying Chu Zhe and offering him a medicinal pill. This little fellow is fine. He merely exhausted his mental energy while refining sword intent. After taking the soul-nourishing pill, he will awaken after a good rest. Qingqiu bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Elder Chen, for saving my disciple. The soul-nourishing pill is a rare elixir that restores spiritual energy, highly valuable. Without it, Chu Zhe would likely have remained in slumber for 10 to 15 days. Disciple? This little fellow hasn't officially acknowledged you as his master yet, Elder Chen remarked with a hint of amusement. Qingqiu's heart sank. Could this old man be so unscrupulous as to snatch away his disciple? Maintaining his composure, he discreetly placed his hand behind him, drawing forth his treasured sword. I am the foremost sword practitioner of the sect, who but I within the sect is worthy to be his master. If Elder Chen dared to claim his disciple, he would have to face his sword first. Elder Chen gazed at Chu Zhe, a tinge of regret crossing his features. It would be impossible for him not to be tempted by such an extraordinary talent. Had it been a decade earlier, he would have gone so far as to seize Chu Zhe for himself. Unfortunately, with only 5 or 6 years of life remaining, he lacked the energy to mentor a disciple. With a long sigh, he set down his sword. No one will vie with you for him. Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. A sudden thought struck him. Elder, what do you think about my disciple using the Dragon Demon Bone Cleansing Liquid? The Dragon Demon Bone Cleansing Liquid is concocted from hundreds of spiritual herbs, collected over a century by the Red Sun sect, and possesses the ability to alter one's bone structure fundamentally. It was intended for Nan Gongza, the young master of a direct lineage within the sect, whose innate bone was of the highest order, possessing exceptional comprehension. He began martial training at 14, achieved the rank of martial apprentice in 3 months, ascended to martial master in a year, became an innate martial master in 2 years, and reached martial general in 5 years. Now, at 28, he stood at the pinnacle of martial generals, the foremost true heir of the Red Sun sect. That is out of the question, Elder Chen retorted, visibly displeased. If Nan Gongza were to undergo the cleansing with the Dragon Demon Bone Cleansing Liquid and transform into a heavenly bone, his chances of breaking through to the martial emperor level would increase by 30%, making him the most promising candidate for the sect to reach that pinnacle in the next 500 years. Should the liquid be given to Chu Zhe, it would inevitably sow discord between Nan Gongza and the sect. Moreover, Nan Gongza had grown under Elder Chen's watchful eye, having achieved great feats for the sect and remaining utterly loyal to it. Even if Chu Zhe's innate talent surpassed that of Nan Gongza, Elder Chen remained inclined toward the latter. Qingqiu smiled serenely. If my disciple were to utilize the Dragon Demon Bone Cleansing Liquid, elevating his bone structure to that of a superior spiritual bone, coupled with his remarkable comprehension, he would surely pass the true inheritance trial of the Flame Secret Realm, obtaining the complete sword classic of World Incineration and the remaining fragment of the World Incineration Sword. The sect could potentially become a new sacred ground in the future. Sacred ground. A glimmer of yearning flashed in Elder Chen's eyes. In his youth, he was filled with ambition, dreaming of elevating the sect to surpass sacred grounds. Yet, the more he grew, the more he realized the daunting distance from that dream. Chapter 79, The Bloodslaying Sword King. After a moment of silence, Elder Chin spoke. One must possess at least the cultivation of a celestial martial master to enter the Burning Flame secret realm. The opening date is set for October 15th of this year, which is 3 months away. To advance from a second-level martial master to a celestial martial master within 3 months is an unattainable feat, even for those with superior innate bones. This young lad possesses an astonishing level of comprehension, yet his innate roots are merely of inferior spiritual bones, even with an abundance of miraculous elixirs. His cultivation speed cannot be hastened to achieve the celestial martial master rank in such a short time. Yi Qingxiu recognized Elder Chin's wavering resolve. Indeed, Chu Zai's prodigious talent was hard to overlook, for he exhibited the potential of a martial sovereign. With a smile, she remarked, "This is a matter concerning my disciple. Perhaps you could grant Chu Zai an opportunity. If within these 3 months he attains the rank of celestial martial master." Elder Chin sighed softly. Chu Zai lay upon his bed, gradually opening his eyes, feeling invigorated. Ah, the sword intent of the burning flame. A strand of crimson light blossomed at his fingertips. And in an instant, the spiritual energy from the entire room converged towards him, forming a brilliant red sword light. This red sword light danced around his fingers like a fish, and Chu Zai could distinctly sense the immense power contained within it, capable of easily wounding a celestial martial master. Such was the might of sword intent, its enhancement of martial techniques surpassing his expectations. The technique he had just executed was the Red Dragon Sword technique. Empowered by the burning flame sword intent, culminating in this radiant sword light, he felt a surge of confidence, believing he could contend with a martial general now. Yet, moments later, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, causing him to dissipate the sword light. "You are awake," Yi Qingxiu said with a gentle smile. To wield sword intent at the martial master level suggests that your soul is inherently powerful. Only then did Chu Zai notice the bloodslaying sword king seated nearby. He quickly rose to pay his respects. "Come, have a seat," Yi Qingxiu invited with a smile. Now at ease. Chu Zai was certain that the bloodslaying sword king harbored no malice toward him. As he settled into the chair, Yi Qingxiu spoke calmly. "Do you wish to take me as your master? I do not favor coercion and prefer to inspire allegiance through virtue." A stack of silver notes appeared in his hand. "This is 100,000 taels," he said, pushing it toward Chu Zai. With a tap on the table, a gourd materialized before them. It contained a red spirit pill, a second-tier elixir suitable for martial masters. 3 powerful spiritual artifacts also appeared, including the superior-grade green flood dragon sword, the mysterious turtle shell, and the sky cloud boots. With another snap of his fingers, a blood-red puppet, comparable to a martial general, emerged beside him. Lastly, he produced a ring. "This is a spatial ring. It can be activated with true energy. All of this will be yours, should you accept me as your master." Swallowing hard, Chu Zai bowed deeply without hesitation. Disciple Chu Zai pays respects to master. Yi Qingxiu nodded with restraint. "Very well, seeing your sincerity, I shall accept you as my disciple." "Thank you, master." "Rise," Yi Qingxiu said, slightly more serious. "I have several matters to discuss. First, you must keep your comprehension of sword intent confidential. To grasp sword intent at the martial master level is unprecedented, and should this be exposed, not everyone is as benevolent as I." Chu Zai nodded vigorously, assuring. Disciple is not one to seek the spotlight. Secondly, the sect is rife with unrest. Numerous spies from rival factions lurk within. And my enemies are numerous both within and outside the sect. While they cannot touch me, it would be easy for them to target you. Until you become a martial general and have the means to protect yourself, it is best that you do not reveal your status as my disciple. A grimace crossed Chu Zai's face. The reality of enemies both within and outside the sect was daunting. His master must be quite unpopular, given his amiable nature. Yet he had few foes. First, you should normally pass the Red Sun token to become a disciple of the sect. Your primary objective now is to break through to Celestial Martial Master within these 3 months. With your grasp of the Burning Flame Sword intent, mastering the Burning World Sword Cannon should pose little difficulty. The extraordinary speed of its cultivation, combined with your sword intent, should allow you to rival those with superior innate bones. However, this alone will not suffice. Yi Qingxiu produced a jade vial, his gaze filled with reluctance. This contains a rare treasure of heaven and earth that can exponentially accelerate your cultivation speed. With its aid, I, relying on my superior spiritual bones, advanced from Martial Master to Celestial Martial Master in merely 6 months. This treasure is the very source of my confidence that you can achieve the Celestial Martial Master rank within 3 months. Such a wondrous item. Chu Zai's heart raced with excitement. Yi Qingxiu continued, the upper section of the Burning World Sword Cannon can only be cultivated up to the Martial King level. The lower section lies within the Burning Flame Secret Realm. The realm opens in 3 months, and should you miss this opportunity, you must wait another 3 years. The Burning World Sword Cannon is pivotal to my path, and I hope you do not disappoint me. He himself cultivated the Burning World Sword Cannon and had reached a point of no further advancement. Should Chu Zai fail to acquire the Burning World Sword Cannon, he would have no choice but to seek alternative methods of cultivation, which could take at least 20 years to regain his former peak. During that time, if news of his change in cultivation were to spread, it would spell his doom. He had wronged too many, and at his height, none dared provoke him. In decline, however, retribution would come swiftly. Moreover, having tasted the power of extraordinary techniques, it was difficult to regard lesser martial arts with any esteem. Thus, he had long sought individuals of exceptional talent and insight, unwilling to abandon his path until the final moment. Fortuitously, he encountered Chu Ze, igniting a spark of hope. For this, he was willing to offend Elder Chiu and spare no expense in nurturing Chu Ze. Chu Ze, realizing the blood-slaying Sword King's intentions, felt a sense of reassurance. He nodded earnestly. I shall assuredly obtain the secret cannon for my master. I Chingqiu smiled. That will be all for today. You should proceed to the Hall of Elders to register and officially become a disciple of the sect. Come, I shall guide you, as you may not know the way. Thank you, master. Chu Ze took the ring into his possession. Infusing it with true energy, he sensed it was approximately the size of an ordinary bedroom. After securing the silver notes and artifacts, I Chingqiu enveloped Chu Ze in a crimson mist once more. Dazed and disoriented, when Chu Ze regained his senses, he found himself outside the Hall of Elders. In the skies above, I Chingqiu's expression turned cold, surrounded by bloodlight, resembling a demon, devoid of the warmth he had just displayed. Within, he contemplated. First, I must venture to the 100 Beasts mountain range to extract the blood essence of the beasts and concoct a batch of beast essence elixir for my disciple. Alternatively, I could devise a plan to eliminate that Nangong Ze directly. However, that may not be feasible. Elder Chen will surely guard against him like a wolf these next 3 months. My disciple, you must strive to excel. Otherwise, I fear I may be compelled to resort to extreme measures against Chu Ze. Chapter 80. Joining the Qiyang sect once again, I found myself before the Hall of Executors. Before Chu Ze could utter a word, 2 guards, upon spotting him, immediately donned charming smiles and slightly bowed their bodies, sycophantically exclaiming, Young master, you have arrived. The newly appointed Executor Xin is in the study. Allow me to escort you there. Chu Ze nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude with a courteous, thank you for your trouble. Not at all, not at all, the guards replied as they led Chu Ze forward to a door. One of the guards knocked, announcing, Executor Xin. A young master seeks an audience. Come in, a commanding voice responded. Upon entering, Chu Ze beheld a middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion seated at a long table. Engrossed in reading, Chu Ze performed a respectful bow, introducing himself, Disciple Chu Ze, here to pay my respects to Executor Xin. I wish to use the Qiyang token to join the sect. Executor Xin lifted his gaze and instructed, bring forth the Qiyang token. What is the secret order? Chu Ze presented the token, stating, 9,527. Executor Xin took the token, examined its intricate patterns, and retreated into the inner chamber. Please wait a moment. He perused through ancient tomes, cross-referencing the patterns. The secret order is correct, and the background check is clear. Shortly after, he emerged with purposeful strides. Which peak do you wish to join? Relieved that there were no unexpected complications, Chu Ze replied, Wanjian Peak. Executor Xin nodded slightly, retrieving a white waist token representing the identity of an outer sect disciple of Wanjian Peak. With a flick of his fingers, imbued with red energy, he inscribed the name Chu Ze onto the token and tossed it to him. Turn right upon exiting. The 3rd room is where you'll register. Present your identity token. Do not lose it, or the reissue process will be quite troublesome. Thank you, Executor. Chu Ze mused over the waist token in his hand. Though made of wood, it possessed an extraordinary hardness, surpassing that of ironwood, making it exceedingly difficult for even a martial master to damage. After securing the token, he exited the room and approached the 3rd chamber. Upon noticing the wooden plaque reading Wanjian Peak entry registration, he confirmed he was in the right place. After spending a little over 10 minutes, he completed the necessary formalities, receiving 2 sets of Crimson Sect uniforms and a sect manual. Executor, he smiled and congratulated him. Welcome to the sect. There are a few matters I must convey. Typically, he would leave disciples to navigate their own paths. But the young man before him possessed an inferior spiritual bone, yet still ranked among the upper echelons of talent within the sect. It was worth making a good impression. First, as an outer disciple, you are entitled to select 1 medium-level martial art and 1 second-tier martial technique from the sect's library free of charge upon joining. To learn any other martial techniques, you will need to exchange contribution points, which are earned through completing tasks. Second, on the 1st and 15th of each month, elders will come to the martial arts hall to elucidate martial arts techniques. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. Third, on the 1st of each month, outer disciples can receive a Qi Ling pill from the Hall of Executors. However, this month's supply has already been exhausted, so you will not be receiving one. Fourth, outer disciples are entitled to 1 day of free use of a spirit energy cave each month, with any in-use time accumulating. The obligation of outer disciples is to complete 1 yellow-level task each month. Failure to do so incurs a fine of 100 taels of silver. Furthermore, to advance to inner disciple status, one must attain the level of innate martial master and complete 1 mysterious level task. The same applies to elders and peak masters. These are the main points. Do you have any questions? Chu Zhe nodded, inquiring whether outer disciples had single accommodations. The Wanjian Peak executor shook his head, explaining, for disciples share a room. Hearing this, Chu Zhe frowned. With many secrets to keep, solitude was more suitable for him. I prefer quiet. Is there a possibility of a single room? Single rooms are a privilege for inner disciples. However, they can be rented. But even the most basic room costs 100 taels of silver per month. Are you certain you wish to rent one? The executor noted that their monthly salary was merely 300 taels, though the benefits far outweighed their wages. Without blinking, Chu Zhe replied, I have the funds. I want the best. Now that he had the means, he would not deprive himself. It was essential to enjoy the finest living conditions. The executor's smile grew more sincere, recognizing the potential for a lucrative deal. Allow me to lead you. The two proceeded outside the Hall of Executors, located on the Welcome Peak, where they could easily spot 7 towering peaks shrouded in clouds. The Wanjian Peak executor produced a whistle, and 2 sharp, urgent notes echoed. In a short while, 2 magnificent white cranes emerged from the sea of clouds. These are the Baisong cranes, personally trained by Elder He. They are gentle in nature and serve as the primary means of transport between peaks. Riding them is as simple as horseback riding. A whistle summons 1 crane for a single person, and the fare is 1 chi blood pill. The whistle must be specially crafted. Available for purchase at the sect's treasure pavilion. He retrieved 2 chi blood pills from his pouch and fed them to the cranes. The gentle creatures lowered themselves, ready for their passengers. Noticing that the cranes were fitted with saddle-like gear, Chu Zhe attempted to mount one. The cranes took to the skies with remarkable steadiness, their pace reminiscent of a leisurely journey by car in his previous life. As he gazed down, the breathtaking scenery unfolded below, lifting his spirits. After more than half an hour, the cranes descended gracefully onto a square at Wanjian Peak. The executor guided Chu Zhe to inspect the accommodations. However, Chu Zhe was somewhat dissatisfied. The rooms were either too small or too close to others. I require something more luxurious, ideally situated hundreds of meters away from others. Money is not an issue. The executor's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a distinguished guest. Soon, he led Chu Zhe to a luxurious courtyard perched atop a cliff. The courtyard boasted 5 stories, offering sweeping views of the surrounding landscape. The decor was exquisite, the garden beautiful, and the training ground, approximately the size of a football field, was crafted from Qinglan stones, capable of withstanding the force of innate martial masters. 1,000 taels per month. Rented, Chu Zhe declared. Boss, quite generous. The executor of Wanjian Peak beamed with delight. After finalizing the contract, executor, he also assisted Chu Zhe in acquiring necessary living supplies, demonstrating remarkable attentiveness. Once everything settled into a tranquil state, Chu Zhe sat cross-legged in his room. Martial art. Entry to the Burning World Sword Classic, 300-5000. With a total of 5,000 proficiency points required, he winced at the thought. He knew the difficulty of mastering ultimate techniques, but this was far beyond his expectations, requiring 50 times the proficiency of the Yin-Yang fist. Nevertheless, in the face of his innate swordsmanship talent, all challenges seemed trivial. With the Qingshao sword resting on his lap, his mind clear and focused, he began to comprehend the profound principles of the Burning World Sword Classic word by word, as its proficiency rapidly increased. Martial art. Entry to the Burning World Sword Classic, 500-5000. Martial art. Entry to the Burning World Sword Classic, 800-5000. Chapter 81. The transition to the Burning World Sword Classic in just 3 days. Chu Zhe comprehended the Burning World Sword Classic to a minor success, achieving an astonishing speed. Martial arts. Burning World Sword Classic minor success, 0-10,000. If he possessed the complete version of the Burning World Sword Classic, he was confident he could master this profound skill within 3 months. Unfortunately, he only had the first half, limiting his cultivation to a minor success. Of course, he could forcibly enhance it using the martial arts experience pearls, but the cost was exorbitant and unnecessary. As for the appraisal divine eye, it could only be used to identify gaps and deficiencies. It would not create something from nothing. Exhaling softly, the minor success of the Burning World Sword Classic was sufficient for him before the Martial King. Chu Zhe began to transition his cultivation to the Burning World Sword Classic. The crimson solar true energy surged violently, coursing rapidly along the meridian pathways of the Burning World Sword Classic. Circling repeatedly, the solar true energy transformed like a sword embryo, constantly being forged and refined into the sharp Burning World Sword Qi. Gradually, the bright and vivid crimson evolved into a deep, somber blood red. This process continued in repetition. A few days later, the blood red hue completely engulfed the crimson, resulting in the mastery of the Burning World Sword Qi. His realm fell from the 2nd level of a martial master to the 6th level of a martial artist. Yet, his aura did not diminish. Rather, it intensified. After cultivating the Burning World Sword Qi, Chu Zhe felt as if he had transformed into an unparalleled treasured sword, radiating a terrifying aura. To ordinary observers, His presence might be blinding. He retrieved a scarlet spirit pill and swallowed it whole. The burning flame sword chi enveloped the medicinal power, rapidly refining it. The speed of refinement was astonishing. If the solar fist was akin to a bicycle, the Burning World Sword Classic was a jet plane, one grounded, the other soaring. Warm currents circulated within his meridians, transforming into the Burning World Sword Chi. Experience 1000. This pill had remarkable potency. This gourd of red pills contained approximately 40, sufficient for him to cultivate to the 7th level of a martial master. Within just 3 days, his realm had returned to the 2nd level of a martial master. Upon careful reflection, he realized that within the same realm, the majesty of the Burning World Sword Chi surpassed that of the solar true energy by more than 12 times, and its power was over 5 times greater. In terms of quality, it was on par with the innate energy of an average innate martial master practicing middle-tier martial arts. Now, with a mere flick of his wrist, he could effortlessly slay a martial master. A smile crept uncontrollably across Chu Zhe's lips. Truly, a profound skill lived up to its reputation. No matter how challenging, it must be learned. It took a while for his excitement to settle. He continued to consume the scarlet spirit pills. The exhilarating sensation of rapid advancement left him utterly exhilarated, making it impossible to halt. He ignored everything else, even forgetting about the lottery for the time being. On August 1st, bang, 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 a violent knocking echoed through the air. Chu Zhe, who had immersed himself in cultivation all night, was abruptly awakened, filled with indignation. Who could it be? He hastily approached the door. There stood a black-clad steward, expressionless, presenting a purple steward's badge, coldly regarding Chu Zhe. I am Steward Chen Qing of the task hall. You are Chu Zhe, correct? You failed to complete your task quota last month, and you have not paid your dues. Therefore, you are assigned a compulsory task to participate in the extermination of the sky blue snake in the 10,000 Serpents treasure cave. This task will be led by Steward Huang Yuanliang. Assemble at the task hall entrance at noon today. Failure to arrive will be considered as voluntarily withdrawing from the sect. Without waiting for Chu Zhe's response, Chen Qing turned and departed. Furrowing his brows, Chu Zhe sensed heightened awareness after mastering the Burning World Sword Classic. Clearly perceiving Chen Qing's hostility towards him, it was evident this was their first encounter. He made a mental note to investigate this person discreetly later. A compulsory task? What was happening? He opened the sect manual and discovered the regulations indeed stated that if one failed to complete their task quota and did not pay the required silver, they would be assigned a compulsory task. If they still refused to comply, they would be expelled from the sect. However, he had only joined the sect in July and had inquired with Steward He of the 10,000 Sword Peak. Typically, task hall stewards did not calculate tasks for the current month, but rather for the following month. It appeared he was being targeted. What a nuisance. All he wished for was to cultivate in peace. Who sought to provoke him? Was living not enough? Must they seek their own demise? Glancing at the sundial by the door, he realized there were about 2 hours remaining before noon. Time was of the essence. He needed to prepare. He hurried towards the library of the 10,000 Sword Peak. The library had only 2 levels. The first level housed various martial arts knowledge and miscellaneous books available for borrowing. The second level contained various first and second tier martial techniques, as well as fragments of lower and middle tier martial arts, sufficient only for cultivating to innate martial master. As for the third tier martial techniques and the subsequent content of middle tier martial arts, they were preserved in the inheritance hall of the sect leader's lineage at Qishao Peak. The person guarding the library was an elderly man, frail and decrepit, seated behind the counter with his eyes half closed, seemingly asleep. Chu Zhe stepped forward and tapped the counter. Elder, I have a matter to consult. The old man slightly opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused, and lazily replied, What is it? Chu Zhe silently criticized the uniformity of these old clerks. He discreetly slid a 100-tael silver note into the old man's hand. Instantly, the old man's murky eyes sharpened. His back straightened, and he cleared his throat. Ah, young one, we are fated to meet. What do you wish to inquire about? I shall do my utmost to provide an answer. Chu Zhe replied solemnly. I wish to learn about the 10,000 Serpents treasure cave and the most powerful second-tier sword technique in the library. The old man stroked his beard. The 10,000 Serpents treasure cave is located 1,000 miles east of the sect, a labyrinthine cavern inhabited by tens of thousands of venomous snakes. The most formidable are a peak third-tier frost scale white snake and a mid-tier third-tier sky blue snake, making it an excellent training ground for outer disciples. Chu Zhe's eyes lit up. If he could capture those tens of thousands of venomous snakes, the experience points gained would be incalculable. It truly was a treasure cave. As for the most powerful second-tier sword technique in the library, it is called the Calamity Flame Sword Technique. Its might is formidable, comparable to general third-tier martial techniques, capable of cultivating sword energy. However, this martial technique is exceedingly challenging, and few can master it. I would advise you to choose another martial technique instead. Chu Zhe produced his identity badge. Elder, I wish to learn this one. His self-created Crimson Dragon Sword technique was merely ordinary amongst second-tier martial techniques. He needed to study a more potent sword technique. The old man shook his head, took the pristine badge, and suddenly understood. Chu Zhe, a new disciple, no wonder. New disciples are often lofty in ambition, believing they can achieve what others cannot. No amount of persuasion will suffice. Only upon encountering failure will they become humble. Very well. But remember, you must not teach martial arts to others without permission. Violators will have their martial arts abolished and be expelled from the sect. The old man ascended to the second floor. Chapter 82. The task squad. Before long, the elder descended the stairs and handed Chu Zhe a tome. It was stipulated that it must be returned within half a month, and private copying was strictly forbidden. Violation of this rule would result in the forfeiture of one's cultivation. I understand. Thank you, senior. Chu Zhe accepted the tome and bowed respectfully. Wait a moment. The elder rummaged through the shelves and retrieved another book, titled Chronicles of the Serpent and Apos, Treasure Cave, which detailed information about the cave. Merely uttering a few words could fetch 100 tales, yet he felt a twinge of unease. Thank you, senior. Chu Zhe expressed his gratitude once more as he exited the library. Upon reaching the cliff's edge, Chu Zhe earnestly perused the tome. His prodigious memory enabled him to memorize the flame robbery sword technique in a matter of minutes, and he comprehended it thoroughly as well. With the Qingxiao sword in hand, he commenced his practice. In but a few breaths, a dark crimson flame emanated from the sword. Notification. Martial art. Entry into flame robbery sword technique. 0200. In less than a quarter of an hour, the flame robbery sword technique was perfected. The Qingxiao sword exuded a pure, ruby-red sword aura akin to glass. With a swift stroke, the sword aura cleaved a nearby boulder in two, as easily as one would slice through tofu. The boulder's severed surface sizzled, emitting a sound of corrosion. The power was quite impressive. Comparable to a mid-stage innate martial artist strike, possessing an erosive effect on true qi, leaving even seasoned practitioners at a disadvantage if caught unawares. With ample time remaining, he perused the Chronicles of the Serpent's Treasure Cave. In the task hall, Huang Yuanliang and brothers Lu Jing and Lu Yin gathered. Both Lu Jing and Lu Yin possessed above-average aptitudes. Previously, they had been rogue cultivators, surviving through theft, and had invested nearly their entire wealth to purchase a Qiyang order, joining the Qiyang sect. They had anticipated boundless prospects upon joining. But as latecomers with only moderate talent, they found themselves overlooked within the sect. The resources for cultivation had to be earned through their own efforts, making their journey arduous. Accustomed to quick gains through thievery, they scorned the meager rewards from completing tasks. Thus, they reverted to their old ways. Most disciples of the Qiyang sect were inexperienced and never suspected that their fellow brothers would turn against them. Time and again, they succeeded, amassing resources that hastened their ascension to the pinnacle of martial artists. They were discerning in selecting their targets, those at the mid-early stage of martial artists, equally disregarded by the sect, with solitary dispositions and no friends or family. Such disciples would go unnoticed even if they perished. This time, they set their sights on Chu Zhe, as newly inducted disciples wielding the Qiyang order were their primary targets. Chu Zhe, a low-level martial artist from a small county, possessed no background, had just entered, and lacked friends. After inquiring, Lu Jing and Lu Yin discovered that Chu Zhe resided in an extravagant courtyard costing 1,000 taels a month, their eyes burning with envy. This country bumpkin was exceedingly wealthy. The courtyard where Chu Zhe stayed surely concealed further treasures, igniting their murderous intent. Had Chu Zhe remained in the sect, they would have needed to devise a way to approach him. However, he had unwittingly exposed a vulnerability. They contacted the steward Chen Qing, who worked at the task hall and was complicit with them. Lu Yin expressed unease through a transmission. Brother, Chu Zhe is merely of low-level spiritual roots. If he dies, will the sect investigate? Perhaps we should rob him without killing. This was their first attempt to target a genius with spiritual roots. Lu Jing scoffed. What of spiritual roots? When has the sect ever valued us latecomers? If they did, we would have long been discovered. Rest assured, once we complete this job, we can both ascend to innate martial artists. If we miss this fat sheep, who knows how long it will take to gather resources for our promotion. Lu Yin fell silent, ultimately swayed by the greater temptation of becoming innate martial artists. The brothers exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming with greed. Killing Chu Zhe would mean all that wealth would be theirs. At the entrance of the task hall, as noon approached, Lu Jing and Lu Yin frowned upon seeing that Chu Zhe had yet to arrive. Could it be that this brat knows he can avoid mandatory tasks by paying a tenfold fine? However, with so little time and Chen Qing's interference, Chu Zhe would undoubtedly be unable to pay in time. It seemed he was aware something was amiss, preferring expulsion from the sect to undertaking this task. A cruel smile crept across Lu Jing's face. If Chu Zhe were expelled, the situation would become even simpler. At that moment, Chu Zhe strolled leisurely towards them, casually surveying the participants of the task, spotting a familiar face, Huang Yuanliang, the leading steward, who had been demoted after offending Elder Qiu. Though he bore malice, he lacked intent to kill. Engaging in petty schemes was more his style. Yet, one could never be too certain. He might be plotting to vex Chu Zhe. Two young men in black, peak martial artists, radiated both malice and murderous intent. A youth in yellow, a 7-tier martial artist, maintained a neutral demeanor, as did another in blue. Upon seeing Chu Zhe, Huang Yuanliang's brow furrowed. What brings this brat here? After being demoted to a steward at the task hall, he was forced to work outside, a fate he despised. Despite his resentment, he was acutely aware of the harsh realities. He dared not retaliate against Elder Chiu. Chu Ze, after all, might have connections to Elder Chiu or even the Bloodslaughter Sword King. Though he harbored no fondness for Chu Ze, he would not act against him. Suppressing his disdain, he coldly announced, "Now that everyone is here, let us introduce ourselves before we set off. I am the lead steward for this task. You may call me Steward Huang." The five introduced themselves in turn. Chu Ze, second-tier martial artist; Lu Jing, peak martial artist; Lu Yin, peak martial artist; Lu Zhixiong, 7th-tier martial artist; Yi Yi, 7th-tier martial artist. After days of diligent practice, Chu Ze had ascended to the 5th tier of martial artists. To lower the vigilance of Lu Jing, Lu Yin, and Huang Yuanyang, he concealed his true cultivation level. He was eager to discern their intentions. Upon hearing Chu Ze's revealed tier, Lu Zhixiong and Yu Yi exchanged astonished glances. Yu Yi, perplexed, queried, "Chu Junior brother, with your 2nd-tier cultivation, do you truly intend to participate in this task? Given your strength, a slight misstep could lead to peril." Chu Ze offered a wry smile. "Brother Yi, I had no choice. I overtrained last month and forgot to complete my tasks. This is a compulsory assignment." Lu Zhixiong and Yu Yi exchanged looks of realization. Casting sympathetic glances at Chu Ze, Lu Jing laughed heartily, patting Chu Ze on the shoulder. "Do not worry, Junior brother Chu. Steward Huang is the main force in this task, and we are merely support. The danger is minimal. Stay close to me, and I will do my utmost to protect you." Internally, Chu Ze scoffed, thinking, "So it is death by betrayal, then." Yet his face bore an expression of gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Lu." Lu Jing chuckled. "We are all brothers. No need for such formality." Chapter 83. The Serpent's Treasure Cave. A group of travelers arrived at the foot of the Sword Peak, mounting their crimson-scaled horses. These magnificent creatures, imbued with the bloodline of mystical beasts, moved with the swiftness of the wind, capable of traversing 3,000 miles in a single day. Disciples embarking on profound-level missions could ride them free of charge. However, if one were to lose such a steed, it would cost 1,000 taels of silver to replace. News of Chu Ze's departure reached Fengping, causing him considerable distress. For days, he had been unable to eat or sleep, fixated on the happenings within the Qian sect. It was only when he learned that Chu Ze had not become a disciple of the blood-killing Sword King that he exhaled in relief. His fear did not stem from Chu Ze himself, but rather from the formidable blood-killing Sword King, a figure who rose from humble beginnings, ruthless and unyielding, achieving his goals by any means necessary, leaving a trail of destroyed families and bloodshed in his wake. The mere thought of such a person was enough to instill fear. Should Chu Ze become the apprentice of the blood-killing Sword King, the latter's intervention could spell doom for him, as neither his father nor even his ancestors could offer protection. To mitigate this risk, Chu Ze must be eliminated. The enmity between them had already been established, a grudge that would be difficult to resolve, especially one of such magnitude. Even if he were willing to apologize, how could he be certain that Chu Ze would not seek vengeance later? He would act as he deemed fit. Therefore, it was best to eradicate the threat entirely. The information regarding Chu Ze was divulged by him to Lu Yin and Lu Jing. These two, whose hands were not clean, were known to many with ulterior motives, making them suitable pawns for his plans. By utilizing them, he could orchestrate Chu Ze's expulsion from the sect. Additionally, he intended to enlist the help of the demonic sect's assassination lineage to eliminate both Chu Ze and the two Lu brothers. The 6 branches of the demonic sect specialized in assassination and intelligence gathering, accepting contracts without question, motivated solely by monetary compensation. They would not hesitate to undertake even the most dangerous assignments. If the Qian sect sought to investigate, they would first suspect Lu Jing and Lu Yin, who were known for their greed and malice. Even if they traced the actions back to the assassination lineage, they would uncover no connection to him, as he had employed an intermediary whose identity remained unknown to him. After a long day of riding, the group reached a small village near the Serpent's Treasure Cave. As dusk approached, they decided to rest for the night before proceeding to the cave the following day. The next day, they arrived at one of the cave's entrances, a dark, foreboding abyss exuding an eerie chill. They lit torches, illuminating the rough stone walls. The Serpent's Treasure Cave consisted of 4 levels, the first 2 inhabited by ordinary venomous snakes and first-tier demonic serpents. The 3rd level housed the Azure Serpent, while the depths of the 4th level concealed the formidable frost-white-scaled serpent, a peak-tier beast. Chu Ze took the initiative, stating, "My abilities are limited, and I cannot contribute to the battle with the Azure Serpent. Allow me to lead the way through the first 2 levels to help reduce the energy expenditure of my seniors." Lu Zhixiong and Yi Yi nodded slightly, pleased with the arrangement. Lu Jing, Lu Yin, and Huang Yuanliang also voiced no objections. With Chu Ze in the lead, shadows darted out from the corners, only to be swiftly dispatched by him. Experience 40. Though the experience gained was rather meager, every little bit counted. They successfully navigated through the first level. In the second level, Chu Ze continued to forge ahead. Surprisingly, this level also faced only ordinary venomous snake attacks. Yi halted, his expression solemn, sensing something amiss. "What troubles you?" Lu Zhixiong inquired, puzzled. "I have visited the Serpent's Treasure Cave several times, and the density of ordinary snakes in the second level is usually very high. Typically, one would encounter snake attacks within 10 paces. Today, however, it is unnaturally quiet. Something is definitely off, Huang Zhishu added. Perhaps we should withdraw for now and reassess the situation. Lu Jing, somewhat displeased, dismissed the concern. It's merely a minor anomaly. There's no need to make a fuss over it. Perhaps our current route simply has fewer snakes. Besides, even if there is something unusual, we must investigate. Returning without clarity would be futile. With Huang Zhishu present, as long as we avoid that white serpent, we should be safe. Lu Yi nodded in agreement. And after a moment of hesitation, Lu Zhixiong chose to proceed as well. Huang Yuanliang cast a glance at Chu Zhe and murmured, "Just be cautious as we move forward." Yi fell silent, ultimately deciding to follow suit. The group advanced cautiously, traversing a long passage until they reached the entrance to the third level. A damp, putrid odor assaulted their senses. Suddenly, a shadow lunged at Chu Zhe. "Chu Shidi, watch out!" Lu Jing shouted, his blade flashing as he cleaved the shadow in two. The creature was a first-tier demonic beast, the black-ringed snake, renowned for its speed and venom. Even a martial artist bitten by it could suffer from muscle paralysis and respiratory distress. Experience 400 now, Chu Zhe's experience radius extended to 15 meters. Even if he did not personally slay the creature, he would still gain experience from any defeated within that range. Gratitude shone in his eyes as he thanked Lu Jing. Lu Jing felt a sense of relief, still unaware of where Chu Zhe had hidden his wealth. "It's all right," he chuckled. "The third level is too perilous for you, Chu Shidi. You should rest while the four of us take turns leading the way." Lu Zhixiong, Yui. And Lu Yi nodded in agreement. Huang Yueliang's eyes flashed with a hint of regret. He had noticed the snake earlier but chose not to warn Chu Zhe. While he had no intention of harming Chu Zhe himself, if Chu Zhe were to falter and fall victim to a snake, that would be unfortunate. Lu Jing took the lead, followed by Lu Yin, then Yi, Lu Zhixiong, Chu Zhe, and lastly Huang Yuanyang. Upon entering the third level, everyone heightened their vigilance, channeling their energy. After walking several hundred meters, Lu Zhixiong suddenly exclaimed, "So many snakes, how disgusting." Chu Zhe peered ahead, his scalp prickling. Before them lay a cavern comparable to a football field, its ceiling adorned with luminescent moss. Beneath the soft glow, countless snakes of varying sizes and species slithered, hissing incessantly. Everyone felt a surge of fear. Yui whispered, "It seems the majority of the demonic serpents are congregated here. Only that frost-white-scaled serpent can command such a multitude. There must be something unusual deeper within the cave. Master, we should retreat." Huang Yuanliang echoed, prioritizing their lives above all else. Such anomalies could herald great danger. At that moment, a voice echoed from a nearby passage. "You are from the Qian sect, aren't you? Who goes there?" The group tensed, gripping their weapons tightly. Eyes scanning for the source. 5 individuals in blue sect uniforms emerged from the shadows, brandishing torches. "It's the Tianhe sect," Yui murmured. Chapter 84 Cooperation. Chu Zhe silently observed the 5 young men from Tianhe sect. The leader, possessing a handsome visage and a prominent nose, was a 4th-level innate martial artist. The other 4 were peak martial masters. The leader stepped forward and clasped his hands, introducing himself as Su Xinghe, a true disciple of Tianhe sect. He gestured towards his companions, Yang Yuchuan, Bai Jixin, Jiang Kong, and Qin Man, all inner disciples of Tianhe sect. The relationship between Tianhe sect and Qiang sect was relatively amicable. Huang Yuanyang also politely returned the greeting and introduced Chu Zhe and the others in turn. Su Xing bowed again, expressing his desire for collaboration to hunt the frost-scaled whitesnake. Yui's expression turned peculiar. He remarked that with their group alone, they stood little chance. The frost-scaled whitesnake, a creature of spiritual bloodline, boasted formidable combat prowess, and they would be no match even if they combined their strengths. Su Xinghe, with a serious demeanor, explained that they might be unaware of why the serpents had gathered here. His junior brother, Bai Jixin, possessed exceptional stealth abilities and had infiltrated the depths of the cave, discovering that the frost-scaled whitesnake was in the process of laying eggs, prompting the assembly of the serpents for protection. Bai Jixin suddenly advanced, moving like a wraith, exuding an aura of silence akin to stone, proving their claims to be true and demonstrating their capacity to penetrate the depths of the cave. Once the frost-scaled whitesnake finished laying its eggs, its strength would wane, rendering it incapable of commanding the serpents, at which point the serpents would scatter, presenting an opportune moment for them to strike. They would claim the serpent eggs, while any other spoils would belong to Chu Zhe's group. Huang Yuanyang was immediately intrigued. The carcass of a 3rd-tier spirit beast was worth several thousand taels, and combined with other beast corpses, the total could exceed 10,000. If they could also find some spiritual herbs, the profit would be even greater, particularly since the Tianqing snake was likely to be present as well. "Let us confer for a moment," Lu Zhixiong interjected. "I have heard of Su Xinghe. He is known as the gentleman's sword in the martial world, and his reputation is quite commendable." Upon hearing this name, Chu Zhe felt a sense of foreboding. Yet he did not sense any malice from Su Xinghe and his companions. It seemed that prejudice was indeed a formidable mountain. After a discussion, everyone agreed. Yi, Lu Zhixiong, and the others pursued tasks primarily for wealth. The opportunity to profit handsomely justified the risks involved. Lu Jing and Lu Yin were particularly elated, pondering whether Chu Zhe's funds would suffice for their breakthroughs. Every extra gain would be welcome. Zhe also concurred, realizing he alone could not vanquish many foes. The more serpents they could eliminate together, the better. Witnessing Zhe's agreement, Su Xinghe and his companions exchanged faint smiles. Su Xinghe announced, "The frost-scaled white snake will lay its eggs today. I will confront the frost-scaled white snake while you and my junior brothers deal with the second-tier serpents. Huang Ji's task will be to handle the Tianqing snake and monitor the movements of the serpent horde." Half a day passed. Suddenly, a piercing cry of agony echoed through the cave. The serpents in the underground cavern began to stir, flicking their tongues hesitantly before swiftly retreating in all directions. In no time, the massive serpent horde dispersed, leaving only a few hundred venomous snakes lingering in the cave. Seeing the serpents slithering away, Zhe lamented the missed opportunity. Capturing them all would undoubtedly yield a significant experience boost. Su Xinghe, eyes glinting with intent, commanded, "Attack." Sword and blade energy surged forth. Moments later, the hundreds of venomous snakes were eradicated. Experience points 36,000. 36 draws were effortlessly obtained. The group advanced deeper into the cave, easily dispatching numerous first and second-tier serpents along the way. At the entrance to the fourth layer, 8 peak second-tier serpent demons stood guard like sentinels. 8. Everyone frowned. Beasts of the same realm were considerably stronger than humans. 6 peak martial masters could barely restrain 6 second-tier demons, while Yue and Lu Zhixiang could only manage to hold off one together. As for Zhe, with his second-level martial prowess, he seemed utterly outmatched. At this moment, Zhe spoke up, "I can draw one away. I have mastered a second-tier movement technique to perfection." Upon hearing this, all present were taken aback. Mastering a second-tier technique to such a level was no trivial feat. It could take years, if not a lifetime, to reach that threshold. They were all aware of the difficulty in training second-tier techniques. Apart from Su Xinghe, none of the martial masters present had achieved such mastery. Huang Yuanyang, after his breakthrough as an innate martial master, had spent several months honing a second-tier technique to perfection. Observing Zhe's youth, they surmised he had likely spent 1 or 2 years at most mastering this technique, marking him as a prodigious talent. Lu Jing and Lu Yin felt increasingly disgruntled. After years of training, they had only just managed to reach a significant level of skill, with no further advancement since. It was hard to bear witnessing such raw talent. Huang Yuanyang was similarly astonished, though he maintained a calm demeanor, asking, "Are you certain? If you can lure away a demon snake, your reward will be equal to that of Lu Jing and the others." With the true energy of a second-level martial artist, Zhe would likely not endure long. A moment's pause could spell his doom. The youth was too young and likely thought he was a hindrance, feeling compelled to prove himself. "Very well," Zhe exclaimed, gratitude evident on his face. "Thank you, elder." Lu Jing, however, wore a worried expression, imploring, "Zhu junior brother, do not push yourself." Lu Zhixiang and Yue echoed his sentiments, cautioning, "Wealth is important, but life is paramount. Act within your means." With a bashful smile, akin to a radiant young man, Zhe assured them, "I understand." Su Xinghe and his companions had no objections, as the peril was not theirs to face. The decision was made. In an instant, Zhe appeared beside a half-drowsy demon snake, his sharp sword striking with precision. The unsuspecting demon was caught off guard, the blade of the mid-grade treasure cleaving a deep wound, blood gushing forth. The demon snake, in pain, emitted a furious hiss, its blood-red vertical pupils filled with rage. Without hesitation, its massive form lunged towards Zhe. He swiftly evaded, retreating dozens of meters away. The chase ensued, the two figures vanishing from sight. "That boy is incredibly fast." Lu Jing and Lu Yin gasped, realizing their speed paled in comparison to Zhe's. Should he manage to evade the demon snake, they would have to ensure one decisive blow to incapacitate him. The demon snake's roar roused the attention of other serpents, and Lu Jing and Lu Yin had no time to ponder further as they sprang into action, engaging the demon snakes in battle. Meanwhile, Su Xinghe and Huang Yuanyang made their way toward the lair of the frost-scaled white snake. Zhe, estimating he had distanced himself sufficiently, turned to calmly regard the pursuing demon snake, the dark blood flame on his sword flickering vibrantly. Upon seeing Zhe halt, the demon snake lunged forward without hesitation. With a resounding clash, the sword glimmered as Zhe withdrew his blade, leaving the demon snake cleaved in two. He summoned the blood demon handprint to purify the remains. Experience points 4,000. Zhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could slay the remaining 7 demon snakes, it would yield an additional 28 draws. Chapter 85, Blood Orchid. Betrayal. Zhe subtly adjusted his skeletal structure, seamlessly blending into the darkness as the heavenly demon concealment technique activated. His aura, along with all signs of life, vanished in an instant, as if he had evaporated into thin air, far more exquisite than Bai Zhixin's maneuvering. He slipped away once more, unnoticed, while Bai Zhixin and his companions were deeply embroiled in battle, regrettably at a disadvantage. Yue and Lu Zhixiang had sustained significant injuries, barely managing to hold their ground. Zhe's eyes flickered. He chose not to intervene and silently infiltrated the lair of the frost-scaled white serpent. What met his gaze was Huang Yuanyang, wielding his treasured blade with an impenetrable flurry, entangled with a petite azure figure, the small serpent, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. On another front, Su Xinghe was locked in an even fiercer clash with the frost-scaled white serpent. A nearly corporeal aquamarine aura enveloped him, providing steadfast protection. The blade shimmered with an icy blue radiance, and with a single stroke, a multitude of blade shadows filled the air. As his precious sword struck the serpent's scales, the aura erupted in a thunderous explosion, creating a crisp sound followed by a dazzling spray of sparks. The frost-scaled white serpent's eyes were frigid, its forked tongue flickering with rage, and it emitted a furious hiss. Its body was shrouded in layers of frost, a chilling aura enveloping it for protection. Then, like a flash of white lightning, it lunged forward, exhaling a breath of icy mist. The frosty vapor spread swiftly, freezing the air around it. Su Xinghe deftly evaded the attack, but the encroaching chill began to impede his agility. Time was of the essence. He had finally grasped the serpent's trajectory. Aquamarine patterns began to shimmer on his skin as he activated the secret technique, Wrathful Soul. Drawing upon vast reserves of true energy, he unleashed a fearsome strike. In an instant, tremendous energy surged into his blade, radiating a brilliant aquamarine glow, enveloping him in a cocoon of light as azure flames ignited upon his blade. When he brought it down, it resembled a star plummeting from the heavens, a fierce and savage strike aimed at the frost-scaled white serpent. Sensing the impending crisis, the serpent's crimson tongue flicked anxiously as it desperately twisted to evade, but it was already firmly ensnared. The blade struck true. A resounding boom echoed, and the blinding aura exploded forth, scattering like shards of glass in all directions. The impacted stone wall and ground shattered instantly, debris flying. The frost-scaled white serpent, like a meteor, crashed heavily into the earth, shards of rock scattering. Its scales lay in tatters, its massive form nearly cleaved in two, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Yet its colossal body still struggled. Its cold eyes, filled with lingering defiance, gazed longingly at the nearby nest. Moments later, it ceased its struggle. Experience 40,000. A smile involuntarily crept onto Chu Zhe's lips. The small azure serpent emitted a furious and mournful hiss, its eyes ablaze with hatred. Without hesitation, it darted towards the serpent's nest. This is bad. It intends to destroy the serpent eggs. Stop it. Su Xinghe's expression turned grave. Yet, having exhausted a considerable amount of true energy, he was momentarily unable to intervene. Huang Yuanliang's eyes darkened with ice-cold resolve. Just wait for it. The crimson aura of his blade ignited as he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. As a congenital martial artist, his reputation aside, his strength was still commendable. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of continuous explosions reverberated. The petite azure serpent, swift yet lacking in defense, was struck repeatedly by the blade aura, its body sliced in two, falling helplessly to the ground. Experience 40,000. A grin appeared on Chu Zhe's face. Su Xinghe sighed in relief, smiling. Elder Huang, your swift blade is truly masterful. Huang Yuanyang chuckled. My strength pales in comparison to young Master Su. It is hardly worth mentioning. The talents before them were indeed enviable, even in its weakened state. The frost-scaled white serpent, now at the mid-third tier, could still overpower him thanks to its innate bloodline prowess. Su Xinghe, so young yet already a fourth-tier congenital martial artist, was capable of slaying the frost-scaled white serpent, all due to his innate talent. If only his bones were spiritual, even of the lowest quality, how fortunate that would be. The superior roots provided little assistance in breaking through to the martial general level. The inferior spiritual roots could increase the chances of success by 30%, the medium by 50%, and the superior by 80%. Given his current situation, the likelihood of breaking through to martial general in his lifetime was less than 10%. Talent. Oh, talent. He sighed deeply within. The two exchanged compliments, jovially approaching the serpent's nest. There lay 3 frost-white serpent eggs, quietly resting, accompanied by a blood-red orchid. Blood orchid. Both Huang Yuanyang and Su Xinghe gasped in astonishment, recognizing its significance. In an instant, the crimson blade aura clashed with the aquamarine blade aura without hesitation. Both were filled with malice and greed. Chu Zhe, observing from the sidelines, narrowed his eyes. The blood orchid, such a treasure. A fifth-tier spiritual herb. Rare and capable of altering one's bone structure. Priceless, it holds a 50% chance of transforming superior roots into spiritual roots, and a 10% chance of enhancing inferior spiritual roots, though it has little effect on those of medium quality or higher. The moment Su Xinghe and Huang Yuanyang laid eyes on the blood orchid, they comprehended its rarity. The other party would never relinquish it. They had no choice but to act swiftly. Huang Yuanyang cursed silently. What a vicious little wretch. What a malevolent old beast. Su Xinghe echoed the sentiment in his heart. The blade auras collided incessantly. Having used Wrathful Soul, Su Xinghe's strength diminished, yet his martial skills remained exquisite, his true energy surpassing that of Huang Yuanyang. Aided by the superior grade water element blade, for a moment, they fought evenly matched. Huang Yuanyang, however, was no pushover. His extensive combat experience allowed him to engage Su Xinghe head-on, relying on his abundant true energy. This must be heaven's favor, granting me this opportunity. Today, regardless of who arrives, this blood orchid shall be mine. I will slay gods if they block me, and kill Buddhas if they stand in my way. In the fervor of battle, he felt a surge of clarity, a flicker of inspiration, as his previously stagnant martial skills experienced a breakthrough. A look of joy unable to be concealed on his face. Destiny is on my side. Do not underestimate the impoverished middle-aged. Chu Zhe watched with keen interest, estimating that with his current strength, without invoking sword intent, he would not stand against either of these two formidable individuals. Chapter 86. The Yellow Sparrow lurks behind in a series of confrontations. Wang Yuanliang firmly held the upper hand. Curse be it, Su Xinghe silently lamented. Never did he anticipate being driven to such desperation. A tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs. If this continued, he might truly face a counterattack. With a pang of regret, he summoned a sword talisman into his palm. In an instant, the talisman ignited, unleashing a magnificent torrent of azure sword energy that tore through the air. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yuanliang's body was reduced to a mere heap of flesh and blood. How gruesome! Xu Zhe shielded his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Su Xinghe gleefully collected the blood orchid, storing it within the spatial jade pendant at his waist. As for the 3 snake eggs pulsating with life, they could not be placed into the spatial ring. He was preparing to retrieve the remains of the 2 demon beasts when Xu Zhe also readied himself for action. At that moment, a roar echoed from outside. Is Brother Su not done yet? We cannot hold on much longer. Su Xinghe furrowed his brow. These individuals were to be his future allies, and their loss was unacceptable. With a deft push, he propelled himself forward. With Su Xinghe's assistance, the group coordinated effectively to slay the 7 demon serpents. Lu Yin and Lu Jing displayed expressions of delight. At last, the ordeal was over, and it was time to reap the rewards. Suddenly, a sword pierced through their backs, the tip emerging from their chests, crimson blood gushing forth. They stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that they too could fall victim to betrayal. Their words faltered as life faded from their eyes, their bodies crumpling to the ground. Yui and Lu Zhixiang found themselves ensnared in a similar predicament. In this critical moment, 2 streams of sword energy struck, dislodging the sword that had betrayed them. Xu Zhe intervened. These 2 were vital witnesses. Their survival was paramount. Should he return alone, branded as a harbinger of doom, it would spell disaster. Yui and Lu Zhixiang, faces painted with shock and fear, hastily retreated, widening the distance. You wish to monopolize, Su Xinghe remarked, ignoring the 2. His expression grave as he turned to Xu Zhe. Who are you? Why meddle in our affairs? He produced a stack of silver notes. If you eliminate these 2, this 5,000 taels will be yours. After a fierce battle, their condition was far from optimal. The strength of this individual was uncertain, and avoiding conflict was preferable. Yi's countenance shifted. Senior, we are from the Qiang sect. If you save us, we are willing to offer 10,000 taels. Lu Zhixiang's face paled. Discreetly tugging at Yi's sleeve, whispering, Senior brother, 10,000 taels? You'd be better off letting me perish. Yui shot him a glare. His junior brother was too naive. In such dire circumstances, clinging to wealth was futile. Xu Zhe cackled, his voice raspy and unpleasant, shrouded in a blood-red aura. Kill you, and all shall be mine. Yui sensed trouble. This old man appeared far from benevolent. He quickly transmitted to Lu Zhixiang, if they engage, we flee. Lu Zhixiang nodded silently. Damn it, how audacious. Attack together. Su Xinghe's expression darkened. Yes, brother. The 4 brandished their weapons and charged forward. Yi's eyes lit up. Let us go, run. He turned to find Lu Zhixiang had already fled far away. How unfaithful. Yui hastily followed suit. Meanwhile, Xu Zhe's figure glided like a specter. A dark crimson flashed by. A sword surged forth, blood spilling. The 4 clutched their slashed throats, bewildered. Such speed. Su Xinghe's pupils constricted. This martial technique, it's you, Xu Zhe. Correct, but there is no reward. Xu Zhe chuckled knowingly, aware that once he employed this technique, recognition was inevitable. Given the time and place, encountering someone with a similar martial style was nearly impossible. If exposure was inevitable, so be it. As long as there were no witnesses, exposure bore no consequence. The Qingjiao sword enveloped in ghostly red sword energy, aimed at Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe's gaze turned cold. Why must you force my hand? Once again, a sword talisman materialized in his grasp. The azure sword energy held forth. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed, dust swirling in the aftermath. Su Xinghe paid no heed to Xu Zhe. He deemed his demise inevitable. This sword energy could not be withstood by anyone below the martial general level. Yet, alas, with the last sword talisman expended, his junior brothers lay dead. Nevertheless, the acquisition of the blood orchid rendered it all worthwhile. Should he elevate his roots to a medium spiritual bone, he might contend for the position of sect master of the Tianhe sect. Just as he began to lower his guard, a flicker of ethereal light darted past. A sword pierced through Su Xinghe's skull. Xu Zhe withdrew the sword. For who among them lacked a trump card? The towering figure of the blood spirit puppet silently guarded him. A faint crack across its chest signifying that it had absorbed the impact of this attack. What a bountiful harvest. A smile crept across Xu Zhe's lips. Purify. The blood demon great handprint began to refine all corpses. Now perfected, it could condense 5 blood demon seals from the remains of these formidable bodies. Each seal glistened crimson, each akin to a strike from an innate martial master. Once the blood demon great handprint reached completion, the 5 could merge to unleash a blow rivaling the pinnacle of innate martial mastery. After collecting the spoils, Xu Zhe departed with elegance. Just as he exited the myriad serpent treasure cave, whoosh, 3 arrows shot towards him. In ambush, 3 mid-tier martial masters. Xu Zhe raised an eyebrow, enveloped in a protective aura of blood-colored true energy. Upon contact, the arrows disintegrated. The erosion arrows were designed to penetrate true energy, yet they proved ineffective against him. Was this lad truly a second-tier martial master? Was there an error in intelligence? Not far away, three masked figures exchanged uncertain glances. In the next moment, Chu Zhe vanished from sight. "Greetings, my three friends." A voice echoed in their ears. Panic surged. The three black-clad figures felt their hearts race, pupils dilating. Before they could react, they were struck by a wave of sword energy, racked with pain, losing control of their bodies. Terror filled their eyes. Chu Zhe's prowess far exceeded what had been reported. No ordinary innate martial master could render them so utterly defenseless. Damn it, were the informants raised on dog excrement? Their information was absurdly flawed. "Lord, spare us." Yet before they could finish, Chu Zhe unleashed his true energy, shattering their heart meridians. A quick search revealed 3 yellow tokens, inscribed with the numbers 145, 153, and 162. These appeared to be identity tokens from some organization, too unfamiliar for him to recognize. Identification. Yellow Killer Token No. 145, crafted from first-tier yellow pearwood for the Demon Sect's blood assassins. Assassins of the Demon Sect. Chu Zhe's surprise was palpable. He had initially believed these three to be mere rogue bandits, who sought to assassinate him. Without a doubt, it had to be Fang Pobai. But it mattered not. He would settle this debt with him sooner or later. His gaze darkened. He had intended to break through to innate martial mastery before seeking retribution. Yet it seemed Fang Pobai could not contain himself first. Chapter 87. The Blood Demon Hand Seal achieved. Chu Zhe hastened towards the small village. Upon entering the courtyard, he encountered Yi and Lu Zhixiang, both of whom appeared disheartened. Upon noticing the commotion, Yi and Lu Zhixiang were taken aback to see Chu Zhe. Yi exclaimed joyfully, "Junior brother Chu, you have returned. We feared the worst had befallen you. How did you manage to escape?" With a smile, Chu Zhe released the aura of his 5th-level martial artist prowess. "In truth, my cultivation is at the 5th level of martial artistry, and my speed surpasses that of the demon snake by a considerable margin. However, my master advised me to remain cautious while outside, thus I concealed my true abilities. My apologies, esteemed brothers." Yi and Lu Zhixiang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in exercising caution when venturing beyond the familiar. With a puzzled expression, Chu Zhe inquired, "After I evaded the demon snake and returned, I discovered that everyone had vanished. What transpired? Where are Elder Huang and brothers Lu?" Yi's countenance darkened, his expression grave. "Elder Huang and brothers Lu Jing and Lu Yin have been slain by Su Xinghe." A tremor coursed through Chu Zhe's body, his pupils contracting in disbelief. "What? How dare they?" Lu Zhixiang scoffed. "They merely sought to monopolize the spoils. Such treachery is all too common. Had it not been for the intervention of a senior, we would have met the same fate. Who would know that it was Su Xinghe who committed this atrocity? He is reputed for his gentlemanly sword, and I had presumed his character was trustworthy. It seems he is nothing more than a despicable coward." Yi interjected, "Now that you have returned, junior brother Chu, we must make haste to report this to the sect. Su Xinghe and his accomplices are engaged in battle with that mysterious senior, and we cannot ascertain the outcome. It is highly likely they will pursue us." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhixiang recalled Yu's promise of 1,000 taels of silver, causing him to feel a rush of anxiety. 1,000 taels would be enough to sell me into debt. Indeed, we must return to the sect. Su Xinghe has dared to commit such an act. It is imperative that we report it and ensure he faces repercussions. After deliberation, the trio resolved to return to the sect that very night. Once they reported the situation to the sect, Chu Zhe returned to his family courtyard, finally at leisure to examine his recent gains. This time, he acquired over 20,000 taels of silver, 1 superior-grade treasure, 6 medium-grade treasures, and 3 inferior-grade treasures, along with several medicinal pills. The most valuable item was a spatial jade pendant belonging to Su Xinghe, which was worth no less than 100,000 taels. Although the space within the pendant was limited to merely 1 cubic unit and contained nothing particularly valuable, Chu Zhe's gaze shifted towards the system panel, a smile gracing his face. Current experience points, 200,500. With 200,000 experience points at his disposal, he had a full 200 draws to make. Without hesitation, he initiated the lottery. The roulette spun, intertwining white, green, and blue lights. Chu Zhe perused the rewards, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He had drawn 2 blue-level talents, light as a swallow, and photographic memory. The former would enhance his agility by 30% and accelerate his learning of movement techniques. What pleased him most was the latter talent, which he deemed at least purple grade. The ability to retain information effortlessly would significantly augment his learning capacity. Everyone is aware of the hardships of learning and the difficulty of rote memorization. With this talent, even the most unremarkable individual could transform into a prodigy. He had always envied those with exceptional memories. In addition to the talents, he also acquired a 2nd-tier premium Qi Ling pill, a 3rd-tier premium Ling Yuan pill, and a superior-grade mask known as the Ghost Mask. Its primary ability was to obscure his aura, rendering him undetectable even by martial generals. Furthermore, he received a substantial quantity of martial arts experience pearls, totaling 2,000 points. Chu Zhe allocated all 2,000 points to the Blood Demon Hand Seal, thereby elevating it to perfection. Martial Arts, Blood Demon Hand Seal perfected, 5,000, 5,000. The 5 Blood Demon Seals gradually merged into one. A surge of bloodlight erupted. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed in Chu Zhe's ears. Before him, a scene materialized. A blood-red giant ape, colossal as a mountain, howled towards the heavens, exuding an overwhelming presence. Surrounding him, countless demon beasts roared and surged forth. The blood-red giant ape unleashed a thunderous roar, its blood energy soaring into the sky. And with a mighty swing of its enormous paw, it obliterated countless demon beasts into blood mist. The mist surged like a tide into the giant ape's palm, causing the intricate patterns within it to glow ever more vividly. Another strike followed. The anguished wails of the demon beasts reverberated through the air. In the next moment, the scene dissipated, leaving behind a newly formed blood ape seal, animated and remarkably agile. A glimmer of peculiar light flashed in Chuzé's eyes. The perfected blood demon hand seal was even more sinister than he had anticipated. This secret technique seemed to emulate the powers of the blood-red giant ape. A single strike could reduce living beings to blood mist. The blood mist would then be absorbed by the blood ape seal without diminishing its potency, instead enhancing the power of the blood demon hand seal to unprecedented levels. Chapter 88. The completion of bone refinement, blood and chi in the crucible subsequently. Chuzé retrieved the blood orchid. While it could yield far better results if refined into a pill, he lacked the acquaintance of an alchemist. Even if he did know one, the process would require a month or two, and there lay the risk of failure. Thus, he decided to consume it directly. Swallowing it whole, he felt little at first. Moments later, a peculiar warmth coursed through his entire being, followed by a tumultuous surge of blood and chi, accompanied by an intensely unbearable itch that permeated his body. This sensation was even more intolerable than pain itself. Unable to contain himself, Chuzé let out a low growl. Bolting from the room to the training ground, where he found a massive iron stone to strike against. Only then did he manage to alleviate a fraction of his discomfort, oddly generating a sense of pleasure in the process. He continued to collide with the iron stone, losing track of time until the itch finally subsided. Chuzé exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. His body relaxed, and his bones emitted a crisp cracking sound, leaving him feeling utterly invigorated. Upon closer inspection, he sensed that his foundational bones seemed to radiate with a brighter aura, yet he had not yet breached the threshold of intermediate spirit bones. Just as disappointment began to creep in, he suddenly realized that the blood orchid greatly enhanced his recovery of blood and chi. While he had been striking the iron stone, a significant amount of his vitality had been consumed by the demonic flame. This might explain why he had not advanced to intermediate spirit bones. Part of the blood orchid's efficacy had been squandered. Nevertheless, what originally would have taken another half-month for the second layer of the devouring heavenly demonic art to be perfected was now complete. Martial art. Devouring heavenly demonic art. LV2-100010000000. Having gone through this process once, twice, and now a third time, Chuzé hesitated not at all in making his breakthrough. The pitch-black demonic flame enveloped him entirely, searing his bones fiercely, purging impurities, and forging them into steel. To successfully refine his bones, he had to endure the agonizing pain of bone incineration. Under the scorching flames, his bones cracked and splintered, yet with the aid of his immortal body, they rapidly healed. At this moment, the pain was nearly overwhelming, rendering him unable to execute precise maneuvers. Thus, he surrendered to the chaos of the demonic flames, trusting that his immortal body would not let him down. Amidst destruction and restoration, new bones gradually formed. Half a day later, the bone refinement was complete. His skeletal structure was fortified, rendering his body impervious to harm, both fire and water alike. Now, Chuzé's bones gleamed like jade, possessing a unique texture, rivaling the hardness of mid-grade treasured artifacts. A terrifying surge of blood and chi erupted from him, forming a phantom crucible above his head, exuding an unparalleled warmth akin to a blazing sun. The blood chi crucible symbolized the success of his bone refinement. He now stood at the pinnacle of innate martial masters, capable of striding through Qingyang County with confidence. The next realm of body refinement lay in refining the organs, nourishing them with spiritual energy, revitalizing his essence, and granting him the ability of regeneration from severed limbs. Chuzé had no time to savor the joy of his breakthrough. In a daze, he fell into a deep slumber. The following day, Chuzé awoke languidly. As he supported himself with his hands, he found that even the Qing stone, which could withstand the impact of innate martial masters, shattered like tofu. He was utterly astonished. After the bone refinement, his strength had increased dramatically. With an effortless punch, the air before him seemed to explode with a sound akin to a sonic boom. It was a transformation akin to being reborn. Chuzé leaped into the air, effortlessly soaring over 10 meters high. After practicing for an hour, he barely managed to control his surging power. Alongside the drastic change in his physical prowess, his foundational bone talent had also undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. His bones had ascended to the upper tier of spirit bones, exhibiting a tendency towards transformation akin to that of a dragoness bone, a term synonymous with celestial bones. This was entirely unexpected. In a moment of enlightenment, he recognized that the process of bone refinement was the most significant phase in enhancing his foundational bone talent, even more so than refining the organs and viscera. Overjoyed, Chuzé consumed a red spirit pill, discovering that his cultivation speed had increased severalfold. Previously akin to a plane, he now felt like a fighter jet. The quality of his vital energy had risen by over 30%, and an overwhelming sense of invincibility washed over him. He longed to test his newfound strength against a formidable foe. Thus, he resolved to confront Fang Pobai. Under the starry night, at the Red Flower Pavilion, Chu Zhe materialized in an uninhabited alley adjacent to the establishment. He had procured information regarding Fang Pobai from the Sihai bookstore. Tonight, Fang Pobai would arrive at the Red Flower Pavilion. Time elapsed slowly. At last, Fang Pobai appeared, holding a paper fan, flanked by Zhao Yuan. His expression dark and brooding as he entered the pavilion. He had received news of Chu Zhe's safe return to the Qiang sect and scoffed coldly. The Demon Slayer lineage was filled with ineptitude, incapable of dealing with a mere second-tier martial artist. Suppressed anger churned within him, demanding release. On the third floor, in a private room, four enchanting women clad in sheer fabric were bound and tossed onto the grand bed, their mouths gagged, tears glistening in their eyes. Fang Pengbai's breath quickened as he approached. My lovely beauties, I am here. As he began to disrobe, a sudden look of terror flashed across the women's faces. Unbeknownst to him, a figure adorned with a ghostly mask had appeared behind him. A chilling gasp escaped them as they recoiled in fear. Seeing their fright, Fang Penbai swallowed hard, growing increasingly excited. Yet, as he took a step forward, bewilderment flickered in his eyes, sensing something amiss. In the next instant, he was engulfed in a mist of blood. Witnessing this horrific scene, the four women turned pale and fainted on the spot, with a gust of wind at his feet. Chu Zhe slipped away like a wraith, leaving no trace behind. Naturally, Zhao Yuan, who had been waiting outside, also vanished. At the Qiang sect, in a small courtyard, Qin Qin's expression was grim. After the deaths of Lu Yin and Lu Jing, he found himself deprived of a lucrative side income. Having tasted the sweetness of profit, he was unwilling to relinquish this no-risk venture. Money was always insufficient. The more, the better. As he contemplated new candidates, a figure suddenly materialized behind him. Startled, Qin Qin felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. He retreated hastily, preparing to cry out for help. Yet, his gaze froze, his body paralyzed. As the world around him shifted dramatically, an unending sea of flames rose, scorching his very soul. In an instant, he was consumed by the inferno. The sword intent of Chu Zhe, though still nascent, was sufficient to intimidate a seventh-tier innate martial artist for a fleeting breath. Having stealthily approached Qin Qin, that brief moment was enough to seal his fate. With a single strike, he reduced Qin Qin to a cloud of blood mist. He was unaware of Qin Qin's connections to Lu Yin and Lu Jing, but it was undeniable that Qin Qin had caused him trouble, and trouble must be resolved. Otherwise, it would only escalate. Feeling a sense of relief, he moved on. Meanwhile, at the Fang residence, the atmosphere was thick with tension as members of the Fang family gathered, their expressions grim. Although Fang Pengbei had been somewhat of a wastrel, he was still a direct descendant of the family, and his brutal murder incited a sense of shared sorrow among them. Fang Qi's eyes brimmed with rage and sorrow. His only son had perished that night, and worse yet, his remains were unrecognizable. Elder brother, you must avenge Pengbei. Fang Cheng'an, the head of the Fang family, furrowed his brow in deep thought. To obliterate a person into blood mist with a single strike could only be accomplished by a martial king. Even a martial general could not command such overwhelming force. It was improbable for Pengbei to have offended a martial king. It was far more likely that he had crossed paths with a master of a unique martial art, possibly from the Blood Demon sect, possessing at least late innate martial artist prowess, if not a martial general. The Blood Demon sect was not to be trifled with. Casting a gaze over his kin, he asserted, regardless of who dares to harm my Fang family member, they shall pay dearly. In a broad sense, the image of the ghostly mask was disseminated throughout the entire estate, while a bounty was placed within the demonic faction, with a resolute determination to apprehend the perpetrator responsible for the murder of Pengbei. Understood. Fang Guangyi bowed respectfully and departed swiftly. Fang Yi, the second in command of the Fang family, shook his head, expressing skepticism. Relying solely on a single ghostly visage makes identifying the murderer exceedingly challenging. Every occurrence has its reasons. Who has Pengbei recently offended? Third brother, you must meticulously investigate all of Pengbei's recent actions. Reflect on any peculiarities in his behavior. Fang Qi managed to calm his tumultuous thoughts and nodded slightly. Regardless of the identity of the assailant, he vowed to ensure that the murderer would face consequences. Meanwhile, the mysterious disappearance of Qin Qin stirred considerable turmoil. The Steward Hall intervened to conduct an investigation. What began as an inquiry quickly escalated into shocking revelations. It was discovered that Qin Qin had colluded with Lu Yin and Lu Jing to perpetrate atrocities against the sect's disciples. The elders of the Steward Hall were incensed. Although the sect did not place significant value on outer disciples, they could not tolerate the existence of such a heinous culture of harming fellow members. Consequently, a thorough examination of the outer disciples was conducted, uncovering over 20 spies from rival factions, along with 2 additional instances of harm inflicted upon fellow disciples. The assailants were promptly eliminated. As for Qin Qin, the elders speculated that he, fearing exposure and the consequences of his actions, had fled in terror. The elders of the Steward Hall immediately ordered his apprehension. For the time being, none could foresee that these 2 incidents were connected to a newly arrived martial arts disciple. Chapter 89. Breaking through to the innate martial master, the red reward of the primordial space with a buoyant heart, Chuzhe arrived at the Spirit Energy Cave. His primary objective was to ascend to the level of an innate martial master. Given his current pace of cultivation, a breakthrough within a month seemed entirely feasible. At the entrance of the Spirit Energy Cave, he was greeted by a beautiful female cultivator. Her eyes lit up upon seeing Chuzhe, a delightful junior brother. With a sweet smile, she inquired, "Are you here to utilize the Spirit Energy Cave?" Chuzhe nodded, presenting his identity badge to her. After reviewing his credentials, the female cultivator expressed her regret. He had only joined the sect in July through the Qiang Order. Although he was handsome, he was not her type. She handed him a token to access cave number 14, reminding him that he had only 2 days to cultivate. Chuzhe acknowledged her words with a slight nod. Settling into the cave, he sat cross-legged on the mat. As he sensed the rich spirit energy within, he couldn't help but admire its density. It was no wonder so many sought to join the sect. The benefits were indeed remarkable. In his palm appeared a jade vial containing the extraordinary Xianling liquid bestowed upon him by the blood-killing Sword King. Xianling liquid, a rare treasure of heaven and earth that, when consumed, catalyzes cultivation. The better the talent, the more pronounced the increase in cultivation speed, especially in environments rich in spirit energy. Upon opening the vial, a faint, refreshing fragrance wafted forth, invigorating him instantly. Inside were 3 droplets of purple liquid, each capable of sustaining effects for 2 hours. He swallowed 1 droplet, feeling a cool sensation envelop him. As he sat in meditation, the air around him filled with spirit energy, surging into his body like a tidal wave. In an instant, he felt his body brimming, a sensation of fullness that bordered on discomfort. The potency of the liquid was extraordinary, yet fortunately, his body was resilient enough to endure it. Let the storm come even fiercer, he thought, fervently refining the energy within him as it whirled chaotically. After 2 hours, a crisp sound resonated within him. He had reached the 6th level of martial master, remarkably swift. Just 2 hours of cultivation equated to the results of 10 days of effort. Chuzhe proceeded to consume the remaining 2 droplets of Xianling liquid. After 4 hours, he felt another tremor within his body. He had ascended to the 7th level of martial master. Sensing the abundant true energy coursing through him, a smile crept onto his face. He was now capable of contending with a martial artist at the 7th level of innate martial arts. In high spirits, he prepared to exit the cave. The female cultivator gazed at him in astonishment, having noticed a significant change in his aura after just half a day. Had he truly broken through? She kindly reminded him. "You still have half a day left. You could cultivate a bit longer before leaving." Chuzhe shook his head, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, but it's unnecessary. I possess ample medicinal pills, and the cave's benefits are not paramount for me. Moreover, after 6 consecutive hours of intense cultivation, my mind requires some relaxation." The female cultivator blinked, pondering how any disciple would typically remain in the cave until the last moment. Was it possible that Chuzhe was a second-generation martial artist? She felt he was indeed exceptional. As she contemplated acquiring his contact information, she realized he had already vanished. What a pity. Instead of returning home, Chuzhe ventured to the library, eager to enrich his knowledge while also returning some books. After returning the sword technique of catastrophe and flame and the journey of the 10,000 snakes, he began to peruse the shelves, absorbing the information voraciously. Knowledge is power. While this knowledge may not immediately enhance his strength, it would undoubtedly lay the foundation for his ascent to greatness in the future. After copying nearly 3,000 books from the 1st floor, he ascended to the 2nd floor, where the selection was sparse, comprising only a little over 100 texts on martial techniques and cultivation methods, which could only be skimmed. After a thorough examination, he gained substantial insights, acquiring a comprehensive understanding of the entire Xing'an prefecture. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was August 25th, seated cross-legged in his room. Chuzhe focused on compressing his true energy to thicken it like oil. The spirit energy surged into him, forming a colossal vortex above his head. As the energy coursed through his meridians, it coalesced into vast amounts of true energy. Drops of crimson liquid began to form, pressing against one another, gradually becoming viscous and dark red. Then, at a pivotal moment, a powerful new blood essence erupted from the vortex of true energy, refining his entire being. A wave of profound joy radiated from the depths of his soul. He had become an innate martial master. Host, Chuzhe, talent, intelligent, blue, immortal body, gold, hardening green. Indomitable spear, green. Super endurance, green. Sword immortal, gold. Light, as a swallow, blue. Photographic memory, blue. Root bone, superior spiritual bone. Martial arts, sky-eating demon technique. LV3-50,001-0000000. Minor completion of the demon disintegration technique. 10-2000. Minor completion of the demon blood escape technique. 10-2000. Entry level of the demon breath holding technique. 10-2000. Minor completion of the world-burning sword cannon. 0-10,000. Realm. First level of innate martial master. 0-10,000. Current experience points. 60,000. Current experience radius. 100 meters. Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the innate martial master. You are rewarded with a guaranteed gold draw opportunity. You can use the 3rd level roulette, requiring 10 000 experience points for 1 draw. The green area has a 50 probability, blue 49, and purple 1. Once again, Chuzhe indulged in a cleansing ritual, lighting incense and praying to various deities. Even after experiencing this twice, his heart raced with excitement. With hands clasped and eyes closed, he fervently wished, red, red, red. If only I could draw red and become a martial emperor, I would be willing. As the roulette spun, he suddenly opened his eyes, wide with astonishment. The dazzling, enchanting crimson finally appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the red reward. Primordial space. His heart raced, and his hands trembled. The joy was overwhelming. He gently slapped himself, reluctant to strike too hard. Though it didn't hurt, the sensation confirmed that this was no dream. At that moment, he sensed a gray space deep within his mind, a small patch of purple land, approximately 10 square meters, surrounded by a vast gray mist. The land emanated a radiant aura, forming a protective barrier against the encroaching fog. Simultaneously, he understood the dual functions of the primordial space. Firstly, it allowed for the cultivation of any seed sown. The more precious the seed, the longer the nurturing time required. Spirit stones could be used to expedite this process. Secondly, it served as a means of restoration. Even the smallest fragment could be fully repaired, with the time taken depending on the extent of the damage and the value of the item. Currently, he could nurture 3 items simultaneously. As his realm increased, the land would expand, allowing for more items to be nurtured in a shorter time frame. As for spirit stones, having read extensively, he was well aware of their significance. Martial kings could harness their power. Their currency was no longer gold or silver, but spirit stones. Spirit stones were born from the veins of heaven and earth, containing exceptionally pure spirit energy, serving numerous purposes, from cultivation and mana restoration to powering spirit artifacts, treasures, and formations. The blood spirit puppet was driven by spirit stones, which were classified into inferior, medium, superior, and supreme grades based on the quality of the spirit energy they contained. However, a low-grade spiritual stone is worth 10,000 taels, an exorbitant price indeed. With his current wealth, he cannot afford it. How impoverished. Chuzhe pondered slightly, considering what he needed to cultivate. Unfortunately, he had exhausted both the Xianling liquid and blood spirit flower. Otherwise, those 2 items would have been his priority. After much contemplation, he realized he had nothing worthwhile to cultivate at the moment. Yet, idleness was not an option. After some deliberation, Chuzhe made his way to the Sex Treasure Pavilion. He exchanged 39,800 taels of silver for 4 low-grade spiritual stones. Outer disciples received a discount when exchanging for spiritual stones, enjoying a 9% discount. The low-grade spiritual stones were roughly the thickness of a finger, appearing dull gray with a faint shimmer of spiritual light. As Chuzhe grasped one of the low-grade spiritual stones and attempted to channel his true energy, an overwhelming surge of natural spiritual energy violently flooded into his body. Far more potent than when using the Xianling liquid. Even with Chuzhe's physique, he could not withstand it and his complexion paled. He severed his connection with the stone. The spiritual energy contained within was too fierce. Only a martial king could endure such force. Even he would need to wait until he broke through to martial general or further strengthened his body before he could utilize the spiritual stones for cultivation. Chuzhe buried 3 of the spiritual stones in the Hongming space, faintly sensing that he would reap rewards in 10 days. The cultivation speed of the Hongming space exceeded his expectations. If he wished to accelerate time using the spiritual stones, 1 low-grade spiritual stone could shorten the cultivation time by a day. It was rather unwise. He decided to wait instead. Poverty instilled in him a sense of patience. Having already broken through to the innate martial master, Chuzhe proceeded to the Deacon Hall to register. Innate martial masters could freely select a 3rd-tier martial skill. After his breakthrough, he initially intended to inform his master first, but suddenly realized he did not possess his master's contact information, so he abandoned the idea. He would wait for his master to seek him out. There was no rush. 2 gatekeeping disciples warmly escorted him to Deacon Xian's office. As this matter fell under his jurisdiction, Deacon Xian was engrossed in writing something. He looked up with a bland expression, asking, "What is it?" Chuzhe clasped his hands in a salute, stating, "Disciple has advanced to innate martial master and has come to register." "What?" Deacon Xian abruptly lifted his head, his hand trembling uncontrollably, causing ink to spill onto a large section of pristine paper. Chuzhe's palm felt an overwhelming surge of blood energy. Indeed, it was formidable energy. Deacon Xian felt his throat dry, momentarily at a loss for words. Just over a month ago, this lad was merely a 2nd-tier martial master. What on earth had transpired? Had several months actually passed, or had Chuzhe concealed his true abilities? His mind raced, desperately seeking a rational explanation for this extraordinary occurrence. "Deacon Xian," Chuzhe softly called out. Hearing his name, Deacon Xian pinched his thigh hard to regain his composure. Suddenly, he understood why Elder Chio had instructed him to pay attention to Chuzhe. An 18-year-old innate martial master was undoubtedly a true disciple in the making. Such talent was impossible for Elder Chio to overlook. However, this boy truly possessed an inferior spiritual bone. After a moment's hesitation, he asked Chuzhe, "May I examine your bones?" Chuzhe nodded slightly. His rapid cultivation progress could not hide his root quality for long. He had already concocted a plausible explanation for why his inferior spiritual bone had transformed into a superior one. During a previous mission, he had accidentally discovered a rare spiritual herb, consuming it and subsequently undergoing a transformation. In the vastness of the world, wonders abound. Although such instances of unexpected acquisition of heavenly spiritual herbs and subsequent bone transformations were rare, they did exist. A book in the library had documented such occurrences. Indeed, studying proved useful. Deacon Xian strode towards Chu Zhe, placing a hand on his shoulder. The dense spiritual light was blinding, and he vaguely perceived a faint dragoness roar. Deacon Xian's heart raced, his eyes widening in shock. You possess a superior spiritual bone. This aptitude seemed even greater than Nangongzhe's. Who had made such a blunder in assessing his bone quality? Inferior spiritual bone? Had their eyes deceived them? Suddenly, understanding dawned upon him. Chu Zhe must have been predetermined by Elder Qiu, who sought to conceal his potential from other intersect elders to prevent them from vying for this gem. A smile spread across Deacon Xian's face. Even if he could not cultivate a good relationship with such a genius, he certainly could not afford to offend him. Excellent. Truly remarkable, he exclaimed. Chu Zhe, hand me your identity badge. I will exchange it for a new one. Chu Zhe presented his badge. The outer disciples bore white badges, while the innate martial masters had badges of alternating white and green. Inner disciples sported green badges. After exchanging for the new badge, Chu Zhe summoned a spiritual crane to journey to the Grand Hall of Inheritance on Qishao Peak. Deacon Xian released a dove, still shaken, his mind drifting away from official duties. An 18-year-old innate martial master possessed talent surpassing even that of the sect's disciples. If the sect were to have two sons, the atmosphere would surely become even more turbulent. At Baichao Peak, in Zhuxiang Pavilion, Liu Mo received the dove, his eyes widening in disbelief as he rubbed them to ensure he was not imagining things. Oh no, this is terrible. The higher the talent of this junior brother, the more desperate and distressed his master will become, and thus, his own fate will worsen. He has not yet completed copying the compendium of Materia Medica even 100 times. Swallowing hard, Liu Mo cautiously entered the courtyard. Elder Qiu was leisurely rocking in his chair, savoring a moment of tranquility. Taking a deep breath, Liu Mo said, Master, I have something to tell you. But you mustn't be angry. Elder Qiu opened his eyes and glanced at Liu Mo, saying, Go ahead. I want to be angry. Really not angry? You brat. Are you looking for a beating? Speak. Liu Mo stammered. Chu Zhe has broken through to innate martial master. Elder Qiu froze, abruptly leaping from his rocking chair. What happened? Wasn't he a second-tier martial master just over a month ago? Liu Mo scratched his head, explaining, Deacon Xian said Chu Zhe actually possesses a superior spiritual bone, with innate talent surpassing even Nangongzhe. It seems Elder Qiu made an error in judgment due to his failing eyesight. Elder Qiu's face turned ashen, his heart racked with pain. I knew about this first. He dashed out, his eyes blazing with fury. You're finished. How dare you dig under my wall? Liu Mo swallowed hard again. The last time he had seen his master this furious was also quite some time ago. Fortunately, Elder Qiu had kept his word and did not hold a grudge against him. Little did he know that the next second, Elder Qiu's voice echoed from afar. Liu Mo, copy the Shinong Jing 3,000 times. Liu Mo's pupils dilated, and he felt utterly despondent. How foolish of him to believe his master's words. Chapter 90. The mysterious task and the crisis at the Jinyang Martial Arts Hall. Chu Zhe arrived at the Hall of Inheritance, riding upon a spiritual crane. The status of the Hall of Inheritance was significantly elevated compared to that of the Library Pavilion. The ancient and majestic structure boasted a crimson entrance towering 10 zhang high. An inconspicuous old sweeper was present. Chu Zhe bowed respectfully and retrieved his waist token. Senior, I wish to select a third-tier swordsmanship technique. The old sweeper replied in a calm tone, Follow me inside. Within the hall, tall stone pillars reached towards the heavens, with bookshelves lining both sides, each protected by prohibitions that allowed only for brief glances at the summaries. The old sweeper approached the second bookshelf. There is a quiet chamber within. You have one day to memorize the contents. Copying or taking notes is strictly forbidden. Chu Zhe nodded in understanding and began perusing the texts. Crimson Flame Sword Technique. Rending Sky Sword Technique. Converging Sun Sword Technique. Suddenly, his eyes lit up upon spotting a particular technique. Fire Dance Whirlwind Sword Technique. The final move. Heaven and earth coexist. Harness the forces of nature to unleash devastating power. This is the one. Senior, I wish to have the Fire Dance Whirlwind Technique. The old sweeper slightly nodded, produced a token, lifted the prohibition, and handed the manual to Chu Zhe. Chu Zhe quickly flipped through the pages. All right, Senior. The old sweeper cast a surprised glance at Chu Zhe, noting his remarkable memory. He did not doubt that Chu Zhe had merely skimmed through the text. Chu Zhe nodded slightly. Just as he finished speaking, the old sweeper's withered hand rested gently on Chu Zhe's shoulder. In an instant, Chu Zhe felt his body stiffen, an electrifying sensation coursing through him. Superior spiritual bone. The old sweeper's expression softened. Very well, I permit you to select another martial technique. Such as the treatment of a genius. Chu Zhe bowed deeply. Thank you, Senior. After a brief contemplation, he chose the Drifting Dragon Steps. In the Hall of Clarity, the training ground of Yi Qingxiu. Qingqiu, come out here. Elder Qiu's voice boomed in anger as he swung his sword. In an instant, a massive, twisting scarlet sword energy formed in the air, crashing down. Suddenly, layers of purple clouds appeared above the hall. The sword energy vanished into the clouds. As silent as a stone thrown into the sea, a purple-robed elder descended gracefully, wearing a warm smile. Elder Qiu, who has offended you? Speak, and I shall avenge you. The elder, named Chu Wu, was an intersect elder of the Wanjin Peak. Elder Qiu huffed. Where is Qingqiu? Bring him out to see me. Chu Wu replied with a smile. The sect master has gone to the 100 Beasts Mountain for a hunt and has yet to return. Elder Qiu's expression faltered. With the target absent, he could not vent his anger on others. Inform me the moment he returns. Chu Zhe exited the Hall of Inheritance. His next objective was to become an intersect disciple by completing a mysterious task. In the task hall, dozens of disciples moved about, creating a bustling atmosphere. The sect's tasks were classified into 4 difficulties: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, corresponding to various ranks of martial artists. The task board displayed an array of papers, making it a cumbersome endeavor to find a suitable task. Chu Zhe approached the mysterious task board, which was further subdivided into 9 stars of difficulty. His gaze scanned from top to bottom, finally resting on the 3rd row. Task: Eliminate the Blood Boy of Qingyang County. Strength requirement: 2nd level innate martial artist task difficulty. 3 stars task reward, 1,000 contribution points. Recommendation: tasks should be undertaken by disciples of the 4th level innate martial artist or above. Exchanging for a 2nd-tier martial technique required 1,000 contribution points, while a 3rd-tier technique demanded 5,000. 1 contribution point could be exchanged for 1 or 2 silver coins, though few ever opted to do so. This task was perfectly suited for him. With his current strength, it was time to settle matters with the Lu family. Tearing off the task notice, Chu Zhe found a steward to report his undertaking. After leaving the task hall, he proceeded to the treasure pavilion. Upon returning home in wealth, one must purchase something to bring back. The Jinyang Martial Arts Hall had provided him with considerable security during his most vulnerable times, for which he held immense gratitude. It had become his first anchor in this world. Medicinal pills, precious artifacts, he bought them all. Most importantly, he acquired the advanced edition of the Flame Sun Fist and the incomplete Crimson Sun Heart Method, innate martial artist edition for 100,000 silver notes. His silver notes evaporated in an instant, yet he felt it was well worth the expense. The thought of the astonished expressions on the faces of Master Lin and the others brought a smile to his heart. Noticing the day was waning, he decided to set off the next day, allowing time to fully cultivate the fire dance whirlwind technique. The following day, Chu Zhe arrived at the 100 Beasts Hall, preparing to rent a 2nd-tier white pine crane for his return journey. Riding a crane to Qingyang was undoubtedly more prestigious than on a red-scale horse. With the speed of a 2nd-tier white pine crane, he would reach Qingyang County in less than a day. Chu Zhe mounted the crane and soared into the sky. At the Lu residence, within the study, Lu Yangqiu sat in the main seat, his expression dark and brooding. Steward Zhang reported hesitantly, Master, our men have searched the Great Green Mountain inside and out, but found no trace of the 2nd young master or the 2nd master. Only a few weapons and signs of battle were discovered. They may have met with misfortune. Fury simmered in Lu Yangqiu's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Who is responsible for this? The loss of a son before a parent is undoubtedly the greatest sorrow in the world. Steward Zhang replied through clenched teeth. We have uncovered no clues. Lu Yangqiu's breath caught in his throat. With no leads, he had no chance for revenge. The steward continued in a low voice. During that time, some claim to have seen Chu Zhe from the Jinyang Martial Arts Hall entering and exiting the Great Green Mountain. He might know something. Chu Zhe was once from Qingyou Village, residing at the foot of the Great Green Mountain. Chu Zhe, Lu Yangqiu recalled. The talented young man from the Jinyang Martial Arts Hall who had perfected the sword energy. After Chu Zhe rose to fame, he had caught Lu's attention, and he had intended to recruit him. However, after the massacre at the Bloodblade Martial Arts Hall, the recruitment plan was shelved. Lu Yangqiu's expression turned icy. Do I need to instruct you on what to do? Summon Zhang Zhan, bring that brat to me. I will interrogate him personally and pry the truth from his lips. If the Jinyang Martial Arts Hall does not hand him over, they shall face annihilation. Steward Zhang bowed slightly. Understood. He was aware that the Jinyang Martial Arts Hall had stumbled into a precarious situation. However, a small martial arts hall could be easily wiped out, providing a perfect opportunity for the master to vent his frustrations. Zhang Zhan received Steward Zhang's command without hesitation, gathering troops and marching towards the Jinyang Martial Arts Hall in a grand procession. In recent days, he had consolidated the remnants of the Black Snake Gang with the support of the Lu family, reclaiming their territory and restructuring it into the Poison Snake Gang. As the leader of the gang, he moved with a retinue, and with a mere glance, his subordinates would promptly bring him whatever he desired. His life was undeniably luxurious, all thanks to the backing of the Lu family. Now that the Lu family had issued a decree, he naturally responded with enthusiasm. The grand display of the Poison Snake Gang attracted considerable attention. What are they up to? Someone in the crowd speculated. It seems they are heading towards the Drunken Moon District, which is the territory of the Jinyang Martial Arts Hall. they intend to confront them. Such audacity. Even at the height of its power, the Black Snake Gang dared not tread lightly on Jinyang's territory. Another added, I heard the Poison Snake Gang is backed by the Liu family, so they naturally have no fear of the Jinyang Martial Arts Hall. Let us go? There might be a fight. Let us see it for ourselves. A large crowd followed closely, eager for the spectacle. News reached the Qingyang County government as well. Wei County magistrate furrowed his brow, uncertain whether to intervene in the matter. Such gang conflicts were within the jurisdiction of the county office. Yet the Serpent Gang had the backing of the Liu family, who maintained a favorable relationship with the county, being significant taxpayers. Moreover, he shared considerable ties with Liu Yangqiu. However, the Jinyang Martial Arts School had a disciple who had joined the Qiyang sect. If this disciple were merely an ordinary outer sect member, he would not be so conflicted. The crux of the matter lay in the apparent importance the sect placed on this disciple, necessitating a thorough investigation. Master Meng spoke softly, My lord, I believe it would be prudent to extend a favor to the Jinyang Martial Arts School. This is a trivial matter. Even if we intervene, the Liu family is unlikely to turn against us. Should that Chu Zhe prove to be of significant value to the sect, this favor may prove beneficial in the future. Moreover, the Liu family seems intent on unifying Qingyang, engaging in clandestine maneuvers that could pose a threat to us. Wei County magistrate narrowed his eyes. No magistrate wishes to witness the unity of factions beneath him. Should that occur, he might find his authority usurped. After a moment's reflection, he nodded slightly. Master Ming, accompany me. As they approached the Jinyang Martial Arts School, Zhang Zhan waved his hand, and his subordinates quickly surrounded the school, rendering escape impossible. At the entrance, Master Lin stood resolutely, flanked by his disciples, prepared to confront them. Head instructor Dan had taken a group of disciples, including Lin Ruoshui and Lu Xiaoyu, to hunt in the Baisho mountain range, while Zhang instructor was also away on a mission. The Serpent Gang, led by Zhang Zhan, boasted a peak martial artist and two mid-level martial artists, Lu Yen and Feng Liang. If it came to a direct confrontation, the martial school would be at a disadvantage. They could only suppress their fury and demand, Zhang Zhan, what do you intend to do here today? Zhang Zhan replied with a nonchalant smile, Master Lin, surrender Chu Zhe, and we will depart. Do not misunderstand. I have no personal interest in Chu Zhe, but my superiors do. If you are wise, hand him over. Otherwise, it is likely there will be no Jinyang Martial Arts School left after today. Master Lin's heart sank. Could it be that Chu Zhe's talents had been exposed? Fortunately, he had already sent Chu Zhe away. He coldly retorted, my disciple has already joined the Qiyang sect. If you seek him, go to the Qiyang sect. Qiyang sect? Zhang Zhan's expression changed. The reputation of the Qiyang sect resonated throughout the Xing'an prefecture. Even a single disciple wielded immense influence. The members of the Serpent Gang began to stir, exchanging glances, their confidence wavering. The disciples of the Jinyang Martial Arts School were equally astonished. No wonder they had not seen senior brother Chu for some time. He had already entered the Qiyang sect. Elation surged within them as they held their heads high with pride. Zhang Zhan quickly regained his composure, sneering, you old fool. Have you lost your mind to speak such nonsense? The Qiyang sect has stringent admission standards. How could they possibly accept Chu Zhe as a disciple? You may think your disciple is a gem, but to the Qiyang sect, he would be no more than worthless mud. A disciple of the Qiyang sect? He dares to aspire. A fierce glint appeared in Zhang Zhan's eyes as he declared, enough idle talk. If you do not hand over Chu Zhe, you shall all die today. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Jinyang Martial Arts School were filled with rage, gripping their weapons tightly as they demanded to fight. The school was their home, the very place that had afforded them the opportunity to practice martial arts and defy fate. Anyone seeking to destroy their school would first have to step over their corpses. Master, let us fight them. If we must die, let us take a piece of them with us. Master Lin felt a warmth in his heart, his fighting spirit igniting as his robe billowed without wind. Come, come. I wish to see how you plan to annihilate my martial school. As the imminent battle loomed, a thunderous roar echoed. If you wish to destroy the Jinyang Martial Arts School, you must first consider my consent. It was Master Chen, leading the disciples of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School to their aid. Zhang Zhan's expression shifted slightly, and he threatened, Master Chen, do not act impulsively. You know who stands behind me. If you interfere, your Thunderbolt Martial Arts School may face annihilation as well. Master Chen scoffed, if you can manage it, feel free to try. Seeing reinforcements arrive, the disciples of the Jinyang Martial Arts School felt their spirits lift. Master Lin's heart swelled with gratitude. Old Chun. Master Chen waved his hand dismissively. No need for sentimentality. Zhang Zhan's face darkened as doubts crept into his mind. With the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School's presence, a real confrontation could lead to his own demise. In that case, let you all perish. A cold, aged voice suddenly reverberated among them. A gaunt elder appeared, his expression indifferent, followed by a throng of individuals wielding sharp blades. The two leaders stepped forward, one clasping his fists as he declared, Du Long, leader of the Qing Wolf Gang, is willing to lend his support. The other echoed, Xia Feng, leader of the Fierce Tiger Gang, is also here to assist. Nothing remains hidden beneath the heavens. Certain actions by the Black Snake Gang had alerted Du Long and Xia Feng to the Liu family's intentions for dominance. Though they had initially sought to avoid confrontation with the Lu family, the death of Wang Long had unveiled an opportunity for them. Rebuilding would require excessive time and effort. Despite Zhang Zhan's presence, they believed themselves far more capable and envisioned taking his place. Moreover, the Lu family would likely prefer not to see Zhang Zhan monopolizing power. They merely needed an opportunity to pledge allegiance, and today seemed fortuitous. The gaunt elder glanced at the two with indifference. Yet Du Leng and Xia Feng's faces lit up with bloodthirsty smiles. "Thank you, elder. We assure you that we will eradicate the Jinyang Martial Arts School and the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School without leaving a single soul behind." Zhang Zhan's expression soured. Yet he dared not voice his objections. With the three major gangs uniting, coupled with the potential presence of an innate martial artist in the elder, despair enveloped the disciples of the Jinyang and Thunderbolt Martial Arts Schools, who could only grip their weapons tightly, preparing to fight fiercely until their last breaths. Both Master Lin and Master Chen felt a wave of hopelessness wash over them. They communicated silently, "Old Chen, I have dragged you into this. I will do my utmost to hold them off. If you can escape, do so." Yet Master Chen laughed heartily. "As allies, we must stand together. What does it matter if I die? Do you underestimate me, Old Lin?" Master Lin tightened his grip on his fiery raven sword, also smiling. "Then let us fight with all our might." Chapter 91 Untitled. Just as Lin Guan was engaged in a fierce struggle with Zhang Zhan, a cultured voice interrupted, urging them to cease hostilities. The tension in the air dissipated as it became apparent that others were arriving. Wei County Magistrate and Master Meng hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Wei County Magistrate, the gaunt old man's indifferent expression momentarily faltered, his brow furrowing slightly. Wei County Magistrate spoke amiably, suggesting that there might be a misunderstanding and proposing they sit down to discuss matters instead of resorting to violence. Chu Zhe from Jinyang Martial Arts School was a remarkable talent who had joined Qiang sect and was highly regarded by the sect. The disciples of Jinyang Martial Arts School displayed expressions of unrestrained joy at the confirmation of their senior brother's entry into the sect. They had been somewhat skeptical about the news. Zhang Zhan's countenance shifted. It appeared that Chu Zhe had indeed entered Qiang sect, and the old man was not deceiving him. The reputation of Qiang sect was formidable, especially for individuals from small county towns like theirs. Not long ago, they had witnessed the terrifying might of the Blood Slaughter Sword King from Qiang sect, which had instilled a sense of helplessness against any notion of resistance. Du Leng and Xia Feng felt an inner turmoil, unsure whether to engage in combat. Yet the harsh words had already been exchanged, making retreat impossible. Their gazes instinctively turned towards the gaunt old man. The old man, devoid of any emotion, sneered. "Joining Qiang sect halfway only makes him an outer disciple. Is that truly impressive? My family's unparalleled prodigy, Lu Rushue, has ascended to the innate martial artist level and has achieved true inheritance from Yunyan sect. Moreover, the true inheritor Ding Xiao is currently at Yunyan sect, seeking to become Dao partners with my Rushue. It is this backing that grants the Lu family such audacity, allowing them to engage in a fierce battle within the city. Capturing Chu Zhe and even unifying the outer city are merely secondary objectives. Today, they aim to shed blood at Jinyang Martial Arts School to serve as a warning to the four families in the inner city, consolidating power over Qingyang." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. The disciples of Jinyang Martial Arts School and Benlei Martial Arts School appeared dismayed, their spirits plummeting. Du Leng and Xia Feng felt a surge of elation. Their gamble had paid off. Wei County Magistrate was taken aback, letting out a long sigh before turning to leave. The true inheritors of Qiang sect are limited to 10 per generation, underscoring their value. Each true inheritor is a prodigy destined for greatness, potentially becoming a peak master in the future. Even the least among them holds the status of an inner elder. Such individuals could effortlessly crush him with a mere finger. How could Wei County Magistrate dare to offend such a figure? With Ding Xiao's backing, it seemed Qingyang County would soon belong to the Lu family. The gaunt old man coldly commanded, "Attack." The two sides commenced a brutal battle for survival. Zhang Zhan faced off against Master Chen, while Du Lang and Xia Feng confronted Lin Guan. Du Lang's palms, enveloped in dark energy, struck towards Lin Guan's head. Xia Feng let out a fierce shout, his long knife slicing through the air with a shriek, launching a dual assault on Lin Guan. Lin Guan channeled all his energy, a crimson glow radiating from his body as he brandished his sword in defense. After mere exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage. Despite the perfection of his yin-yang fist, enhancing his combat prowess, facing two opponents was still beyond his capabilities. The blade grazed his waist, staining it with blood. Seizing the moment, Du Lang's dark palm struck mercilessly at Lin Guan's chest. In a desperate maneuver, Lin Guan closed the distance, his sword accelerating as it transformed into a blazing red dragon, fiercely thrusting towards Du Lang's neck. This was a strategy of mutual destruction. Du Lang, taken aback by Lin Guan's audacity, paled and attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The dark palms had already impacted Lin Guan's chest, causing him to spew blood, a hint of black energy clouding his visage as he sustained severe injuries. Du Lang, on the verge of having his neck pierced by the fire crow sword, was suddenly interrupted by the gaunt old man, who, with a cold snort, unleashed a wave of energy that sent the sword flying. Regret filled Lin Guan's eyes as he collapsed to the ground. That last strike had consumed 80% of his true energy, leaving him utterly defenseless. Regrettably, he had not managed to exchange blows before his demise. Du Long, however, felt a surge of relief, a sinister expression crossing his face. He bowed to the gaunt old man in gratitude for his assistance, then turned his gaze towards Lin Guan. His tone chilling. "Old man, I recall you have a daughter. Once you're gone, I shall take good care of her." Lin Guan's eyes widened in fury, his anger causing another spurt of blood. Du Lang leaped forward, preparing to finish Lin Guan off. At that moment, a piercing sword cry resonated through the heavens. With a thunderous crash, Du Long was struck by a blood-red sword energy, his body exploding into a shower of blood. What just transpired? Everyone was stunned by the sword's wail. Then, in horror, they witnessed the scene unfold. Du Lang, the peak martial artist and leader of the Qing Wolf gang, had perished just like that. A chilling voice echoed in their ears. "Who dares to lay hands on my Jinyang martial arts school?" The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, only to behold a youth, ethereal and otherworldly, riding upon a white crane. A disciple from the martial arts school recognized the young man's visage and, in excitement, shouted, "Senior Brother Chu! It's Senior Brother Chu!" Lin Guan stood frozen. Disbelief etched across his features. The pain in his chest reminded him that this was no dream. Could it truly be Chu Zhe? How could he possess such strength? This celestial youth was Chu Zhe. Had he not just been a martial artist of the sixth realm? What on earth was happening now? Those in the distance, who had witnessed Chu Zhe's performance in the martial arts competition, were utterly astonished. One exclaimed, "I don't know what is happening, but I sense that the three major gangs are in peril. Jinyang Martial Arts School has a true dragon."